3 centuries hence, the world has entered an extraordinary era of career transitions. Shen Lang initially aspired to become a noble mage, yet inadvertently found himself transformed into the gold-devouring vocation of Beastmaster. Fortunately, he awakened 2 SS-level talents and 3 divine-level talents. Bloodline Insight, ability to detect the bloodline of any beast. Bloodline Ancestry, ability to revert any beast to its strongest bloodline. Talent Extraction, ability to extract 1 talent from a beast. Transformation, ability to allow a beast to assume a human form and don equipment. Blessing, when casting a Beastmaster exclusive skill, there is no magical power consumption, no cooldown, and an effect of 500. The Gorgon he contracted reverted to become Queen Medusa. The Undead Hound became the 3-headed Hellhound. The Ice Bird transformed into the Ice Crystal Phoenix. The mixed blood little angel became the 12-Winged Seraph. Shen Lang exclaimed, "I just want to ask, is there anyone else?" To which the beast eagerly responded, Me. Shen Lang, seeking refuge against the wall, replied, Another day. Another day. I truly have nothing left." Chapter 1. 2 SS-level talents, 3 divine-level talents. On September 1st, 2323, the global career awakening ceremony commenced. In the Great Xia Kingdom, Donghai City, at the Sandong Lanxiang Vocational Academy, one of the finest advanced vocational academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, youthful figures awaited their awakening ceremony under the guidance of their mentors, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, beneath the immense career transition monument, the announcements of students completing their transitions echoed continuously. Yihei, transition complete. Lifestyle occupation coffin bearer. Xiao Huahua, transition complete. Lifestyle occupation alchemist. Bai Dachuan, transition complete. Lifestyle occupation chef. Shi Hao, transition complete. Lifestyle occupation dairy purification specialist. These announcements, issued by the transition monument, emitted an electronic synthesized tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. The uniformity of lifestyle occupations caused Dean Song Yuan Shou, responsible for recording student transitions, to furrow his brows. He glanced at the student roster and noted that nearly a tenth of the awakenings had yielded not a single conventional combat or support occupation. This was certainly unbecoming of one of the finest advanced vocational academies in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, in the next moment, Song Yuan's eyes brightened as he shifted his gaze from the roster to the student at the forefront of the line. This student, handsome and nearly 1.9 meters tall, could only be described as extraordinarily attractive. Waving him over, Song Yuan smiled. "Shen Lang, it's your turn. Please step forward and prepare." Upon hearing Shen Lang's name, the surroundings fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the student approaching the transition monument. At Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, no one was unfamiliar with Shen Lang. Hailing from the impoverished district and raised in an orphanage, he had entered the academy with perfect scores in the transition theory exam and ranked first in the combat assessment, maintaining his position unchallenged for 3 years. His near-perfect looks garnered him admiration and envy from both students and teachers alike, particularly among male students and young male instructors. Song Yuan hoped earnestly as he watched the young man, wondering if this time he might awaken a combat or support occupation. If a student of Shen Lang's caliber could not awaken a combat or support vocation, it would be utterly unjust. "Shen Lang, are you ready? If so, then let us begin," Song Yuan said amiably. Shen Lang politely nodded in response before turning to face the transition monument inscribed with myriad mysterious runes. Gazing at the monument before him, he murmured to himself, as a transmigrator, is it too much to ask to become a mage? Indeed, Shen Lang was a transmigrator, having arrived in this bewildering world 3 years prior. Based on his understanding of this world's history, it appeared to be the Blue Star world 300 years after his crossing. 3 centuries ago, it had been an era of technology, nearly indistinguishable from his world prior to his arrival. Yet now it had transformed into an era of career transitions. The metamorphosis stemmed from a cataclysm 300 years ago when various ferocious beasts emerged globally, accompanied by dungeons and secret realms, leading humanity to the brink of annihilation. Even nuclear devastation had not sufficed to ensure mutual destruction, and humanity was nearly erased from the Blue Star. Fortunately, at that crucial juncture, the transition monuments descended from the cosmos, allowing humans to obtain corresponding occupations at the age of 18, along with their occupational attribute panels. By slaying ferocious beasts and delving into dungeons, they could gain experience, level up, and acquire equipment, thus attaining extraordinary powers. 4. Shen Lang. Hailing from 3 centuries prior, this was easily comprehensible. It was akin to the fantasy novels where gaming elements intruded into reality. Those novels had often alleviated his lonely nights. Regrettably, in this era, no one penned web novels anymore. All of humanity was focused on career transitions. Naturally, not everyone could awaken to a desirable occupation. Most would acquire mundane lifestyle roles, with only a select few awakening to combat or support professions, which served as the backbone of nations in their struggle against ferocious beasts. Among the myriad combat professions, mages were particularly esteemed for their high burst damage, numerous area effect skills, and ranged attacks, placing them in the upper echelon of combat power. Thus, mages were affectionately dubbed lawyers by the vast community of vocational practitioners. Nonetheless, mages possessed weaknesses, particularly in terms of defense, yet this was hardly a concern. Once one awakened as a mage, regardless of whether in parties or future alliances with guilds or official factions, protective warriors, tanks, and healers would invariably be standard, ensuring one's safety. Thus, not only did Shen Lang wish to transition into a mage, but an overwhelming majority of individuals aspired to do the same. Even if not a mage, a dragon knight would suffice. With these wicked thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Lang inhaled deeply and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, pressed his hand upon the transition monument. As his palm neared, the myriad runes on the monument shimmered like stars in the night sky. Moments later, one of the runes fell from the monument, gradually merging into his mind's eye. Simultaneously, a cold voice emanated from the transition monument, announcing the results of Shen Lang's transition to the gathering. Shen Lang, transition complete, hidden occupation Beastmaster. As the declaration echoed, the square erupted into a clamor, sparking waves of discussion. My heavens, a hidden occupation. Shen Lang has awakened a hidden vocation. He truly deserves to be our academy's top student. Hidden occupations seemingly guarantee the awakening of talents, right? How unfair. Not only is he handsome, but he also receives a hidden occupation. Hidden occupations are indeed formidable. Only a few awaken each year globally. However, Shen Lang's occupation is Beastmaster. Beastmaster. Wait, I didn't initially grasp it. Beastmaster? Isn't that a gold-devouring vocation? Indeed, incredibly costly. Shen Lang is an orphan, surviving on scholarships these years. He likely can't afford even the most basic beast. What use is a low-level beast? Don't forget, a Beastmaster shares experience with their beasts. If it's a low-level beast, how slowly will Shen Lang level up? Alas, it seems this is his fate. Shen Lang's life is essentially forfeit a wasted hidden occupation. As the students in the square reacted with shock followed by ridicule and sympathy towards Shen Lang's awakening as a Beastmaster, he remained indifferent to their chatter, for at that moment, his mind was engulfed in a cascade of notifications, his blood surging with exhilaration. Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned and officially become a Beastmaster. Congratulations, you have been awarded an exclusive Beastmaster space. Congratulations, you have acquired the fundamental skill of exploration. Congratulations, you have mastered the Beastmaster's exclusive skills: contract technique, summoning technique, and healing technique. Congratulations, you have awakened the exclusive SS level active talent of the Beastmaster, Bloodline Insight. Congratulations, you have awakened the exclusive SS level passive talent of the Beastmaster, Blessing. Congratulations, you have awakened the divine level active talent of the Beastmaster, Bloodline Reversion. Congratulations, you have awakened the divine level active talent of the Beastmaster, Talent Extraction. Congratulations, you have awakened the divine level active talent of the Beastmaster, Beastmaster Enhancement. Chapter 2. Strength is merely a word, and I shall utter it only once. Initially, Shen Lang was utterly bewildered by the awakening of the hidden profession of Beastmaster. After all, he merely aspired to be a sorcerer or a dragon knight, never anticipating that he would transition into such a rare hidden vocation. Hidden professions inherently come with talents, at least starting from the level of tiered abilities. This implies that those who switch to a hidden profession commence their journey with an advantage over their peers. However, the specifics warrant careful analysis. While the profession of Beastmaster is indeed commendable, for a wealthy heir, such a revelation would be a cause for elation. Yet, for Shen Lang, it presented a rather unfriendly reality. As his classmates remarked, the Beastmaster is a profession that devours wealth, consuming resources to the point of existential doubt. Since arriving in this world, Shen Lang had been diligently laying the groundwork for his transition, with little inclination to earn money. He was essentially surviving on the Academy's scholarship. And now, his savings barely amounted to 2,000 coins. He was undeniably impoverished, unable even to afford a beast, let alone act as a Beastmaster. It was akin to providing Shen Lang with a Gatling gun but having no ammunition, impressive in appearance yet utterly useless. Just as Shen Lang was about to express his frustration, the transition monument activated his professional attributes and talents, revealing 2 tiered talents and 3 divine talents. Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. His intuition told him that his Beastmaster vocation was extraordinary, certainly not the typical variety. Did other Beastmasters possess such a multitude of top-tier talents? Shen Lang had always excelled in the theoretical foundations of his profession, yet he had never encountered a Beastmaster quite like this. In essence, he was unique. He was the only one of his kind. It was only reasonable to consider that as a transmigrator, awakened to an astonishing hidden profession without any system or golden finger was quite fitting. At that moment, Shen Lang was eager to access his attribute panel to examine the specifics. However, he was interrupted by the complex tone of Dean Song Yuan, who said, "It's all right. Shen Lang, trust in the Academy and the nation. We will not allow your hidden profession to be tainted. There are other students awaiting their transitions. Please wait for me in the office, and I will provide you with detailed information shortly." Following this, Dean Song offered Shen Lang an encouraging glance. Concerned about any potential discouragement he might feel, Shen Lang interpreted his words to imply that there might be benefits in store for him. When fortune knocks, one should not hesitate to answer. "Understood, Dean." Shen Lang replied nonchalantly before turning towards the administrative building at the other end of the square. However, his hasty retreat appeared somewhat lonely to onlookers, tinged with a sense of melancholy regarding the future. "How pitiful. My eyes are watering." "Indeed, ladies. Why don't we donate some money to Shen Lang and buy him a beast?" "You infatuated fools. Didn't the Dean mention that the Academy and the nation would provide assistance? There is no need for your concern. We wish to help. Is that any of your business? The assistance from the nation and Academy isn't limitless. It largely depends on the talents Shen Lang awakens, right?" "True. But what kind of talent has he awakened?" "At most, it might be a tiered talent. Most hidden professions awaken talents of this caliber. If that's the case, the support from the nation and Academy won't be substantial, given the exorbitant costs associated with the Beastmaster profession." Amidst the scattered discussions, the transition ceremony in the square resumed its proceedings. At this juncture, Shen Lang had already entered the principal's office in the administrative building, eagerly opening his attribute panel. Name, Shen Lang. Profession, Beastmaster. Level 0. Strength, 23. Agility, 22. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 50. Talents, Bloodline Insight, tiered. Blessing, tiered. Bloodline Rebirth, divine. Talent Extraction, divine. Beast Equipment, divine. Skills, Investigation, basic. Contract Art, exclusive. Summoning Art, exclusive. Healing Art, exclusive. General abilities, Swordsmanship 7, Combat 10. Equipment, none. Beasts, none. Free points, 0. As Shen Lang gazed at the talent and skill section of the panel, he could no longer suppress his elation, his heart racing with excitement. Typically, those who transition to a new profession awaken only one talent, with a staggering 99% of them failing to awaken any talent at all. Of course, an exceedingly rare few might be fortunate enough to awaken dual talents, but such prodigies are exceptionally rare. Once they grow, they are not nameless in the global transition community. In contrast, Shen Lang had awakened 5 professional talents in one go, 2 tiered and 3 divine. It was simply phenomenal. Without hesitation, Shen Lang hastily clicked on his first talent to examine it closely. Bloodline Insight, exclusive tiered talent of the Beastmaster. By utilizing this talent, one can detect the bloodline of any beast, with no level restrictions and no consumption. Note, it is advised to use in conjunction with the divine talent Bloodline Rebirth. Upon reading the concluding note, Shen Lang immediately shifted his focus to Bloodline Rebirth and clicked on it. Bloodline Rebirth, exclusive divine talent of the Beastmaster. By utilizing this talent, one can directly revert any beast to its strongest bloodline, with no level restrictions and no consumption. Directly reverting to the strongest bloodline? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. The strength of a beast is intrinsically linked to its bloodline potential. The more robust the bloodline, the greater the potential for future growth. The dilemma lies in the fact that ordinary means cannot detect the hidden bloodlines of beasts. Even if one were to invest a substantial amount for professional assessment of a beast's bloodline, activating that bloodline to achieve a rebirth state entails even greater costs, such as high levels, countless spirit herbs for nurturing, and much more. This is fundamentally why the Beastmaster profession is deemed a money-draining vocation. Beasts either consume wealth or are on the path to consuming wealth. However, for Shen Lang, these concerns were rendered moot. Bloodline Insight allows for unlimited detection of beast bloodlines, while Bloodline Rebirth enables unlimited direct reversion. Such extravagance. Truly, these are tiered and divine talents. Remaining calm, Shen Lang remembered that he had other tiered and divine talents to explore. He steadied his emotions and turned his gaze to the other two divine talents. Let us first examine the divine talents. Talent Extraction, exclusive divine talent of the Beastmaster. By utilizing this talent, one can extract one talent from a beast, with no level restrictions and no consumption. Once again, this was unrestricted. Such has become the standard for divine talents. Contemplating this divine talent alongside the earlier Bloodline Rebirth talent caused Shen Lang's breath to quicken. To revert a beast, Shen Lang must choose one with a powerful bloodline. Since there are no limitations, he must seek a contract with a beast of divine potential. Once a beast is reverted to a divine beast, the talents it awakens cannot be weak. At the very least, they will start from tiered talent. This signifies that as long as Shen Lang can find a beast with divine bloodline potential, it equates to acquiring a talent above tiered level. Furthermore, a crucial point is that a Beastmaster can contract more than one beast, with no limits on quantity. How remarkable! Does this mean I could potentially possess a multitude of talents above tiered level in the future? I am undoubtedly destined to be a Beastmaster, and no one can obstruct me. Shen Lang's grin nearly stretched from ear to ear, and he proceeded to click on the final divine talent. Beast Equipment, exclusive divine talent of the Beastmaster. By utilizing this talent, one can equip beasts with gear, with no level restrictions and no consumption. Typically, beasts cannot wear equipment, relying solely on their unique talents and skills in combat. However, this equipment talent allows them to don gear, gaining the advantages that come with it. Imagine a divine beast, adorned with magnificent armor. Who could possibly withstand such a creature? In Chapter 3, I stride towards the pinnacle, unashamed. Shen Lang chuckled softly, continuing to examine the final tier of his innate talents. Blessing, exclusive talent for beast tamers. Passive talent. When utilizing skills exclusive to beast tamers, there is no consumption of magical energy, no cooldown, and effects are amplified by 500. Undoubtedly, this is yet another extraordinarily powerful talent. The vocation of Beast Tamer derives its primary combat strength from the beasts themselves. The Beast Tamer is not particularly formidable, but the beasts rely on the tamer for enhancements, such as boosts to attack, mana, and health. In other words, the Beast Tamer serves as a healer and support for the beasts. This illustrates the formidable nature of the blessing talent. In future battles, Shen Lang can freely stack various skills onto his beasts, as there is no consumption or cooldown, and the skill effects can be increased fivefold. Thus, Shen Lang immediately turned his gaze to the skill section of his panel, where he now possessed 4 skills, 1 basic skill and 3 exclusive skills for beast tamers. Detection, basic universal skill for professionals. Upon using this skill, one can view the target's level information, which must not exceed their own level by more than 10. The so-called basic universal skill is something every professional possesses, facilitating the examination of a target's foundational information. Unfortunately, this universal basic skill is unaffected by the blessing talent. Otherwise, Shen Lang would have been able to view the information of targets up to level 50 beyond his own. Contract Art, exclusive basic skill for beast tamers. Upon using this skill, one can establish a master-servant contract with a beast. The success rate depends on the level difference between the beast and the tamer. The greater the level disparity, the lower the success rate. Conversely, the smaller the gap, the higher the success rate. However, with my Bloodline Insight and Bloodline Reversion, there is no need to seek high-level beasts. Finding those with strong bloodlines will suffice. Moreover, the blessing talent can enhance the success rate of the contract art by 5-fold. After analyzing this in his mind, Shen Lang shifted his gaze downward to continue examining the remaining 2 exclusive skills for beast tamers. Summoning Art, exclusive basic skill for beast tamers. Upon using this skill, one can summon beasts from the beast space or call beasts engaged in battle back to their side, consuming basic magical energy. Clear and straightforward, but with the blessing talent, this consumption can be disregarded. Healing Art, exclusive basic skill for beast tamers. Upon using this skill, one can restore a beast's magical energy and vitality, as well as their own health. The higher the professional's level, the stronger the recovery ability, consuming basic magical energy. This is also a conventional skill for beast tamers, unremarkable on the surface. However, Shen Lang's eyes brightened. Under the passive blessing talent, there is no skill consumption or cooldown, meaning he can continuously cast healing art on his beasts, restoring magical energy and vitality at 5 times the effect, allowing the beasts to maintain peak condition and fight without sustaining damage. Of course, this presumes the beasts are not instantly defeated by an enemy's attack. Otherwise, no amount of healing would suffice. Nevertheless, The beast Shen Lang intends to contract will undoubtedly possess extraordinarily strong bloodlines, reverting to their most potent states. Where divine beasts become the norm, it is unlikely that anyone in the profession could eliminate a reverted divine beast with a single blow. One might even say it is impossible. Furthermore, Shen Lang is not foolish enough to provoke these professionals without reason. Subsequently, Shen Lang examined the universal abilities, which are skills that all professionals can master and practice before transitioning. These universal abilities can also be upgraded using experience to enhance their combat capability. After 3 years of diligent training, Shen Lang has reached level 7 in swordsmanship and level 10 in combat, surpassing some lower-tier professionals. However, these universal abilities merely serve as embellishments for professionals, especially since he is now a beast tamer. They are less applicable. A beast tamer must charge into battle themselves. Otherwise, what is the point of having beasts? That would be nonsensical. As for Shen Lang's 4-dimensional attributes, they are somewhat higher than average, owing to his years of effort. After scrutinizing the information on the panel multiple times, Shen Lang thoroughly understood his vocation as a beast tamer and felt an unwavering confidence. If this cannot propel him to success, he might as well end it all. However, before taking flight, there remains a pressing issue, the matter of finances. Acquiring beasts requires money. While wild regions outside the city may harbor ferocious beasts, unfortunately, those below level 5 are merely novice professionals, lacking the qualifications or ability to venture beyond the city. Although there are dungeons within the city, the ferocious beasts therein are limited to leveling purposes and cannot be contracted as beasts. Thus, Shen Lang currently has only one avenue to obtain a beast, to spend money at the vocational trading market in the city. That wretched money is something Shen Lang temporarily lacks. However, this is not a significant concern. Director Song has assured him that the Academy and the state will not allow this gem to be tarnished. Indeed, in this world 300 years hence, the policies are quite favorable. Otherwise, surviving as a commoner like him would be a challenge, let alone attending the Sandong Lan Xiang Advanced Vocational Academy. There are indeed numerous scholarships available, especially for professionals. Of course, the state does not support the inept. If one possesses limited potential, the assistance received will naturally be minimal. Given my vocation as a beast tamer and the talent I have awakened, I should be eligible for a substantial amount. Shen Lang's demands are modest. A mere 10 to 18 million would suffice as the initial funds to launch his ascent. As for revealing his talent, Shen Lang has given this considerable thought. After all, he understands the adage that the tall tree attracts the wind. If he shines too brightly before he has matured, he may invite disaster upon himself. This has often been the plot in web novels from 300 years ago. However, for Shen Lang, a man without power or influence, even if he wished to conceal himself, it may not be feasible. With such a talent, regardless of the attempts to hide it, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Those with ulterior motives can easily uncover his abilities through subtle clues. Rather than conceal his potential, it may be safer to showcase it under the spotlight. Moreover, I am destined to ascend to the pinnacle. Why should I hide in the shadows? Nevertheless, Shen Lang would not be foolish enough to reveal everything. It is prudent to retain some necessary trump cards. While Shen Lang pondered his future path, the Academy's vocational transition ceremony concluded splendidly, and Director Song Yuan finally returned to his office. Shen Lang, have you been waiting long? Song Yuan entered the office, closing the door behind him, his face beaming with joy, a stark contrast to the furrowed brows of the ceremony's commencement, signaling the emergence of several formidable combat and support professions. Shen Lang rose and replied, "Not at all, just a brief moment. Please, take a seat, let us converse." Song Yuan gestured for Shen Lang to sit, then took a seat opposite him, his smile slightly fading as he continued. "Shen Lang, you have always been a hallmark of our academy, and you have lived up to expectations by awakening the hidden profession of beast tamer. Excellent, truly excellent. However, the vocation of beast tamer may pose some challenges for you. Rest assured, the academy and the state provide support in this regard. Yes, hidden professions come with scholarships." Shen Lang nodded, refraining from interjecting. He was well aware of the scholarship system prior to transitioning, but was less informed about the post-transition details. Song Yuan continued, "Upon awakening a hidden profession, the state will grant a scholarship of 1 million, and our academy will additionally provide 500,000. That amounts to a total of 1,500,000. Furthermore, there will be an additional reward based on the awakened talent level. For talents at level A0 and below, the reward is 1 million. Level A1 talents receive 3 million. Level A2 talents are awarded 5 million, and level A3 talents receive 10 million. At this juncture, Song Yuan could not help but pause, smilingly inquiring of Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, what level of talent have you awakened?" Hidden occupational talents are generally impressive, typically hovering around level A1. It was evident that Song Yuan assumed Shen Lang would belong to this category, and mentioning the rewards for level A1 talents was merely a flicker of hopeful anticipation. There was no need to even mention level A2, as the prize would undoubtedly be higher, but the chances of awakening such a talent are exceedingly slim, with only a few appearing globally in a year. Revealing the specific amount, only to let Shen Lang realize he could not attain it, would be akin to stabbing him in the heart. Upon hearing that a level A1 talent garners a reward of 10 million, Shen Lang's heart was already brimming with joy. This sum would suffice for him to procure a first or second level beast companion. He merely needed to seek out a formidable beast with a potent lineage and need not pursue higher level creatures. Regrettably, it seemed he did not possess a level A1 talent, with the lowest being level A0, which was a great misfortune. Shen Lang indulged in a moment of self-congratulation, then turned to Song Yuan and earnestly asked, "Dean, may I inquire, if one possesses a level A0 talent, what would the scholarship amount be?" Level A0 talent, indeed, warrants a scholarship. Song Yuan was about to casually respond to this inquiry, but suddenly, he stood up abruptly from the sofa, staring fixedly at Shen Lang. "What did you say?" "Level A1 talent," Song Yuan exclaimed, flipping the tea table and leaning towards Shen Lang, his voice trembling with urgency. "You have awakened a level A1 talent?" I think so," Shen Lang replied, his tone laden with uncertainty, prompting him to shift slightly aside. Song Yuan hastily urged, "You rascal, what do you mean by I think so? Quickly show me your talent panel." "All right, Dean." Shen Lang shifted slightly again before revealing his talent panel. Given that a mere level A1 talent had astonished Song Yuan to such an extent, there was no need to unveil his divine level talents. A level A1 talent should suffice to attract attention from above, so Shen Lang concealed the other talents, leaving only the blessing talent displayed. Typically, practitioners would conceal their entire panel, as everyone possesses the common skill of inquiry, and no one wishes for their panel information to be disclosed to others. Therefore, this inquiry skill is predominantly used on ferocious beasts. If one were to probe another practitioner, it would be perceived as a provocation, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. Blessing, a level A1 talent exclusive to Beastmasters. Passive talent. When casting skills exclusive to Beastmasters, there is no magic power consumption and no cooldown, with an effect of 500. Song Yuan gazed intently at the panel, his expression shifting dramatically, his brows dancing with emotion. It truly is a level A1 talent. Why is Sandong Lanxiang ranked among the finest advanced vocational academies? It is because Lanxiang has produced several level A1 talent practitioners in the past, who have since ascended to high ranks in the Xia Kingdom. However, that was in the past. It has been nearly a decade since Lanxiang last witnessed a level A1 talent practitioner, and now, one has finally emerged. It is Shen Lang, a potential dragon poised to soar to great heights. The excitement swelling within Song Yuan was akin to a tidal wave, and he could hardly contain the urge to share this news with everyone. However, reason cautioned against such impulsiveness. The current international climate is particularly fraught. On the surface, nations coexist harmoniously, yet the undercurrents of conflict within the practitioner community have never ceased. Covert assassinations of other countries' prodigies are a common practice among nations. It is imperative to safeguard Shen Lang until he matures. As long as he can develop, the Xia Kingdom's war god camp will undoubtedly gain a formidable warrior. Taking a deep breath, Song Yuan gradually exhaled, adopting a calm yet serious tone as he addressed Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, while a level A1 talent is indeed commendable, you have only just transitioned into your profession. The road ahead is long. In the future, be cautious and do not attract too much attention. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dean. I understand." Shen Lang recognized this as a heartfelt admonition from the Dean, standing to bow in respect. Song Yuan nodded, placing his hands behind his back, and calmly stated, "All right, you may return now." Dean, may I ask about the scholarship?" Shen Lang inquired shyly. Song Yuan waved his hand, chiding him with a smile. "Rest assured, it will soon be deposited into your account. As for the exact amount, you will discover it in due time. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Dean." With the Dean's assurance, Shen Lang refrained from pressing further, believing the sum would undoubtedly be substantial, and he simply needed to await the arrival of the funds. However, just a few steps outside, he heard the sound of something being slammed on the table from the office, accompanied by stifled laughter reminiscent of a donkey braying. Clearly, after Shen Lang's departure, Song Yuan transformed into a wild husky, venting his excitement and exhilaration. A subtle smile graced Shen Lang's lips. If he were to reveal his divine level talents, would the Dean not leap from joy? He decided to head home first, wait for the scholarship to arrive, and then proceed to the trading market. Shen Lang hailed a taxi at the academy entrance, eager to return home and procure something to eat. Yet, the arrival of the scholarship was swifter than he had anticipated. Barely halfway through the journey, a text notification chimed. Desya Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 6789 received a transfer of 101,500,000 yuan at 11:23, with a balance of 101,500,984 yuan. Reminder: our bank will never ask for your bank card password or mobile verification code. Please be wary of scams. Shen Lang counted the digits, confirming the amount as 100 million and 150,000. He knew the sum would be considerable, but he never anticipated it would be this substantial. It was evident that the additional 150,000 was the basic scholarship for hidden occupations from the school and the state, while the 100 million was the supplementary scholarship for level A1 talents. One must admit, the government's support for potential practitioners is genuinely robust. It is only natural. Considering we are now in an era of practitioners, the state requires practitioners, particularly those with potential. To the government, money is merely a number, exchanged for the goodwill of these promising practitioners, which is hardly a loss. Naturally, this hinges on whether those practitioners will remember their benefactors. 300 years ago, those who received generous scholarships only to turn their backs and seek fortunes abroad were not few. Today, the same holds true. Human nature is a perplexing enigma. As for the future, Shen Lang remained uncertain. Frankly, he felt a modicum of belonging to the Desya kingdom, but not significantly. This 100 million would not compel him to sacrifice his life. That much was evident. If the need arose, and he possessed the capability, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. As for undertaking more substantial endeavors, that would depend on how the Desya kingdom treats him in the future. For there are indeed numerous impending crises before he matures. Master, turn around and head to the practitioner trading market. With the funds now secured, what was there to eat? He first intended to purchase a divine beast. Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang arrived at the practitioner trading market in the heart of Donghai City. This market was spearheaded by the government, featuring both state-owned enterprises and private companies attracted to the initiative, offering virtually everything a practitioner might require. Equipment, potions, beast companions, items, and various other goods were all available. Given that today marked the global transition day, countless students had just successfully transitioned into their new professions and urgently needed basic items, making the trading market bustling with activity. Aside from storefront businesses, there has been a notable increase in private street vendors, their calls echoing incessantly. At this moment, Shen Lang is in dire need of a beast companion. Everything else is merely a fleeting glance. Fortunately, he had utilized his phone to search for the largest fierce beast marketplace on his way here, leading him to his destination, the Wanshou. Beast companions are merely fierce beasts that have been contracted, thus, they are referred to as such. Wanshou operates as a public-private partnership, ensuring the quality of the fierce beasts it sells, and it boasts a greater variety and quantity than other establishments. With Shen Lang's divine-level talent of Bloodline Insight, he requires a multitude of fierce beast types. Given a sufficient variety, he is bound to discover a fierce beast with a powerful bloodline. The first beast companion must not be chosen lightly. Chapter 5. So many fierce beasts, so many inferior creatures. Wanshou occupies a vast area, with a grand entrance leading into a spacious hall adorned with rows of display stands. These stands house various fierce beasts, both large and small. Behind the displays lies a separate courtyard, home to an abundance of fierce beasts. The entire decor is extravagantly opulent, reminiscent of a royal palace. Upon entering, Shen Lang notices several professionals selecting fierce beasts, most of whom are newly transitioned practitioners, many accompanied by their parents. After all, newly transitioned practitioners typically lack funds and often rely on family support in their early stages. Naturally, beast tamers, as a hidden profession, are quite rare. Therefore, these practitioners seldom include beast tamers among their ranks. They come here merely to purchase fierce beasts for the purpose of gaining experience points. The fierce beasts sold at Wanshou vary in levels and are controlled by special means, allowing lower-tier practitioners to purchase them for experience through elimination. With sufficient funds, it is possible to recklessly hunt up to level 5. Consequently, each time the global transition day passes, Wanshou's business booms. As Shen Lang scans the hall, he observes a number of attractive salespersons eagerly explaining the details of the fierce beasts on display to customers. Just then, a young female salesperson, around 18 or 19, dashes to Shen Lang before her colleagues can catch up. Beauty is indeed a powerful asset, and Shen Lang is accustomed to such treatment. "Hello, young sir. How may I assist you?" The tall and lovely saleswoman approaches Shen Lang with enthusiasm. "Are you looking to purchase a pet? We have a variety of adorable companions available. Would you like me to introduce them to you? I'll take a look myself." "Thank you." Shen Lang politely declines her offer. The saleswoman's eyes reflect a hint of disappointment, but she maintains her professional smile. "If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call on me." Shen Lang nods and weaves through the crowd toward the front display. At the far right stand, he encounters a fierce beast resembling a Komodo dragon, but its body is ablaze with fiery red scales, some of which shimmer with the patterns of flames, exhaling wisps of fire with each breath. It is evident that this creature possesses a fire attribute. An electronic screen beside the display reveals detailed information about the beast. Fire-breathing lizard, level 3, ordinary grade 2-star fire dragon bloodline, exhibiting commendable fire manipulation abilities. The classification of ordinary grade 2-star denotes the quality tier of the fierce beast. Ordinary grade is akin to common wild creatures in games, with higher tiers such as elite, legendary, king, and divine beasts beyond that. The 2-star rating corresponds to the second transition for practitioners. Each practitioner can transition every 30 levels. Thus, this fire-breathing lizard, despite its fire dragon lineage, can only reach level 60 and cannot evolve into a true fire dragon. Further evolution would require a fortuitous opportunity, as otherwise, it would plateau at level 60. However, this is merely the information provided by Wanshogo. Shen Lang employs his Bloodline Insight on the fire-breathing lizard. Fire-breathing lizard, level 3, bloodline limit, ordinary grade 2-star fire dragon, growth limit, level 60. The results of the Bloodline Insight align closely with the information from Wanshogo, showing little deviation. Shen Lang glances at the price, 8 million. For someone with over 100 million in wealth, purchasing 10 of these would be feasible. Indeed, Shen Lang could utilize his bloodline ancestral return to directly revert the fire-breathing lizard into a fire dragon. But what would be the use of a level 60 ordinary fire dragon? It would be a waste of his divine level talent of bloodline ancestral return. Quality over quantity. Without hesitation, Shen Lang strides toward the next display. Swift Wind Wolf, level 4, bloodline limit, ordinary grade silver-backed flying wolf, growth limit, 1 star. A 30-level silver-backed flying wolf? What utter rubbish, on to the next. Flamingo, level 3, bloodline limit, elite grade fiery scarlet bird, growth limit, 2 star. An elite level at 60? It's acceptable, but still subpar. Next, Ironclad Bull, level 4, bloodline limit, elite grade diamond bull, growth limit, 2 star. A divine bull? A 60-level divine bull? Truly pathetic. Moving on. As Shen Lang continues his search, he suddenly finds himself captivated by a display housing a skeleton. Can this be considered a fierce beast? It seems plausible, as skeletons are a common type of wild creature found in various outdoor locations and dungeons. Through Bloodline Insight, the skeleton's information is revealed. White Jade Skeleton, level 5, bloodline limit, legendary grade crystal skeleton general, growth limit, 6 star. Shen Lang cannot help but be taken aback. This skeleton is quite impressive, possessing a legendary grade bloodline. With a growth limit of 6 stars, it means that upon reverting to a crystal skeleton general, it can reach level 180. Shen Lang instinctively glances at the price, 99 million. Reflecting on his scholarship, he silently sighs. The government is undoubtedly aware of the pricing for beast companions. Offering 100 million in scholarship funds suggests an intention for his first beast companion to be of legendary caliber, thus providing a solid foundation. A fierce beast with a legendary grade bloodline indeed represents an excellent beginning for an ordinary level beast tamer. However, this level of beast companion is still too inferior for Shen Lang. He remains silent for a moment before continuing to other displays, reiterating his mantra. His beast companion must not be chosen hastily. Half an hour later, Shen Lang has surveyed all the fierce beasts within the hall. The majority belong to ordinary and elite grade bloodlines, with only a scant few exhibiting legendary grade bloodlines. And even a single king-grade beast, a young lion cub embodying the bloodline of the Golden Lion King. Setting aside whether Shen Lang holds the Golden Lion King in esteem, the price alone is staggering. He cannot afford it at present. As for fierce beasts with divine-grade bloodlines, there are none to be found. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Shen Lang notices the previous saleswoman approaching him once more. Young sir, is something amiss with the fierce beasts at Wanshogo? Shen Lang glances at her and inquires. Are these the only fierce beasts you have on display? Upon hearing this, the saleswoman pauses briefly before responding with a smile. Of course not. This is merely a small selection of the fierce beasts at Wanshogo, primarily those suitable for pets and beast companions, ideal for exhibition. In the warehouse behind, there are many more precious fierce beasts. Upon hearing the word precious, Shen Lang understands that those fierce beasts are beyond his reach. Ah, too expensive. I cannot afford them. The female salesperson, having encountered numerous customers, could easily discern that Shen Lang was exhibiting signs of financial constraint. However, the cliché notion of looking down on others did not manifest. Instead, she continued in a friendly and amiable tone. It seems that you, young sir, have recently transitioned to a new profession and are seeking to procure some formidable beasts to level up and swiftly navigate through the novice stage. Am I correct? As she spoke, she gestured towards a bustling entrance in the exhibition hall, adding, "That area is specifically designated by our Wanshogu for new professionals to train, featuring beasts of uncertain lineage with low quality and low star ratings. Would you like to take a look?" Chapter 6. The Divine Beast Level 10-Star Medusa Queen. Low-level beasts imply affordability, making them suitable for those with limited funds, as well as ideal for mass slaughter to gain experience points. Yet, this was not what intrigued Shen Lang. Rather, it was the uncertain lineage of these beasts. With his innate ability to perceive bloodlines, he required no assistance from Wanshogu to ascertain their potential. Moreover, those beasts with already established lineage potential were either unappealing to him or priced beyond his means. The prospect of discovering beasts with uncertain lineage thus presented a tantalizing opportunity for Shen Lang, as it was conceivable that among them lay undiscovered powerful bloodlines. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lang addressed the female salesperson. "Let us proceed to take a look, if you please." "Not a bother at all, young sir. Right this way," she replied, her cheeks flushing with surprise as she eagerly led him towards the entrance. Although the entrance was crowded, the interior was spacious, devoid of the attractive displays outside. Featuring only towering cages, each housing a single type of beast, ranging from a few to over 20 individuals. Soon, the pungent scent of blood filled the air, and Shen Lang witnessed several newly transitioned professionals engaged in slaughtering low-level beasts within the cages, while their families stood outside, cheering them on. Observing this, Shen Lang couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. The low-level beasts within the cages had long been subdued by Wanshogu through some means, presenting no resistance to the inexperienced professionals. The female salesperson continued to guide Shen Lang, patiently describing the various low-level beasts and services available. Shen Lang, undeterred, meticulously examined each cage, utilizing his bloodline perception on every beast. As the salesperson had indicated, these creatures were indeed commonplace low-level beasts, predominantly of one-star lineage. Due to their ubiquity, Wanshogu had deemed bloodline assessments unnecessary, directly providing them for novice professionals to hunt and level up. After traversing through dozens of cages without significant discovery, Shen Lang remained undaunted, diligently inspecting every beast. After all, if one could easily find a beast with a potent bloodline, this world would undoubtedly belong to Beastmasters. The salesperson displayed no signs of impatience, continuing to lead Shen Lang through the cages with great care and patience. Eventually, they arrived at a cage containing several large python snakes, languishing listlessly on the ground, their bodies a pale red hue, yet shimmering with an eerie, colorful glow under the light. The Huamang, a rather ordinary one-star low-level beast, had a maximum growth level of 30. As before, Shen Lang employed his bloodline perception on all the pythons, initially expecting no revelations. However, his gaze suddenly fixated on one particular Huamang, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. This specific Huamang appeared no different from the others, except for the numerous wounds adorning its body. In severe cases, its internal organs were visible through gaping wounds, and its vitality seemed faint, as if death were imminent, save for its flickering tongue. Huamang, Level 5, Bloodline Limit, Divine Beast Level 10-Star, Medusa Queen, Growth Limit, 300. 10 stars. The upper echelon of Divine Beast Bloodlines. Shen Lang stifled his excitement and calmly inquired of the female salesperson, "How much for the Huamang in this cage?" Taken aback for a moment, the salesperson quickly responded, "Young sir, these Huamang are all level 5, originally priced at 10,000 yuan each. But if you wish to purchase, I can offer you a 50 discount, making it 5,000 yuan each. What do you think?" The price of 10,000 yuan each starkly contrasted with the exorbitant costs of beasts outside the exhibition hall. Furthermore, how could an ordinary salesperson so casually offer such a discount? Shen Lang discreetly scrutinized the salesperson and nodded, "Very well. I shall take all the Huamang in this cage for 5,000 each." "Excellent, young sir." The salesperson was unperturbed, recognizing that anyone who ventured into Wanshogu must possess some financial means. The 20 or so Huamang in the cage amounted to merely over 100,000 yuan, a trifling sum compared to the millions commanded by beasts in the exhibition hall. Under the salesperson's guidance, Shen Lang swiftly completed the payment and necessary paperwork, returning once more to the front of the Huamang cage. Wanshogu offered a delivery service. However, Shen Lang lacked the space at home to accommodate such a cage. Thus, he opted to eliminate these Huamang on site, with Wanshogu also providing a low-cost buyback for their carcasses, a service he found quite satisfactory. "Young sir, the door is now open. I shall not disturb you further. The salesperson gestured invitingly, retreating to grant Shen Lang his private space. Shen Lang glanced around before stepping into the cage. The gazes of 22 Huameng fixated upon him. Fortunately, these beasts were restrained. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to enter. Given that each was a level 5 beast capable of swallowing him whole, he approached the Huameng possessing the divine beast level 10-star Medusa Queen bloodline, crouching to observe it closely. An ostensibly ordinary low-level beast harbored the remarkable bloodline of a divine beast. Who could have anticipated such a stroke of fortune? One could not help but acknowledge that he was indeed the protagonist, as luck had smiled upon him. The Huameng lay motionless, its two amber eyes merely shifting as if appraising Shen Lang, yet soon returned to a state of lethargy, seemingly resigned to its fate. At that moment, the human before it extended a hand to rest upon its head. What could this mean? In the next instant, a golden magic circle enveloped both it and the human. The exclusive skill of Beastmaster's contract technique. The Huameng's tongue froze in midair, and a look of human-like astonishment flickered in its amber eyes. If it were capable of speech, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "What on earth? Are you blind, human? I'm such a pathetic creature. And you wish to form a contract with me?" Chapter 7. Very well, let us become close companions henceforth. Although the Huameng was profoundly curious about why this human sought to contract it, its body was honest, and it instantaneously accepted the contract. The fiery python has witnessed countless ferocious beasts confined within these cages, yet none have ever escaped alive. This beast cage is their realm of demise. Now, with someone willing to forge a pact with it, it signifies the possibility of survival, a chance to evade death. If even ants strive to survive, how much more so for these fierce beasts? Upon accepting the contract, Shen Lang immediately sensed a unique bond forming between himself and the fiery python. Simultaneously, a series of notification sounds erupted. Congratulations, you have successfully contracted the beast, fiery python. Beast, fiery python. Attribute, fire. Level, 5, strength, 51, agility, 50, constitution, 54, spirit, 68. Talent, level fire attack 15. Skills, fire armor technique, fire spike. Following the information about the fiery python, a cascade of notification sounds continued. Level talent, Bloodline Insight triggered. Detecting that the contracted beast possesses a faint ancestral bloodline of the 10-star divine beast, Medusa Queen. God-level talent, Bloodline Reversion triggered. Do you wish to activate the fiery python's ancient bloodline, reverting it to the Medusa Queen? God-level talent, Talent Extraction triggered. Do you wish to extract talents from the contracted beast? God-level talent, Beast Transformation triggered. Do you wish to transform the contracted beast? Listening to the subsequent notifications, Shen Lang did not hesitate and directly selected no. He had no intention of hiding himself entirely, but rather selectively revealing himself to certain individuals. And it was evident that the Wansho Pavilion was not on that list. As the master of the contracted beast, Shen Lang could distinctly feel the current weakness and suffering of the fiery python. Therefore, he immediately cast several exclusive healing techniques for Beastmasters upon it. Under the effect of the level talent blessing, his healing techniques were amplified fivefold, with no consumption or cooldown. In mere moments, the battle-scarred fiery python returned to perfect condition, its previously lifeless eyes reigniting with brilliance. The fiery python flicked its tongue in excitement, seemingly wishing to show affection to Shen Lang. Yet the control effect upon it had not yet been dispelled. Shen Lang, of course, had not forgotten this detail and promptly retrieved a blue pill from his bag, placing it at the python's mouth and feeding it to it. This blue pill was procured from a female salesperson and was capable of dispelling the control seal within the fiery python. Upon swallowing the blue pill, a small six-pointed formation appeared on its forehead, which then dissipated into nothingness. Finally regaining its mobility, the fiery python rose partially, nuzzling affectionately against Shen Lang's thigh, as if expressing gratitude for making it his beast and saving its life. Shen Lang reached out to stroke the python's head, saying, "All right, let's save the affection for later." With that, his gaze shifted to the other 21 fiery pythons in the cage, stating, "Let us deal with them first." Upon hearing its master's command, the fiery python turned to its kin, its amber eyes filled with a fierce glare. In the next moment, the contracted fiery python slithered towards the nearest one. Simultaneously, the scales of the contracted fiery python transformed into a vivid crimson flame, activating its fire armor technique. With this skill, the fiery python enhanced both its defense and attack power. The contracted fiery python suddenly raised its tail, striking down upon the head of the other fiery python like a fiery spear, accompanied by a whooshing sound. With no ability to resist, the targeted fiery python's head was crushed instantly. Your contracted beast has slain a level 5 fiery python. You and your beast each gain 8 experience points. Shen Lang realized that the experience points provided by the ferocious beasts in the Wansho Pavilion were minimal, yet he hadn't anticipated them to be this low. He and his beast each received only 8 experience points, totaling a mere 16 points. Normally, defeating a standard level 5 ferocious beast would yield at least 3 to 5 times that amount. However, this was to be expected. As these ferocious beasts were merely sitting targets in their cages, they were simply being dealt with. In contrast, slaying ferocious beasts in dungeons and the wild posed a certain level of danger, even risking death. The risks and rewards were directly proportional. While Shen Lang pondered, the contracted fiery python did not pause, continuously smashing the heads of the other fiery pythons. Your contracted beast has slain a level 5 fiery python. You and your beast each gain 8 experience points. Your contracted beast has slain a level 5 fiery python. You and your beast each gain 7 experience points. Your contracted beast has slain a level 5 fiery python. You and your beast each gain 9 experience points. Before long, all 21 fiery pythons in the cage lay lifeless. Their bodies, stained red with blood, filled the cage with a pungent stench that made Shen Lang frown as he quickly exited the beast cage. The 21 fiery pythons averaged 8 experience points each, totaling 168 points. Such a meager amount of experience, of course, would not suffice to elevate Shen Lang from level 0 to level 1, and he had no intention of continuing. Indeed, killing ferocious beasts in such a manner posed no challenge. Spending a few million might well elevate him to level 5, which was trivial given his immense scholarship. However, wealth is not meant to be squandered in such a manner, and he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Once the fiery python reverts to the 10-star divine beast, Medusa Queen, would he still lack experience? Dungeons, the wild, experience abounds everywhere. Upon witnessing Shen Lang exit the beast cage, the fiery python's scales returned to normal, and it slithered to Shen Lang's side. Looking down at the fiery python, Shen Lang softly remarked, "Let us go. Soon, you shall embark on your new life." "No, wait, your beastly life." The fiery python tilted its head, seemingly pondering the meaning behind Shen Lang's words. In a flash of light, the contemplating fiery python vanished as Shen Lang summoned it into the exclusive space for Beastmasters. As Shen Lang prepared to leave, he glanced back at the bloody scene within the beast cage. After some thought, he decided to ignore the corpses of the fiery pythons. Making a deliberate effort to dispose of their bodies might yield contrary results, easily leading to misunderstandings. In this case, it was likely no one would notice the absence of a fiery python corpse. Moreover, even if someone with ulterior motives did discover it, they would merely assume he was a Beastmaster, a pitiful one at that, reduced to contracting low-level, low-star ferocious beasts. As Shen Lang stepped outside, the familiar female salesperson approached with a smile, inquiring, "Young man, do you need any more ferocious beasts?" "No, thank you." Shen Lang politely nodded and walked straight out of the Wansho Pavilion. Upon witnessing Shen Lang's retreating figure, the female salesperson suddenly stomped her foot, gnashing her teeth. "Ah, I forgot to ask for his phone number." By the time the female salesperson reached the entrance, Shen Lang's silhouette had long vanished. At that moment, another female salesperson, noticing her scanning the area, asked, "Miss, what are you doing?" "None of your business. Also, I am just an ordinary salesperson at Wansho Pavilion now. Do not call me miss." "Understood, miss." Chapter 8. Is it reasonable for me, at level 0, to defeat those at level 100? After leaving the Wansho Pavilion, Shen Lang chose not to return home, but instead went to a hotel to book a room. His low-rent housing in the slums outside the 10 rings of Donghai City was merely a dozen square meters, offering no space to release the fiery python. This was only the fiery python. Once it reverts to the Medusa Queen, he feared the house would burst at the seams. That said, now that he was a wealthy man, he might consider purchasing a larger house in the near future. The hotel was named Home of Professionals, a 5-star establishment. Shen Lang chose this place not for its luxurious amenities, but rather for its proximity to a novice dungeon, facilitating his entry into dungeons. Donghai City is a sprawling metropolis, home to 3 novice dungeons. In a realm of peril, there exists a ferocious beast dungeon, accompanied by 2 necromancer dungeons, with the ferocious beast dungeon conveniently located adjacent to the hotel. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to awaken the bloodline of the fire python. Otherwise, one cannot qualify to enter the dungeons. Thus, upon being escorted by the attendant to the suite, Shen Lang eagerly summoned his beast, the fire python, from the beast space. Once summoned, the fire python curiously surveyed the room before affectionately rubbing against Shen Lang's thigh. "Prepare yourself for a new beastly existence," Shen Lang mused as he gazed down at the fire python, silently invoking the talent for bloodline awakening. In the next moment, a notification resonated in his ears. "Divine talent. Bloodline awakening activated. initiating the complementary talent of Bloodline Insight to detect the beast's bloodline. Detection successful. Your beast, the fire python, harbors the bloodline of the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa. The divine talent of Bloodline Awakening has successfully triggered. Your beast, the fire python, is activating the bloodline of the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa. With the announcement, the fire python erupted in a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. The brilliant hues enveloped its entire form, twisting and transforming. As the radiant light illuminated it, the upper half of its body morphed into the shape of a woman, with the snake's head gradually taking on a human silhouette. Subsequently, an abundance of silken hair cascaded from her head like a waterfall. Yet, upon closer examination, one would realize that these were not merely ordinary strands of hair, but rather slender serpents. Simultaneously, scales began to scatter across its serpentine body, intertwining as if weaving a garment. In due time, the iridescent light faded, revealing a being reminiscent of a humanoid, adorned with a crown of serpentine hair. This was Queen Medusa? Shen Lang gazed up at the being before him, whose stature was nearly equal to his own, his expression tinged with astonishment. The serpentine locks, which one might expect to be terrifying, instead lent an unusual allure to her exquisite features, combined with her elfin ears and skin that shimmered with star-like luminescence. She exuded a sense of sanctity that commanded both admiration and reverence. Her voluptuous form was partially concealed by a crimson robe, which hinted at a striking scarlet serpent tail that swayed gently, exuding a wild, enchanting charm. Yet, what captivated him most were her amber, slit-like eyes. Cold as the depths of a frigid abyss, they mirrored the desolate, lofty expanse of a starry sky, drawing one in irresistibly. An undeniable aura of regality enveloped her. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast, the fire python, has successfully awakened to become the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa. As the notification concluded, the serpentine hair of Queen Medusa cascaded down, and all the serpent heads turned to face Shen Lang. Simultaneously, her once aloof gaze softened, and with a joyful flick of her tail, she approached him. Thank you, Master, for rescuing me from those loathsome humans. Thank you for allowing me to evolve and reclaim my divine bloodline. It was hardly surprising that a divine beast possessed such intelligence and the ability to speak. However, her voice was remarkably delicate, ethereal, and resonant, akin to a pure and refined feminine tone that sent shivers down one's spine. Noticing Shen Lang's silence, Queen Medusa, looking like a reprimanded child, timidly inquired, Master, do you not like me? And no, of course I do. I like you very much. Shen Lang coughed lightly, then continued, well, let us embark on this journey together. Queen Medusa nodded, elongating her response, yes, my master. A delightful shiver coursed through Shen Lang's bones. While conversing with Queen Medusa, he also examined her attribute panel. Beast, Queen Medusa. Attributes, Fire Attribute. Level, 5, Strength, 1512, Agility, 1314, Constitution, 1598, Spirit, 1945. Tier Talent, Queen's Gaze, Fire Attack 500. Eye Contact can petrify enemies and has a chance to incinerate them. Tier Talent, Queen's Tenacity, Health Recovery 500. Skills, Death Gaze, Secret Art of the Serpent, Heart of Flames. Ninefold Fire Shield, Falling Fire. Upon reviewing Queen Medusa's information, Shen Lang's breath caught in his throat. 2 tier talents, all 4-dimensional attributes exceeding 1,000, with an average nearing 1,600. Moreover, the skills were undoubtedly formidable. It was evident that Queen Medusa was truly a divine beast of 10-star potential. The most striking aspect was that this 10-star potential divine beast was currently only level 5. Nevertheless, even at this level, Queen Medusa's attributes were sufficient to easily overpower any 4-star or lower equipped adventurer, as well as beasts below level 120. And here was Shen Lang, still at level 0. Hey, it seems quite reasonable for a level 0 Beastmaster to triumph over a level 100 adventurer, right? Just then, another notification echoed in his ear. Divine Talent, Beast Mastery Activation. Do you wish to extract talents from your beast? Shen Lang, remembering that he still had 2 divine talents unused, promptly replied, extract immediately. Congratulations. You have extracted the tier talent, Queen's Tenacity, from your beast. Satisfied with this notification, Shen Lang nodded. Queen Medusa possessed only 2 tier talents, Queen's Gaze and Queen's Tenacity, both of which were passive talents. Queen's Gaze was an offensive auxiliary talent that required the use of fire-based skills, which posed no utility for Shen Lang as a Beastmaster. Queen's Tenacity, however, was immensely powerful, offering 5-fold health recovery. Combined with the tier talent of Blessing, Shen Lang would essentially possess infinite stamina during combat. It was certainly not merely because this talent allowed him to endure for a day and a night. Chapter 9. From Queen to Maid, just a master away. What man wouldn't he desire such capabilities? To not wish for them would be to forfeit one's claim to true masculinity. Having lived 2 lives, Shen Lang was undoubtedly healthy in both mind and body, and he was no exception. At that moment, the professional notification chimed again, drawing Shen Lang's attention back. Divine talent. Beast transformation activation. Do you wish to transform your beast? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang glanced at Queen Medusa, who had nearly forgotten that he possessed this divine talent. However, it seemed somewhat impractical now, as he had no equipment to bestow upon Queen Medusa. Nevertheless, Shen Lang decided to proceed with the transformation. Just because he lacked equipment now did not mean he would in the future, when the time came. He could equip her directly. Next, he thought of grabbing a bite to eat before venturing into the dungeon. Queen Medusa, from now on, I shall simply call you Medusa. Please return to the beast space for now. To his surprise, Medusa blinked her large eyes, looking pitiful as she replied, I wish to stay by your side. Is that all right? Implicitly, she expressed her reluctance to return to the beast space. Hearing this, Shen Lang paused for a moment. He indeed desired Medusa to remain by his side, as even the brief summoning time could present an opportunity for adversaries to strike. If Shen Lang were to fall, even Medusa's might would be rendered useless. If possible, he preferred to have Medusa remain outside, guarding him at all times. However, Medusa's current appearance was somewhat daunting. The beautiful, imposing, and fearsome Queen Medusa stood before him, especially the head adorned with serpentine hair and the crimson serpent tail protruding from her skirt. It would have sufficed if she were merely a beastmaster with a typical beast form. After all, the profession is not devoid of beast tamers who display their beasts. Like one who accompanies a massive earth bear or a golden dragon, these indeed possess an intimidating presence, unmistakably signaling that they are not to be trifled with. However, Medusa is not in a full beast form, but rather a half-beast humanoid. At this moment, Medusa would likely become the center of attention the instant she steps outside, immediately revealing her identity as a 10-star divine beast. This contradicts Shen Lang's original intention. He never planned to conceal himself indefinitely, knowing well that such a disguise could not be maintained for long. Yet, for now, Shen Lang merely wishes for a select few whom he trusts to be aware, rather than disclosing it to all of humanity. As a 10-star divine beast, Medusa possesses intellect that is undoubtedly on par with humans. Upon catching the glint of Shen Lang's gaze lingering on her hair and serpent tail, Medusa instantly comprehended the predicament she faced. She remained silent, her enchanting visage graced by a subtle yet confident smile. Subsequently, to Shen Lang's astonishment, the tips of her serpentine hair, those delicate serpent heads, gently curled inward. Thus, Medusa's most terrifying feature transformed to resemble ordinary hair. Simultaneously, her locks fluffed slightly, obscuring much of her pointed ears. The crimson serpent tail that had been outside her skirt was also entirely concealed within. Gazing upon this transformed Queen Medusa, Shen Lang's eyes widened in sheer amazement. She was utterly stunning. The previous iteration of Queen Medusa was easily identifiable as non-human, yet the current version bore an uncanny resemblance to a genuine human being. Although she had lost her wild, beastly allure, her voluptuous and mature charm was magnified manifold. Do you think this is acceptable now? Medusa bit her crimson lip, her large Castellan eyes brimming with hope, evoking a sense of tenderness. Absolutely. Shen Lang nodded vigorously. Not only was it acceptable, it was exceedingly so. However, he quickly added, when there are no onlookers, you needn't maintain this guise. What you were just now, well, it was quite delightful. As for the beast girl, those who understand appreciate that such a display is thrilling. Understood. Medusa smiled radiantly, her serpentine hair and tail re-emerging, demonstrating her mastery over their appearance. Shen Lang, thoroughly satisfied, nodded and said, all right, Medusa, let us proceed to have a meal before we tackle the dungeon for leveling up. Of course, I will follow your lead. Medusa replied obediently, bending her delicate waist. Shen Lang's gaze inadvertently swept over her curves, and he felt his breath hitch. Irresistible, he longed for a thrilling encounter. Perhaps upon returning from the dungeon? If Su Xian and Xiao Huahua could dare, so too could he. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang suppressed the tumult of emotions within and led Medusa to the restaurant downstairs for lunch. Medusa's breathtaking beauty undoubtedly stirred quite a commotion within the dining establishment. However, upon catching sight of the extraordinarily handsome Shen Lang alongside her, no one dared to approach. A striking couple, mere mortals felt unworthy to engage them. Male patrons glared at Shen Lang with envy and resentment. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also had a tall, elegant, and aloof beauty like Medusa by his side. Meanwhile, the female patrons gazed at Medusa with equal envy. Her beauty was beyond compare, and she was accompanied by a man so handsome he could dazzle the heavens. Amidst these envious glances, Shen Lang and Medusa enjoyed a light meal before departing the hotel for the Fierce Beast dungeon 2 kilometers away. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous individuals, yet none could see through Medusa's disguise. It must be noted that at this moment, Medusa was exceptionally captivating beside Shen Lang. No one would suspect that this seemingly human professional was, in fact, a formidable 10-star divine beast capable of wreaking havoc. Donghai City, being a major metropolis, boasted 3 novice dungeons, while smaller cities lacked any at all, forcing newly transitioned novice professionals to venture to other cities to navigate the dungeons and surpass the level 5 novice phase. Today marked the global transition day, and regardless of location, novice dungeons were bound to be overcrowded. Fortunately, access to novice dungeons was unregulated, whether solo or in teams. Each dungeon expedition existed within an independent space, thus eliminating any need for queues. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa arrived at the entrance of the Fierce Beast dungeon. The Fierce Beast dungeon resembled a grand altar, surrounded by an ethereal space shimmering with enigmatic star array runes, where many newly transitioned professionals entered and exited. Most entered with high spirits and exited panting. This indicated that while it was merely a novice dungeon, it posed considerable challenges for novice professionals. Chapter 10. Not choosing hell difficulty would be an insult to our Medusa. Just like in the hotel, Shen Lang and Medusa's appearance attracted the attention of the boys and girls outside the dungeon. Although Medusa had disguised herself as a human, she was still the 10-star divine beast queen, her noble and powerful lineage innate. Thus, in her eyes, these novice professionals were nothing more than insignificant ants that could be extinguished with a mere breath. Aside from her master Shen Lang, she held no interest in casting even a glance at other humans, regardless of gender. As for Shen Lang, he had long since grown accustomed to such attention and chose to ignore it entirely. Before long, Shen Lang guided Medusa to the altar of the Fierce Beast dungeon. The runes flickered, and an elusive power swept over Shen Lang, followed by the appearance of a text prompt before him. Great professional, welcome to Novice Dungeon No. 1314, Howling Jungle. Please select your challenge mode. Solo mode, team mode. Without hesitation, Shen Lang extended his hand and selected solo mode. Please choose your challenge difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Shen Lang glanced sideways at Medusa, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. To not choose hell difficulty would be a disservice to Medusa, the 10-star divine beast queen. To hesitate would be to disrespect her. Even low-level beasts and monsters below level 120 would fall before Medusa's might. This mere novice dungeon, even at hell difficulty, would not feature any foes exceeding level 10. The professional has selected hell difficulty. Adjusting data for Howling Jungle. Data adjustment successful. In 10 seconds, you will be transported to the Howling Jungle. Please prepare. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the numeral 0 appeared, a circle of star arrays manifested beneath Shen Lang and Medusa's feet, and they vanished from the altar. Upon reappearing, Shen Lang found himself in a foreboding jungle. The dim sky seemed ready to descend, and dark, menacing trees and tangled vines were omnipresent. The entire environment was desolate and damp, filled with the odor of decaying foliage, while eerie wolf howls echoed incessantly in his ears. No wonder it was called the Howling Jungle. Shen Lang silently scoffed at this, while Medusa positioned herself protectively in front of him, her amber eyes gleaming with ferocity. Clearly, the wolf howls had disturbed her master, displeasing Medusa. Fear not, Medusa. Listen closely. It seems there are fierce beasts nearby. Shen Lang offered her a moment of reassurance before leading her toward the source of the howling. As expected, after traversing a mere 100 meters, in a clearing within the forest, 2 gray wolves were frolicking and howling. With a swift probe, the attributes of the 2 wolves were revealed. CNGL Nhueling. Level 9. Strength 145. Agility 160. Constitution 139. Spirit 16. The attributes of the 2 CNGL Nhueling were identical, their total attributes reaching 460. Except for a slightly weaker spirit attribute, their other stats were quite formidable. Of course, this was in comparison to other novice adventurers. Typically, even at level 5, after grinding for experience, a novice's raw attributes would hover around 150, averaging in the 40s or 50s. However, it is essential to note that adventurers benefit from equipment and skill bonuses. Hence, one cannot solely rely on raw attributes to gauge combat prowess. Furthermore, most novice adventurers would not dare to tackle beginner dungeons alone, as they usually collaborate in teams. Additionally, not everyone is like Shen Lang, who boldly chose the hellish difficulty on his first foray into a dungeon. In fact, on simpler difficulties, the beast's attributes would be significantly weaker. According to 3 centuries of global records on novice dungeons, Only a handful of adventurers have managed to conquer hell-level novice dungeons, especially those who did so solo. Easily counted on one hand. For Shen Lang, encountering formidable beasts was undoubtedly advantageous. The stronger the beasts, the more experience gained, and the quicker the leveling. Perhaps there was even a chance to acquire equipment, as beasts in novice dungeons have a probability of dropping items. Shen Lang cast a glance at the 2C NGL Enhu Ling and turned to Medusa, saying, "Medusa, it's your time, eliminate them." "All right, my master." Medusa replied with a charming smile, and proceeded towards the C NGL Enhu Ling. The two level 9 wolves were hardly a challenge. Proud Medusa had no intention of ambushing them, nor was there any need for such tactics. As she approached, the two wolves immediately sensed her presence and turned to face her. Initially, they bared their teeth in a snarl, but soon, as if struck by a profound terror, they cowered on the ground, whimpering and trembling, their tails tucked beneath them. The bloodline of a 10-star divine beast was an overwhelming presence for these low-tier beasts. Not only did they refrain from attacking, but they could scarcely rise to their feet. In fact, under the suppression of Medusa's 10-star divine bloodline, the 2C NGL Enhu Ling disintegrated into nothingness, consumed by fear. Without employing any skills, merely her bloodline suppression was sufficient to vanquish these beasts. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the C NGL Enhu Ling. You and your tamed beast each gain experience 25. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the C NGL Enhu Ling. You and your tamed beast each gain experience 25. Shen Lang had yet to fully comprehend the situation when he found himself having effortlessly amassed 50 experience points. This was astonishingly easy. Glancing at Medusa, he noticed her turning with a gentle smile, as if to say, "Wasn't that simple? Aren't you going to praise me, master?" Shen Lang quickly approached, grinning as he said, "Haha, splendid work, my formidable Medusa. Let us continue hunting." "Yes, my master." Medusa replied sweetly, nearly causing Shen Lang to swoon. They continued their search through the forest and soon encountered 3 more wolves. Unlike the previous 2, these 3 were larger, with long fangs and bristly fur. CNGL NJL Ling. Level 9. Strength 153, Agility 140, Constitution 180, Spirit 22. Their attributes were somewhat stronger, but not by a significant margin. This time, Shen Lang chose not to engage verbally, opting instead to walk past the 3C NGL NJL Ling with Medusa at his side. In their trembling state, the 3 wolves disintegrated into nothingness. Congratulations, your tamed beast has slain the C NGL NJL Ling. You and your tamed beast each gain experience 25. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the C NGL NJL Ling. You and your tamed beast each gain experience 25. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the C NGL NJL Ling. You and your tamed beast each gain experience 25. Hearing the notifications, Shen Lang couldn't help but reflect on his situation. This was not merely a dungeon run. It felt more like a leisurely stroll. Chapter 11. The Death Gaze. Reduced to ashes. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa encountered a third wave of beasts, numbering quite a few. A total of 5 CNGL and Ling, sporting bat-like wings on their backs. CNGL and Ling. Level 9. Strength 150, Agility 190, Constitution 140, Spirit 21. Their attributes were comparable to the previous wolves, but with the added ability of flight due to their wings. As Shen Lang and Medusa passed by, the 5 CNGL and Ling were darting about in the trees. Unsurprisingly, upon noticing Medusa, they lost all strength to remain airborne, plummeting to the ground like dumplings, crushed to death by the 10-star divine bloodline. Congratulations, your tamed beast has slain the C NGL and Ling. You and your tamed beast each gain experience 25. 5. Another 125 experience points were added. At that moment, a faint white light caught Shen Lang's attention, emanating from the spot where a CNGL and Ling had perished. Could it be an item drop? Shen Lang hurried over and, upon closer inspection, found a piece of white leather armor glimmering in the soft white light. To have equipment drop after only the third wave of beasts was quite fortunate. Shen Lang picked up the leather armor and utilized his probing skill on it. Evil Wolf Leather Armor, White, Common. Defense 50, Spirit 5, Agility 10. To his surprise, it was indeed white. Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback. Adventurer equipment varies in quality by color, categorized broadly into gray, rough, white, common, green, excellent, blue, fine, purple, epic, and orange, legendary. Acquiring his first piece of equipment as white and common was certainly unexpected. However, considering he chose the highest level dungeon, it was only natural for the rewards to be comparatively greater. Shen Lang weighed the leather armor in his hands, silently contemplating. Equip Evil Wolf leather armor. Adventurers can don or switch equipment with mere thought, making it exceedingly convenient. Congratulations, you have equipped Evil Wolf leather armor. White, common. Spirit 55-5, Agility 22-10. It is worth noting that Shen Lang was still at level 0. With the enhancement of the Evil Wolf leather armor, his spirit attribute had reached 60, and agility had attained 32. As for the 50 points of defense the armor provided, it held little significance for Shen Lang. As a Beastmaster with a 10-star divine beast, it was hardly appropriate for him to engage in direct combat with ferocious beasts. Let us go, Medusa, we shall continue, Shen Lang urged, and along with Medusa, they ventured forth. A few minutes later, they again encountered 3 CNGL Nhu-Ling and 2 CNGL Nfil-Ing. Once more, there was no challenge, and all were reduced to mere experience points for him and Medusa. After a few more minutes, a group of wolves with spiral horns caught Shen Lang's eye. 10 of them. Shen Lang frowned and immediately probed the wolves. CNGL Ngol-Ing. Level 9. Strength 165. Agility 195. Constitution 159. Spirit 25. It is evident that the jungle horned wolf possesses greater strength, with a total attribute value of 544, averaging close to 140. More importantly, there are 10 of them at once. If Shen Lang were to face these beasts alone, his chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. It is not just a challenge for one. Even a team would find it difficult. Shen Lang turned to Medusa, who smiled playfully and extended her delicate hand towards the pack of jungle horned wolves. Perhaps bored, she decided to take action this time. Without any special movements, she merely clenched her palms slightly, and fiery arrows cascaded from the void above. Although these horned wolves were slightly stronger than other ferocious beasts, they were not formidable enough. Upon Medusa's arrival, they immediately lay down, and the flaming arrows fell upon them, incinerating them into dust in an instant, transforming them into experience points for both her and Shen Lang. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain a jungle horned wolf. You and your summoned beast each gained 30 experience. 10. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Your profession level has risen from level 0 to level 1. Congratulations. Your fixed attributes 10 have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations. Your free attribute points 10. I have leveled up. The 10 jungle horn wolves provided 300 experience points. Combined with the previous 10 ferocious beasts and the experience gained from the 10,000 beast pavilion, have directly elevated Shen Lang to level 1. What should I allocate my free attribute points to? My spirit attribute is the strongest, so let us enhance it further. After some contemplation, Shen Lang allocated all 10 free attribute points to spirit and opened his profession panel. Name, Shen Lang. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, 1. Strength, 24. Agility, 24-10. Constitution, 23. Spirit, 55-5. After a cursory glance, Shen Lang closed the panel, eager to press on and conquer the howling jungle. Accompanied by Medusa, Shen Lang delved deeper into the jungle. However, along the way, they encountered no more wolf packs. Instead, atop a small hill, they spotted a colossal wolf adorned with 2 spiral horns and a pair of fleshy wings, larger than any beast they had previously seen. Comparable in size to an old water buffalo. Particularly striking were the golden spiral horns. Shen Lang pondered and immediately cast a detection skill, revealing the giant wolf's information in his line of sight. Golden-horned flying wolf leader. Level, 10. Strength, 210. Agility, 250. Constitution, 320. Spirit, 330. Indeed, as expected, it surpassed the previous ordinary ferocious beasts by a significant margin. This golden-horned flying wolf leader had an aggregate attribute value exceeding 1,000, averaging 277. 5. Not far from 300. At that moment, the previously lying golden-horned flying wolf leader suddenly stood up, having detected the presence of Shen Lang and Medusa. Its cold and cautious gaze fell upon them. Upon seeing Shen Lang, there was no reaction in its eyes. However, upon spotting Medusa, its fur bristled in alarm. A divine beast, and a high-star divine beast at that. Although the golden-horned flying wolf was merely a level 10 creature in a dungeon, it was still subject to Medusa's divine bloodline suppression. Shock and fear flickered continuously in the eyes of the golden-horned flying wolf leader. Nevertheless, the rules of the dungeon dictated that it must eliminate all beings that entered, a compulsion it could not escape, transcending its instincts. With a howl, the golden-horned flying wolf leader suppressed its overwhelming fear, unfurled its wings, and let out a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a pack of ferocious wolves surged from behind the hill. 5 on the left, 5 on the right. A total of 10 ferocious wolves, including the previously encountered gray wolves, flying wolves, giant wolves, and horned wolves. Perhaps due to the presence of the golden-horned flying wolf leader, these summoned wolves, though still terrified of Medusa, were no longer immobile. They crouched, baring their teeth as if ready to charge. The golden-horned flying wolf soared into the air and howled again, golden light cascading from its horns, enveloping the 10 ferocious wolves. Under the golden light, the aura of the 10 wolves surged, and they charged towards Shen Lang and Medusa. Unfazed, Shen Lang crossed his arms and said, "Medusa, go. Show them your skills." "As you command, my master." Medusa replied obediently, facing the oncoming ferocious wolves with a slight smile. Her large, captivating eyes suddenly transformed into a vortex, emanating an endless crimson glow. In an instant, the scarlet radiance engulfed the golden light emitted by the golden-horned flying wolf leader. Simultaneously, time and space around them seemed to freeze. The 10 ferocious wolves rushing from the hill, and the golden-horned flying wolf leader, suspended in midair, became immobilized within the blue light, their bodies visibly transforming into crimson stone at an observable pace. Medusa blinked, and the scarlet glow dissipated into nothingness, restoring the surrounding space to normal. However, the 10 petrified ferocious wolves and the golden-horned flying wolf leader plummeted to the ground, shattered into fragments. Chapter 12. The Ascendant Beast Maiden, Conquering the World Together. Medusa fulfilled Shen Lang's wish, instantly slaying all the ferocious beasts, including the dungeon's boss, with a single skill. This was one of her many skills, the gaze of death. Under Medusa's gaze, all living beings would be petrified into fiery red stones. Of course, this was contingent upon her enemies being weaker than her. Otherwise, it merely served as a petrification damage and control skill, with opponents potentially breaking free from its grasp. However, the ferocious beasts in this novice dungeon were pathetically weak, easily succumbing to the gaze of death. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle gray wolf. You and your summoned beast each gained 25 experience. 2. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle giant wolf. You and your summoned beast each gained 25 experience. 2. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle horned wolf. You and your summoned beast each gained 30 experience. 3. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle flying wolf. You and your summoned beast each gained 25 experience. 3. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the howling jungle golden-horned flying wolf leader. You and your summoned beast each gain 100 experience. Congratulations. You have completed the solo challenge mode of the Howling Jungle. Friendly reminder. You have 5 minutes to gather and assess your loot. After 5 minutes, you will automatically exit the Howling Jungle dungeon. Upon exiting the dungeon, your performance will be evaluated and appropriate rewards will be granted. The continuous stream of notifications filled Shen Lang's ears, making him feel as though he could float away. This sensation of merely enjoying the experience, with no effort required, was simply delightful. This was the true essence of being a beast tamer. And this was only with one summoned beast. In the future, there would be 3, 5, 10, or even 100. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. The Ascendant Beast Maiden shall conquer the world alongside him. Now, let us clear the battlefield, Medusa. You have worked hard. Shen Lang praised Medusa and turned to collect the equipment. It is my duty, my master, Medusa replied softly, following closely behind with light steps, completely inconspicuous as a fearsome 10-star divine beast. Including the 10 ferocious wolves, they dropped 2 pieces of equipment, one from the fallen jungle giant wolf. Shen Lang first approached the spot where the jungle giant wolf had perished, a cluster of white light, indicating it was a common grade item. Wolf, bone short sword, white ordinary. Physical attack 60, spirit 8, agility 11. This short sword possessed attributes akin to the previously acquired leather armor. Shen Lang merely glanced at it before stowing it in his backpack and proceeding to the site of the petrified descent. After all, as it is a dungeon, the dropped equipment naturally ought to be more formidable, emanating a verdant glow. Wolf Fong Ring green excellent. Spirit 15, Constitution 15. When converted, this amounts to a commendable total of 30 attribute points, quite impressive for green tier equipment. Donning the Wolf Fong Ring. With a thought, the ring appeared on his left ring finger, and his character panel materialized automatically. Name, Shen Lang. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, 1. Strength, 24, Agility, 2410, Constitution, 2315. Spirit, 5520. Talent, Bloodline Insight, Blessing, Bloodline Reversion, Divine, Talent Extraction, Divine, Beast Taming Equipment, Divine. Skills, Detection, Basic, Contract Art, Exclusive, Summoning Art, Exclusive, Healing Art, Exclusive. General Abilities, Swordsmanship 7, Combat 10. Equipment, Evil Wolf Leather Armor, Worn, Wolf Fong Ring, worn. Wolf Bone Short Sword, equipable. Beast, Queen Medusa, 10-star Divine Beast level. Free points, 0. Note: in the future, this character panel will not be written in full, as it would add unnecessary verbosity. Undoubtedly, with the enhancement of levels and equipment, Shen Lang had significantly strengthened, his four-dimensional attributes likely surpassing those of other professions. However, it appeared to be of little practical use. Since entering the dungeon, apart from directing Medusa, he had done nothing, completing it directly. He hadn't even had the opportunity to cast a healing spell on Medusa, as the 5-minute limit approached. The prompt sound of the dungeon echoed once again. Your dungeon completion score has been evaluated. After a comprehensive assessment, your completion score for this Howling Jungle dungeon is level. Congratulations, you have obtained a Supreme Treasure Chest 1, which has been automatically placed in your backpack. Note: treasure chests are categorized as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. Your completion record will be preserved in the Dungeon Player Achievement display, and you may choose to use your real name or adopt a pseudonym. Your completion score will be globally announced, and you may choose to use your real name or adopt a pseudonym. A level evaluation was unquestionable, and Shen Lang was not at all surprised. With the methods and speed of completion demonstrated by Medusa, who would dare to question the level rating? A level completion rating, accompanied by a Supreme Treasure Chest, seemed entirely appropriate. As for the preservation of completion records, Shen Lang was aware of this. He had seen a virtual screen outside the altar displaying the completion records of various professions, ranked according to their evaluations, seemingly limited to the top 100. However, he was less certain about the global announcement of the level completion rating. Once Shen Lang's rating was publicly broadcasted worldwide, he would undoubtedly become the focus of global attention, with the entire profession community watching him. This was not particularly favorable for Shen Lang, akin to being thrust into the spotlight. He was unconcerned about exposure, but he was not foolish enough to hastily place himself in a position of scrutiny, as that would only invite trouble. Confidence does not equate to arrogance, especially since he had not yet achieved true invincibility. Fortunately, this global announcement was somewhat considerate. Professionals could opt for either their real name or a pseudonym. Although the pseudonym would not offer much protection, diligent investigation would inevitably reveal his identity. It would at least afford him some buffer time. During this interval, Shen Lang could continue to strengthen himself and Medusa, while also gauging the stance of the Dixia kingdom towards him. While foreign forces might take time to uncover his identity, it would not be too challenging for the Dixia kingdom to ascertain the details of one of its own citizens. However, this would depend on how much importance the Dixia kingdom placed on him. I hope they will not disappoint me. The attitude of the Dixia kingdom towards Shen Lang would determine his attitude towards them. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang adopted the pseudonym Qian Long. Pseudonym entry completed. Your achievements and global announcements will be displayed and reported under the pseudonym Qian Long. Time's up. You will immediately exit the dungeon. Chapter 13. Find him. Give him what he desires. 5 short. 5 short. We need a healer. I am a hidden class paladin, capable of both offense and defense. Come join my party quickly. I can't wait. The guild is recruiting a 5th-tier guild. Newbies can be assigned dedicated guidance, with generous benefits. Is there a mage available? Preferably a fire type. What are you boasting about? You think your support role is so impressive? Who said our crafting professions can't enter dungeons? Come and challenge me if you dare. Everyone is level 0, who is afraid of whom? Come on, if you have the guts, kill me now. Outside the Fierce Beast dungeon in Donghai City, the atmosphere was as lively as ever, with even some arguments breaking out. However, these voices quickly subsided, as all the professionals present had their minds filled with a singular announcement. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the Dixia Kingdom professional known as Qian Long for achieving a level completion rating in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the Dixia Kingdom professional known as Qian Long for achieving a level completion rating in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the Dixia Kingdom professional known as Qian Long for achieving a level completion rating in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon. The 3 consecutive announcements instantly silenced the novice professionals near the altar, as if the air itself had solidified. Soon after, a wave of curses erupted like boiling water. What the hell, did I hear that right? Level completion rating. Damn, I just completed my class change today, and only a few hours have passed. Not only did he clear it perfectly, but he also achieved a level rating? I nearly died in there, having barely taken down one wild monster, while he completed it flawlessly. By the way, this Qian Long is from our Dixia Kingdom. Give it a few years, and we'll have another super powerhouse in our ranks. What a fitting pseudonym. Qian Long truly is a hidden dragon. Wait, the announcement only mentioned Qian Long. No one else. Could it be that he soloed the novice dungeon? Gasp. He cleared the Hell Level Novice Dungeon by himself. A level rating. Where did this divine being come from? A level rating. I've heard there are rewards for that. It seems to be a supreme treasure chest. My heavens. A supreme treasure chest could yield at least an epic item, or even a dark gold legendary item. The envy was palpable among the crowd. Yet, there was uncertainty about who this Shen Lang was, whether he was male or female, or if he was even from Donghai City. Who could say? The use of a pseudonym clearly indicated a desire to conceal his true identity. Regardless, he was impressive, and that was none of their concern. They continued with their activities. Despite the shock and envy, after the initial reaction, everyone returned to their previous tasks. After all, the feat of soloing the novice dungeon and achieving a level rating felt far beyond their reach, something they could only envy from a distance. In other words, they were not in the same realm. It was better to focus on their own matters. Without the fate of a prodigy, one must accept their own mediocrity. In the bustling crowd, Shen Lang and Medusa exchanged glances, both breaking into laughter. There was a peculiar thrill in the sensation of being present yet concealed. An exhilarating delight indeed. However, Shen Lang did not tarry. He swiftly led Medusa into the howling jungle dungeon once more. The novice dungeon restricted entry to those above level 5, yet there were no limitations for those below, allowing for infinite grinding. The howling jungle dungeon gradually resumed its normal state, yet the ramifications of Shen Lang's global announcement were far-reaching. In the Forbidden City, the capital of Xia, at the prestigious Qing Bei Academy, the admissions office was bustling with activity. During the annual Global Job Change Day, it was the busiest time for the admissions committee as they sought to recruit exceptional professionals from across the nation. However, within the meeting room, a group of mentors and leaders stood, their expressions filled with astonishment. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Clearly, they too had received news of Shen Lang achieving a level evaluation for clearing the Hell level novice dungeon. Ding ding ding. The urgent sound of communications echoed through the office, snapping the mentors back to attention, and a projection materialized in the room. The projection displayed an elderly man wearing black-rimmed glasses, his countenance equally exhilarated. His gaze swept across the office before settling on a balding middle-aged man, and in an authoritative tone, he declared, "Old Guan, I don't care what methods you employ. You must locate this Shen Lang. He must come to our Qing Hua Academy. It is imperative." But, Dean the balding man appeared troubled. Wishing for such a genius, but recognizing the difficulty of finding one who concealed his identity. Yet before he could complete his thought, the elder interrupted him, speaking firmly. "There are no buts. In any case, spare no effort to find him and bring him to me. If you fail, you may as well resign as the admissions director and let someone capable take your place." With that commanding statement, the elder's projection dissipated, revealing a hasty silhouette as it vanished. The admissions office was merely a FAAD, as the dean of Qing Hua Academy. He would have to devise other means to discover this Shen Lang. A professional who had just transitioned and achieved a level evaluation for clearing the Hell level novice dungeon must not be allowed to slip into other esteemed academies or be absorbed by rival guilds. Failing to secure him would mark the greatest loss for Qing Bei Academy in nearly a century and a monumental failure for the dean. Simultaneously, in the coastal metropolis of Xinchang, the Shundan Academy, another premier institution in Xia, exhibited a reaction akin to that of Qing Bei Academy. The president of Shundan Academy, fully armed, rushed directly to the admissions office. Investigate. Utilize every possible resource to uncover Shen Lang's true identity. We at Shundan Academy need him. Find him and offer the best welfare conditions. No, let him dictate his terms. Whatever he desires, we shall provide. This is a divine opportunity to surpass Qing Bei Academy. What are you all dawdling for? Move swiftly. We must locate him before Qing Bei Academy does. The president's thunderous voice reverberated, prompting the admissions staff to snap back to reality, scattering like startled rabbits to commence their search. In the southeastern coastal city of Yangcheng, another grand metropolis, although it too boasted higher education institutions, it was most renowned for a guild known as Mythical Heaven. This guild was one of the nation's few 10-star guilds, implying the presence of 10-star professionals within its ranks. For guilds, the job change day was equally significant, presenting an opportunity to recruit fresh talent, particularly promising professionals that both esteemed academies and guilds coveted. Chapter 14. Xia cannot afford another dragon blood warlord. In Xia, the higher education institutions in various cities were state-run, directly under the control of the State Machinery Institute. Guilds, on the other hand, were recognized as private organizations by the government, fundamentally differing from the state-supported academies. Compared to the government-backed institutions, recruitment for guilds was considerably more challenging, often necessitating aggressive competition. Therefore, on every job change day, the president of the Mythical Heaven Guild, Wang Teng, personally oversaw the recruitment process. In the headquarters building, Wang Teng convened a meeting regarding new recruits. The conference room was filled with relevant personnel from the headquarters, alongside management from various city branches via projection. Wang Tung surveyed the assembly with a calm demeanor and robust voice, inquiring, 3 hours have passed since job change day began. The nation's job changers should have completed their transitions by now. I wish to know your harvest this year. Upon hearing his words, a senior member immediately responded, President, this year's recruitment has gone quite well. So far, we have absorbed a total of 38,000 new recruits, over 20,000 combat professionals, and more than 17,000 support professionals. There are 972 hidden professions, with all but 3 possessing advanced talents. The highest talent level belongs to a level 10 individual from the Yangcheng Advanced Vocational Institute, a relatively rare phantom swordsman among hidden professions. Upon hearing this report, Wang Tung furrowed his brow and asked, not a single level 10 talent? The senior member replied with a wry smile, I apologize, President. There are none as of now. He continued, however, we are still working to establish contact with advanced vocational institutes nationwide. We may have further developments shortly. Wang Tung sighed and remarked, Artisya has a large population, yet each year only yields 3 to 5 level 10 professionals. The esteemed academies vie fiercely for them, and sometimes the military intervenes. Although our guild is not lacking, our competitive edge is somewhat diminished. A level 10 phantom swordsman is commendable, but let us do our utmost. Just as Wang Tung finished speaking, a global announcement suddenly rang out. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Disya professional codenamed Shen Lang for achieving a level evaluation in the Hell level novice dungeon. In the meeting room, everyone was momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. How is this possible? Wang Tung sprang to his feet, his eyes shining with excitement and incredulity. It was only 3 hours since the job change, and yet someone could clear the novice dungeon so swiftly. This was unprecedented. As president, Wang Tung himself was a level 10 talent and had once held the record for clearing the Hell level novice dungeon, but that was at level 5 and in team mode. Fundamentally different in essence and significance from Shen Lang's achievement. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, this professional codenamed Shen Lang would certainly not exceed level 1. To achieve a level evaluation in the Hell level novice dungeon at level 1 and in solo mode. If not for the global announcement, Wang Tung would deem it a fantastical tale. It was worth noting that the last professional who had cleared the Hell level novice dungeon right after their job change had been seized by the military's war god camp amidst fierce competition among countless academies and guilds. And he was now an invincible powerhouse known far and wide, famously dubbed the Dragon Blood Warlord. Yet, even this Dragon Blood Warlord had achieved his level evaluation at level 3. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tung solemnly declared, find him. All branches nationwide, locate him. Whoever provides valid information about Shen Lang will receive a blue quality equipment as a reward. Whoever finds Shen Lang will receive a purple epic equipment. If anyone can bring him into the guild, they will be rewarded with a dark gold legendary equipment, and they may choose any position of branch president nationwide. Upon hearing these rewards, the members present regained their focus, their eyes alight with fervor. While they might not care much for blue or purple equipment, dark gold legendary equipment remained a coveted treasure indeed. However, someone spoke up and inquired, President, what conditions shall we offer if we locate him? Upon hearing this, Wang Tung's gaze sharpened, and he pondered, a figure of such caliber will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions, including foreign forces who will not idly watch him transform into another invincible dragon blood war god. If we find him, inform him that as long as he joins our ranks, he will become the vice president of Shanhua Tianting, second only to me. Once he advances to the 10-star level, Shanhua Tianting will belong to him. Furthermore, if he joins Shanhua Tianting, I shall personally safeguard him until he reaches the 8-star level. Upon the revelation of these conditions, the crowd erupted in astonishment, yet none dared to refute, for Shanhua Tianting had been established solely by Wang Tung. Would a mere record of passing a Hell-level novice dungeon be sufficient for Wang Tung to relinquish Shanhua Tianting? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. A future invincible powerhouse is more than enough to secure Shanhua Tianting's position as the foremost guild in the nation, bestowing upon it greater influence within the Great Xia Kingdom. Within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, various universities and guilds were experiencing similar scenarios. As for abroad, tranquility was also absent. In the country of Chidaching, in the council hall, a voice proclaimed, impossible, absolutely impossible. I demand to hear of the demise of the individual codenamed Qianlong within 3 days. No, I shall grant you but a single day. In the country of Bang Bang, at Qingwadai, the parliament echoed, how could such a prodigy emerge from the Great Xia Kingdom? Such a bloodline can only belong to us Bang Bang. Ensure our spies in the Great Xia Kingdom bring Qianlong back to recognize his ancestry. In Tianju Kingdom, at the Federal Cabinet Secretariat, a disdainful voice remarked, what does it matter if he cleared a hell-level novice dungeon? Our population has surpassed that of the Great Xia Kingdom. We Tianju are the strongest nation in the world. Issue a cabinet order mandating all novice practitioners to drink 10 liters of Ganges water and undergo 10 days of bull dung and urine baths. Across the vast ocean in the beautiful country, at Baigong, news spread of another practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom achieving a hell-level dungeon clearance. Indeed, the Great Xia Kingdom stands as our greatest obstacle to global domination. Deploy agents from the Shield Bureau to ensure they find this Qianlong and eliminate him. We must not allow the Great Xia Kingdom to produce another dragon blood war god. Chapter 15. If you want me to be a babysitter, that is out of the question. In the Great Xia Kingdom, within the Forbidden City, the office of the monarch. The aging monarch, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, reclined in his chair, pressing his hand against his temple. A knock sounded at the door, prompting the old monarch to sit upright. The weariness on his face vanishing instantly as he called out, "Is that you, Xiao Wang? Come in." The door opened, and a middle-aged man, also clad in a Zhongshan suit, entered. "Your Majesty." Once inside the office, the middle-aged man stood straight and declared, "The information on this year's novice transferees has been compiled for your review." With that, he pressed a button on a remote control, causing a virtual screen to materialize. Displayed upon the screen were the data and reports of this year's novice transferees in the Great Xia Kingdom, detailed and comprehensive. The old monarch perused the information briefly and smiled, saying, "Not bad. The number of novice practitioners with tier talent has increased by 1 compared to last year. Both combat and support professions have seen a 3% rise. These individuals represent the future of our Great Xia Kingdom." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Indeed, this year's situation appears to be improved. The old monarch continued, "Xiao Wang, as the newly appointed head of the vocational department, there are matters that require your attention. Each practitioner is embarking on their extraordinary journey, and as the ancients once said, heroes must be managed with care. We must also remain vigilant regarding the scholarship program. Any corruption must be thoroughly investigated, ensuring that scholarships genuinely benefit those with potential. The populous Great Xia Kingdom faces both internal and external challenges, and fostering a sense of national belonging among practitioners is paramount. Perhaps means is not the right term, but within our management, these are the actions we can undertake." The middle-aged man replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure that no potential practitioners are wronged." At that moment, news of Shen Lang's novice dungeon clearance echoed in their ears. Congratulations to the Great Xia Kingdom's practitioner codenamed Qianlong for achieving a tier clearance rating in the Hell-level novice dungeon. The old monarch paused momentarily, then broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Though not as overtly enthusiastic as others, the repetition of the word excellent revealed the joy within the elderly man's heart. Yet soon after, the old monarch's expression became serious, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, as he remarked, "Xiao Wang, it seems you have your work cut out for you." Hearing this, the middle-aged man snapped back to reality, contemplating the old monarch's words and quickly coming to a realization. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "I will make arrangements immediately." "Yes, go ahead. It's also an opportunity to clean up some domestic nuisances." The old monarch waved his hand. The middle-aged man smiled knowingly and exited the office, closing the door behind him. The old monarch sat in silence for a while before reopening the data and locating the record of the nation's awakened tier talent practitioners. There were not many, only 3, so he quickly scanned the list. Hong Qing, 18 years and 9 months, combat profession Frost Mage. Duan Zijing, 18 years and 5 months. Hidden profession Storm Knight. Shen Lang, 18 years and 3 months, hidden profession Beast Tamer. Which one of you could it be? The old monarch tapped his fingers on the desk, muttering to himself, "Knowing to use a code name shows you're no fool. You're certainly more astute than that young man. However, you seem rather lacking in confidence regarding our Great Xia Kingdom. Here, no one can harm you, not a soul." Having said this, the old monarch sealed the personal information of these tier talent practitioners. Yet, this alone was evidently insufficient. Whether it be Minister Wang's arrangements or these potential practitioners, more preparations were necessary. Hence, the old monarch retrieved his personal communicator and initiated a projection call to a contact noted as Xiao Huanxiu. Simultaneously, in a perilous area classified as tier level in the northeastern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, on an endless Gobi desert, a golden dragon-shaped phantom soared through the sky, with a cold and aloof man standing within this apparition. In his 30s, with hawk-like eyes, a square jaw, and an aura of formidable masculinity, he exuded a commanding presence. A group of 2-headed griffins confronted him, roaring incessantly. The cold man raised his hand, a gleaming blade appearing in his grasp, which he then seized with both hands. "You worthless creatures dare to obstruct me? Die!" he declared, and with a swift motion, the cold man swung the blade, cleaving towards the group of 2-headed griffins. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the blade's brilliance transformed into a golden dragon, ravaging and slaughtering amongst the two-headed griffins. In mere moments, over a dozen griffins, each nearing level 300, were reduced to bloody fragments falling from the sky. The cold man remained unfazed, sheathing his blade upon his back and landing gracefully upon the ground, causing stones on the adjacent gobi to be sent flying several meters high, the earth beneath him cracking with deep fissures. Just then, the special communication device on the cold man activated. This device was a direct line. Only a handful of individuals within the Great Xia Kingdom could reach him through it. They must have located me. The cold-hearted man grimaced and pressed a button at his waist, activating a special communication device. In the next moment, the projection of the old monarch materialized before him. Without waiting for the old monarch to speak, the cold-hearted man interjected, "Let me make it clear, if you want me to be a babysitter, that is out of the question." Naturally, he had heard about Shen Lang's commendable achievement in conquering the Hell-level novice dungeon. Thus, he could easily surmise the purpose of the old monarch's summons. Seeing this, the old monarch chided with a smile, "You rascal. Are you too shy to even call me grandpa? Please, I am 33 years old, and you still call me a rascal." The cold-hearted man retorted, exasperated. What would people think if they heard that? How could I maintain my dignity as the renowned Longshu Zhanshan? This cold-hearted man was none other than Chu Jinhua, the one who had successfully cleared the Hell-level novice dungeon in the previous evaluation, and he was also the illustrious Longshu Zhanshan of the Great Xia Kingdom. His identity as the old monarch's grandson remained a secret to most. "All right, our Longshu Zhanshan, let us discuss serious matters." The old monarch's expression grew solemn as he said, "You need to return quickly." What serious matter could it be other than the boy mentioned in the global announcement? Admittedly, the lad was indeed formidable, accomplishing feats that even he had not achieved in his youth. However, if the old monarch expected him to attend to this boy, he might as well ask him to storm into the beautiful country. Chu Jinhua outright refused. "Let those old fellows in the Zhanshan camp handle it. They have nothing better to do, and I am rather busy. It's not about you escorting him." The old monarch sighed in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua questioned, "Then what am I to do upon my return?" The old monarch cast a glance at him and leisurely replied, "Have you forgotten what happened after you cleared the Hell-level novice dungeon years ago?" At this remark, Chu Jinhua raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intent. 15 years ago, Chu Jinhua had, like Shen Lang now, cleared the Hell-level novice dungeon with an exceptional score. Although he had completed it at the 3rd level, his achievement had nonetheless sent shockwaves around the globe. To avoid unwanted attention, he had opted for a codename in the announcement. But it was not long before his true identity was revealed. In a nutshell, exceptional individuals, no matter how deeply they conceal themselves, will eventually shine through the cracks. In a world teeming with countless people, there will always be prodigies who can discern the source of that brilliance from the slightest clues. Unquestionably, Chu Jinhua became a target for foreign forces. Being the grandson of the old monarch, he had no overt protection, yet there were indeed powerful allies discreetly safeguarding him. Unfortunately, foreign entities had invested heavily in his assassination, infiltrating numerous masters from various nations. Chu Jinhua would never forget that battle, for his sake. The Great Xia suffered losses of several 10-star professionals and thousands of civilians. A significant part of the city lay in ruins, and rivers of blood flowed. Logically, such catastrophic casualties should not have occurred within the Great Xia, where the strong do not easily fall to the weak. Yet, no one had anticipated that the beautiful country would dispatch 10-star superiors to eliminate a mere 3rd-level professional. Anthony Curios, the strongest in the beautiful country. He was a hidden-class summoner of demons, capable of summoning fallen angels, and had been a renowned figure for many years. A level 10 agent of the Shield Bureau at that time. Thus, Anthony was also known as Satan, the King of Demons, the Lord of Hell. It was Anthony's team that inflicted heavy casualties on the Great Xia, nearly leading to Chu Jinhua's demise at the 3rd level. Fortunately, the elite forces of the Great Xia Zhanshan camp intervened, ultimately driving Anthony away and saving Chu Jinhua's life. In the aftermath, the old monarch was both shocked and furious. His own grandson had nearly been slain within their borders. Consequently, the Great Xia initiated a year-long bloody purge within the country. The ease with which foreign masters entered the Great Xia was entirely due to the abundance of traitorous professionals providing them with cover and intelligence, some even among high-ranking officials acting as traitors. That year, national television broadcasts frequently showcased the execution of foreign spies and domestic traitors, sending shockwaves worldwide. Yet for Chu Jinhua, this held little significance. He chose not to remain hidden, but instead joined the military. His relentless pursuit of power and external slaughter earned him the title of Longshu Zhanshan. Over the years, in battles both domestically and abroad, Chu Jinhua had slain countless foreign professionals. However, The one he yearned to kill the most was Anthony Curios. Regrettably, Anthony had long since assumed the position of director of the Shield Bureau in the beautiful country and rarely revealed himself. Even when Chu Jinhua personally provoked him on beautiful country's territory, Anthony did not respond, leaving him with a deep sense of regret. He was strong, but not strong enough to storm the lair of the Shield Bureau, just as Anthony had not dared to confront the Zhanshan camp directly. Reflecting on these matters, how could Chu Jinhua suppress his murderous intent? He solemnly inquired of the old monarch, "Will Satan come?" "The chances are slim, but certainly, one of his subordinates will." The old monarch replied, providing a reasonable assumption. Chu Jinhua felt a tinge of disappointment, but his murderous resolve remained undiminished as he pressed. "Have we clarified the identity of that young man? Which city is he from? I will head there and wait." "Not yet, but it will be soon. If you return, you should find out," the old monarch stated. Chu Jinhua nodded and remarked, "Understood. I will return to the Zijinqing. Grant me half an hour." With that, he severed the communication with his grandfather, his eyes filled with unyielding resolve. "Satan, do not send mere minions. That would be most disappointing. If you can come, that would be even better." With a huff, Chu Jinhua soared into the sky, disregarding any further exploration of this instance and directly returning to the Zijinqing. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, within the Fierce Beast dungeon, Shen Lang had re-entered the Howling Jungle dungeon. He could well imagine that his record would undoubtedly cause a global uproar. Yet he never anticipated that it would also attract the attention of the old monarch and the esteemed Longxue Zhanshan, the strongest of the Zhanshan camp. He was unaware that while the old monarch ordered protection for him, he was also orchestrating a hunting operation against external forces surrounding him. This was a bold and brazen strategy. The great Xia had produced an unparalleled prodigy, daring any to come and attempt to eliminate him. Should they dare approach, they must be prepared to remain forever within the great Xia. Upon re-entering the Howling Jungle, Shen Lang was acutely aware of the positions of all the fierce beasts, making the task considerably easier. "Let us get started, Medusa. Let us aim for efficiency this time." Shen Lang turned to Medusa, reasoning that with 5 minutes remaining after eliminating the wild monsters, there was no need to waste time. Medusa scanned the area and replied, "Master, this dungeon is quite small. I've tested it, and I can sense all the fierce wolves within. If you wish to be swift, I could potentially eliminate them all right here." "Eliminate them all right here?" Shen Lang exclaimed in surprise, locking eyes with Medusa in astonishment. Medusa nodded and affirmed, "Yes, I can do it, Master." Shen Lang immediately recalled the theoretical knowledge regarding novice dungeons. Typically, the diameter of a novice dungeon does not exceed 2 kilometers, with the largest ones reaching a maximum of 3 kilometers. It seemed that the diameter of the Howling Jungle in Donghai City was less than 2 kilometers. As a 10-star divine beast, it was not particularly surprising that Medusa possessed skills within such a limited area. "All right, let us proceed." Shen Lang readily agreed. "Very well, my master," Medusa replied with a gentle smile, her form shimmering as she ascended into the air. Her serpentine tail coiled below, and her snake-like hair danced wildly. In the next moment, an endless crimson light radiated from Medusa, transforming her into a dazzling sun. Hundreds of meters away, the 2 gray wolves in the jungle were oblivious to the unfolding events, their bodies igniting with an eerie blue flame, reducing them to ashes before they could utter a single cry. Even the jungle's flying wolves and giant wolves met the same fate, spontaneously combusting. Chapter 17, without exception, the fastest completion record in history. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the jungle gray wolves, and you and your beast each received 25 experience. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the jungle giant wolves, and you and your beast each received 25 experience. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the jungle flying wolves, and you and your beast each received 25 experience. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the jungle horned wolves, and you and your beast each received 30 experience. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the howling jungle golden horned flying wolf leader, and you and your beast each receive 100 experience. Congratulations. You have completed the Howling Jungle Solo Challenge mode. A series of notifications rang out until the announcement of the dungeon's completion finally ceased. Shen Lang blinked in astonishment. He had not even prepared himself, yet Medusa had already finished the battle. Medusa then descended gracefully from the air, remarking, "I believe I have eliminated all the ferocious wolves here, my master." As a tamed beast, she naturally did not receive notifications like Shen Lang, prompting her to seek confirmation. "Yes, they are all gone, including the dungeon," Shen Lang replied, his expression filled with excitement as he gave Medusa a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my Medusa." To obliterate all the monsters in the dungeon with a single move was no small feat, undoubtedly. This could be considered the fastest completion record in the history of the Howling Jungle. Shen Lang had just received a notification indicating that Medusa's skill was called 10,000 Fires Devouring the Heart, a powerful area of effect damage skill. If the heart fire was triggered and defenses were insufficient, one would perish from the heart fire. Naturally, the weak, ferocious wolves of the howling jungle could not withstand the onslaught of a 10-star divine beast, resulting in their instantaneous demise. I am glad to assist my master. Medusa smiled softly. However, Shen Lang could discern a hint of fatigue in her expression, indicating that the use of such a wide-ranging skill had taken a considerable toll on her. Observing Medusa's condition, he noted that her magical power was nearly depleted. It was understandable. Executing such a grand spell would require a significant amount of magical energy. Although Medusa had acquired this powerful skill thanks to Shen Lang's bloodline ancestral skill, she was still only at level 5. The amount of magical power a level 5 being could possess was already remarkable enough to support a skill like 10,000 Fires Devouring the Heart. Regrettably, Shen Lang only had healing spells available and lacked any means to quickly replenish her magical energy. While health and stamina were not a concern, the depletion of magical power posed a significant problem. He hoped to acquire a mana restoration skill book or perhaps obtain a piece of equipment that could restore magical energy. After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang did not forget the main objective. Previous dungeons had yielded equipment, and this time would surely be no different. Thus, he and Medusa began searching the site of the ferocious wolf's demise. As expected, the Howling Jungle dungeon yielded 3 pieces of equipment, 2 ordinary white items, and 1 green exceptional item. Wolfskin armor, white ordinary. Defense 50, spirit 5. Agility 10, wolfbone staff, white ordinary. Spell attack 50, spirit 10, agility 5. These 2 items were dropped by the ordinary ferocious wolves, one being the wolfskin armor and the other the wolfbone staff. Currently, Shen Lang donned the wolfskin armor, which was of little use to him, and the newly acquired wolfbone staff was similarly unbeneficial. Wolf mage robe, green exceptional. Defense 80, spirit 15, agility 15. It was evident that this robe was a drop, albeit regrettably not of the blue quality, still remaining a green exceptional item. Nevertheless, compared to the wolfskin armor, the wolf mage robe was undoubtedly superior and more visually striking. Equipping the wolf mage robe, Shen Lang promptly replaced the wolfskin armor. Instantly, the armor returned to his inventory, replaced by a flowing gray mage robe. While the removal of the wolfskin armor resulted in a decrease in certain attributes, donning the wolf mage robe ensured that Shen Lang's overall attributes only increased. Strength, 24. Agility, 24-15. Constitution, 23-15. Spirit, 55-30. Shen Lang then checked his experience, observing that the progress bar had reached 87, leaving him with only a small amount of experience needed to level up. Medusa, having received an equal share of experience, required more for her own level up. Despite completing 2 dungeons, her experience progress bar had only reached 31. Soon, the 5-minute mark concluded, and the completion evaluation notification rang out appropriately. Your dungeon completion score has been assessed. After comprehensive evaluation, your completion score for this Howling Jungle dungeon is level. Congratulations. You have received a Diamond Treasure Chest 1, which has been automatically placed in your inventory. Note, Platinum level and above treasure chests can only be obtained once in each novice dungeon, in sequential order. Your current completion record will be preserved in the Dungeon Player's Achievement display, and this record will carry over the previous code used. You will now exit the Howling Jungle. As with his previous completion, Shen Lang naturally received a level completion evaluation this time as well. However, there were 2 notable differences. This time he only received a diamond level treasure chest instead of a supreme level chest. But the notification clarified that each novice dungeon could only yield a platinum level or higher treasure chest once, meaning that for the next level completion evaluation, he could only claim a platinum level chest. This regulation seemed quite reasonable. Otherwise, Shen Lang could potentially amass dozens or even hundreds of supreme treasure chests. Not a major concern, as there were still 2 novice dungeons in Donghai City, and he could still obtain 2 supreme level treasure chests. However, endlessly farming treasure chests in other cities was undoubtedly unrealistic, considering that novice dungeons were only accessible to those below level 5. Moreover, Shen Lang could not remain below level 5 solely for the sake of farming supreme treasure chests. Of course, even if he wanted to, it would be impossible to stay at that level. Every time he completed a dungeon, he genuinely gained experience, which he could not afford to lose. Another distinction was that there was no global announcement for this completion. Achieving a level evaluation already demonstrated his capabilities, rendering further announcements unnecessary for subsequent level evaluations. Shen Lang smiled softly as he and Medusa vanished from the Howling Jungle dungeon. In light of the new novice dungeon regulations, Shen Lang altered his initial plans. Originally, he intended to repeatedly conquer the Howling Jungle, a fierce beast dungeon, which is why he had chosen to stay at a nearby hotel. However, the presence of a supreme treasure chest nearby was simply too tempting to ignore. Thus, Shen Lang resolved to traverse the howling jungle once more. After securing the platinum-level treasure chest, he would proceed to the next novice dungeon in Donghai City. Chapter 18. The Unveiling of 3 Great Treasure Chests. Upon exiting the dungeon, Shen Lang and Medusa wasted no time and re-entered the howling jungle. Since Medusa had exhausted her mana during the previous completion with her area damage ultimate ability, she refrained from using it this time to dispatch all monsters in one blow. Nevertheless, they navigated through the dungeon with ease and swiftly achieved victory. In the presence of the 10-star divine beast bloodline, the creatures within the novice dungeon were mere trifles, crushed without effort. After conquering the howling jungle for the 3rd time, Shen Lang was pleased to receive the platinum-level treasure chest as a completion reward. Consequently, this fierce beast dungeon lost its value for him. The lower-tier golden and silver treasure chests were now unnecessary and would merely waste his attempts at novice dungeon completions. If he managed to secure the top 3 treasure chests from 3 novice dungeons without reaching level 5, and found it inconvenient to farm treasure chests in other cities, he might begrudgingly claim them, as there would be little to lose. To avoid drawing attention, Shen Lang quickly changed back into his original attire and departed the fierce beast dungeon with Medusa, checking out of the hotel. The other 2 novice dungeons lay 30 to 40 kilometers away, making a return impractical. Soon after, Shen Lang and Medusa hailed a taxi, heading towards the nearest novice dungeon in the western part of the city, a necromancer-themed dungeon. During the taxi ride, Shen Lang opened his backpack, his gaze falling upon the 3 treasure chests, 1 platinum level, 1 diamond level, and 1 supreme level treasure chest. These represented the highest 3 tiers of treasure chests, though this did not guarantee that the contents would be invincible or the best. In fact, each of these treasure chests bore a 1-star designation in the upper right corner, indicating they were all 1-star chests. Within the realm of 1-star, or levels up to 30, they were indeed the finest treasures. This arrangement was quite reasonable and easily comprehensible. If a novice were to acquire a 10-star supreme level treasure chest and unearth a legendary piece of equipment meant for characters above level 300, it would be utterly useless to them. Such a scenario would yield no tangible benefits, rendering the reward meaningless. By the time one struggled to reach level 300, the equipment would have gathered dust, or perhaps they would be long gone. Without further ado, Shen Lang opted to open the lowest tier platinum level treasure chest first. Platinum level treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained Thorn Armor. Thorn Armor, Red Perfect. Defense 250, Constitution 15, Strength 14, Physical Defense 15. Equipping requirement, Constitution 80. The earlier equipment had no equipping requirements, but this Thorn Armor demanded a Constitution of 80. In addition to its fixed defense increase, it also provided a percentage boost. It was undeniable that this was an exceptional red perfect grade piece of equipment, significantly enhancing a practitioner's combat prowess. Regrettably, it bore no utility for Shen Lang as a Beastmaster. As for Medusa, it was entirely unsuitable for her. Of course, just because Shen Lang could not use it did not imply that other practitioners would not desire it. The Thorn Armor was a coveted item for knights and warriors on the front lines, qualifying as a godly item for novices. A novice warrior adorned in Thorn Armor would be nearly impervious to damage from similarly leveled opponents. Selling it for 100 or 80,000 should pose no problem. Shen Lang stowed the Thorn Armor back in his backpack and turned his attention to the diamond level 1-star treasure chest, opting to open it next. Diamond level treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained the Fire Earth Ring. Fire Earth Ring, Purple Epic. Mentality 20, Agility 25, Mana Recovery 3, Fire Skill Attack Damage 5. Equipping requirement, Mentality 110. This ring was rather formidable. Not only did it restore mana, but it also boosted skill damage. Just moments ago, he was contemplating finding Medusa an item to enhance her mana recovery, and here it was. Given that Medusa was also a fire-type divine beast, it was perfectly suited for her. With her mentality already exceeding 1,000, she was fully qualified to wear it. The Fire Earth Ring seemed tailor-made for Medusa, despite being merely a 1-star epic piece of equipment. Let us not forget, Medusa was only at level 5. The apparent increase may seem modest, but at her current 10-star divine beast state, her mana recovery speed and attack damage rivaled that of a level 100 practitioner. Even a 1% boost was significant. Especially with the Fire Earth Ring providing a mana recovery rate of 3, it perfectly resolved Medusa's mana insufficiency. However, the taxi was not the best venue to equip Medusa, so Shen Lang decided to wait until they reached the next dungeon to present it to her. Thus, he carefully stored the Fire Earth Ring and continued to open the final Supreme Level Treasure Chest. Supreme Level Treasure Chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained the Wolf Soul Pendant. Wolf Soul Pendant, Dark Gold Legendary. Mentality 25, Agility 25, Mana Recovery 5, Stamina Recovery 5. Equipping requirement. Mentality 140. Dark Gold Legendary equipment is indeed remarkable, with an enhancement across all 4 attributes. This undoubtedly surpassed ordinary 2-star equipment, likely comparable to green excellent grade items, if not better. However, with a mentality of only 85, it seemed he was unable to equip it. Medusa, on the other hand, could use it, though the pendant lacked any offensive bonuses. The ring was far more suitable for her. With no other option, Shen Lang ultimately had to place the pendant in his backpack, intending to revisit it once his mentality attribute increased, which should not take long. As today was the day for job transitions, the roads were congested. After a good half hour, Shen Lang and Medusa finally arrived at the Novice Dungeon in the western part of the city. This Novice Dungeon was a necromancer-themed one, populated by zombies, skeletons, and other undead creatures. Much like the Howling Jungle, this necromancer dungeon was teeming with players, with cries for party formations echoing throughout. While waiting in line, Shen Lang even overheard discussions regarding level completions. Naturally, the striking presence of the handsome Shen Lang and the beautiful Medusa continued to attract countless gazes, though most dared only to admire from a distance. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa reached the dungeon altar and stepped inside. Great practitioner, welcome to Novice Dungeon number 3567. Bloodstained Tomb. Please select your challenge mode. Solo mode, team mode. Please select your challenge difficulty. Easy difficulty, normal difficulty, hard difficulty, nightmare difficulty, hell difficulty. Selecting was unnecessary. Solo mode on hell difficulty it was. Practitioner has selected hell difficulty. Adjusting data for Bloodstained Tomb. Data adjustment successful. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the Bloodstained Tomb. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chapter 19, Skill Book Drop. Medusa the Queen levels up. As the scene shifted, Shen Lang found himself before a dilapidated building, with crumbling walls and shattered remains. A closer inspection revealed that the structure was surrounded by a graveyard, though it was unclear what had caused the disarray. Through the dimly lit crevices, the interior of the building revealed a web of cobwebs, accompanied by the occasional eerie chirp of insects that heightened the sense of foreboding. Particularly, when Shen Lang turned his head, he was startled to behold a flickering green will-o'-the-wisp, which nearly made him jump. It was not that Shen Lang was faint-hearted. Rather, the sudden appearance of such a phenomenon caught him off guard. Beside him, Medusa seemed to sense Shen Lang's emotional fluctuation. She swiftly cast her gaze over, and the flickering wisp instantly dissipated into thin air. Master, are you all right? Medusa inquired softly. Shen Lang shook his head, replying, I am fine. Oh, by the way, I have something for you. As he spoke, he retrieved the Di Hua Shou Huan from his backpack and presented it before Medusa. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she gazed at the intricate crimson ring, and with hesitation, she asked, Master, is this for me? Yes, it is for you. Take it. It will aid in enhancing your strength, Shen Lang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Medusa accepted the ring, adorning her wrist with it while playfully waving it before Shen Lang. Master, does it look good? Shen Lang glanced at her and praised. Indeed, it looks splendid. The fiery red Di Hua Shou Huan truly complimented Medusa, accentuating her enchanting allure. Thank you, Master. The warmth in Medusa's queenly eyes was unmistakable. Shen Lang felt a surge of heat within himself and promptly cleared his throat, saying, Ahem, Medusa, this is an equipment piece. Familiarize yourself with it. We shall commence our dungeon run. Yes, my master, Medusa obediently responded. At that moment, a clattering of bricks echoed from not far ahead, prompting both man and beast to turn their attention in that direction. They observed as a segment of a broken wall crumbled, from which 2 skulls emerged from the earth, quickly coalescing into full skeletal forms. The 2 skeletons hastily advanced towards Shen Lang and Medusa at an alarming speed. Skeleton. Level 9. Strength 143. Agility 169. Constitution 109. Spirit 15. In terms of data, these skeletons bore similarities to the gray wolves encountered in the Fierce Beasts dungeon. It was evident that the difficulty levels among the novice dungeons were relatively comparable. Without needing to issue commands, Medusa had already fixed her cold gaze upon the 2 approaching skeletons. They were swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Yet, in Medusa's eyes, they were no different from ants. 2 crimson lights shot forth from her fingertips, and in an instant, the skeletons were engulfed in flames. Even as they continued to run, their bony forms were reduced to ashes within the inferno. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a skeleton. You and your beast each gained 25 experience points. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a skeleton. You and your beast each gain 25 experience points. The experience gained from the skeletons was quite similar to that from the Howling Forest, totaling 50 experience points. Shen Lang felt no stirrings within. It was already a significant honor for these skeletons to be dispatched by Medusa herself. Let us proceed. We must first secure the dungeon completion evaluation, Shen Lang declared, implying the necessity of maintaining a brisk pace to achieve the completion rating. Understood, my master. Medusa replied without further ado, with her formidable mental prowess. The Necromancer dungeon posed no secrets to her. Just as she had dominated the Howling Forest, so too would she in this blood-soaked cemetery. Soon, under Medusa's guidance, they encountered 3 wandering zombies and 2 additional skeletons within the graveyard. These zombies even exhibited rudimentary skills, launching fire arrows from their decayed mouths. Hungry Zombie, Level 9. Strength, 153, Agility, 165, Constitution, 119, Spirit, 14. Without any hesitation, Medusa stomped her foot, and the 3 zombies alongside the 2 skeletons shattered into fragments. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a skeleton. You and your beast each gain 25 experience points. 2. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a hungry zombie. You and your beast each gain 25 experience points. 3. As they harvested the experience, they prepared to delve deeper into the graveyard. However, just then, a glimmer emerged from where a zombie had been obliterated, lying quietly on the ground. Oh, have we looted something? Shen Lang exclaimed, his expression brightening as he approached. To his delight, he discovered a grayish-white skill book. Employing his basic exploration technique, the details of the skill book materialized before his eyes. Skill book, Fire Breath Technique. Consumes a certain amount of mana to unleash flame arrows, dealing fire damage. Learning requirement, Fire Mage. Shen Lang pondered, while Medusa was a fire-type beast. She was merely an entity of the game and not a true player, thus unable to learn skills. Moreover, even if she could learn from the skill book, as a 10-star fierce beast, what use would such a basic skill be to her? I have no need for it, but it could fetch a decent price, he mused. Skill books are one-time consumables, vanishing upon use, and are in high demand among players and professionals alike. Especially those that align with specific skills can sometimes sell for exorbitant prices. With novice players just having transitioned to their new roles, skill books are a scarce commodity, and discarding one would be unthinkable. After securing the skill book, Shen Lang and Medusa resumed their experience harvesting. The variety of skeletons and zombies had increased slightly, but they posed no significant challenge. After claiming experience from 11 skeletons and 9 zombies, they finally located the dungeon. Naturally, the so-called dungeon was no different from ordinary wild creatures under Medusa's might, swiftly obliterated with a single blow. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a skeleton mage. You and your beast each gain 100 experience points. Congratulations. You have completed the blood-soaked cemetery solo challenge mode. Completion rating is being assessed. Please wait a moment. Shen Lang felt no urgency. Given their current pace, a favorable completion rating was assured. However, unexpectedly, a series of notification sounds rang out almost incessantly. Congratulations, Beast Tamer. Your beast, Queen Medusa, has leveled up to level 6, gaining 100 fixed attribute points. Shen Lang was taken aback. Had Medusa just leveled up? Chapter 20. The most extraordinary of the extraordinary, the true phenomenon. Medusa evidently received a corresponding notification as well, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, Master, I leveled up. As she spoke, tears glimmered in her eyes. Once, she had merely been an unremarkable fire python, destined perhaps to remain at level 5 until the end of her days, whether through aging or being slain. Yet now, she had awakened to the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast and had leveled up. All of this was due to the presence of her master. The words of her master had proven true. Her life as a beast had undergone a monumental transformation the moment she encountered him. Observing the elation on Medusa's face, Shen Lang comforted her. Yes, let us continue to strive. Level 6 is merely the beginning for us. Medusa pressed her lips together and nodded earnestly. Yes. This is just our beginning. Counting their endeavors, Shen Lang and Medusa had completed the novice dungeon 4 times, each yielding hundreds of experience points, and indeed, it was time for Medusa to level up. However, the attribute point reward was somewhat daunting. When Shen Lang leveled up, he received a total of 20 attribute points, with 10 in fixed attributes and 10 in free attributes. During a recent upgrade, MIDSH received a remarkable reward of 100 attribute points. Though these points were fixed, the sheer quantity was equivalent to a professional attaining 5 levels in succession. One cannot help but commend the majesty of a 10-star divine beast. As MIDSH ascended, a property panel materialized before SHNL-ing, revealing the following. Beastmaster, MIDSH Queen. Attribute, Fire, Level 6. Strength 1537. Agility 1339-25. Constitution 1613. Spirit 1970-20. Tier talent. Queen's Gaze. Fire attack 500. Eye contact can petrify enemies, with a certain probability of incineration. Tier talent. Queen's Resilience. Health recovery 500. Skills. Death Stare. Arcane Serpent. Heart Devouring Flames. Ninefold Fire Shield. Falling Inferno. Equipment. Earth Fire Bracelet. Equipped. Shen Lang calculated that the 100 fixed points were evenly distributed among the 4 primary attributes. Evidently, from the perspective of upgrades, Medusa's attributes were remarkably balanced, with no discernible weaknesses. After a cursory examination, he dismissed the Medusa Queen's attribute panel. Recently, Medusa had vanquished the skeletal mage, yielding equipment that needed to be collected promptly lest he be expelled from the dungeon. Shen Lang swiftly moved to the site of the skeletal mage's demise, retrieving a green armlet. Whitebone armlet, green excellent. Spirit 12, Constitution 12. In comparison to the Wolf-Fang ring obtained in the Howling Jungle dungeon, this Whitebone armlet was slightly inferior, yet comparable. Furthermore, it similarly bolstered the spirit and constitution attributes without any specific prerequisites. After a brief consideration, Shen Lang equipped the armlet, which manifested as a white bone ring adorning his forearm. At that moment, a completion evaluation prompt appeared. Your dungeon completion performance has been assessed. Based on a comprehensive evaluation, your performance in the Blood Red Tomb dungeon is rated at tier. Congratulations, you have received a Supreme Treasure Chest 1. Automatically placed in your backpack. Your completion record will be saved in the Dungeon Player's Achievement display screen. Your completion score will be announced globally. Detected that you have already acquired the codename in other dungeons. Your achievements and global announcements will be displayed under the codename. Thumbs up. You will exit the dungeon immediately. As the notification concluded, the figures of Shen Lang and Medusa dissipated from the Blood Red Tomb dungeon. Concurrently, Shen Lang's completion record reverberated in the minds of global professionals. Congratulations to the professional from D11, codename, for achieving a tier completion rating in the Hell Level Novice dungeon. Congratulations to the professional from D11, codename, for achieving a tier completion rating in the Hell Level Novice dungeon. Congratulations to the professional from D11, codename, for achieving a tier completion rating in the Hell Level Novice dungeon. Another professional from D11? Cursed luck. What fortune has D11 encountered? No, it is. That was indeed. This must perish. He must be eliminated, or else our great Sun Empire shall face dire straits. Contact the Ninja Division. Eliminate. This is the highest Imperial Edict. After achieving tier completion in 2 Hell-level dungeons, it is certain that this is one of our own. Locate him and bring him back. Additionally, instruct the television and online platforms to promptly announce to the world that is of our lineage. Issue the latest cabinet decree. This year, all novice professionals must consume 50 liters of Ganges water and undergo a month-long bath in cow dung and urine. How can this be? Just moments ago, he completed a Hell-level novice dungeon, and now he has done so again with a tier rating. We must find him. Must die, he must be eliminated. At any cost. Even if it means exposing some vital pieces, we must ascertain the whereabouts of this and eradicate him. If he remains alive, our beautiful nation will face ruin in the next global battlefield. Countries around the world, especially those adversarial to D11, were once again engulfed in shock due to Shen Lang's second-tier completion record. This further solidified their resolve to eliminate Shen Lang. This, domestically, a storm brewed even more intense than before, as the recruitment offices of various academic institutions and guilds teetered on madness. In the mythical Heavenly Court Guild, Wing, who had been awaiting information on, was nearly beside himself. How did he accomplish this? Wing had achieved a tier completion rating in a novice dungeon and fully understood the implications of a second announcement. It was impossible for the same professional to receive a global announcement for a tier rating in the same dungeon twice. This meant that following his first tier completion, this had ventured forth to complete yet another novice dungeon. Hence, Wing found it utterly incredulous. If achieving a tier rating in one novice dungeon could be attributed to professional attributes countering that dungeon, then completing 2 novice dungeons with such ratings could not be so easily explained. Therefore, only one explanation exists. This novice professional, known as, is a prodigy among prodigies. A true genius. Chapter 21. Identity on the brink of exposure, underlying current surge. But how did he manage this? Wing could not fathom how this achieved tier completion in 2 Hell-level novice dungeons. Was it due to dark golden legendary equipment? Upon reflection, that seemed improbable. as this was at most level 1 or 2, entirely unqualified to don dark golden gear. Regardless, he must be recruited into the guild. Wing Tiang's determination solidified, and he promptly opened the guild's task panel, issuing a new quest to locate. Finding a novice dungeon with a tier completion rating would undoubtedly be challenging. However, now that had achieved tier completion in a second novice dungeon, the scope of the search could be significantly narrowed. Firstly, since the two tier completions were not far apart in time, must have been engaging in dungeons within the same city. Thus, must be situated in a major city that possesses two novice dungeons. This would eliminate the vast majority of cities in D11, focusing their efforts on those with 2 or more novice dungeons. Next, they would examine the records of performance in these cities' novice dungeons, gradually identifying where was located. Once they discerned the city where resided, locating him would not prove too difficult. While codenames can conceal identities, large guilds like theirs can ultimately trace the path back to the individual. Therefore, the guild task issued by Wing Tiang was aimed at uncovering these records. By identifying the city where two-tier completion records were found, they would earn guild rewards. First, ascertain the city, then confirm the person's true identity. In truth, even if Shen Lang had not achieved a second-tier completion rating, his exposure would not take long. After all, the codename and the performance rating in a dungeon could only pertain to DNGHI city. This information would soon become public knowledge. However, with so many cities in D11 and a certain delay in querying novice dungeons, it had not yet been widely recognized. Meanwhile, in the forbidden city of D11, within the National Leader's office, the Dragon Blood War god CHZH Nu had long since returned from the secret realm and was currently reviewing the profiles of novice professionals with the former National Leader. The announcement regarding Shen Lang's second successful completion of the Hell-level novice dungeon has already reverberated. Chu Jinhua's reaction was not much different from Wang Tong's, equally astonished. Having consecutively completed 2 Hell-level novice dungeons, Chu Jinhua found it difficult to fathom the potential and future of this rising dragon. As the Dragon Blood War god, his pride was immense. Even Shen Lang's first completion evaluation seemed merely acceptable to him. However, following the second global report, while he did not explicitly state it, he suspected that this potential dragon might one day surpass him. Of course, this was contingent upon Shen Lang surviving and not falling victim along the way. Noticing Chu Jinhua's silence as he incessantly pored over the materials, the old National Leader inquired, "What do you think? If my guess is correct, this rising dragon should be in Donghai City." Without lifting his head, Chu Jinhua replied, "Indeed." The old National Leader, upon hearing this, remarked, "So you mean this rising dragon is the little fellow named Shen Lang?" Chu Jinhua closed the documents and turned to the old National Leader, explaining, "Firstly, there are 3 novice dungeons in Donghai City. Moreover, there exists only one awakened novice in Donghai City, which is Shen Lang, who possesses a Tier 1 innate talent. Furthermore, he is a Beastmaster. If his beasts are sufficiently formidable, completing Hell-level novice dungeons is certainly within the realm of possibility." The old National Leader pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the other 2 awakened Tier 1 talents? Could it possibly be them? Additionally, it might not necessarily be these 3 awakened talents. Perhaps it is another novice practitioner? After all, talents can be concealed." "That is a possibility," Chu Jinhua nodded, then added, "Yet, I still believe it is him. This is my intuition." Just then, the office door was knocked upon, and Minister Wang of the professional department hurriedly entered. "It's confirmed." Minister Wang exclaimed excitedly. "Both Tier 1 completion records originate from Donghai City, and the records of the 2 novice dungeons remain intact, all attributed to the rising dragon." Chu Jinhua glanced at the old National Leader and smiled. "See, I was right." The old National Leader chuckled in agreement, saying, "The records come from Donghai City, and there is only one awakened Tier 1 practitioner there. Thus, the probability that the rising dragon is this little fellow Shen Lang is quite high. However, his Tier 1 talent is auxiliary, isn't it? How could he be so formidable? Did you not also mention that talents can be concealed?" Chu Jinhua replied with a meaningful tone. The old National Leader was momentarily taken aback and squinted his eyes. "Are you implying that he has awakened more than one Tier 1 talent? Dual talent practitioners do exist. After all, there is one right before you." Chu Jinhua stood up and addressed the old National Leader. "Of course, but we must verify whether it is indeed him. I will head to Donghai City first." Before his words had fully settled, Chu Jinhua had already vanished from the office. "That guy is perpetually in such a rush," the old National Leader chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned to Minister Wang, speaking earnestly, "Donghai City, cooperate fully with Jinhua, and do so swiftly. They can ascertain the connection between Donghai City and Shen Lang. Even if external forces arrive late, they will inevitably find their target. Thus, we must seize the initiative." "Understood, I will arrange it immediately." Minister Wang promptly replied and dashed out of the office. Once he departed, the old national leader reopened Shen Lang's personal records and murmured thoughtfully, using a code name. He is indeed a clever young man. However, he is not cautious enough and underestimates the practitioners of this world. At this point, the old national leader couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless, Shen Lang was merely an 18-year-old youth. How could he possibly engage with these seasoned foxes? Outside the blood-colored cemetery novice dungeon in Donghai City, Shen Lang remained oblivious to the fact that his identity had been exposed and that the Dragon Blood War god was en route. Fortunately, Shen Lang was mentally prepared. If circumstances compelled him, he would have to flee. At this moment, Shen Lang had re-entered the blood-colored cemetery for a second run. After successfully acquiring the platinum treasure chest on his third attempt, he prepared to proceed to the next novice dungeon. However, just then, his phone began to ring, displaying an unfamiliar number. Chapter 22. If you don't want to die, find a place to hide. Shen Lang, having lived 2 lives, found it challenging to connect with other youths, resulting in almost no friends. Over the past 3 years since his transmigration, he had primarily been preparing for his job change, leading to limited interactions with others. Consequently, very few individuals were aware of his contact number, and even those who had it seldom reached out. Particularly, this was an unfamiliar number. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Lang suddenly chuckled, realizing he might have been overthinking. If someone truly intended him harm, they would have already confronted him directly instead of calling. He quickly answered the call, and a familiar voice came through. Shen Lang, where are you? You are in the blood-colored cemetery novice dungeon in the west of the city, correct? It was not a stranger, but rather Song Yuan, the dean of Sandiang Lanxiang Professional Academy. His voice was low and somewhat restrained, as if he were suppressing his emotions, carrying a muffled quality. Just as Shen Lang was about to respond, another voice unexpectedly interrupted through the communicator. This speaker spoke with vigor, yet maintained an air of casual nonchalance. Rising Dragon. Is it? Remember what I am about to say? If you don't want to die, find a place to hide and do not attempt to clear any more dungeons. After delivering this message, the speaker fell silent, leaving Shen Lang no opportunity to retort. Meanwhile, Song Yuan excitedly urged, Yes, Shen Lang, did you hear that? Stop clearing dungeons immediately and make sure to hide. Stay safe. Listening to the words of Song Yuan and the other individual, Shen Lang's eyes narrowed. Clearly, his identity had indeed been exposed. Quite efficient, he thought to himself, then replied to Song Yuan, Got it, I heard you. With that, he abruptly terminated the call. If the call had come from someone else, Shen Lang might have suspected a conspiracy. However, since it was from Song Yuan, it indicated that the other person was likely affiliated with the authorities. Nevertheless, Shen Lang remained puzzled. He had assumed that once his identity was exposed, the authorities would promptly send someone to confront him directly. Yet, it was evident they were aware of his presence, but chose to only call rather than engage him directly. They only instructed me to hide, which suggests that my identity has not been fully revealed. The reason for not sending someone to contact me is likely to protect my identity. But what is their ultimate goal? Noticing Shen Lang's unusual demeanor, Medusa inquired, Master, what has happened? Well, it seems we cannot continue with the dungeons for the time being. Shen Lang replied with a smile, turning to Medusa. Let us find a place to hide since they have advised me to do so. Given that the authorities were now aware of his identity, it was reasonable to assume they would not pose any threat to him. Firstly, Shen Lang had never offended anyone in the past 3 years, so there would be no dramatic official suppression against him. Secondly, the policies of the Great Xia Kingdom regarding promising practitioners were indeed favorable. Although Shen Lang was unsure of the authorities' true intentions, their motives were undoubtedly well-meaning, likely aimed at protecting him. Otherwise, they would not have advised him to hide. However, the tone of the individual who spoke on the communicator had left him feeling quite irritated, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, for the time being, cooperating with them seemed to be the prudent course of action. Moreover, Shen Lang was eager to discern the true intentions concealed within the officials' enigmatic dealings. In truth, he harbored some inkling of what might transpire, which served as the primary motivation for his willingness to cooperate with the authorities. After all, the officials were already aware of his identity, and it was likely that rival factions would soon uncover it as well. It appeared that the government might have ulterior motives in mind. If that were indeed the case, Shen Lang found himself rather intrigued by the unfolding events. Naturally, Medusa unconditionally obeyed Shen Lang's wishes, hence they did not proceed to another ferocious beast dungeon. Upon exiting the altar of the blood-colored cemetery, Shen Lang once again overheard discussions pertaining to himself. Initially unnoticed, it dawned on him that the earlier global announcement had originated from the very dungeon they were currently in. Your information is quite outdated. Aside from the blood-colored cemetery, the first global announcement was made in the Howling Jungle. Both global announcements hailed from Donghai City. Does this imply that 2 future superpowers have emerged from Donghai City? I have heard it is not 2, but rather that both instances of the level completion were achieved by the same individual. No way. Indeed, it is the same person. The president of the mythical heavenly court has already issued several tasks to locate this newcomer and invite him to join the guild. What tasks are there? It involves finding this potential dragon. A previous task requested the reporting of level completion achievements, which has long since been accomplished. Now, everyone is searching for this potential dragon, and whoever finds him will be rewarded with dark golden legendary equipment from the mythical heavenly court. Goodness, is this not overly generous? The individual has yet to join the guild, and they are already offering him legendary gear? Apologies, the reward is for the one who finds the potential dragon, not for the dragon himself. The president of the mythical heavenly court has stated that if the potential dragon agrees to join, he will immediately be offered the position of president. My word, apart from envy and jealousy, I find myself at a loss for words. I wonder who this potential dragon truly is. Everyone is eager to know. Listening to these conversations, Shen Lang realized he had underestimated the impact of achieving level completion in a hellish novice dungeon. Merely providing his information could secure a piece of legendary equipment. At this point, he might as well be regarded as a coveted prize. Of course, this is a guild from the Great Xia Kingdom, and they are merely seeking his participation for mutual development. Conversely, for the rival factions of the Great Xia Kingdom, the price for eliminating such a promising talent could be even greater than that of legendary equipment. Perhaps, as we speak, adversaries are already on their way. Moreover, they would certainly not be weak characters. They might well be formidable high-level professionals. Contemplating this, Shen Lang, who had intended to depart the dungeon, suddenly paused, remaining amidst the crowd instead of continuing outward. What is it, master? Medusa inquired, perplexed. After a moment's reflection, Shen Lang replied, forget it. We shall not leave just yet. Let us return to continue tackling the dungeon. The officials had advised him to find a place to hide, indicating that he might soon encounter danger. If that were the case, where could be safer than a novice dungeon? Chapter 23. At such a time, let us send them all to the west. For Shen Lang, with Medusa by his side to protect him, even a level 120 professional would be mere fodder. However, no one could guarantee that the approaching foes would be below level 120. What if they were stronger professionals? Should the enemies surpass Medusa in strength, the outcome would be unpredictable. Shen Lang could not place all his hopes in the official's protection. No matter how promising he was, he remained, after all, a novice below level 5. Outsiders would always be just that. Outsiders. They could not be expected to risk their lives for his safety. Life is one's own, and it must be grasped firmly in one's hands. The global novice dungeon operates under strict rules. Professionals above level 5 are not permitted entry. Moreover, each professional enters their own distinct dimensional space within the novice dungeon. This means that as long as Shen Lang remains in the novice dungeon, no one else can enter his designated dungeon. Therefore, at this stage, the novice dungeon is indeed the safest haven for Shen Lang. As long as he remains within, no one can reach him. The authorities advised him against continuing to tackle the dungeon, possibly wishing to orchestrate something within the dungeon. However, his presence there would have little effect. Thus, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa, resolutely re-entered the blood-colored cemetery dungeon. Just as Shen Lang and Medusa's figures vanished from the altar, outside in the plaza, an increasing number of professionals above level 5 appeared, including some 3-star and 4-star professionals. These individuals had shed their original equipment, disguising themselves as lower-level professionals, scanning the crowd around the dungeon altar. Most of these professionals were dispatched by various factions within the Great Xia Kingdom, but among them were also spies from rival factions. Shen Lang's second-level completion record had occurred in the blood-colored cemetery dungeon, drawing ever more individuals to this location. Nearby, atop a tall building, a bearded middle-aged man gazed down at the throng surrounding the blood-colored cemetery dungeon altar. As he observed the scene, he instructed through a communicator, ensure you find your positions. Use detection techniques on every novice emerging from the dungeon. With multiple people employing detection techniques, they will not notice you. Do not worry about the officials causing trouble. You are not the only ones using detection techniques. Additionally, this potential dragon has completed the dungeon more than twice. Should be above level 2 and undoubtedly possesses commendable equipment. Pay close attention to these details. Report immediately if you identify any suspicious targets. After relaying these instructions, the bearded man initiated communication with another number, stating, "My people have arrived at the blood-colored cemetery dungeon. Good work, but move quickly and locate him." The other party's command of the Great Xia language was relatively standard, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a peculiar accent. This individual was not a native of the Great Xia Kingdom. The bearded man confidently asserted, "Rest assured, as long as he remains in the blood-colored cemetery dungeon, he cannot hide. I will surely find him. However, regarding what you promised me, once you locate him, everything will be resolved." The voice on the communicator chuckled. When the time comes, simply come to our beautiful country. There will be someone to assist you with your citizenship and provide you with what you desire. Well then, I await your good news. The bearded man ended the call, lit a cigar for himself, and his gaze turned cold and indifferent. In other areas surrounding the blood-colored cemetery dungeon, similar scenes were unfolding. The foreign adversaries dared not appear openly. They required local traitors and spies to act on their behalf. This illustrates that, regardless of the world or era, there has never been a shortage of traitorous lackeys willing to sell out their compatriots for personal gain. Meanwhile, in a guest-house hotel in Donghai City, a one-eyed man inquired of a bespectacled young man who had just entered, "Have you identified who is involved?" "Yes, more or less." The young man adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly. "Currently, the strongest foreign professional in the country is William, an 8-star professional from the Shield Bureau of the beautiful country. He's an old acquaintance. He entered the Great Xia Kingdom under a false identity half a month ago and has since gone missing. He arrived half a month ago. Quite early, haha." Although he said this, the one-eyed man showed no surprise. After all, each year, prior to the job transfer day, various nations arrange for powerful individuals to travel to other countries. The objective, naturally, is to eliminate potential professionals from other nations or to subvert these nascent talents. This includes the Xiagua, which dispatched numerous formidable individuals to other countries prior to the job transition. As for William's mysterious disappearance, it is hardly surprising. An 8-star professional is considered a top-tier powerhouse globally, and given that he has been nurtured by the SHIELD agency, if he wishes to remain concealed, he is not easily traceable. The one-eyed man smirked coldly and inquired, "Has his subordinate been unearthed here?" "Indeed, he has." The bespectacled young man opened the files and stated, "Although we are unaware of William's whereabouts, his subordinates have established contact with a teacher from Donghai City. This individual is named Hua Dongying, the vice president of Donghai Advanced Vocational Academy, and he is currently outside the blood-colored cemetery dungeon." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man's expression darkened, and he scoffed. The vice president of a prestigious vocational academy willingly serves foreign interests. It seems that, after this matter, it is time for a thorough self-examination among our domestic institutions. The bespectacled young man could not deny this and continued, "Apart from the SHIELD agency of the beautiful country, other nations have also deployed numerous individuals into Donghai City, with levels generally ranging from 5 stars to 7 stars. Here are their detailed profiles, including the pests they have developed domestically." As he spoke, he handed all the documents to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man accepted them, flipping through while asking, "How is the bait arranged?" "Rest assured, Chief. Everything is in order and ready for action," the bespectacled young man replied with a smile. The one-eyed man nodded, tossing the documents back to him, saying, "Keep a close watch on them. When the time comes, send them all to the afterlife." "Understood." The bespectacled young man stood at attention. Just then, a figure emerged from another room in the suite. If Shen Lang were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Chief, are we not moving yet?" The person who looked exactly like Shen Lang spoke, her voice a melodious and ethereal sound. Chapter 24, Live-Streaming Treasure Chests, Truly Tempting Fate. In the blood-colored cemetery dungeon, Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa were leisurely traversing the dungeon, no longer rushing through monster encounters as before. There was no need for such haste. He was not there to grind monsters, but merely to pass the time while gathering some experience. However, the novice dungeon still imposed a time constraint. Novice professionals could not linger indefinitely within its confines. Each time a novice entered the dungeon, they could stay for a maximum of 1 hour. Upon reaching the time limit, they would be forcibly ejected from the dungeon. Shen Lang meticulously timed his exit, allowing the Queen of Medusa to eliminate the monsters in the blood-colored cemetery only at the last possible moment. After each departure from the dungeon, Shen Lang would also observe the changes occurring outside. His level and strength remained quite feeble, yet the Queen of Medusa, as a mature 10-star divine beast, could sense the presence of many powerful auras even without the use of detection skills. Each time they emerged, these auras increased in number, indicating that more high-level professionals had arrived. Shen Lang himself felt the probing presence sweep over him more than once. However, he had taken basic measures to disguise himself, donning plain white attire that did not attract attention. As night fell, Shen Lang remained at the dungeon altar, continuing to leisurely grind monsters. Yet, after the last 2 exits from the blood-colored cemetery dungeon, he noticed something unusual outside. The number of high-level professionals in the square outside the altar had suddenly diminished. Through the Queen of Medusa's sensing ability, he discovered that the number of high-level professionals near the dungeon altar was decreasing, each time fewer than the last. This bizarre situation left Shen Lang perplexed. With a hint of confusion, Shen Lang and Medusa re-entered the dungeon and spent nearly an hour inside. When they emerged this time, There were hardly any high-level professionals near the dungeon altar, as though the stealthy individuals who had come before had never been there at all. What could have transpired? Was the official agency taking action? Shen Lang mused, while beside him, Medusa asked, Master, shall we not continue? We can no longer continue. Shen Lang replied with a shake of his head. If it were possible, he would indeed prefer to remain in the dungeon indefinitely, but now he could not continue. Since Shen Lang had decided to re-enter the dungeon, he had completed it 6 times, yielding substantial rewards. He had acquired nearly 20 pieces of equipment, mostly green quality, with a few blue exceptional items. Most importantly, these 6 dungeon runs had granted him a wealth of experience points, elevating him from level 1 to level 4. The Queen of Medusa had also advanced a level, from 6 to 7. Shen Lang, level 4, 3,972. Queen of Medusa, level 7, 5,368. As a Beastmaster, while she had surpassed level 5, she was not a professional and thus was not subject to the level restrictions of the novice dungeon. However, Shen Lang was now nearing level 5, and upon reaching that level, he would no longer be able to enter the novice dungeon. Logically, he still required approximately 60% of the experience points to reach level 5, but Shen Lang needed to leave some room for the next novice dungeon. The new novice dungeon held 3 treasure chests awaiting him. He had chosen to forego the treasure chests in other cities, but he was determined to acquire these 3. 3 treasure chests meant 3 additional novice dungeon runs, necessitating that he retain some experience progress. Otherwise, he would be unable to claim all 3 chests. Moreover, given the changing circumstances outside, Shen Lang sought to ascertain the situation. If things seemed amiss, and the official agency was unreliable, he would need to stealthily depart Donghai City tonight and find another place to develop his skills. The time was now just past 9 in the evening, and the square outside the blood-colored cemetery dungeon still had many novice professionals, having successfully transitioned into their roles. These novices were eager to seize the moment and swiftly elevate their levels to 5, thus escaping the novice phase. However, Shen Lang found it peculiar that many of the surrounding novices, aside from a few entering and exiting the dungeon, were clutching their communication devices, seemingly engrossed in watching something. Huddled in groups and animatedly discussing, Shen Lang listened closely and discovered that their conversations were still centered around him. Supreme tier treasure chests, diamond tier treasure chests, platinum tier treasure chests. Oh, I'm turning into a lemon just watching. There's no helping it. They were able to complete the hell level novice dungeon. It's their achievement. On another note, who would have thought that Donghai City could produce such a character? Shen Lang is bound to become a significant figure in the future. Their discussions directly mentioned Shen Lang's name, no longer referring to him as the code named Qianlong. Without a doubt, Shen Lang's identity had been thoroughly exposed, and even his real name was no longer a secret. Shen Lang discreetly surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find that no one was paying attention to him and the Queen of Medusa, while the chatter continued around them. You may not know, but I am a schoolmate of this Qianlong, or rather Shen Lang. We both hail from Sandong Lanxiang, excelling in theoretical knowledge and physical training. This time, he awakened the Beastmaster profession, and many believed he was a failure. The Beastmaster profession is quite formidable, a hidden vocation. How could it be a failure? Shen Lang comes from a poor background. Being an orphan, the Beastmaster profession is notoriously expensive. So that's the case, but regardless, gold will shine no matter where. Twice achieving an A-rank evaluation and clearing hell-level dungeons, his future is limitless. Absolutely. Plus, he is quite handsome. I can't believe I didn't notice him while he was in the dungeon. It is undeniable that Shen Lang possesses remarkable skills. Yet do you not find him excessively arrogant? How audacious of him to publicly stream the opening of treasure chests. It is akin to courting disaster. Are you suggesting that those foreign rascals might pose a threat to him? It is not a significant concern. I trust in our motherland. Of course, I have faith in our nation, but I cannot abide their ostentatious behavior, so brazenly presenting themselves. Does it not provide opportunities for foreign forces? A poor lad, having turned his fortune around, naturally wishes to flaunt his success. This is understandable. What does it matter? We, as ordinary professionals, merely wish to witness the spectacle. It is said that the treasure chest opening is at 10 o'clock, correct? Yes, precisely at 10, which is still over 40 minutes away. That does seem rather long. Let us proceed to the next dungeon first, for I am on the verge of reaching level 2. Listening to their conversation, Shen Lang found himself momentarily bewildered. He was to stream the opening of treasure chests at 10 o'clock, yet how could he, the protagonist himself, be unaware of such an occurrence? Chapter 25. My name is Shen Lang. What of my flamboyance? Filled with perplexity, Shen Lang decisively retrieved his communicator. In this era of professionals, entertainment from the past still persists, akin to the short video applications that were popular 3 centuries ago. The current application is called Ji Quan, which, as its name suggests, is a circle for professionals. Within Jiquan, various short videos abound, some humorous and others serious, including guides for clearing certain dungeons. Additionally, there are professionals engaged in live streaming, showcasing their dungeon runs and monster hunts. It is an immensely popular application. Upon opening the Jiquan application, Shen Lang did not even need to search, for the homepage displayed a vibrant live streaming room. The title of the stream was Qianlong, Come, let us open the supreme treasure chest. Beside it was the official certification from Jiquan, Global Prodigy, 2-time level evaluation clearer of the hellish dungeon Qianlong. The live stream showcased 2 layers of treasure chests. The top layer contained the supreme treasure chest, the middle held the diamond treasure chest, and the bottom featured the platinum treasure chest, totaling 6 chests, precisely matching the number of chests Shen Lang had acquired. However, this was not the most critical detail, nor the focus of Shen Lang's attention. His gaze fixated on the screen, where a figure sat with legs propped beside the treasure chests, lazily cracking seeds. No wonder someone had remarked that Shen Lang was a small-minded individual reveling in his recent success, recklessly streaming to show off. This posture could only be described with 2 words: utterly detestable. The level of detestability was off the charts. Shen Lang glared at this seed-cracking streamer, his mouth twitching in disbelief. It was because this streamer bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Beside him, Medusa also noticed the figure of Shen Lang on the screen, her mouth slightly agape, clearly astonished. "What are you looking at?" "That is not me," Shen Lang muttered darkly, promptly shutting off his communicator, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. There was no need for speculation. This was undoubtedly a scheme devised by the authorities. They wanted to keep me hidden, yet now they showcase a counterfeit version of me to lure in others? Shen Lang could easily surmise the intent behind the officials' actions. Yet even so, could they not have chosen a more suitable actor? He felt an urge to reach into the live stream and punch this imposter. Despite his inner grievances, Shen Lang remained compliant, quickly donning a plain white mask of ordinary quality. This mask was an item he had obtained in the novice dungeon, perfectly serving to conceal his identity. It was a measure of self-preservation and to prevent his exposure, which might thwart the official fishing expedition. Subsequently, Shen Lang turned to Medusa. While he had a means of concealment, she had previously appeared alongside him. Given the current circumstances, with danger potentially lurking, Shen Lang was determined not to let Medusa return to her beast space. Fortunately, he had acquired 2 masks in the blood-red cemetery, and Medusa, now equipped, could also wear one. Thus, the 2 masked individuals navigated through the crowd, departing from the altar of the blood-red cemetery dungeon. The novice professionals found everything about the profession novel, and many wore masks, allowing them to blend in without drawing undue attention. With no option to remain in the dungeon, Shen Lang and Medusa needed to find a place to hide. After all, Shen Lang deemed the official fishing tactics rather clumsy. To say nothing of the fact that a brief investigation into Shen Lang would reveal the imposter for what he was. Of course, this fishing operation was clearly aimed at external forces. Deceiving those foreign individuals should not pose much of a challenge. Yet no one could guarantee that there would not be individuals from Bixiao among them. Should they encounter someone astute, they would undoubtedly see through the ruse. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Shen Lang felt it prudent to find a hiding place. Before long, Shen Lang led Medusa away from the blood-red cemetery dungeon, deliberately avoiding roadside surveillance. Ultimately, they secured a room at a small, old and nestled in a narrow alley. The rationale for choosing this inn was simple. It did not require real name registration for check-in. It was not that identification was entirely unnecessary, but rather that it was convenient. Shen Lang offered an extra 100 yuan, and the owner promptly used his own identification to book a room for Shen Lang and Medusa. Emerging from their covert escapade, the youth of today truly know how to navigate the system. Under the disdainful gaze of the innkeeper, Shen Lang and Medusa ascended the dimly lit staircase and entered their room. Had it been any other day, the intimate confines of the room would have sparked a myriad of thoughts between Shen Lang and Medusa, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the imposter. Thus, upon entering the room and turning on the light, he retrieved his communicator and activated the Jiquan application. The imposter's live stream was still prominently featured on the homepage, and the viewer count had astonishingly reached a staggering 16 million. Shen Lang glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, making it impossible to keep up. "Incredible, brother. You truly fear not death. This is my first time witnessing a supreme treasure chest. Can you open it sooner? I am about to dive into another dungeon." "Shen Lang, I am Pu Changda from Class 9, Grade 3 of Lanxiang. Do you remember me? When wealth and honor come, do not forget your old friends. Take me along in the future." With such bravado, he was clearly a short-lived spirit. Indeed, individuals like you squander the talents bestowed upon you by heaven, only to bring trouble to our nation. I hope you can mature. If another dragon blood war god emerges, our Disya will soar in the battlefield. Given this fellow's temperament, I find it dubious. He may very well meet his end one day. As the imposter continued cracking seeds, he intermittently responded to the barrage of comments, primarily with retorts. Fear death? I have lived 18 years without knowing how to write the word death. What is wrong with my bravado? If you possess the ability, achieve a level evaluation clear of the Hellish Novice Dungeon, and you too can be as audacious as I. Why must there be another Dragon Blood War god? Am I not Shen Lang, capable of surpassing the Dragon Blood War god? My name is Shen Lang. What of my flamboyance? Listening to the imposter's brash words, Shen Lang felt a wave of frustration. How could he face others after the imposter had distorted his persona in such a manner? Before long, the clock struck 10. The imposter in the live stream finally ceased his seed cracking and retorts, removing his feet from the table. Brothers, the time has come. Let us commence. No more chit-chat. Let us open the treasure chests. I will start with the supreme treasure chests. The imposter wiped his mouth and clapped his hands before retrieving the 2 supreme treasure chests from the top, placing them before him. As the chests opened, they shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Once the brilliance faded, the supreme treasure chests had vanished, replaced by 2 orbs of dark golden light. In the dim golden glow, there lay a broadsword and a shield. To my dismay, as a Beastmaster, these 2 pieces of equipment were utterly useless to me. The imposter, displaying an expression of disappointment, grumbled, "Damn it, this is such a mood killer. I'm done with the livestream." After uttering these words, he disregarded the barrage of comments flooding the screen and abruptly ended the broadcast. Shen Lang mused, "I do have a penchant for the heart. This is what it means to be willful, to simply end the livestream without any forewarning. There are no burdens of persona, and indeed, he comes and goes as he pleases." Glancing at the now closed livestream, the black screen was inundated with comments, many of which extended affectionate greetings to the imposter's family. However, it was evident that the imposter was merely bait. The lure had been cast, and now it was a matter of waiting for the big fish to bite. The presence of the imposter in the livestream became inconsequential. One could only imagine the undercurrents swirling in the night-shrouded Donghai city, particularly in the vicinity of the imposter, which was undoubtedly under vigilant surveillance. The task of pinpointing his location while live-streaming was remarkably straightforward. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, while traversing the blood-red tomb dungeon, the imposter had actually appeared outside the dungeon, parading around in Shen Lang's likeness before ultimately vacating the square. This was precisely why, upon Shen Lang's exit from the dungeon, the lurking high-level professionals vanished, having scurried off to trail the imposter. One could only speculate how many had taken the bait. Reflecting on his own potential exposure, Shen Lang had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he had never anticipated the officials' elaborate setup. It could be termed as a shrewd exploitation of opportunity, though in less flattering terms. It could be viewed as a rather unscrupulous maneuver by the officials. Nevertheless, Shen Lang had an affinity for the heart. Thus, despite never having had direct contact with the officials, he found himself developing a modicum of appreciation for their methods. When confronting foes, one must seize every opportunity to eliminate them. The notions of righteousness in the martial world were utterly inconsequential. Merely 10 kilometers away from Shen Lang stood a dazzling high-rise named Shicheng Grand Hotel, a prestigious 5-star establishment where the imposter resided. After terminating the livestream, the imposter did not step away from his computer but continued to curse while opening 4 additional treasure chests. He had neglected to close the curtains, and the interior was clearly visible from outside. Surrounding the hotel were numerous pairs of eyes fixated on his room, communicating incessantly. Confirmation came that the treasures were genuine, and he was indeed opening them. Just moments ago, our personnel had feigned being hotel staff while passing him, utilizing a detection scroll to ascertain the truth. He was none other than Shen Lang from the Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, now a level 5 Beastmaster. Everything had been verified. He was indeed Shen Lang. Panic surged as adversaries infiltrated the hotel, their speed unwavering. A cacophony of figures converged upon the imposter's room, some emerging from the ground, others descending from above. A group, unknown in allegiance, forcefully breached the door. "Kill him," commanded the leader, and his companions surged towards the imposter. The imposter, witnessing this scene, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic, yet his movements remained swift. "A bunch of trash dares to kill your father? Dream on." In a flash, the imposter collected the newly acquired equipment and vaulted over the table, heading straight for the window. The large glass pane shattered as the imposter crashed through it. Simultaneously, he began his free fall, yet before descending 2 stories, a hexagram summoning array materialized in the air, from which burst forth a magnificent azure-feathered bird enveloped in violet lightning. With a resonant cry, the azure bird unfurled its wings, catching the falling imposter. In the next moment, the avian creature took flight, soaring into the distance without a backward glance. The pursuing professionals, almost instantaneously upon the bird's appearance, initiated their detection abilities. Beast, Purple Lightning, Azure-Scaled Eagle. Grade, 3 stars. Level, 118. Upon receiving the results, the pursuers were further convinced that this imposter was indeed Shen Lang. Undoubtedly, this Purple Lightning Azure-Scaled Eagle was Shen Lang's beast. It was this 118-level creature that enabled Shen Lang to conquer the Hell-level dungeon. A beast nearing 4 stars could only account for the swift completion of novice dungeons. As for how Shen Lang, a novice, managed to contract such a formidable beast, it was evident that this was a unique talent of his, an extraordinary talent. Thus, as the imposter fled, the professionals pursued him relentlessly. Once they had distanced themselves, several figures emerged from the shattered window of the imposter's hotel room. At the forefront stood the one-eyed man and the bespectacled individual who had appeared earlier. The one-eyed man peered through the broken window towards the direction the imposter had fled. Pressing a communicator to his ear, he relayed, "All units, be advised, the first group of fish is expected to reach the first net in 1 minute. Prepare to ensnare them. Prepare to ensnare them." As he concluded, the one-eyed man switched communication channels, stating, "The first group of fish does not include Huadongyin or William from the Shield Bureau. They must be in the temporary second group." A smile played upon the lips of his interlocutor. The one-eyed man pondered for a moment. It is very likely that this little rascal disobeyed and left early, which means he has probably been discovered. Inform me of the coordinates for the second net. I shall proceed there immediately. His companion's speech was mumbled. "Oh, I didn't catch that." Disconnecting now. The one-eyed man felt several twitches at the corner of his eye before he remarked, "I have already sent you the coordinates for the second net." "Oh, I didn't notice." Disconnected. The companion abruptly severed the communication. The bespectacled man, having overheard the conversation, displayed a look of intrigue as he turned to the one-eyed man. "Is our dragon blood battle god in a bit of a pickle? What is it to you? Do you wish to be involved?" The one-eyed man chastised. "Onward." The bespectacled man replied with a smirk, leading the others as they leapt from the window, pursuing the fleeing imposter. Meanwhile, not far from Shen Lang's modest inn, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard was swiftly navigating the alleyways with a dozen professionals in tow. This bearded man was none other than the official S-Prime target, Huadongyin, the vice president of the Donghai Advanced Vocational Academy. Suddenly, Huadongyin raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt, as he retrieved a ringing communicator. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered with a tone of reverence, "Mr. William." "Yes, Hua. Your intuition was correct. This is indeed a trap." William replied gravely. "Thanks to your warning, the Shield Bureau would have suffered significant losses otherwise. By the way, what is the situation on your end?" Huadongyin surveyed his surroundings and replied, "We have identified a suspicious individual and are currently searching. They should be nearby." "Good. Send me your coordinates, and I shall join you," William responded. Huadongyin ended the call, quickly transmitting the coordinates, and then continued navigating the winding alleyways. As the events unfolded, the news of the imposter Shen Lang's departure from the Blood-Red Tomb dungeon spread, reaching various factions. Including the revelation that Shen Lang was indeed Shen Lang. Was no exception. He even witnessed Shen Lang emerge from the Blood-Red Cemetery instance and board a taxi. Initially, he believed this was indeed the real Shen Lang. However, during the live broadcast of the imposter, suspected that this might be a counterfeit version of Shen Lang. As the entire situation felt like a carefully orchestrated scheme, his suspicion stemmed from his knowledge of Shen Lang's character. As the vice president of Donghai Advanced Vocational College, was primarily responsible for managing new students, and thus, he was well aware of the competitive dynamics surrounding Sandong Lanxiang, especially regarding outstanding students like Shen Lang, who were highly coveted among various institutions. After all, every school desires to nurture formidable talents from within its ranks. For instance, last year, had even arranged for someone to approach Shen Lang in hopes of persuading him to transfer from Sandong Lanxiang to Donghai College, promising a more generous scholarship. However, Shen Lang declined, as the resources offered by the schools were relatively comparable before making such a significant change. This led to believe that the Shen Lang in the live broadcast was a fraud, as the information he possessed indicated that Shen Lang was not a flamboyant individual, but rather a reticent and solitary student. Although those associates conducted a thorough investigation into the imposter and confirmed it was indeed Shen Lang, his doubts persisted, given that tools to impersonate others existed within the professional realm. While such tools were typically hard to obtain, if the authorities were acting to protect Shen Lang and to set a trap for external forces, it would not be surprising to have access to such devices. Consequently, began a meticulous reassessment of the circumstances surrounding the Blood-Red Cemetery instance, instructing his subordinates to employ hacking techniques to disable all nearby surveillance cameras, meticulously reviewing the footage. Regrettably, he He still could not locate the genuine Shen Lang. However, while he did not find Shen Lang, he did uncover a suspicious figure. Late at night, around 9 o'clock, a pair of masked individuals exited the blood-red cemetery instance. While many novice professionals wore masks, few ventured out in pairs, which led to recall the moment Shen Lang initially entered the blood-red cemetery instance, instinctively believing that this was indeed the real Shen Lang. Thus, he initiated a frantic search for the whereabouts of the masked couple. Shen Lang had taken a convoluted route and deliberately avoided the roadside cameras, though he was not a master of counter-surveillance techniques and ultimately left behind traces, allowing the astute to pursue him to a location very near his lodgings. At that moment, Shen Lang stood by the window, gazing in the direction where the impostor and his pursuers had fled. The commotion had been quite significant, prompting Queen Medusa to alert him immediately, allowing him to witness the lightning-imbued green-scaled eagle and the pursuing professionals. These individuals had indeed fallen into a trap. As Shen Lang surveyed the night sky, a slight smile graced his lips, contemplating the substantial gains the authorities might acquire from this incident. He wondered if he would receive recognition for his role in it. Regardless, this situation had originated from him. Had he not successfully cleared the hellish novice instance, the authorities would not have had this opportunity. Despite his limited involvement, he felt he deserved a modicum of credit. At that moment, Queen Medusa suddenly spoke. "Master, someone is approaching our room, and their level is quite high." Shen Lang turned to the door, slightly furrowing his brow. His immediate reaction was to consider that the newcomer might be officials seeking to make formal contact with him. Given the resources at their disposal, he did not believe they would struggle to locate him. However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. After all, the authorities should still be occupied with apprehending those pursuing the impostor, leaving them little time to seek him out. Who else could be searching for him? A cold glint flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. If it wasn't the officials, then it must be adversaries. Clearly, there were some shrewd individuals among them. Shen Lang murmured, then turned to Queen Medusa and inquired, "What level are they? Can we handle them?" Just as she was about to respond, Queen Medusa shimmered and teleported, positioning herself confidently in front of Shen Lang. As she regarded the door, she confidently replied, "Do not worry, Master. The strongest among them is merely level 119. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang relaxed. Being under 4 stars meant they were no match for Queen Medusa. At that moment, the individuals outside arrived, and with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully breached. In the next instant, the burly burst into the room, flanked by a dozen or so professionals. Without a word, these individuals, all likely above 2 stars, swiftly encircled Shen Lang and Queen Medusa. Upon entering, S. somber gaze immediately locked onto Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, you are quite the elusive one," he said with a grin that did not reach his eyes. "Now that we have found you, why continue wearing a mask? Remove it." As he spoke, Shen Lang took off his mask, meeting S. gaze without flinching. "Indeed, you are the true Shen Lang," exclaimed with a sigh, then continued with a hint of amusement. "The authorities' trap was rather clever, but it is unfortunate that they allowed you to remain unprotected." Upon learning that Shen Lang was staying in this modest inn, had dispatched individuals to search the vicinity, finding no formidable protectors. This indicated that Shen Lang was alone in the inn, with the authorities failing to arrange any protection for him. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang chuckled. "How do you know I have no one protecting me? How do you know there is no one protecting me?" With those words, felt a momentary jolt of surprise, quickly replaced by a smile. While there were certainly professionals nearby, the absence of even a single 2-star professional meant none could adequately protect Shen Lang. As for Queen Medusa, disregarded her presence entirely. In his eyes, she was merely an ordinary person, not even a professional. After all, in her disguised form, Queen Medusa could wear equipment and cloak herself from all forms of detection. Unless she chose to reveal her true identity and abilities, no one could pierce her disguise. "Attempting to deceive me? You certainly have a clever disposition." Hui Dongying cast a glance at Shen Lang before speaking. "It is indeed a pity for your remarkable talent to have just transitioned to your new class, and yet faced the hellish trials of the novice dungeon. Since the dawn of the professional era, few have achieved such a feat. You are destined to become a 10-star powerhouse, but alas, you were born into Xiaogua." With a command, the other professionals moved to seize Shen Lang. Hui Dongying, merely a spy from Meligua, lacked the authority to deal with Shen Lang and could only take him back to hand over to William. At that moment, Medusa sprang into action, her speed far surpassing that of the other professionals, almost imperceptible. In truth, she made no grand gestures, merely raising her hand slightly. Skill's secret technique, Serpent Demon. Suddenly, the 6 closest professionals froze in place, a small red snake emerging from their foreheads. These serpents did not originate from within their bodies, but appeared from the void, swiftly burrowing into them, wreaking havoc in their minds before breaking free. The rapidity of the event made it seem as if they had simply erupted from their skulls. With a series of hissing sounds, the 6 professionals collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. The red serpents, upon escaping their heads, transformed into crimson light and dissipated. Hua Dongying's expression changed drastically, his gaze darkening as he scanned the surroundings, demanding, "Who is it?" He failed to realize that the one who acted was Queen Medusa, mistakenly believing a hidden powerhouse had struck. The fact that he could not sense the presence of this hidden individual only reinforced his apprehension. Regret washed over him. He wished he had waited for William from the Shield Bureau to arrive before acting. William, an 8-star professional, was not one to fear ordinary foes. Aside from Hua Dongying and the 6 deceased professionals, another group of 6 professionals stood frozen in terror, witnessing the silent and horrific demise of their companions. Observing the tense atmosphere, Shen Lang remarked with a smile, "So, do you still intend to take me away?" However, Hua Dongying ignored him, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, and shouted again, "Show yourself, coward." "Brothering, what should we do? It must be an official powerhouse." Someone quavered nearby. As spies for an external force, they were typically like rats in the sewers, merely providing intelligence. Had it not been for the bountiful rewards offered by Hua Dongying and Mei Ligua, they would not have dared to stand against the authorities. Especially now, it was evident that a strong protector was covertly safeguarding Shen Lang, instilling fear into their hearts. Retreat. Hua Dongying hesitated momentarily before making a swift decision. The presence of an unidentifiable powerful being had instilled in him a desire to flee, unwilling to confront it. He had already sent his location to William, trusting in the latter's speed to arrive swiftly. Thus, without further ado, Hua Dongying turned to leave the inn with his companions. Just then, Shen Lang coldly interjected, "Do you think you can come and go as you please without my consent? Medusa, leave none alive." These individuals had seen him, they must die. Failing to eliminate them could jeopardize the officials' future arrangements and pose a greater threat to Shen Lang. Thus, he saw no reason for mercy. Moreover, these individuals harbored ill intentions towards him, even seeking his demise. If they wished to kill him, it was only reasonable for him to retaliate. "Yes, my master." Following their brief exchange, Medusa's figure transformed into an afterimage, appearing before Hua Dongying and his group, blocking their path and extending her slender right arm. A layer of fiery red light emanated from Medusa's right arm, resembling a shield. Yet, she employed this skill, the ninefold fire shield, not for defense, but as a weapon, striking directly at Hua Dongying and the others. The ninefold fire shield swept forth, targeting Hua Dongying at the forefront. Upon realizing it was Queen Medusa attacking, his pupils constricted, but he had no time to question her motives. Facing the descending shield, he quickly summoned his weapon, a dark giant sword, in an attempt to block the blow. With a thunderous crash, the giant sword and shield collided, producing a deafening sound that shattered the glass doors and windows of the modest inn. Hua Dongying felt an overwhelming force coursing through the giant sword, tearing at his hands, as he was hurled against the wall. Medusa did not pursue. The ninefold fire shield arced, transforming into a fiery blade that swiftly cut through the air. With a series of sickening thuds, 6 heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth. However, the blood was incinerated in midair by the ninefold fire shield, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Hua Dongying, having crashed into the wall, staggered to his feet, incredulous as he gazed at Queen Medusa. "Who are you?" In Hua Dongying's eyes, Medusa had seemed an ordinary person. Yet the power she displayed could not belong to the mundane. She was undoubtedly a professional of 4th tier or higher. Even now, Hua Dongying could not discern that Medusa was not human, but rather a beast tamer. Yet, this realization was no longer significant. He had already felt the urge to flee, and upon witnessing Medusa's might, he felt compelled to escape. As he regained his composure, he prepared to flee once more. However, just as Hua Dongying lifted his leg to run, his gaze inadvertently met Medusa's. In that instant, he felt his body grow sluggish, his limbs stiffening and numb. What is happening? Terror gripped Hua Dongying as he helplessly watched his body transform into burning stone. No, his anguished cries echoed as his entire being turned to stone, consumed by the flames, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. Chapter 29. A mere 8-star dares to wreak havoc in my Medusa? Hua Dongying and his entourage of 13 professionals, all above 2 stars, constituted a formidable small group. Yet, under Queen Medusa's command, they were annihilated in an instant. Even Hua Dongying, a prospective 4-star professional, was gravely injured by Medusa's strike, vanishing into dust. Logically, Hua Dongying should have been able to exchange blows with Queen Medusa, but his desire to retreat after a single blow led to his downfall, falling prey to Medusa's death gaze and ultimately being consumed by flames. Within the inn's room, aside from the corpses of Hua Dongying and his companions, various pieces of equipment lay scattered around them. Battles among professionals invariably resulted in the dropping of equipment, with a guarantee of 100 drop rate. In addition to the gear worn by the professionals upon their demise, any items stored in their backpacks would also be relinquished. Thus, upon slaying a professional, the killer would claim all that their victim possessed. Consequently, within the circles of professionals, some became predators, thriving on the slaughter and plunder of others. The act of committing murder and arson, akin to donning a golden belt, certainly attracts a multitude of reckless individuals. However, it is noteworthy that the mutual slaughter among global professionals does not yield experience points for leveling up. To acquire such valuable experience, one must engage in battles in the wilderness or within the secret realms of dungeons. Alternatively, these can be obtained through specific event tasks, such as the previously mentioned All-Nation Battlefield. This All-Nation Battlefield exists as a global arena, independent of Earth, functioning as a vast dungeon that periodically opens to qualified professionals worldwide. At such times, eligible professionals may partake in its challenges. Naturally, this All-Nation Battlefield is still a distant prospect for Shen Lang, who has yet to surpass the novice stage, remaining merely a level 4 beginner, thus lacking the qualifications to enter the battlefield. Nonetheless, the recent carnage has undeniably provided Shen Lang with substantial rewards. It is essential to recognize that Huadongying and his ilk are all above level 60 and possess at least 2 stars. They are certainly not impoverished novices, as they carry various equipment and items. Consequently, the room is filled with an abundance of gear, each exhibiting a spectrum of colors and brilliance. Upon a cursory glance, Shen Lang noted that the majority consisted of ordinary white and exceptional green equipment, with the rarer blue and red items being few and far between. However, the total count was considerable, amounting to approximately 120 pieces, which is quite significant. If one were to convert these into monetary value, selling them externally could easily yield an income exceeding several tens of millions. However, due to the limitations of his newly transitioned professional backpack, which accommodates only 100 slots, Shen Lang is unable to collect all this equipment. To expand his inventory, one would typically require an expansion card, which Shen Lang currently lacks. Fortunately, the Medusa Queen, post-transformation, not only can equip gear, but also possesses a foundational backpack of 100 slots, as she needs to don and change outfits rather than carry them around. Thus, the majority of the over 120 pieces of equipment were stored in the Medusa Queen's backpack. While collecting the gear, he also took a moment to examine the 2 rare red perfect items. The first was a red perfect robe dropped by a certain mage professional. Although it was of perfect red quality, it was only a 2-star item. Flowing gold robe, red perfect. Level, 2-star, spirit 25, agility 25. Defense 5. Wearing requirement, spirit 550. The enhancements to spirit and agility appear comparable to his legendary wolf soul pendant. However, the defense boost is rather excessive, providing a direct 5 enhancement, which could be considered a minor artifact for lower-level mages. Shen Lang contemplated replacing his wolf hair robe, but alas, his level is too low to meet the requirements for the flowing gold robe. Thus, it must remain in his backpack, gathering dust until an opportunity arises to don it. The second piece of equipment is the black giant sword previously wielded by Huadongying. As a warrior professional on the brink of ascending to 4 stars, the quality and attributes of this equipment are commendable, truly a 4-star item. Black Tiger Giant Sword, red perfect. Strength 45, agility 38, attack 450. Damage boost 45. Wearing requirement, strength 1400. This sword is indeed impressive. However, it holds little utility for a Beastmaster like Shen Lang or for his Medusa Queen. While he feels a twinge of regret, selling it seems wasteful, so he decides to keep it, considering that he may acquire other beasts in the future, as the Medusa Queen is merely his first beast. After securing the Black Tiger Giant Sword, his eyes soon gleamed once more as he discovered that this group had also dropped 2 skill books. Skill books, after all, hold far greater value than ordinary equipment. Shen Lang grinned and was about to examine the information on these 2 skill books when the Medusa Queen spoke again. Master, another group is approaching us. The tone of the Medusa was grave, her brow furrowed. The newcomers are formidable. I am not their match. If even the Medusa Queen acknowledges her inability to contend with them, it is evident that the strength of the incoming individuals surpasses 4 stars. Beginning at least from level 155 stars, Shen Lang promptly stowed the skill books back into his backpack, fuming. Damn it, these fellows have likely summoned foreign experts. We must flee. Yes, master. Without further ado, the Medusa Queen embraced Shen Lang, transforming into a fleeting shadow and vanishing from the inn room. Given that Shen Lang is only at level 4, his speed is limited, necessitating the Medusa Queen's assistance for their escape. Almost immediately after their departure, a foreign individual with blonde hair and blue eyes arrived at the room, accompanied by a group. Upon spotting the bodies of Huadongying and the others on the floor, the foreigner's expression shifted dramatically. Damn those Xia people, this place is a trap. Retreat. The blonde foreigner was none other than William from the Shield Agency of the beautiful nation. Huadongying, although formidable, had perished here, indicating that a powerful Xia expert lay in ambush. It is likely a trap set specifically for him. Thus, William made an immediate decision to withdraw, unwilling to confront the official stronghold of Xia. After all, this is the territory of Xia, where even the strongest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Eliminating Shen Lang, this genius, is of paramount importance for the beautiful nation, potentially eradicating a future adversary. Yet, as an 8-star professional in the Shield Agency, his actual value far surpasses that of an undeveloped potential dragon. Just then, a frivolous voice resonated through the room. An insignificant 8-star dares to wreak havoc in my Xia? Chapter 30. The Dragon Blood War God is truly terrifying. Although the figure had yet to appear, the voice thundered, reverberating throughout the entire room. While William, as an 8-star professional, managed to withstand the impact, his subordinates each clutched their ears in agony. Some even succumbed, collapsing to the ground with blood pouring from their ears. William's complexion turned pale, not solely from the voice, but because he recognized the owner behind it. The Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jianhua. It is astonishing that a novice professional has drawn your attention to Donghai City. William felt a mix of shock and anger. Yet he did not continue to flee, as he understood that escape was futile. Among the top-tier professionals in Xia, Chu Jianhua, the Dragon Blood War God, is the most active, having slain countless formidable individuals from the beautiful nation, earning the title of the strongest in contemporary Xia. He is even classified as a high-level threat by the beautiful nation. Even William's mentor, the Shield Agency Director, Satan, has admitted he might not be a match for Chu Jianhua. Faced with such a superlative powerhouse, he is merely an insignificant 8-star professional. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized in the void, hands clasped behind him. It was none other than Chu Jianhua. He stood suspended in the air, looking down at William. Why have you stopped running? As he spoke, Chu Jianhua wiped a bit of chili oil from his mouth, indicating that the bespectacled man had not been mistaken. He had indeed been enjoying a bowl of noodles. Hearing Chu Jianhua's words, William offered a bitter smile, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Now that you have arrived, what significance does my fleeing hold? You are quite self-aware, much like your mentor," Chu Jianhua replied, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "Knowing you are not my match, you've remained hidden within the Shield Agency. Chu, you are indeed strong, and my mentor acknowledges that, but he does not fear you," William retorted, his brow furrowed. Chu Jianhua chuckled, fixing his gaze on William. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall make my way to the beautiful nation shortly. Will he dare to confront me?" William found himself at a loss for words, for the answer was undoubtedly negative. Satan now serves as the esteemed director of the beautiful nation's Shield Bureau, occupying a position of great power. It is inconceivable that he would descend into a trivial conflict with Chu Jianhua. Nevertheless, William inhaled deeply, the terror on his face gradually fading, replaced by an intense spirit of combat. He gazed defiantly at the airborne Chu Jianhua and proclaimed, "I am aware that I am no match for you, and you will not allow me to leave alive. If that is the case, permit me to choose a death befitting my dignity. I, William Rams, a level 9 agent of the beautiful nation's Shield Bureau, hereby challenge the Dragon Blood War God of the Great Xia." Implicit in his words was the notion that although he would perish, he would do so as a challenger, and upon the news returning to the beautiful nation, he would be hailed as a hero. "You, however, are not worthy of my teachings." Upon finishing his declaration, Chu Jianhua extended his right hand towards William, swiftly delivering a strike. As an 8-star professional, Chu Jianhua had no intention of employing weapons, intending to simply crush his opponent with a single hand. Indeed, what appeared to be merely a slap transformed mid-air into a colossal golden dragon claw, lunging directly at William with the intent of reducing him to mere pulp. The speed was astonishing, and before William could react, it had already materialized before him. Was this the might of the Great Xia's foremost war god? This was the final thought that crossed William's mind, filled with shame for his earlier arrogance. With a swift motion, the dragon claw ensnared William, and blood and flesh oozed through its grip. Under the might of Chu Jianhua's claw, William stood powerless, swiftly crushed to death. The so-called challenge had become a farcical jest. Moreover, Chu Jianhua's strike did not merely obliterate William. The shockwave from the attack instantaneously killed all those beneath him, including several 6-star and 7-star professionals, none escaping their grim fate. The Dragon Blood War God of Great Xia was indeed a figure of terror. Earlier, when Queen Medusa had slain Huadongying, Shen Lang had acquired over 100 pieces of equipment. Now, with Chu Jianhua's slaughter of numerous 6-star and 7-star professionals, including an 8-star like William, a substantial bounty of equipment was sure to follow. Chu Jianhua stepped forward, standing over the site of William's demise, coldly stating, Those who intrude uninvited are thieves. And thieves have no right to choose a dignified death. With a flick of his hand, he collected hundreds of items into his backpack. For a powerhouse such as Chu Jinhua, the capacity of his bag had long since expanded beyond measure, rendering this quantity of loot trivial. Having completed his task, Chu Jinhua turned to face an old 5-story building 100 meters away, smiling as he called out, "Little one who doesn't listen. Do you require me to personally invite you out?" On that rooftop stood the fervently watchful Shen Lang and the wary Queen Medusa. Initially, they had been fleeing, but upon Chu Jinhua's appearance, Shen Lang had urged Medusa to return, having recognized the voice of the very individual who had previously contacted him. The subsequent words of William had revealed the identity of this formidable figure, the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua. In truth, Shen Lang had never anticipated that the Dragon Blood War God would appear in Donghai City because of him. The name of the Dragon Blood War God was known far and wide, an idol to countless professionals in the Great Xia and nearly invincible globally. The arrival of Chu Jinhua could not be to harm him. It was evidently to rescue him, which is why Shen Lang had chosen to return. If even the Dragon Blood War God could not save him, few others in the world would be able to do so. Due to Shen Lang's timely return, he witnessed the scene of William being crushed by Chu Jinhua's claw with clarity. What defines a true powerhouse? This was the essence of strength. Just observing from a distance ignited a fervor within Shen Lang. In contrast, Queen Medusa was utterly awestruck by Chu Jinhua's might. Had that claw fallen upon her, her fate would have mirrored that of William, reduced to a mere mass of flesh, instilling within her an acute sense of peril. This was not merely a matter of self-preservation. In the face of such power, she felt deprived of any opportunity to flee alongside her master. When Chu Jinhua's words reached Shen Lang and Queen Medusa, they snapped back to reality from their shock. Shen Lang then addressed Medusa, "Let us go, take me down." However, Medusa was evidently reluctant to descend. Shen Lang smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, no need to be anxious. He is not an enemy." At last, Medusa nodded, leaping from the rooftop with Shen Lang in her arms, swiftly closing the distance to Chu Jinhua. Upon their arrival, Chu Jinhua first regarded Medusa before shifting his gaze to Shen Lang, speaking meaningfully, "Little one, your beast companion is rather extraordinary. How about gifting her to me for research?" Hearing this, Shen Lang's expression stiffened. Chapter 31. I hope that one day you can become my comrade. Noticing Shen Lang's reaction, Chu Jinhua chuckled. "Are you startled?" It was merely a jest. "I, Chu Jinhua, have not fallen to the depths of stealing from the young." As he spoke, Chu Jinhua's gaze swept over Queen Medusa once more, remarking, "However, your beast truly possesses remarkable qualities." In truth, Chu Jinhua had already arrived at the small inn where Shen Lang was situated, even before Hu Dongying and the others. However, after instructing Shen Lang to hide, he had wished for Shen Lang to experience some hardship before intervening. Little did he know that Shen Lang's comrades would be entirely wiped out without his assistance. It was only then that Chu Jinhua realized that the woman by Shen Lang's side was indeed his beast companion. It was understandable why he had not initially recognized Queen Medusa's true identity. After all, Shen Lang possessed a beast capable of instantaneously slaying a near 4-star professional, making his success in clearing dungeons seem plausible. But even now, Chu Jinhua could not discern the true form of Queen Medusa. Her disguise was simply too effective, and he had not deigned to use his detection skills against her. Thus, in Chu Jinhua's eyes, Queen Medusa merely maintained her human form, and he had not considered her as a 10-star divine beast. For beasts, and even ferocious creatures, to assume human form is not impossible. There exists a spirit fruit known as the transformation fruit. When consumed by a ferocious beast or companion beast, it enables them to take on human form. Additionally, some beast tamers can uncover transformation tickets during monster hunts or purchase them, allowing their beasts to transform. However, both items are exceedingly rare, and Chu Jinhua had no intention of probing further. As he stated, with his own abilities and knowledge, he was not inclined to concern himself with such matters. In response to Chu Jinhua's subtle inquiries, Shen Lang deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "I am eternally grateful for the war god's life-saving intervention." The abrupt change in topic elicited a chuckle from Chu Jinhua. The gratitude expressed seemed somewhat exaggerated, as, even without his intervention, Queen Medusa's strength would likely have enabled her to evade William's pursuit. Chu Jinhua chose not to dismantle Shen Lang's cautious facade, adopting a serious demeanor as he continued, "You are now virtually on the kill list of every nation. We have already eliminated a significant number of threats, which should instill some fear. However, they will not easily relent. Before you can grow strong enough, they will undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate you. We lack the resources to assign someone specifically for your protection, so you must rely on yourself to grow stronger swiftly. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you crush all adversaries that dare to approach." A flower that has long been sheltered in a greenhouse can never truly possess strength. Only those formidable beings who have emerged from the trials of life and death truly embody strength. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang nodded earnestly and replied, I understand. Truth be told, Shen Lang harbored a genuine fear of being assigned protection by the authorities or being taken to various places to enhance his abilities. While such a method would undoubtedly allow him to grow stronger with ease, as Zhu Jinhua pointed out, a flower raised in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempests of nature. Moreover, it is paramount that Shen Lang keeps many of his secrets hidden from prying eyes. Zhu Jinhua nodded in approval and remarked, You are quite remarkable. Your future potential is immense. Thus, I hope that one day you can become my comrade, standing by my side as we conquer the world together. That day will come. Shen Lang replied with a smile. Overall, he felt quite satisfied with the series of actions taken by the authorities towards him, which significantly bolstered his sense of belonging to the Dixia Kingdom. If the opportunity arises in the future, he would indeed stand alongside the dragon blood battle god in battle. Zhu Jinhua cast a sidelong glance at him, teasingly scolding, You are rather confident, aren't you? By the way, I just acquired a couple of trinkets. Consider them as a greeting gift. Young man, strive hard. Becoming my comrade is no easy feat. With that, Zhu Jinhua transformed into a golden dragon and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. However, in his wake, two items lingered in the air, shimmering golden cards. With a wave of her hand, Queen Medusa summoned the cards to her and presented them to Shen Lang, stating resolutely, Master, rest assured, unless I perish, no one shall harm you. Shen Lang accepted the cards and replied, Indeed, I trust you. However, he is right. We must continue to strive and improve. Yes, Master. I will certainly exert myself. Queen Medusa nodded emphatically. It was evident that the seeds of strength had already taken root within her heart, first sown by William, and now by Zhu Jinhua. No rush. Patience is key, Shen Lang assured the disheartened Queen Medusa while examining the two cards left by Zhu Jinhua. Item, Second Information Card. Function, allows the user to set a secondary base information display to the outside world. Detection skills cannot uncover the user's true information. Note, the secondary information settings must not exceed the level of the practitioner. Upon reading the description of the card, Shen Lang's eyes lit up, undoubtedly. This was a treasure for him. Due to the codename Qianlong, he had become completely exposed to public scrutiny. Now, the second information card perfectly resolved his predicament, allowing him to traverse the world under a different identity. Whether as Qianlong or Shen Lang, what connection did either have with him? Without hesitation, Shen Lang activated the second information card, and a prompt appeared. Please set your secondary information. Please set with caution. Once successfully set, changes cannot be made. Name. Occupation. Level. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang swiftly filled in the blanks. Name, Shen Sanliang. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, level 4. He had merely altered his name, and to be frank, the other two aspects were inconsequential. Soon after, another prompt appeared. The secondary base information has been successfully set. Your information has now switched to the secondary base information, and you can toggle between them freely at any time. Additionally, you may set a completely new appearance under the secondary base information. Would you like to set it now? Shen Lang was taken aback. This item was indeed impressive, capable of altering even his appearance. If his appearance could be changed, then no one would ever recognize who he once was. Chapter 32. Let us go. I will personally teach you how to wash. Shen Lang touched his face and had to admit that he was undeniably handsome, with an exceptionally high degree of recognition. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention, and the rate of female gaze turning towards him was astonishing. However, Shen Lang decided to slightly modify his appearance. He would still remain handsome, but no one would recognize him as Shen Lang. Thus, the second information card allowed Shen Lang to undergo a complete transformation. A new identity. A new visage. Shen Lang examined the avatar on the secondary base information page, nodding in satisfaction, before turning his attention to the second item left by Zhu Jinhua. Item, Second Job Transfer Card. Function, consuming this card and completing the relevant transfer tasks will allow the practitioner to awaken an additional occupation. Requirement, Practitioner Level 30. After reading the details of this item, Shen Lang looked up towards the direction Zhu Jinhua had departed. The words Zhu Jinhua had spoken were not at all trivial. They felt reminiscent of a strict parental figure. He had candidly stated that he would not oversee him much in the future, and that everything would depend on Shen Lang's own endeavors. Yet, he had turned and left him with these two items. Both the second information card and the second job transfer card, each a gem in its own right. The second information card was indeed invaluable. One could easily fetch 100 or 80 billion for it, without question. As for the second job transfer card, its worth was even more extraordinary. It was priceless. The second job transfer card could only be dropped by high-tier world-class monsters with an exceedingly low drop rate. Even defeating 100,000 5-star or higher world-class beasts would not guarantee obtaining a single transfer card. Moreover, activating the second job transfer card would entail undertaking a transfer task, which was notoriously arduous, fraught with peril. However, those who succeeded in completing the task to acquire a second occupation were typically renowned powerhouses worldwide. Most of these elite individuals possessed a secondary occupation. After all, acquiring an additional occupation was akin to undergoing two job changes. In essence, it was comparable to a person becoming two individuals. The second occupation is linked to the practitioner's level but exists independently. Take Shen Lang, for instance. Each level he ascends grants him 20 attribute points, half of which are fixed to his Beastmaster occupation, while the other half can be freely allocated. Should he acquire a second occupation, his rewards would multiply. 10 fixed attribute points for the second occupation, 10 freely allocated points, yielding a total of 20 attribute points. Coupled with the Beastmaster occupation, that amounts to 40 attribute points, essentially equivalent to the rewards of 2 practitioners leveling up. This favor was rather significant. Shen Lang sighed inwardly. He had not anticipated Zhu Jinhua's seemingly trivial gifts to be so grand. One provided him with concealment and protection, while the other paved the way for his future enhancement. It is often said that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Shen Lang found himself harboring deeper thoughts regarding Zhu Jinhua and the Xia Kingdom. Perhaps this was an investment in him, a potential asset for the Xia Kingdom, yet Shen Lang could not disregard this favor. I hope that one day, I can truly fight alongside you. A glimmer of determination shone in Shen Lang's eyes as he stowed the second job transfer card into his bag. This item would remain unused until he reached level 30. However, with the formidable combat prowess of Queen Medusa, he believed that reaching level 30 would not take long. Just then, a prompt suddenly appeared before Shen Lang. Congratulations, esteemed Beastmaster. You have been incorporated into the honor contribution system of the Great Xia Kingdom. You have slain 13 traitors, earning 10,000 contribution points. Your contribution value has reached the standard for a level 5 honor warrior, thus granting you attribute point rewards corresponding to this rank. The level 5 honor warrior reward standard entails a 10 enhancement across all attributes, applicable solely within the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Regarding this honor contribution system, Shen Lang had studied it during his time at the academy. Every nation possesses such a system. It resembles the contribution value systems found in fantasy novels, where sects assign tasks and disciples receive contribution points upon completion, which can then be exchanged for treasures and techniques. The only difference is that in this case, the benefactor is the state. Beyond exchanging items with the Great Xia Kingdom, the enhancement of all attributes stands as the most formidable aspect. At lower levels, possessing only a handful of attribute points, even a 10 increase yields minimal gains. However, at higher levels, with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of attribute points, this percentage increase becomes substantial. This is why the powerful within the nation are typically stronger at home and often hesitate to venture into other countries. Individuals like Zhu Jinhua, who occasionally confront the God Shield Bureau in the beautiful nation, are exceedingly rare. Even if one possesses slightly more attribute points within national borders, it does not instill fear in their opponents. This is the pride of absolute strength. Regrettably, the director of the God Shield Bureau, Anthony, also known as Satan, never dares to engage in battle. Of course, none of this pertains to Shen Lang. In summary, the immediate threat surrounding him has dissipated. His direct ascension to a level 5 honor warrior likely resulted from the Dragon Blood War god reporting his slaying of Hu Dongying and his cohorts. It is reasonable for a quasi-4-star individual, along with several 3- and 2-star ones, to attain the status of a level 5 honor warrior. For now, he decided to leave this place. Shen Lang, adorned with his second foundational information and new appearance, swiftly vanished into the alley. The small inn he had just occupied was already under official control, and given the chaos that had unfolded, it was no longer suitable for him to remain. Consequently, Shen Lang took lodging in another modest hotel a few streets away. Although Medusa lacked second foundational information, her pursuers, including Hu Dongying, had already been eliminated, alleviating any concern. Additionally, due to Medusa's disguise, even Zhu Jinhua, the Dragon Blood War god, could not see through it, affirming her strength. Furthermore, it is believed that the authorities will strive to erase any information regarding him. In the hotel room, Shen Lang first took a shower, and after drying his hair, he settled onto the sofa. He had not forgotten that Medusa had dropped 2 skill books when she dispatched Hu Dongying and the traitorous scoundrels. As Shen Lang retrieved the skill books, Medusa leaned closer, intrigued. He glanced at her and suggested, "Medusa, why not take a shower as well?" "A shower? Is it like what you did earlier, running water to cleanse the body?" Medusa, being a Beastmaster, was unfamiliar with such matters. Upon hearing this, A flicker of annoyance ignited within Shen Lang. Well, never mind. Let's go. I'll personally teach you how to bathe. Shen Lang decisively returned the skill books to his bag and took Medusa by the hand, leading her toward the bathroom. An hour and a half later, in the disheveled hotel room, Shen Lang reclined against the headboard, skill book in hand, and said, "Medusa, move your tail a bit." "All right, my master." Medusa replied lazily from her position on the bed, obediently shifting her long purple snake tail back under the covers. "I still have a moment. You may rest," Shen Lang remarked, once again examining the skill book for its details. Skill book, Ghost Cry Kill. Skill description, consumes stamina to create phantom shadows. Dealing dual damage based on level attributes to enemies. Learning requirements, 2-star assassin. It was indeed a skill book for the warrior class of assassins. Capable of dual damage, quite formidable. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, placing it back into his bag for future use. Perhaps he might even transition into an assassin someday. Even if he could not utilize it, a new beast he tamed might benefit from it. After securing the Ghost Cry Kill, Shen Lang retrieved the other skill book and examined its specific information. Skill book, Magic Tide. Skill description, a skill exclusive to Beastmasters. Consuming magic power to restore 60 of a beast's magic power for a duration of 25 minutes. Learning requirements, Beastmaster profession. Upon reading the details of this skill book, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, it was a skill book for Beastmasters. Huh, what a stroke of fortune. Shen Lang grinned widely, his heart brimming with joy. Since his transition, he had possessed only basic skills, and now he finally had acquired a new skill. The basic skills were of little use against a 10-star mature divine beast like Medusa, rendering Shen Lang merely a visitor in dungeons, which was rather dull. Now, with the Magic Tide skill, he could replenish Medusa's magic, granting him some utility as her master. Shen Lang's unique talent also allowed him to enhance the effects of his Beastmaster exclusive skills by 500. This meant that when he cast Magic Tide, Medusa's magic recovery speed would triple. Additionally, Medusa possessed the Earth Fire Ring, an equipment piece that also aided in her magic recovery. With such multiple sources of magic restoration, Medusa could continuously unleash her area damage skills without the concern of exhausting her magic, undoubtedly augmenting her combat prowess. Thus, Shen Lang unhesitatingly learned the Magic Tide skill. Eager to test it on Medusa, unfortunately, her magic was at full capacity, so he would have to wait until the following day during their dungeon runs to experiment. Once they acquired the final 3 treasure chests from the last dungeon, he would likely reach level 5, enabling him to freely venture into the wilderness, where ferocious beasts awaited. Then, it would be his true ascent. The following morning, Shen Lang checked out with Medusa and headed to the 3rd novice dungeon of Donghai City. Naturally, he donned a disguise. However, he temporarily refrained from presenting Shun Sanliang's foundational information and appearance, opting instead to use his original visage, albeit with a mask for both him and Medusa. Last night, the authorities had undoubtedly dealt severe blows to foreign adversaries and internal spies, so for the time being, Shen Lang's identity should not pose any issues, as few would still be inclined to scrutinize him. Moreover, due to the officials' significant movements from the previous night, they drew considerable attention. The number of professionals who perished that night far exceeded those Shen Lang had witnessed, with over 1,000 killed or captured in Donghai City alone. Clearly, Chu Jinhua's declaration of a thorough internal purge was no jest. It would extend beyond the educational system into other realms. The mid to high level officials in Donghai City were already in a state of panic, leaving little room for concern regarding Shen Lang. Shen Lang and Medusa swiftly joined the queue to enter the novice dungeon. This time, Shen Lang had no intention of meandering through the dungeon. Instead, he directed Medusa to unleash her area damage skills, swiftly clearing the novice dungeon. As this is yet another novice dungeon, Shen Lang's record of completion has undoubtedly been announced globally once more. However, Shen Lang remains indifferent to such accolades. His current objective is quite straightforward: to swiftly acquire the 3 treasure chests and efficiently level up to 5, after which he will venture into the wilderness, a realm that promises to be his absolute paradise. While Shen Lang pays no heed to the global announcements, others certainly do, resulting in considerable commotion, particularly in the beautiful nation within the hallowed halls of Congress. A group is seething with impotent rage over the events that transpired in Donghai City the previous night. How could they fail to recognize such a simple trap? Are the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised on manure? Truly a pack of fools. 1 8-star, 3 7-stars, and 8 6-stars. This represents the most significant loss for our beautiful nation in recent years, aside from the national battlefield. Where's that old tortoise, Anthony? Why is he absent from the meeting? He must provide an explanation to the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, Director Anthony has taken leave, claiming his dog has given birth and he cannot attend the meeting. Damn it, who does he think he is? Before the elder with the monkey-like visage could finish her tirade, the global announcement echoed in the minds of all present. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the Daxia Kingdom's practitioner, codenamed Shen Lang, for achieving a level completion rating in the Hell level novice dungeon. The announcement repeated thrice, like an invisible whip striking the faces of everyone in attendance. It was as if Shen Lang was taunting them. Come, kill me. Hurry, come and kill me. The elder with the monkey-like face pounded the table in fury, shouting, Tell that bastard Anthony that if Shen Lang does not perish, then his S.H.I.E.L.D. has no reason to exist. Others listened to her words, gazing skyward, with many casting scornful glances at the elder. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the backbone of the beautiful nation's professional era. It cannot be dismantled simply at the whim of one congresswoman. Furthermore, Anthony, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is the nation's foremost powerhouse. Even the president must show him some respect. As for that old witch, Anthony likely doesn't even spare her a glance. He couldn't be bothered to attend the meeting. The beautiful nation is merely a microcosm of external forces. Other nations have suffered grave losses, with several intelligence organizations painstakingly established by Daxia being uprooted entirely. Even within Daxia, certain powerful factions have fallen silent. Chapter 34. Is it too early to let him go this year? The mythical Heavenly Court Guild had already ceased its search for Shen Lang yesterday. All tasks related to Shen Lang were officially cancelled shortly after midnight. Consequently, a senior member of the guild arrived at headquarters early in the morning to find Wang Teng, who was resting with his eyes closed in the president's office. This senior member, also the vice president of the guild and a 9-star practitioner of considerable strength, immediately inquired, President, we have identified Shen Lang's identity. Why are we not continuing the search? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng rose from his chair but remained silent. Instead, the vice president's gaze sharpened as he noticed a long knife wound on Wang Teng's chest. It is worth noting that Wang Teng was clad in dark golden legendary armor. This indicates that the enemy's strike had penetrated the dark golden legendary gear, which would otherwise be impervious to harm. Did that fellow, Chu, come to see you? The vice president asked, furrowing his brow. Wang Teng nodded slightly, remaining silent for a moment before stating, I used all my strength, while he employed less than half. The vice president's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, Is he that strong? Consider it a warning directed at me. Wang Teng replied with a bitter smile, resuming his seat. Forget about Shen Lang. He is already an officially designated individual. If nothing unexpected occurs, he will inevitably enter the God of War camp. Sigh, we were indeed overthinking it. Such a character will not be allowed to fall into the hands of other factions. The vice president remained silent for a moment before finally uttering, This is simply too much. We are not foreigners and will not act against him. In matters concerning Chu Jinhua, the Dragon Blood War god, the vice president could only feel a sense of helplessness. Wang Teng, expressionless, remarked, A sharp blade must naturally be wielded in one's own hand for true peace of mind. Just then, the global announcement of Shen Lang's 3rd level completion rating in the novice dungeon resonated in their ears. Congratulations to the Daxia Kingdom's practitioner, codenamed Shen Lang, for achieving a level completion rating in the Hell level novice dungeon. The vice president and Wang Teng exchanged glances, ultimately transforming their expressions into resigned sighs. In the face of a nation's officialdom, even as a 10-star guild, they are merely a civilian organization. In the capital, within a small courtyard of the Forbidden City, the old national leader is pruning the vines of grapes with a large pair of scissors, while the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, joyfully slurps noodles at a nearby round stone table, making quite a racket. Can't you pay a bit more attention to your image? The old national leader shot a glare at Chu Jinhua. Chu Jinhua raised his bowl, gulping down half a bowl of soup before responding, There are no outsiders here. Why worry about appearances? Besides, slurping noodles is the best way to enjoy them, as you taught me when I was a child. You said that was when you were a child. The old national leader snipped a new grapevine and retorted, Now, you are the Dragon Blood War god. Chu Jinhua wiped his mouth and replied, So what if I am the Dragon Blood War god? In your eyes, am I not just a little brat? You have a sharp tongue. The old national leader set down the scissors and approached the round stone table, taking a sip from a purple clay teapot. By the way, it's best if you keep a low profile during this major purge. Leave it to Xiao Wang. Well, I'm just there to support old Wang, after all. He has only recently assumed his position, Chu Jinhua replied nonchalantly. The old national leader nodded, then smiled. I hear you left quite a few good things for that little fellow. It seems you have a fondness for him. Fondness is too strong a word. I simply do not dislike him, Chu Jinhua responded casually. The old national leader chuckled. Not many can win the favor of the Dragon Blood War god. I also heard that this little fellow managed to slay a quasi-4-star practitioner and several 3-star practitioners all on his own. On my foot. He relied on that beast of his. Chu Jinhua scoffed. That little brat is hiding something. When he grows up, he will surely be trouble. However, the fact that he contracted a beast capable of slaying quasi-4-star practitioners right after his job change suggests it is likely a descendant of a high-tier divine beast. And its level must not be low. He is a Beastmaster, and the strength of his beast is equivalent to his own strength. The old national leader replied with a smile. Chu Jinhua rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond further, but he suddenly felt a familiar aura emanating from Shen Lang's beast, as if he had encountered it somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. At that moment, the old national leader asked, "Have you sought out Wangting?" "Yes. I gave him a cut," Chu Jinhua replied, returning his focus to the old national leader. The latter pondered for a moment and sighed. "You two should not have reached this point. You used to. What was in the past is past. What matters now is now," Chu Jinhua interjected, cutting off the old national leader. The old national leader wished to say more, but upon noticing Chu Jinhua's tone, he refrained from continuing. The grandfather and grandson had been silent for quite some time when the old monarch finally spoke again. "The national battlefield is about to commence. How prepared are you?" "Life and death matter little. If one is dissatisfied, one must take action," replied Chu Jinhua with a shrug. The old monarch remarked. At this moment, the global announcement from Shen Lang resounded appropriately. "Congratulations to the practitioner of the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed Qianlong, for achieving a level pass rating in the Hell level novice dungeon." The two exchanged glances, and Chu Jinhua furrowed his brow, saying, "He truly is a treasure seeker unafraid of death. What use is a 1-star treasure chest?" After a pause, he added, "I initially intended to wait a year before taking him to the national battlefield, but it seems I must introduce him to the harsh realities of the profession this year." "Is it too early for him to go this year?" inquired the old monarch. Chu Jinhua scoffed. "Not at all. It's only the first day of his job change, and he can already defeat quasi-4-star practitioners. If he doesn't participate in the national battlefield, should he instead compete against the novices from the academies in the genius ranking battles? He might as well be declared the champion." The old monarch pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, you may arrange it as you see fit. However, I must make one point clear. This little fellow possesses considerable potential. Do not let him falter in the national battlefield, as that would be a significant loss for our Great Xia Kingdom." All right, I understand," Chu Jinhua said impatiently. The old monarch jokingly scolded, "Enough, if there's nothing else. Don't linger here bothering me about these grapevines. Also, take away the lunchbox, it stinks." Chapter 35. Farewell to the mist from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. In Donghai City, outside the third novice dungeon, Shen Lang, accompanied by the Queen of Medusa, boarded a taxi and began to wander around the city. The 3 treasure chests from the final novice dungeon had successfully found their way into his backpack, and after several more runs, the experience he gained had allowed Shen Lang to ascend directly to level 5, officially surpassing the novice restrictions. It is noteworthy that, considering the time, less than 30 hours had passed since the global novice job change. In contrast, most novice practitioners were likely still at level 2 or 3. Only those fortunate enough to come from wealthy families, who had a plethora of low-level beasts to slay day and night, might reach level 4. It is no exaggeration to state that Shen Lang was undoubtedly among the fastest novice practitioners in the world to reach level 5. It cannot be claimed that he is the only one. After all, the world is vast, and it is uncertain whether others possess unique methods to level up quickly. For instance, if novice practitioners had access to area of effect skills, their experience gain would also be rapid. However, even so, their advancements would merely pertain to levels, and their combat prowess could not see significant improvement. Moreover, even if these individuals reached levels 10 or 20, in Shen Lang's eyes, they would still be mere juniors. After all, since forming a contract with the Queen of Medusa, Shen Lang's competitors were no longer his contemporaneous novice practitioners, for they were simply unworthy. At present, only those practitioners of 4 stars or above could earn his respect. Of course, Shen Lang did not allow himself to become arrogant. After all, his future opponents would not be limited to 4 or 5 stars, as that would lack ambition. His true adversaries would be those of 9 stars, 10 stars, or even stronger practitioners, as well as the divine beasts within the wilderness. Therefore, Shen Lang had no intention of lingering in Donghai City. Instead, he was prepared to venture directly into the wild to hunt and level up. It is worth mentioning that when Shen Lang reached level 5, the Queen of Medusa also successfully ascended to level 8. Naturally, even with her level increase, her combat strength saw only a modest enhancement, but any improvement is beneficial. This time, Shen Lang truly wandered around the city with the Queen of Medusa, having changed taxis 5 times. During this process, Shen Lang's appearance fluctuated between his original and secondary appearance information until, upon alighting from the final taxi, he had completely transformed into the visage and foundational information set by his secondary profile. Although Shen Lang wished to exit the city and venture into the wilderness to hunt and gain experience immediately, one matter required resolution first: the items in his backpack. Together, Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa possessed a total of 200 slots, which were now more than half filled, with the majority consisting of items neither he nor the Queen could utilize. Therefore, he needed to sell some items to free up space in his backpack for their wild adventures. This was not an unnecessary concern for Shen Lang, considering the Queen of Medusa's efficiency in hunting. Even if the drop rate for wild monsters was low, she would likely yield a substantial number of equipment and items. Thus, necessary preparations were essential. By the time Shen Lang took his last taxi, he had already set his destination to the Practitioner Trading Center in Donghai City. While Shen Lang could have gone directly to the official agency, as a level 5 glory warrior, he could have exchanged unwanted equipment for contribution points there. However, he preferred to avoid excessive contact with them for the time being. The exchange points at the governmental agency were also relatively far from him, so he opted for the Practitioner Trading Center in Donghai City instead. This was Shen Lang's second visit to the Practitioner Trading Center, although it had only been yesterday. Returning to this place stirred emotions within him, as it was where he had contracted the Queen of Medusa, marking the beginning of his ascent. The Queen of Medusa also recognized the place, her gaze shimmering with a hint of moisture. It was here that she had once been a fire python, vulnerable to being slain. Had it not been for Shen Lang's sudden appearance, she might have long since become mere experience points for an unknown practitioner. Yet now, thanks to Shen Lang's intervention, she had shed her ordinary fire python form and transformed into a noble 10-star divine beast. The pair exchanged glances and could not help but smile. "Let us go inside," Shen Lang said. Following the crowd, Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa entered the Practitioner Trading Center. After wandering for a while inside, Shen Lang chose a place called Wanbao Pavilion and stepped in. The reason for selecting Wanbao Pavilion was primarily due to its name being reminiscent of Wan Beast Pavilion, which he regarded as his lucky spot. Little did he know that upon entering, he would encounter a familiar face. "Handsome, are you here to buy items or equipment?" A beautiful young lady approached him as soon as he entered. Coincidentally, this young lady was the very one who had attended to Shen Lang during his previous visit to Wanshou Pavilion. Shen Lang remembered her well, as he had expressed skepticism about her casual discounts back then. He had not anticipated encountering her again in Wanbao Pavilion. Evidently, the owners of Wan Beast Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion were likely the same. Shen Lang thought to himself, then spoke. "No, I am not buying, but I wish to sell some items." It was clear that the shops in the city were not solely for selling. They also accepted items from practitioners, as otherwise, where would their merchandise come from? Equipment, items, and beasts were all collected from outside. Some practitioners specialized in this, organizing teams to capture beasts and gather equipment, then selling them to these shops. The young lady examined Shen Lang from top to bottom, evidently mistaking him for one of those practitioners, and thus, with a professional smile, she asked, "I wonder what items this gentleman wishes to sell?" It was evident that this young lady did not recognize Shen Lang, who had undergone a transformation. Shen Lang replied, "Some equipment." The young lady nodded and said, "Yes, we at Wanbao Pavilion do accept equipment. Please show me what you have. Shall we move to another place?" Shen Lang suggested, pointing to the bustling customers around them. The young lady was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and apologized, saying, "I am so sorry, sir. It was my oversight. Please, follow me." Transactions involving equipment, of course, could not be conducted in such a public space. Wanshou Gu has designated reception rooms for handling equipment and items. Shen Lang was unaware of this, primarily worried that displaying all the equipment at once would cause a commotion among the patrons in the hall. After all, the items he intended to sell were not merely one or two. Chapter 36. At last, I have made a handsome friend. Under the guidance of the young lady, Shen Lang and his companions proceeded from the exhibition hall to an office located in the rear courtyard. "Sir, miss, please take a seat." The young lady invited as she gestured for Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa to sit down, before turning to pour them a cup of hot tea. She then took a seat opposite Shen Lang and inquired, "Sir, may I ask what equipment you wish to sell?" "Rest assured, Wan Bao Gu will offer a fair price, but we must first authenticate the items." As she spoke, the young lady noticed Shen Lang standing up with a puzzled expression, thinking he was about to leave. However, Shen Lang replied, "Did you not ask me to present the equipment for authentication? This table seems too small. Perhaps placing it on the floor would suffice?" Seeing the young lady's confusion, Shen Lang added, "I have quite a bit of equipment." "Oh, is that so? Then placing it on the floor will be fine." The young lady responded, coming to an understanding. Shen Lang nodded and glanced at the Queen of Medusa, who promptly emptied her backpack, spilling forth all the equipment. Shen Lang did likewise, releasing the items from his bag that held little value. In an instant, the entire office was illuminated by a vibrant green glow. with a few items emitting white and several others radiating blue light. Shen Lang intended to sell all equipment rated below blue quality. The young lady, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned. There was simply an overwhelming amount of equipment. Notably, aside from a few items, the majority were green quality, with several blue quality pieces among them. And even a skill book. The total number of items exceeded 100. As the young lady's gaze flicked over to the composed Shen Lang, a thought crossed her mind. Could this handsome gentleman be a looter? Impossible. A man so charming could not possibly be a notorious marauder. She instinctively dismissed the notion and turned back to Shen Lang, saying, "Sir, your quantity of equipment is rather substantial. I fear I may not be able to manage it alone. I will need to find someone to assist with the counting and authentication." "That's fine. I am in no hurry," Shen Lang replied as he returned to the sofa, adopting a posture of patience. The young lady, seeing this, refrained from further conversation and left the reception room. Shortly after, she returned with a middle-aged man and 2 female sales associates. The middle-aged man was one of Wan Bao Ji's appraisers, tasked with determining the quality and rank of the equipment, as well as estimating its value. The 2 female sales associates were present merely to assist, including the young lady. The 4 of them busied themselves for nearly half an hour before completing the inventory and authentication of all the equipment. Xiao Yi, here are the estimated values for these items. Please take a look, the middle-aged man said, handing the recorded documents to the young lady. "Thank you, master. You may step outside for now," the young lady replied, sending the appraisers on their way. She then perused the documents and returned to face Shen Lang. "Sir, the equipment you are selling totals 108 pieces, comprising 4 blue quality items, 97 green quality items, and 7 white quality items. After our appraisal, the overall value is 64.78 million. As she spoke, she closed the file and continued, "Your choice to conduct business with Wan Bao Gu is a testament to your trust in us. Therefore, I shall take the liberty of rounding the total to an even 65 million. How does that sound?" "Fine, let's settle on that price," Shen Lang replied without hesitation. In his mind, he had anticipated a value of around 30 to 50 million. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised by the higher figure. The young lady rose and extended her delicate hand towards Shen Lang, saying, "In that case, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. I hope that you will return to Wan Bao Gu for future transactions. We would be most welcoming." "Indeed, may our collaboration be fruitful," Shen Lang replied, also rising to shake her hand. "Sir, may I have your account information? I will arrange for the staff to process your transfer," the young lady added. After a moment's thought, Shen Lang responded, "There is no rush. I would like to purchase a few additional items." "Oh, what would you like to buy, sir? Items or equipment?" she inquired eagerly. Shen Lang wasted no time and directly asked, "I recall there is a type of item that allows professionals to effortlessly collect equipment dropped by monsters. Do you have any in stock?" During his time in Sandong Lanxiang, Shen Lang had studied this subject. Certain monsters drop such items, which, once activated, enable one to collect the dropped equipment with ease, saving precious time for professionals. Shen Lang had long desired to acquire this item, particularly since the Queen of Medusa's powerful skills often eradicated multiple monsters at once. If any equipment were to drop, he would have to pick it up individually, which would be quite cumbersome. The young lady smiled as she replied, "We do have such items, sir. However, there are 3 levels of the one-button collection card. The 3rd level has an automatic collection radius of 100 meters and costs 1 million. The 2nd level has a radius of 500 meters and costs 6 million. The 1st level has a radius of 1,000 meters and costs 15 million. Which one would you like?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lang frowned slightly. While the item was indeed worth purchasing, it felt rather pricey. "Are there any discounts?" he inquired. The young lady appeared momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Very well. I can offer you a discount of 20. How does that sound?" "All right. I will take the one-button collection card with a 1,000 meter range," Shen Lang declared, feeling it would be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. The young lady nodded in agreement and then asked, "Sir, is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Still a 20 off." This remark reminded Shen Lang that he indeed needed some additional items, particularly the exclusive skills for Beastmasters. Each star level possessed its own exclusive skills, and as a 1-star Beastmaster, Shen Lang had access to 3. The previous skill, Magic Tide, was 1, leaving him in need of the other 2. After contemplating, Shen Lang decided to gather them all at once and inquired, "Do you have the skill books for the 1-star Beastmaster S. Li Chao and Invisibility?" "Oh, so you are a Beastmaster," the young lady exclaimed with a radiant smile. "We have both skill books available for sale at 1.2 million each." "Very well. I will take them along with the one-button collection card," Shen Lang affirmed, unwilling to skimp on his professional skills. "All right, sir. Is there anything else you require?" the young lady asked once more. Shen Lang shook his head, replying, "Not for now." "Very well. Please wait a moment while I fetch your items, the young lady said with a smile. In a short while, she returned with the one-button collection card and the 2 skill books. Concurrently, the remaining balance of the Xia currency from his purchases was promptly transferred into Shen Lang's account by Wanshou Gu. Having secured the skill books and card, Shen Lang prepared to leave Wanshou Gu when the sales lady called out to him. With newfound courage, she said, "Sir, would you like to add each other as friends?" Shen Lang blinked at the young lady, feeling somewhat bewildered. "We merely conducted a transaction. Why do you wish to add me as a friend now?" The young lady promptly waved her hand and said, "Sir, please do not misunderstand. I merely believe that should we become friends, it would be much more convenient for you to contact me directly when you wish to sell equipment to us in the future. Among professionals, it is indeed possible to add each other as friends, albeit with a limited capacity of only 100 slots. Consequently, aside from close teammates and friends, it is quite rare for professionals to add each other, as communication devices in reality suffice for convenience, making the professional friend system somewhat unnecessary. However, the professional friend system is not solely for communication. It also facilitates remote transfer transactions. Listening to the young lady, Shen Lang found her suggestion quite appealing, as he would undoubtedly have many more pieces of equipment to sell or skills and items to purchase in the future. Having friends would indeed render the process more convenient, sparing him the need to visit the trading center repeatedly. Moreover, the young lady's identity was evidently significant. She might very well be the daughter of the owners of Wanshou Gu and Wanbao Gu, thereby ensuring her credibility. Ultimately, the young lady achieved her goal and secured Shen Lang's first friend slot. After Shen Lang and the Medusa Queen departed, she clenched her fist and exclaimed, "Yes, I finally added a handsome guy," until she watched Shen Lang and his companion disappear from Wanbao Gu. She eagerly opened her friend list to view Shen Lang's information. Name, Shen Sanliang. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, confidential. The young lady chuckled. He is indeed a Beastmaster. And quite handsome too. Not inferior to that young man I encountered at Wanshou Gu. As for the confidentiality of his level, she paid it no mind. The reason for the confidentiality was that Shen Lang had concealed it, and unless a specific probing skill was employed, it would not be displayed. After leaving Wanbao Gu, Shen Lang promptly exited the professional trading center and took a moment to check the young lady's personal information. Name, Yihong Yu. Profession, Lightning Mage. Level, 69. Upon observing this information, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. This young lady was indeed a combat-oriented Lightning Mage. Judging by her novice 2-star level, she likely completed her job transition last year, making her only about a year his senior. Shen Lang then retrieved his communicator to investigate Wanshou Gu and Wanbao Gu, discovering that the owners of both establishments were indeed the same person, who had considerable backing, being affiliated with the city lord of Donghai City. Furthermore, the city lord's surname was Yi. Of course, this bore little relevance to Shen Lang. He was merely perusing the information, as he was already en route to the city exit. Chapter 37. Officially leaving the city. The Phantom Shadow Forest. Monster hunting. The existence of novice dungeons within the city mandates that novice professionals must reach level 5 within these dungeons before venturing outside, as all beasts encountered beyond the city gates are of level 5 or higher, serving as a protective measure for novice professionals. This regulation is universally applied across the globe. Professionals below level 5 are prohibited from entering the wild. There are exceptions, allowing individuals wishing to venture outside to be accompanied by professionals of level 10 or above, and requiring registration and approval. The wilderness is exceedingly perilous, with beasts lurking everywhere, so public transportation is virtually non-existent. Only those of considerable strength might utilize their own means of transport. However, the majority of professionals rely on teleportation arrays, especially for traversing between cities. These teleportation arrays are entirely controlled by the authorities, thus the cost of each teleportation is relatively reasonable. Shen Lang had no intention of visiting other cities. He merely sought to grind monsters and level up in the wild, naturally heading to the city exit. He chose the eastern gate of Donghai City, as it was in close proximity to the professional trading center, rendering other exits unnecessary. After passing through the city defense systems verification, Shen Lang easily obtained permission to exit. Upon stepping through the city gates, he gazed out at the wilderness, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over him. While safety was assured within the city, it was accompanied by various constraints, and now, in the wild, he felt an exhilarating freedom. Within a 3-kilometer radius outside the city, the authorities dispatch professionals daily for cleansing, rendering this area relatively safe, with minimal encounters with ferocious beasts. Should one happen to encounter a beast, it would indeed be an unfortunate stroke of bad luck. Not far from the city gate stood a massive electronic display screen, showcasing a map of Donghai City's territorial boundaries. The map delineated small zones, indicating the approximate levels of beasts within each area and the types of beasts present. One cannot help but admire the authorities for their thorough consideration toward professionals. At this moment, the number of individuals exiting the city was scant, with only a handful of professionals hastily passing by, none paying any mind to Shen Lang and his companion. Shen Lang cast a glance at the electronic map but did not immediately decide on a destination. First, he would learn the 2 skills of a 1-star Beastmaster. Finding a relatively secluded corner, Shen Lang produced the skill book for Force Tide. The name suggested that this skill was akin to Magic Tide. While Magic Tide restored the magical energy of beasts, Force Tide evidently restored their physical stamina. Moreover, the enhancement effects of this skill were quite similar. With Shen Lang's innate talent blessing, Force Tide could also provide beasts with a 3-fold speed of stamina recovery, just as Magic Tide did. Soon, Shen Lang mastered the Force Tide skill and proceeded to retrieve the second skill of the 1-star Beastmaster. Both Force Tide and Magic Tide were skills directed at beasts, yet this invisibility skill was intended for the Beastmaster's own use. Skill Book, Invisibility. Level, 1 star. Skill Description. Consumes a certain amount of magical energy to temporarily obscure external perception, lasting 3 minutes. The effect will automatically dissipate if the caster moves, but casting other skills remains unrestricted. Professional requirements. Beastmaster, Assassin, Hunter, Thief. From the professional requirements, it was evident that the invisibility skill was not exclusive to Beastmasters. Other professions could also acquire it. However, for Beastmasters, particularly 1-star ones, they were limited to just these 3 skills. This skill served as a self-protection measure for Beastmasters, albeit for a rather brief duration of merely 3 minutes. Shen Lang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but considering it was merely a common 1-star skill, it was acceptable. Nevertheless, it was not so easy to compel him to utilize invisibility for escape. Having learned both skills, Shen Lang wasted no time, lifting his gaze toward the electronic map to identify a destination. After thoroughly surveying the map, he decisively opted for the nearby Phantom Shadow Forest. This forest was designated as a 1-star region, indicating that the wild creatures within it ranged from levels 3 to 30, perfectly suitable for Shen Lang. Naturally, creatures below level 30 posed no challenge for Shen Lang and the Medusa Queen. However, at this juncture, Shen Lang primarily needed to level up, and as long as there were sufficient monsters to grind, he cared little about their difficulty. The Phantom Shadow Forest lay to the south of the city exit. Once Shen Lang made his decision, he and Medusa ventured into the forest on foot. The outermost area of the forest harbored no creatures. But after delving nearly a kilometer inward, Shen Lang encountered eerie beings floating in the air, their upper halves humanoid, while their lower halves comprised dark mist. Clearly, these were the so-called Phantom Shadows. Shen Lang, without uttering a word, directly cast his exploration skill on the Ghost Shadow Swordsman. Level 5. Strength 88, Agility 78, Constitution 67, Spirit 4. After perusing the details of the Ghost Shadow Swordsman, Shen Lang felt no astonishment. This was indeed the proper manifestation of a wild monster. The creatures he had encountered in the dungeon were spawned from a hell-level instance, far surpassing the ordinary wild monsters. To illustrate, the wild monsters he faced in the dungeon were akin to elite beasts. I can form a contract with the formidable beasts of the wild. Shen Lang had not forgotten his Beastmaster profession and promptly cast a bloodline item upon the Ghost Shadow Swordsman. Ghost Shadow Swordsman. Level 5. Bloodline Limit. Ordinary Level 1-star Ghost Shadow. Growth Limit. Level 30. Shen Lang could not help but grimace. This trash was a blatant insult to the divine talent of Bloodline Insight. Medusa, eliminate them. Shen Lang commanded Queen Medusa with a hint of disinterest, but soon added, let us take one down first. I wish to test my skills. Very well, my master. Queen Medusa obediently replied, and a flicker of flame erupted from her fingertips, striking one of the Ghost Shadow Swordsmen. In an instant, the flames consumed the targeted Ghost Shadow Swordsman, reducing it to nothingness. Your beast has slain a level 5 Ghost Shadow Swordsman, and you and your beast have each gained 6 experience points. A mere 6 experience points. However, I have leveled up, and indeed, this Ghost Shadow Swordsman pales in comparison to the wild monsters in the dungeon. A slight deficit in experience is inconsequential, for the wild is abundant with monsters. Just as Shen Lang was comforting himself, the demise of one Ghost Shadow Swordsman swiftly attracted the attention of other drifting Ghost Shadow Swordsmen. Simultaneously, the names of these Ghost Shadow Swordsmen turned red, indicating that Medusa's slaughter had successfully incited their hatred, causing all Ghost Shadow Swordsmen within a 50-meter radius to charge towards them. They targeted not only Medusa, but Shen Lang as well, for Queen Medusa was his beast. Chapter 38. The Extension Function of Bloodline Insight. Witnessing a horde of Ghost Shadow Swordsmen converge, Shen Lang remained utterly unperturbed. A group of level 5 weaklings, with a mere breath from Queen Medusa, They could all be obliterated. Take your time, Medusa, he urged. He then activated his newly acquired skills, Force Tide, Magic Tide, and Invisibility. As Force Tide and Magic Tide took effect, Shen Lang's passive talent, Blessing, was simultaneously activated. Your beast, Queen Medusa, gains a magic recovery speed of 300. Your beast, Queen Medusa, gains a stamina recovery speed of 300. Upon activating invisibility, relevant prompts also appeared. You have successfully activated invisibility for the next 3 minutes. Your presence will diminish, making it difficult to detect your form. Meanwhile, the skills of Force Tide and Magic Tide enveloped Queen Medusa. Visibly, 2 layers of faint light manifested upon Queen Medusa's form, signifying the effects of these 2 skills. Indeed, witnessing these glowing halos, Shen Lang finally felt his existence as a master held some value. Queen Medusa turned to Shen Lang and smiled gently, then gracefully approached the Ghost Shadow Swordsman. With each step she took, more than one Ghost Shadow Swordsman was either struck down or reduced to nothingness by her presence. During this time, the Ghost Shadow Swordsman that had initially targeted Shen Lang abandoned him and converged upon Queen Medusa. This was not merely due to her rampage, but rather because, under the effects of invisibility, Shen Lang's presence had nearly vanished, leading the Ghost Shadow Swordsmen to redirect their hatred towards the visibly enraged Queen Medusa. 2 new types of ghost shadows have appeared. Amid Queen Medusa's leisurely slaughter, new ghost shadows emerged from the ranks of the Ghost Shadow Swordsmen. Shen Lang remembered well how Queen Medusa had come to be. Although he feigned disdain for these ghost shadows, who could say that among them there would not arise a potential divine beast with bloodline capabilities akin to Queen Medusa? Therefore, upon discovering the new ghost shadows, Shen Lang activated his Bloodline Insight talent and scanned each of the new apparitions. Ghost Shadow Armored Soldier. Level 5. Bloodline Limit. Ordinary Level 1 Star Ghost Shadow. Growth Limit. Level 30. Ghost Shadow Archer. Level 5. Bloodline Limit. Ordinary Level 1 Star Ghost Shadow. Growth Limit. Level 30. Alas, the 2 additional ghost shadows were still worthless, lacking even a 2-star bloodline. As in a novice dungeon, Shen Lang merely assisted Queen Medusa by casting 2 skills at the beginning while otherwise remaining idle. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa did not pause for a moment, continuously harvesting experience from the ghost shadows. With Queen Medusa's relentless slaughter, they advanced several hundred meters, only to encounter yet another batch of ghost shadows. This new group was significantly larger, their upper bodies clad in heavy, dark armor. However, such armor would hardly withstand Queen Medusa's might. Yet Shen Lang still employed Bloodline Insight on the new ghost shadows. A swift scan revealed that they too were devoid of any valuable bloodlines. Suddenly, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow and grinned, finally spotting one that seemed somewhat promising. Heavy Armored Ghost Shadow. Level 5. Bloodline Limit. 4-star Ghost Shadow Captain. Growth Limit. Level 120. Although a 4-star bloodline limit, it was of little consequence to Shen Lang. What truly piqued his interest was that Bloodline Insight appeared to have revealed an additional detail. In the Bloodline Limit section, a number had appeared, indicating that there was more information to uncover. Without hesitation, Shen Lang clicked on the ellipsis, and a message promptly materialized. Congratulations, esteemed Beastmaster. Your proficiency in Bloodline Insight has reached intermediate level. The Bloodline Limit will now present you with specific limit information. Please take note. Upon reading this message, Shen Lang was even more astonished. He had not anticipated that this talent possessed an extension function. This message soon faded into obscurity, replaced by another. 2-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 75. 3-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 29. 4-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 3. It was evident that this was the evolution success rate of the heavy armored Ghost Shadow's bloodline. From these figures, it appeared that if an ordinary Beastmaster were to cultivate this heavy armored Ghost Shadow meticulously, it would likely evolve to a 2-star bloodline. However, achieving a 3-star classification would require substantial investment and dedication, with a probability of less than 30%. The odds of advancing to a 4-star bloodline were a mere 3, rendering it almost negligible. This 3 chance might still require the aid of certain items or spiritual entities. Of course, should Shen Lang desire, he could effortlessly awaken this heavy armored Ghost Shadow to a 4-star Captain bloodline, as his talent for bloodline reversion could disregard the so-called evolution success rates. Not to mention a 3 success rate. As long as it was not 0, Shen Lang could ensure its successful evolution directly into its 4-star mature form. Yet, such a trivial 4-star bloodline was not worth Shen Lang's investment in bloodline reversion. Thus, he made no efforts to hinder Queen Medusa's slaughter, and the 4-star bloodline heavy armored Ghost Shadow soon met its demise. Suddenly, Shen Lang recalled something significant. It had been quite a while since they arrived at the Guiying Forest, and despite Medusa having slain numerous ghostly apparitions, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Was the drop rate in the wild so abysmally low? Shen Lang felt somewhat speechless, especially since he had spent a considerable sum on a one-click pickup card, which seemed utterly useless at this moment. Just then, after a ghostly swordsman fell, a gray light shimmered into existence, clearly indicating the emergence of equipment. Shen Lang promptly activated his one-click pickup, and instantaneously, the gray light appeared in his backpack. Inferior Iron Sword, Gray Rough. Attack 20, Spirit 1, Agility 5. Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle, for this truly was subpar. One must remember that even in novice dungeons, the equipment drops were at least white quality. Yet here in the wild, his first piece of equipment was of the gray, rough caliber. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of a level-up notification rang out. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Your class level has increased from level 5 to level 6. Congratulations, your fixed attributes have increased by 10 and have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations, your free attributes have increased by 10. Upon hearing this notification, Shen Lang's previous discontent dissipated entirely. While the drop rates and quality of equipment in the wild were indeed inferior to those in novice dungeons, there was an undeniable advantage: the abundance of ferocious beasts. Shen Lang had only just reached level 5 when he exited the novice dungeon, and now, having been outside the city for less than half an hour, he had already leveled up. Observing the newly acquired 10 points in free attributes, Shen Lang opted to allocate them directly to his spirit attribute, fully embracing his specialization. Chapter 39, Slaying Monsters and Leveling Up. Your beast has slain a level 5 ghostly archer, and both you and your beast have received 4 experience points each. Just after reaching level 6, Shen Lang noticed that Medusa's kills of these ghostly apparitions yielded less subsequent experience. Previously, it had been 6 points, but now it had sharply reduced to 4. Clearly, this was due to the disparity in levels affecting the experience gained. Shen Lang quickly grasped the situation. After all, higher-level beings typically awarded less experience when vanquishing lower-level foes. Moreover, if the level difference became too vast, slaying ferocious beasts would yield no experience at all. At that moment, having cleared the nearby ghostly beings, Shen Lang spoke. Medusa, let us continue forward. Yes, my master. Medusa swiftly dispatched the last 2 ghostly apparitions in the vicinity and then proceeded with Shen Lang deeper into the forest. Due to Guiying Forest being a 1-star area, they encountered no other adventurers along the way. After all, even the least capable adventurers from the previous year would have reached at least level 30 and would not return to such low-level zones. As for this year's newly transitioned novice adventurers, they were still struggling to reach level 5 and were not even qualified to leave the city. Even if there were a few sporadic novice adventurers who had attained level 5, the vastness of the wild made it unlikely for them to cross paths. In this context, Guiying Forest had almost become a personal dungeon, solely belonging to Shen Lang, allowing him to hunt without fear of competition from other adventurers, a truly relaxing experience. Due to the level difference, Shen Lang, seeking efficiency, progressed with Medusa into the level 6 Ferocious Beast Zone and directly advanced to the level 7 Ferocious Beast area. Moreover, defeating higher-level foes generally granted more experience. However, Shen Lang did not push the boundaries too far, as the ghostly creatures in Guiying Forest were not limitless, and resources needed to be maximized. True to his style, upon encountering ferocious beasts, he immediately employed Bloodline Insight. It must be said, the ghostly beings in the level 7 area were indeed stronger than those he had previously faced, and the same applied to their bloodlines. Ghostly Mage. Level 7. Bloodline Limit. 3-star Ghostly Squad Leader. Growth Limit. Level 90. 2-star Evolution Success Rate. 90. 3-star Evolution Success Rate. 12. Shen Lang glanced at the information before turning to Medusa and commanded, "Continue." "Yes, my master." Medusa replied and immediately advanced towards the ghostly mages, resuming her slaughter. Your beast has slain the ghostly mage. You and your beast have each received 20 experience points. 20 points of experience? Shen Lang knew the experience would be somewhat higher, but he did not expect it to be this substantial, exceeding his expectations. It was certainly not this exaggerated in the novice dungeon. However, it was also reasonable to conclude. After all, the novice dungeon posed minimal danger, and even in perilous situations, one could retreat at any time. In contrast, the wild offered no such escape. One had to bear the risks alone. Increased experience was undoubtedly beneficial for Shen Lang, who promptly urged Medusa. "Medusa, let us hasten our pace." "Yes, my master." Medusa took his words to heart, accelerating her pace in eliminating the ghostly beings. A few minutes later, the level 7 ghostly area had been nearly cleared, leaving only 7 or 8 that had yet to engage. Medusa's figure flickered, each movement corresponding to a ghostly apparition's experience points being added. When the last level 7 ghostly being fell to Medusa's blade, 2 notifications echoed in Shen Lang's mind simultaneously. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast Medusa has leveled up to level 9, granting 100 fixed attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your class level has increased from level 6 to level 7. Congratulations, your fixed attributes have increased by 10 and have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations, your free attributes have increased by 10. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. He had leveled up simultaneously with Medusa. Of course, this was attributed to the abundance of ghostly beings in the level 7 area, which provided significantly higher experience. Shen Lang chose not to rest, but instead began to clear the battlefield, activating one-click pickup. The level 7 ghostly area spanned less than a kilometer, so the entire battlefield fell within the one-click pickup range. Soon, the dropped equipment and items automatically entered Shen Lang's backpack. Alas, the drop rate was truly dismal. Shen Lang sighed, lacking even the motivation to inspect the equipment. The combined total of ghostly beings from the two areas had surpassed 1,000. Yet he had only collected 12 pieces of equipment, 1 green quality, 2 white ordinary, and 8 gray rough, an utterly disheartening sight. Let us move on to the level 8 ghostly area. Shen Lang decisively dismissed the equipment and, alongside Medusa, continued deeper into the Guiying forest. Before long, they arrived at the level 8 ghostly zone. The ghostly beings in this area primarily wielded weapons, some brandishing spears, others wielding axes and blades, an eclectic assortment. Being level 8 ghostly beings, their combat prowess was naturally enhanced. However, for Medusa, this slight increase in strength was nearly negligible. As the hostility of the level 8 ghostly beings was provoked, Shen Lang's Bloodline Insight remained active, continuously scanning those ghostly beings that surrounded Medusa in a ferocious assault. One particular ghostly being, wielding a spear, had a commendable bloodline limit. Spear Ghost, level 8. Bloodline limit, 6-star ghostly general. Growth limit, level 180. 2-star evolution success rate, 99. 3-star evolution success rate, 73. 4-star evolution success rate, 43. 5-star evolution success rate, 18. 6-star evolution success rate, 5. This marked the first encounter of Shen Lang with a 6-star bloodline in the wild, which was already considered quite impressive. However, as Shen Lang's first tamed beast was the 10-star Medusa Queen, he was rather dismissive of anything below 10 stars. Consequently, the beast seed that ordinary beast tamers would vie for was swiftly extinguished beneath the flames of the Medusa Queen. In the 8th level Ghost Shadow region, the number of specters surpassed that of the 7th level zone, allowing Medusa to eliminate approximately half before Shen Lang experienced another upgrade, smoothly ascending from level 7 to 8. A speed of advancement akin to that of a rocket. Before long, all specters in the 8th level zone were eradicated by the Medusa Queen. Activating the one-click loot function, Shen Lang inquired of the Medusa Queen, "Shall we take a moment to rest?" "No need, Master. It is quite effortless, not tiring at all," Medusa replied softly. The small wild monsters, each below level 10, were easily dispatched by her with a mere flick of her hand, indeed requiring little effort. Shen Lang nodded with a smile, saying, "Then let us continue and see how many levels we can ascend today." Chapter 40, Legendary Level, Ghost Shadow Vice Commander. In the Ghost Shadow Forest. Within the 9th level Ghost Shadow Zone, Shen Lang leaned against a fallen ancient tree, crossing his legs as he observed the Medusa mercilessly slaying the level 9 specters. The surrounding specters were scanned by his Bloodline Insight ability, revealing that the highest among them was merely a 3-star elite. A 3-star elite specter was comparable to a 5-star ordinary one, but that was the extent of it. Shen Lang had effortlessly dispatched the previous 6-star ordinary specter without a second thought, let alone this 3-star elite specter. Under Medusa's rapid assaults, the 9th level Ghost Shadow Zone was swiftly cleansed. After collecting the loot, Shen Lang and Medusa hastened onward to the 10th level Ghost Shadow Zone. As before, the scene was one of unrelenting slaughter, with all specters transforming into experience points for both Master and Beast. Upon vanquishing the specters of the 10th level, both Shen Lang and the Medusa Queen leveled up once more. Shen Lang rose from level 8 to 9, while Medusa ascended from level 9 to 10. Who else could boast such rapid advancement? Shen Lang grinned, noting that this was achieved without Medusa utilizing her area damage abilities. Otherwise, their progress would have been even swifter. Regrettably, the equipment drop rates remained abysmally low, yielding only a scant few items of poor quality. Without further ado, they delved deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest. The forest stretched extensively, with a diameter of at least 30 to 40 kilometers. Shen Lang and his companion had ventured nearly 10 kilometers in. placing them in a region relatively close to the center. Here, beasts of level 10 and above could potentially emerge. Their journey towards the 11th level zone consumed considerable time. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered level 11 specters, yet the swarms of dozens or even hundreds of specters had not materialized, piquing Shen Lang's curiosity. Before long, the Medusa Queen suddenly remarked, "Master, there is a presence ahead that feels slightly stronger." Let us investigate." Shen Lang immediately replied. After traversing approximately 100 meters, he caught a clear glimpse through the gaps in the trees of a massive specter ahead, clad in black armor that seemed to meld with its form. It bore two thick arms entwined with black chains that emitted a harsh clattering sound as it moved. Compared to the previous specters, this one was at least twice the size, towering close to 3 meters. Shen Lang refrained from employing Bloodline Insight first, opting instead to cast a probing ability. Ghost Shadow Vice Commander, Legendary Level. Level 16, Strength 320, Constitution 350, Agility 300, Spirit 250. To his surprise, Shen Lang was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering one so early, as such beings were exceedingly rare in the wild. At that moment, the Ghost Shadow Vice Commander seemingly detected Shen Lang's probing. With a thunderous roar, the Vice Commander scanned the vicinity with its enormous eyes, landing directly upon Shen Lang and Medusa. Rumbling. In the next instant, the Ghost Shadow Vice Commander charged towards them. However, it appeared that it finally recognized the Medusa Queen, abruptly halting its advance. Possessing a higher intellect than ordinary wild monsters, it could sense the formidable presence of this humanoid entity. After a brief pause, the Vice Commander turned and fled in the opposite direction. Indeed, upon detecting the Medusa Queen's terrifying aura, this legendary being chose to retreat without hesitation. "Quick, pursue. It is escaping." Shen Lang was momentarily bewildered by the scene, but quickly called out to the Medusa Queen. They could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. "It cannot escape." Medusa's voice had barely left her lips when her figure vanished from sight. Shen Lang had scarcely taken a few steps when the previously fleeing Ghost Shadow Vice Commander suddenly collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the Medusa Queen materialized in midair, grasping the floating chains. "Return." With a powerful tug, the weapon that belonged to the Ghost Shadow Commander became hers. The chains coiled around the commander's neck, and its entire form was yanked through the air, crashing heavily to the ground not far from Shen Lang. As the Medusa Queen returned, she held the other end of the chains. The downed Ghost Shadow Vice Commander was utterly incapacitated, unable to rise, suppressed by the Medusa Queen's divine beast aura. The earlier specters, should the Medusa exhibit her divine might, would similarly be rendered powerless, akin to how she effortlessly obliterated low-level specters in the novice dungeon. Medusa tugged on the chains and inquired, "Master, shall we eliminate it directly?" "Wait, let me take a look first." Shen Lang approached and immediately employed Bloodline Insight on the Ghost Shadow Vice Commander. Ghost Shadow Vice Commander, Legendary Level. Level 16, Bloodline Limit. 3-star Legendary Level, Growth Limit. Level 120, 2-star Evolution Success Rate, 98. 3-star Evolution Success Rate, 80. The evolution rates were indeed quite high, yet the bloodline limit was disappointingly low, capped at merely 3 stars. While it was a legendary bloodline, 3 stars were utterly lackluster, translating to no more than an 8-star ordinary level. 10-star ordinary levels were deemed trash, let alone 8-star ordinary levels. Instantly, Shen Lang lost interest in the Ghost Shadow Vice Commander, waving his hand and saying, "Finish it off." "Very well, my master." As Medusa concluded her words, she flung the chains in a reverse motion, piercing through the Vice Commander's skull as if it were a spear. The head was shattered, and its body dissipated like black mist. Simultaneously, Shen Lang's mind resonated with the notification of the Ghost Shadow Vice Commander's defeat. "Your beast has slain the Ghost Shadow Vice Commander, Legendary Level. You and your beast each gain experience, 180. In the place where the Vice Commander had vanished, luminous orbs began to flicker. Finally, something of value had dropped. Otherwise, it would have been quite shameful. Shen Lang internally lamented, promptly activating the one-click loot function. Indeed, it proved remarkably effective, directly depositing the items into his backpack. In the next moment, the shimmering lights on the ground vanished, already residing within Shen Lang's inventory. Meticulously examined his backpack and was astonished to discover a skill book among the spoils. Chapter 41, 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline, Shadow King. Given the impressive drop rates and quality of the thousands of wild monsters previously encountered, had not held high hopes for this particular creature. However, it was indeed a delightful surprise. In addition to the skill book, he also found a beast crystal and 2 pieces of equipment. One was of blue quality, while the other was a red perfect grade item, a significant upgrade from the previous loot. The red item represented the highest quality equipment had acquired thus far, excluding those obtained from treasure chests. He first retrieved the skill book, activating the skill probe to unveil its details. Skill book, Ghost Shadow Summoning. Skill description, consumes a certain amount of mana to summon a number of ghost shadows to combat enemies. The higher the level, the stronger and more numerous the summoned shadows. Class requirement, Summoner. This skill was impressive, but alas, it could only be learned by a summoner. Felt a twinge of regret. Despite the ghost shadows being relatively weak against Medusa, they were still quite formidable. Summoning 1 would mean a 2-on-1 advantage, and summoning 10 would translate to a 10-on-1 advantage. A horde would indeed overwhelm the foes. He decided to keep it for now. Who knows, perhaps his second class would be Summoner after all? Tossed the skill book back into his pack, and then took out a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal. Dark type, Beast Crystal. Level, 1 star. Description, formed from concentrated dark power. It can be used for forging, magic formations, alchemy, etc. Was well versed in the uses of beast crystals. These could only be dropped by wild, ferocious beasts. The drop rate for high-level beasts was nearly 100%, while the chances were significantly lower for others. Ordinary ferocious beasts required high star ratings and levels to have any chance of dropping a beast crystal. Given its versatility, decided against selling it, placing it in his backpack instead. Typically, he kept the items he needed on hand, while those intended for sale were stored in Medusa's pack. Next, he retrieved the blue equipment from his loot. Ghost Shadow Pendant, blue quality. Mentality 12, Agility 10. Wearing requirement, Mentality 70. Although it was blue quality gear, its attributes were rather lackluster, rendering it only suitable for selling. Tossed it into Medusa's backpack and then examined the red perfect grade equipment. Ghost Shadow Mask, red perfect. Defense 30. Strength 16, Agility 12, Mentality 15. Wearing requirement, Mentality 150. This one was indeed promising. While its stats were not excessively exaggerated, they were quite fitting for him. This was certainly a significant improvement over his previous mask. Scrutinized the Ghost Shadow Mask, noting its appealing design. It resembled a half-ventilated helmet or crown, adorned in shades of black and red, exuding an eerie charm. He donned the mask with a single click. It fit snugly on his head, albeit with a slightly odd appearance. Currently, his gear was a mismatched assortment, lacking cohesion and style, but there was little he could do about it. He silently hoped to acquire a complete set of divine gear in the future. Mused, yet he made no effort to remove the Ghost Shadow Mask, finding it rather cool overall. In summary, the defeat of the Ghost Shadow Deputy had yielded substantial rewards, rekindling his excitement for the wild, ferocious beasts. Let's go, Medusa, onward. Glanced back at Medusa and promptly ventured deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest. Perhaps due to the presence of the Ghost Shadow Deputy, the nearby specters were notably sparse. It was reminiscent of earlier encounters, with only a few ghost shadows occasionally appearing, swiftly dispatched by Medusa. Logically, they should have reached the level 11 Ghost Shadow area by now, yet the shadows remained elusive. As he spoke, turned to Medusa and asked, "Are we on the right path?" "My lord, we are not mistaken," Medusa replied, indicating their forward direction. Ahead, numerous ghost shadow auras await. "Then let us hasten our pace." Trusted Medusa's judgment, for she possessed the sensing ability of a 10-star divine beast. They pressed on for a few more minutes when suddenly, a dense black mist emerged before them. The mist was thick, obscuring visibility to about 10 meters, rendering anything beyond indistinct. "Medusa, is there danger within?" inquired. The Queen of Medusa glanced into the black mist and smiled. "My lord, there is no danger inside. However what?" asked, intrigued. Medusa chuckled. "The black mist emanates from a shadow within. With such a vast expanse of black mist, could it be another creature?" S eyes brightened with excitement. "Medusa, quickly. Let us bring it out for a closer look." "Very well, my lord." Medusa nodded, her form darting into the thick black mist like an arrow. Moments later, the swirling black mist began to dissipate rapidly, and before it had fully cleared, Medusa emerged triumphantly. She grasped a small creature resembling a shark, quivering in her grasp with sharp teeth and a fearful demeanor. "Why is this little thing so small?" observed the creature, noting its size akin to that of a small puppy. Yet, as Medusa had mentioned, the black mist had originated from this very being, suggesting it possessed extraordinary qualities. Without hesitation, employed his Bloodline Insight skill. Dark Mist Ghost Shadow. Level 10. Bloodline Limit. 10-star Divine Beast Level Shadow King. Growth Limit. Level 300. Upon seeing the 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline Limit, was momentarily taken aback. A 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline. This fortune arrived unexpectedly, catching him entirely off guard. A radiant smile graced face as he realized he had stumbled upon a 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline, an incredible stroke of luck. As for the success rate of evolving the bloodline, did he even need to consider it? Even if the evolution success rate for this dark mist ghost shadow were 1,000,000,000 to 1, 4, it remained a certainty. Noticing beaming smile, Medusa inquired while holding the dark mist ghost shadow, "My lord, do you fancy this little one?" "Indeed, it shall become our new companion," replied cheerfully, moving closer to the creature and placing his hand upon its head. Contract art, activate. Chapter 42, Shadow King, Shadow Traversal, Shadow Transformation. The dark mist ghost shadow instinctively struggled as approached, but it was helpless, held firmly by Medusa. However, as hand rested on its head and the contract star formation illuminated, the dark mist ghost shadow realized that this human was not here to harm it, but to forge a bond and transform it into a beast companion. As comprehension dawned, the terror in its dark red eyes gradually gave way to acceptance. Moments later, the contract ritual concluded, and the star formation merged into the dark mist ghost shadow's being. And the Onwu had evidently established a master-servant relationship, and he received a notification confirming the successful contract. "Congratulations, you have successfully contracted the beast Onwu. The details followed. Beast, Onwu, attribute, dark, level 10, strength, 168, agility, 160, constitution, 150, spirit, 8, talent, dark power attack 39, skill, black mist. Much like the initial encounter with Medusa, the primitive information of Onwu was presented first, followed by a series of notifications. Talent Bloodline Insight triggered, detecting that the contracted beast possesses a faint divine beast level 10-star Shadow Monarch bloodline. Divine Talent Bloodline Reversion triggered. Do you wish to activate the bloodline of Onwu, reverting it to the Shadow Monarch? Divine Talent Extraction triggered. Do you wish to extract talents from your beast? Divine Talent Beast Assimilation triggered. Do you wish to assimilate your beast? Having traversed these processes before, adeptly declined the last two divine talents. Both the talent extraction and beast assimilation would naturally have to wait until after the bloodline reversion of Onwu. At that moment, the Onwu, which had become beast, was struggling in Medusa's grasp, yearning to draw closer to. "Medusa, please release it," implored. Medusa nodded, responding, "Very well, master." As her grip loosened, Onwu immediately darted too, swirling around him as if earnestly examining its master, eventually settling on shoulder. Observing this, Medusa softly commanded, "Get down." Onwu trembled, exchanging glances with Medusa for a brief moment before reluctantly leaping down from shoulder, refraining from further movement. Amused by the scene, grinned and addressed the visibly jealous Medusa, "All right. Medusa, do not frighten it. Like you once were, it too possesses a formidable bloodline, which is why I chose to contract it." "Oh, I see now. No wonder Master would contract such a little creature," Medusa remarked, scrutinizing Onwu. "However, I am the elder sister, the first to follow the Master." "Of course. You are the eldest," replied with a laugh. With both beasts vying for affection, could only imagine how chaotic it would become when more beasts joined their ranks. Satisfied by his acknowledgement, Medusa displayed a content demeanor, casting a condescending glance at Onwu, who promptly hid behind, exhibiting an adorably shy demeanor. With a smirk, declared without hesitation, "Revert. Divine Talent Bloodline Reversion has successfully activated. Your beast Onwu is currently activating the 10-star Divine Beast level Shadow Monarch bloodline." As the notification chimed, Onwu involuntarily soared into the air, enveloped in layers of dark mist, its form gradually transforming within the obscuring fog. Was curious to see what form Onwu would take post-reversion, but the thick mist obscured his view. Before long, the black mist began to dissipate, revealing Onwu, or rather, the final form of the 10-star Divine Beast Shadow Monarch. Much like Medusa, it had assumed a semi-human form. "Ah, another girl," mused, taken aback and delighted by the successfully reverted Shadow Monarch. With waist-length cascading hair and a porcelain doll-like visage, she donned a black suit-like attire, her slightly reddened eyes lending her an aura that aligned perfectly with her name, exuding a dark charm. Notably, this Shadow Monarch bore a striking similarity to Medusa in that she too lacked traditional legs. To be precise, it was not that she had no legs, rather. Her lower limbs were enveloped in a short skirt that concealed her calves, resulting in a whimsical appearance as if she were floating in the air, which was quite eerie. "Congratulations, Beastmaster, your beast Onwu has successfully reverted to become the 10-star Divine Beast level Shadow Monarch." Upon hearing this, promptly diverted his gaze from the Shadow Monarch and accessed her information. Beast, Shadow Monarch, attribute, dark, level 10, strength, 1400, agility, 1300, constitution, 1600, spirit, 1300. Talent, shadow jump, ability to traverse shadows. Talent, shadow form, transforms into a shadow, damage reduction 500. Skills: Ultimate Darkness, Shadow Clone Technique, Unmatched Shadow Arrow. After observing this information, noted that her attributes were comparable to those of Medusa, albeit with superior constitution, indicating her defensive prowess. Furthermore, like Medusa, the Shadow Monarch also possessed two significant talents. The Shadow Jump talent allowed for movement between shadows, a remarkable means for both escape and assassination. The other talent, Shadow Form, was even more formidable, providing an extraordinary defensive capability with a damage reduction of 500. Envisioning a scenario where an attack dealing 10,000 points of damage would be reduced to merely 2,000 upon impacting her, felt a surge of excitement. As a Beastmaster, he had no need for offensive capabilities. Thus, enhancing his own defense was paramount. Even if his beasts occasionally faltered and foes approached to inflict harm, this talent would significantly minimize the damage taken. Without hesitation, declared talent extraction. While he found the Shadow Form talent appealing, he also appreciated the Shadow Jump as a means of escape, comforting himself that either talent extraction would yield beneficial results. Congratulations! You have extracted the talent Shadow Form from your beast Shadow Monarch. Soon, the notification chimed, confirming the successful extraction of the Shadow Form talent. Chapter 43. The Onslaught of Ghost Shadows, Ultimate Darkness. One must commend fortune. His desire for the Shadow Form talent had indeed borne fruit. A fivefold damage reduction skill was unparalleled. Even the most exceptional equipment could hardly achieve such a feat. Speaking of equipment, mused about acquiring divine gear that could provide 6- or 7-fold damage reduction. Such defenses would indeed leave adversaries in tears. At that moment, the Shadow Monarch emerged from the Bloodline Regression state, gazing down at her transformed physique. The inheritance memory of the 10-star divine beast level instantly enlightened her about her circumstances. And timidly, she glanced at, calling out, "Master." Floating beside, she bowed and expressed, "Thank you for activating the divine beast bloodline within me and allowing me to revert successfully." "There's no need for thanks, just stay by my side," replied with a smile. The Shadow Monarch nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, I will, Master." Then pointed to Medusa, saying, "She is my first beast, and you are my second. Allow yourselves to become acquainted." Medusa, in her essence, is also a 10-star divine beast, known as the Queen of Medusa. You may refer to her as sister. After all, Shen Lang had promised Medusa that she could take the lead, and thus it is only natural to guide her, to ensure that the Shadow Monarch and she can coexist harmoniously. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Monarch turned her gaze toward the Queen of Medusa, perhaps due to the events that transpired during her shadowy state. The Shadow Monarch still held some trepidation toward the Queen of Medusa, and she timidly exclaimed, "Shadow, I greet you, sister." Medusa responded in a rather indifferent tone. The Shadow Monarch, feeling helpless, directed a pleading look toward Shen Lang, conveying her inability to handle this aloof queen. Observing this, Shen Lang addressed the Queen of Medusa, saying, "All right, Medusa, from now on we are comrades, especially you two. Not only must you assist me in leveling up by defeating monsters, but you must also ensure my safety. Cooperation is essential. Rest assured, my master, I will coordinate effectively with her." After saying this, Medusa cast a glance at the Shadow Monarch and stated, "Shadow, your attributes, talents, and skills should lean more towards defense, so you will be responsible for the master's safety, while I shall primarily aid in leveling him up. Do you understand?" There was no hint of seeking consensus, merely a command. Shen Lang chose not to intervene. He might acquire more beast companions in the future, and having the Queen of Medusa manage them would be a splendid choice, especially since she was willing to take the lead. Before the Shadow Monarch could respond, Medusa continued, "If the master sustains even a scratch under your protection, I shall hold you accountable." At this moment, the Shadow Monarch's strength and intelligence were indeed comparable to the Queen of Medusa. However, the high-handed queen still exerted a subtle pressure on the youthful monarch, especially since she could discern that the master did not oppose Medusa's arrangement. Therefore, the Shadow Monarch obediently and resolutely replied, "Understood, Sister Medusa. I will protect the master diligently. As long as I live, I shall not allow anyone to harm him in the slightest." "That is best," Medusa replied with her signature indifferent expression. This indicates that the aloof queen would only display her maid-like demeanor towards Shen Lang, maintaining her regal presence with others. The Shadow Monarch's face fell slightly, and Shen Lang recognized that it was time for him to speak up. However, just then, Medusa suddenly informed Shen Lang, "Master, a multitude of ghostly shadows is converging towards us." Upon saying this, she glanced at the Shadow Monarch and added, "It may be due to her bloodline returning to its ancestral form." Indeed, the recent return of the Shadow's bloodline had released a significant amount of bloodline aura, which would be an irresistible temptation for ordinary ghostly shadows. If they could absorb even a fraction of it, it would result in a profound transformation for them. Shen Lang glanced in the direction indicated by Medusa and inquired, "How many?" "At least several thousand." Medusa's eyes flashed with intensity as she remarked, "However, they are not strong. And none possess notable levels of aura. I can handle it." Given her current combat prowess, if she were to engage seriously, even a swarm of several thousand level 10 ghostly shadows would merely require her to exhale a few more times. Shen Lang was well aware of this, so he did not exhibit any signs of anxiety upon hearing about the impending ghostly shadows. "Shadow, ensure the master's safety," Medusa commanded before preparing to confront the ghostly shadows that were beginning to materialize throughout the forest. However, Shen Lang called out to her, smiling as he said, "Medusa, let it be your turn to protect me this time. Shadow has just joined us, and I have yet to witness her in action. Allow her to showcase her abilities. You have been the one to engage all along, so it's a perfect opportunity for you to rest." Medusa, upon hearing this, eventually acquiesced. "Very well, master." The Shadow Monarch was somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, and Shen Lang prompted, "Aren't you going yet?" "Ah, yes, master. I will not disappoint you." With that, the Shadow Monarch eagerly took flight toward the approaching horde of ghostly shadows. This was her first opportunity to demonstrate her strength before the master, and she was determined to impress him. Meanwhile, Shen Lang reassured Medusa, saying, "Since you wish to take on the role of the eldest sister, you must earn the Shadow's loyalty, not through force, but willingly. You are the Divine Beast Queen, and she is also a Divine Beast Monarch. Do not let her small stature deceive you. She possesses the bloodline of a monarch. Do you understand? Then, master, how should I proceed?" Medusa inquired softly, evidently invested in the matter. Shen Lang chuckled and replied, "In my homeland, there is a saying, a stick plus sugar. I do not comprehend, master." Medusa shook her head. Shen Lang pondered for a moment and explained, "Simply put, you cannot solely compel others to do things. You must also treat them well." "Oh, I shall try that in the future. Thank you, master." Medusa exclaimed, affectionately tugging at Shen Lang's arm with delight, reveling in the support she received from him. Suddenly, both Shen Lang and Medusa felt the surroundings dim, as if heavy clouds were rolling in. They looked up to see that, at some point, the shadow had ascended into the air. The dark mist beneath her swirled violently, rapidly spreading outward from her center towards the encroaching ghostly shadows. This was one of the shadow's area damage skills, Ultimate Darkness. Chapter 44. I have a business deal worth over 100 million to discuss with you. Enveloped in the black mist, it transformed the day into night, and at that moment, the shadow truly resembled a sovereign of darkness. However, Ultimate Darkness was not merely about unleashing black mist. As the mist spread, the ghostly shadows rushing in were visibly dissolving at an astonishing rate. Upon their dissolution, they became part of the black mist and surged forth again towards the other ghostly shadows. These shadows were not only numerous, but also predominantly above level 10, with some nearing level 20. Clearly, the return of the shadow's ancestral bloodline had attracted far too many ghostly shadows, drawing nearly all the level 20 and below shadows in the vicinity. During the dissolution of these shadows, the sound of notifications resonated in Shen Lang's mind as the shadow eliminated the ghostly shadows. Your beast has slain a flying winged ghost shadow. You and your beast each gain experience points 9. Your beast has slain a. The notifications were incessant, to the point where Shen Lang could scarcely discern the types of ghostly shadows being vanquished. All he knew was that his experience was soaring. Indeed, it was skyrocketing, increasing by tens or even hundreds every second. The completion rate of his level experience was also rapidly rising, from level 9 to level 12, then from level 9 to level 34, and finally from level 9 to level 58. It is worth noting that Medusa had been present all along. Although she had not engaged in combat, as long as her beast was summoned, she would receive corresponding experience regardless of her involvement, as this is one of the professional attributes of a Beastmaster. This means that the experience gained from the ghostly shadows eliminated by the shadow's ultimate darkness was shared among Shen Lang, her, and Medusa. But the rapid increase in Shen Lang's experience clearly indicated the overwhelming number of kills by the shadow. The area damage of a 10-star divine beast is no exaggeration. Shen Lang sighed with genuine admiration. During the novice dungeon, Medusa had demonstrated this once, and now the shadow's area damage was equally explosive. As the tide of ghostly shadows continued to perish, the area of the black mist released by the shadow diminished correspondingly, with only the areas still occupied by ghostly shadows retaining the mist, where the shadows rapidly dissolved and died. Just as the black mist was dwindling, another notification echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your profession level has ascended from 9 to 10. Congratulations, your summoned beast, Medusa, has advanced from level 10 to level 11. Congratulations, your summoned beast, Shadow King, has also progressed from level 10 to level 11. This wave of slaughter against the ghost shadows has allowed Shen Lang and his two summoned beasts to level up almost simultaneously. Such rapid progression is quite astonishing. Yet I find it delightful. Shen Lang chuckled, feeling immensely satisfied with Shadow's ultimate skill. Despite Shadow being a defensive type 10-star divine beast, its offensive capabilities are not to be underestimated. It possesses both defensive and offensive prowess. Of course, the reason for their upgrades is not solely due to Shadow eliminating thousands of ghost shadows, but also the experience gained from defeating higher-level foes, which contributed significantly to their advancement. Otherwise, Medusa and Shadow might not have leveled up. Nevertheless, an upgrade is always a positive outcome, granting Shen Lang 10 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Shadow, like Medusa, received 100 fixed attribute points upon leveling up, which Shen Lang couldn't help but envy. However, considering they are both his summoned beasts, it was of little concern. Remarkably, from the moment Shadow unleashed its ultimate darkness until now, barely a minute has passed. Just over half a minute. Soon, thousands of ghost shadows above level 10 were completely consumed by the ultimate darkness. The endless black mist dissipated, returning to form Shadow's legs. And Shadow swiftly floated back. "Master, all have been eliminated," Shadow exclaimed, returning to Shen Lang's side with a sense of achievement. Shen Lang nodded, affectionately patting her small head, and said with a smile, "Well done, Shadow, you are quite formidable. Thank you for the praise, Master. I will strive to do even better in the future." Shadow responded joyfully, resembling an exuberant child. At that moment, Medusa, who had previously maintained a chilly demeanor toward Shadow, spoke up, "Keep it up." Surprised by Medusa's words, Shadow glanced at her and replied, Yes, Sister Medusa, I will do my best. If I ever do something wrong, please remind me." "All right," Medusa responded, casting a glance at Shen Lang. She sensed that her initiative to speak with Shadow had inadvertently brought them closer together. Thus, her gaze toward Shen Lang was filled with admiration. A master truly understands everything. Shen Lang returned Medusa's gaze with an approving look, then remarked, "With so many ghost shadows slain, a substantial amount of equipment has dropped. It seems we should collect the loot now. I just heard a notification that the quantity appears to be quite considerable." As he spoke, Shen Lang activated the one-click pickup feature, and immediately, items began to fill his backpack. In an instant, his backpack was full. Shen Lang quickly switched to Medusa's backpack, which also filled up in an instant. Fortunately, with Shadow now present, he remembered that he had yet to apply a talent to Shadow. Equipment. Thus, Shen Lang bestowed the equipment ability upon Shadow, resulting in an additional 100 slots in her backpack. However, those 100 slots were filled just as quickly. Notification: there are still a certain number of equipment items within the pickup range that have not been successfully collected. Notification: to continue picking up items, please clear your backpack. Although the drop rate of wild beasts is not exceedingly high, the sheer number of creatures slain, thousands by Medusa and another thousands by Shadow, has resulted in well over 10,000, making it quite reasonable to expect over 300 items despite the low drop rate. Observing the notifications, Shen Lang felt somewhat helpless. It appears that having such powerful summoned beasts has its drawbacks. With so much equipment, he finds himself unable to carry it all. Sigh. Inwardly, Shen Lang lamented his predicament. Recognizing that the equipment was a result of his summoned beast's hard work in defeating so many ghost shadows, he couldn't simply abandon it. Suddenly, he recalled the Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Lang remembered adding the young lady from Wanbao Pavilion to his friends list when he left the city. His initial intention was to sell equipment, yet he almost forgot. Shen Lang swiftly accessed the professional friends system and easily located Yi Hongyu's name, as she was his only friend. "Miss, are you there? I have a business deal worth over 100 million to discuss with you." Without hesitation, Shen Lang sent a message to Yi Hongyu. Chapter 45. I am not a woman who is easily swayed. Undeniably, Shen Lang has acquired an extraordinary amount of equipment, far exceeding 300 pieces. The previous haul of over 100 pieces sold for several million in Wanbao Pavilion, and this time, the profits will undoubtedly be substantial as well. Although most of the equipment obtained from the wild consists of white and gray items, the sheer volume compensates for the lower quality. While claiming a business deal worth over 100 million may be an exaggeration, it should still fetch several million, particularly now, with novice professionals recently transitioning into their roles. Affordable white and gray equipment naturally becomes their first choice. It is likely that Wanbao Pavilion will not dismiss these slightly lower-level items. At the same time Shen Lang sent the message, at the professional trading center in Donghai City, just outside Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Hongyu had just arrived from Wanbao Pavilion when she encountered a middle-aged man, the head of Wanbao Pavilion. "Miss, you have come." The middle-aged man slightly bent at the waist, showing great respect towards Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu smiled and replied, "Uncle Hong, please don't call me that. I'm here to help. If my father finds out, he will surely scold me again. In this place, Just call me by my name or Xiaoyi. Understood. Miss Xiaoyi. The middle-aged man responded with a smile. Yi Hongyu gave him an exasperated glance and said, I'll get to work now. You focus on your tasks as well. As Shen Lang suspected, Yi Hongyu's identity is indeed remarkable. She is the only daughter of Yi Yunchang, the lord of Donghai City. Moreover, Yi Yunchang had her later in life, making him particularly fond of her. Last year, Yi Hongyu successfully transitioned into a formidable thunder mage, which greatly pleased Yi Yunchang. Initially, this year, Yi Yunchang intended for Yi Hongyu to pursue further studies at the Qinghua Academy in the Forbidden City. However, Yi Hongyu was adamantly opposed, expressing her desire to remain by her father's side and not wishing to separate from him. Yi Yunchang, fully aware of his daughter's reluctance, understood that her hesitance was not merely about avoiding the academy. She was even disinterested in becoming a professional. Otherwise, with her lineage and talent, reaching 3-star or even 4-star status within a year would be easily achievable. Yet, Yi Hongyu barely surpasses 2 stars, indicating her lack of commitment to leveling up as a professional. Yi Hongyu's ambition aligns with that of her uncle, who is engaged in business. Yi Hongyu's uncle, Yi Yuchang, is merely a lifestyle professional with combat capabilities comparable to an ordinary person. However, he has built a substantial business. Not only in Donghai City, but also in several nearby cities. There are branches of Wanbao Pavilion and Wanshou Pavilion, with Yi Yuchang's business flourishing. Many believe he owes his success to his brother, Yi Yunchang, especially since Yi Yunchang is the officially appointed lord of Donghai City. Any assistance he provides would make it difficult for Yi Yuchang not to prosper. However, only their peers understand that Yi Yuchang's current success is not solely due to Yi Yunchang's influence. Before Yi Yuchang's business flourished, Yi Yunchang had already established a certain reputation within the domestic professional circle. In other words, without Yi Yuchang's success, it is quite possible that Yi Yunchang would not have achieved his current status. After all, Yi Yunchang ascended to the position of city lord of Donghai City, primarily due to the support of his brother's resources. Naturally, after becoming the city lord, Yi Yunchang's position also benefited Yi Yuchang significantly. Even though Yi Yunchang is fair and impartial, knowing their familial ties, would anyone dare to slight Yi Yuchang? This dynamic has led to Yi Hongyu, his niece, holding Yi Yuchang in high esteem. As she grew up, she showed little desire to linger in the city lord's residence, preferring instead to stay by Yi Yuchang's side. Despite Yi Yuchang having no children of his own, he has come to regard Yi Hongyu as a daughter, showering her with affection that rivals that of her biological father, Yi Yunchang. He has even mentioned the possibility of passing down Wanbage and Wanxiao to her. Yi Hongyu was initially reluctant to attend Qinghua Academy, and with Yi Yuchang's tacit approval, Yi Yunchang had no choice but to leave her in Donghai City. Consequently, Yi Hongyu sought a position from her uncle, which involved assisting at Wanxiao and Wanbage. Her mornings were spent at Wanbage, while afternoons were dedicated to Wanxiao, thus becoming well acquainted with both establishments. Yi Hongyu delighted in the business, tirelessly running between the two locations without a hint of complaint about fatigue. Today, she was in particularly high spirits, having successfully closed a significant deal at Wanbage, and she also made a charming new acquaintance in a handsome professional friend. Now, as she gazed at the fearsome beasts in the exhibition hall of Wanxiao, she found them utterly adorable. This was yet another of Yi Hongyu's interests, her fondness for attractive individuals. However, her admiration for handsome men did not equate to being infatuated to the point of distraction. Although she had offered discounts to Shen Lang, it was not solely due to his good looks. It was also influenced by her uncle's teachings that everyone enjoys a good bargain. Thus, she strived to create advantageous opportunities for customers during transactions, which proved far more effective than any expensive promotional endeavors. Shen Lang's visit to Wanbage today was somewhat driven by this very notion. Thus, while Yi Hongyu could be seen as a person enthralled by appearances, she was certainly not devoid of intellect. Upon arriving at Wanxiao, she first checked the transaction details in the front office before preparing to greet clients personally. However, just as she was about to enter the exhibition hall, a notification sound echoed in her mind. Unlike Shen Lang, Yi Hongyu had numerous friends in her professional network and often engaged in conversation with them. Therefore, upon hearing the notification, she immediately recognized it as a message from one of her professional friends. "Oh dear, it's only been a week since I last returned home. My father surely doesn't need to be so insistent," she murmured to herself, mistakenly assuming it was her father urging her to come home. Yi Yunchang had reluctantly accepted Yi Hongyu's business pursuits, but insisted that she could not spend all her time at Wanxiao and Wanbage. She was required to return home daily. Nevertheless, Yi Hongyu, often away from home for several days at a time, paid little heed to these stipulations. As a result, Yi Yunchang would frequently communicate with her, strongly urging her to come back. This is why Yi Hongyu thought the message was from her father. However, when she opened her friend's system, she was taken aback. Oh, Shen Lang, is this not the handsome gentleman I met this morning? Yi Hongyu's annoyance instantly dissipated, replaced by eager anticipation as she wondered what this charming young man wanted. After glancing around, she hurried to a corner and opened the message Shen Lang had sent her. Upon reading it, her face flushed crimson. As a 19-year-old on the brink of adulthood, she was certainly aware of the magnitude of a business deal worth over 100 million. After contemplating the message for a considerable time, she finally replied, "I apologize, young sir, but I am not a woman of loose morals." Chapter 46. This is absolutely impossible. To be honest, Yi Hongyu felt somewhat vexed at that moment. While her affection for handsome men was undeniable, she also yearned for a gentleman with a heart filled with virtue and goodness, rather than one tainted with vice. The gentleman named Shen Lang was undeniably handsome, but the fact that he wanted to discuss a deal worth over 100 million made her heart ache. Perhaps it would be best to delete him from her contacts. The thought alone was disheartening. Yi Hongyu bit her lip, seemingly resolved to remove Shen Lang from her friend list. However, just as she was about to do so, Shen Lang sent another message, filled with a series of question marks. Shen Lang. Shen Lang. Miss Yi, what are you thinking? I meant to say I want to sell you equipment. Upon reading these two messages, Yi Hongyu blinked in surprise, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Her neck also flushed. She felt like she could just dig a hole in the ground with her red high-heeled shoes and hide her head. How could I have misunderstood him? I should have known that such a handsome gentleman wouldn't harbor impure thoughts. Her mood quickly brightened, and she hastily replied, young sir, I was merely joking. By the way, didn't you just sell equipment this morning? Why are you selling again now? Shen Lang, that's none of your concern. Will you take it or not? Yi Hongyu replied without hesitation. Of course, I will take it. Whatever you have, I want it. Shen Lang, great. I will send it to you shortly. Please keep an eye out. Also, you need to calculate the price yourself. You know my account details. So just transfer it directly to my account. Yi Hongyu quickly responded, Young sir, your trust in Wanbage is an honor for us. Rest assured, we will offer you a price that accurately reflects the market value. Please send the equipment over, and I will have it assessed. Shen Lang. All right, just a moment. Yi Hongyu chose not to reply further and instead waited for Shen Lang to send her the equipment. This was one of the advantages of the professional friend system. It enabled direct transmission across distances. As long as the recipient accepted the transfer, the equipment would appear in their inventory or right before them. Yi Hongyu opted to have the equipment materialize in front of her for assessment, patiently awaiting Shen Lang's delivery. Shen Lang did not keep her waiting long. Within a few seconds, a notification popped up in Yi Hongyu's friend system. Your friend has sent you an email. Would you like to extract it immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hongyu silently thought, extract. Including chatting and other interactions, there was no need for manual input. Everything could be conveyed through silent thought, either as text or voice. This convenience made the professional friend system quite valuable, and individuals usually refrained from adding friends lightly. Processing your email extraction. Success. As the notification chimed, Yi Hongyu felt a momentary darkness before exclaiming, "Oh dear." Her voice echoed oddly, making it hard to understand. The reason was simple. The equipment Shen Lang sent was overwhelming in quantity, forming a small mountain that nearly engulfed her. Although she was in a corner of Wanshao's exhibition hall, the sudden appearance of such a massive pile of equipment drew the gaze of everyone present, with pairs of eyes turning toward the mountain of gear. What is happening? So much equipment. Isn't this Wanshao, where we sell fierce beasts? Why is there so much equipment? That's quite a lot, at least 300 to 500 pieces. While it seemed excessive, upon closer inspection, most of the items appeared to be of common quality, primarily white and gray. One or two items may not hold significant value, but with such a vast quantity, several hundred, at current market prices, it must be worth at least tens of millions, wouldn't you agree? It seems there are even a few rare blue and green items among them. With so many low-tier pieces, it appears they have been sourced from Wanbao Pavilion and temporarily stored at Wanshou Pavilion. This is certainly plausible, considering both establishments are part of the same enterprise. The patrons in the exhibition hall did not dwell on this, assuming that the thriving business at Wanbao Pavilion necessitated a temporary transfer of goods. After all, it has only been a day since the novice class change, and such low-level equipment is in high demand. Although the danger level in the novice dungeons is exceedingly low, having some gear would undoubtedly enhance their monster slaying and leveling experience. Meanwhile, the sales staff and management at Wanshou Pavilion were utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. They overheard the discussions among customers, but received no notification regarding any shipments from Wanbao Pavilion. Moreover, no one approached them to provide any information, as their management is exceptionally stringent, making such occurrences improbable. The individual previously referred to as Uncle Hong by Yi Hongyu, whose full name is Hong Lei, is a veteran of Wanshou Pavilion and a key figure who once fought alongside Yi Yuchang. It is only fitting that he oversees such an establishment. Having been tasked with escorting Yihong Yu, he had not yet departed and had instructed the front desk manager to ensure the utmost care for the young lady from the Yi family. Thus he witnessed the unfolding scene. Furrowing his brow, Hong Lei addressed the front desk manager. Let us investigate what is happening. Consequently, under his guidance, along with security personnel, they swiftly made their way toward the mountainous pile of equipment. Just as they approached, a head popped out from the heap of gear with a loud rustle. Hong Lei was startled and, upon recognizing the individual, exclaimed, "Little Yi." The other staff members were equally perplexed, questioning how the young lady ended up in such a predicament. Even Yihong Yu herself felt disoriented, shaking her head vigorously to regain her senses. What in the world is this? She thought, gazing at the equipment enveloping her. She was astounded, recalling that the young gentleman had sold over 100 pieces to Wanbao Pavilion just hours earlier, and now, here were hundreds more, at least 300. Perhaps even 500. Where on earth did all this equipment come from? The notion that she had acquired them herself never even crossed her mind. Given the notoriously low drop rates for such items in the wild, it is utterly inconceivable for anyone to amass such a quantity in just 2 hours. Are you all right, little Yi? Hong Lei cautiously inquired as he approached her. Yihong Yu snapped back to reality and noticed the curious gazes surrounding her, promptly waving her hands. I'm fine. I'm fine. As she spoke, the scattered equipment around her vanished entirely. As the daughter of the city lord and the sole heir of both Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion, such minor tricks were trivial to her. Coupled with the fact that Yihong Yu was a 2-star practitioner, the gear disappeared, and she landed gracefully on the ground. The earlier incident of being buried by the equipment was merely a lack of attention on her part. After all, who could have anticipated that Shen Lang would deliver hundreds of items all at once? Once she had secured the equipment, Yihong Yu turned to Hong Lei and said, "Uncle Hong, I need to head over there quickly. I'll be back shortly." With that, she dashed out the door, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Heading straight for Wanbao Pavilion. Those hundreds of pieces of equipment needed to be appraised by the evaluators at Wanbao Pavilion. She could not manage that alone. Before long, she found herself back in the same office, where the same appraiser awaited her, now assisted by 5 colleagues instead of 2. Yihong Yu did not engage in the appraisal process herself, but instead sat on the sofa, chatting with Shen Lang. "Where did you acquire all this equipment?" "You have no idea. I was nearly buried under it," she exclaimed. "Rest assured, it was all acquired through legitimate means," Shen Sanliang replied. Yihong Yu pouted, sensing that the handsome young man was reluctant to divulge the source of the equipment. However, reflecting on her interactions with Shen Lang, despite his somewhat aloof demeanor, he did not seem to be malicious. After much contemplation, she surmised that Shen Lang must have a team dedicated to farming gear for sale, given that he was a Beastmaster, a profession that demands considerable wealth for growth. Nevertheless, Yihong Yu refrained from probing further, responding, "All right. I'll let you know once the appraisal is complete. No need for that. Just transfer the payment directly. After all, they are not particularly valuable items." Shen Sanliang remarked nonchalantly. Yihong Yu felt a lump in her throat, while his statement was not unfounded. The collection of white and gray equipment still amounted to tens of millions. Why did his tone make it sound as if they were worthless? "Understood," she replied, and the conversation fell silent, as Shen Lang offered no further responses. Outside Donghai City, in the Ghost Shadow Forest, Shen Lang was not one to wait for Yihong Yu to transfer the funds before continuing his monster hunting. That would simply be a waste of time. Moreover, to him, these items were indeed trash. Previously, he had held on to the blue quality gear, but now he discarded everything below red perfect quality without hesitation. Thus, aside from red perfect items, his inventory was entirely relinquished to Yihong Yu. After finishing his chat with her, Shen Lang turned to Medusa and Shadow, saying, "Let us continue hunting monsters. We need to level up as much as possible." "Yes, my master." Both Medusa and Shadow replied in unison, with Medusa leading the way while Shadow remained at Shen Lang's side for protection. It was evident that they had embraced their respective roles, with Medusa focusing on combat and Shadow ensuring Shen Lang's safety. Their bond had grown more amicable, and neither displayed any resistance to this arrangement. The trio pressed deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest, and after traversing approximately a kilometer, they encountered more ghostly apparitions. The previous wave had drawn too many of them, leaving Shadow to eliminate the nearby threats. Even though they encountered a few more shadows this time, the overall frequency of their appearance remained low, which greatly displeased Medusa. Suddenly, she halted and turned to Shadow, instructing, "Shadow, protect our master." Then, addressing Shen Lang, she added, "I must depart for a moment." "All right, go ahead," Shen Lang replied, feeling secure with Shadow by his side. Clearly, Medusa was off to seek out more monsters. Nodding in acknowledgement, she soared into the air, vanishing from sight. Once Medusa disappeared, Shadow stuck out his tongue and remarked, Master, Sister Medusa is quite fierce. You little rascal, you shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. Shen Lang chuckled at Shadow's innocence. The more you interact with her, the more you'll find that Medusa is quite easy to get along with. Yes, I like Sister Medusa, but she can still be quite intimidating. Shadow replied, tilting his head, observing the innocent demeanor of the little girl juxtaposed with Medusa's proud nature. Shen Lang noted the stark contrast in personalities, despite both being 10-star divine beasts. Just then, Shadow suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "So many ghostly shadows. What is Sister Medusa gathering so many specters for?" The exquisite porcelain-like face of the Shadow is filled with suspicion. Shen Lang also follows the Shadow's gaze, and even he can feel a dense wave of dark power sweeping through the air, not to mention the sight of a group of winged specters converging in the sky, pursuing a ball of crimson light. And that crimson light can only belong to Medusa. After observing for a while, a smile spreads across Shen Lang's face. He is not as naive as the Shadow. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Queen Medusa is luring monsters, drawing the hatred of the specters, and intending to gather them all together. As for why she is doing this, the root cause is naturally the Shadow before them. The Shadow had just executed a skill that obliterated thousands of specters. How could the self-proclaimed big sister Medusa be satisfied with merely being the Beast Queen? Undoubtedly, this is a manifestation of her competitive spirit, aiming for a grand area-wide slaughter. Shen Lang holds no objections. Previously, he was concerned about discovering a high-star divine beast's bloodline within the Spectre Forest, which might have deterred Medusa from unleashing a wide-range attack. Fearing that such indiscriminate slaughter could inadvertently eliminate the high-star divine beast bloodline. However, now that the Shadow, a 10-star divine beast bloodline, has become his summoned beast, those concerns no longer exist. Furthermore, it is unlikely that there would be another 10-star divine beast-level Shadow Monarch in the Spectre Forest, right? Even if there were. So what if it were killed? Initially, Shen Lang had contemplated capturing fierce beasts to sell to the Wansho Pavilion, much like the current equipment. However, he deemed it too troublesome. Although he does enjoy wealth, he is no longer in dire need of it. Equipment can be obtained by defeating monsters, while capturing fierce beasts requires returning them, and he lacks the leisure for such endeavors. He finds it sufficient to level up while selling useless equipment. At this moment, Medusa is still engaged in drawing monsters, and behind her, countless specters have already gathered, primarily those above level 10, with many above level 20, indicating how far she has run. With combat power comparable to a 4-star practitioner, her speed is naturally remarkable. Typically, it is Shen Lang who holds her back. Now, when acting alone, she moves with astonishing swiftness. After about 10 minutes, Medusa finally halts in midair. The sky is densely populated with flying specters, and the ground and trees in the forest are equally crowded with them. Only Shen Lang and the Shadow are at a considerable distance, outside the range of hatred. Otherwise, those specters would have launched a siege against them. The number of collected specters is already no less than what the Shadow had previously slain. Shen Lang muses to himself. While Queen Medusa in the sky is finally ready to act, she spreads her arms wide, revealing her serpent hair, which she usually conceals, as well as the purple serpent tail hidden beneath her skirt. In midair, she showcases her complete form. Instantly, an invisible pressure emanates from Medusa, a divine beast's oppressive aura. Under this pressure, the flying specters that had been spiraling in the air fall like dumplings from the sky. Simultaneously, 2 flickers of flame appear in Medusa's amber eyes. Following this, numerous flames manifest in the sky, as countless fire elements converge and coalesce. In the next moment, these flames transform into fireballs. The crimson light illuminates the surroundings, making the specter forest below appear as if it were ablaze, engulfed in flames. Medusa's serpent hair suddenly stiffens, emitting a chorus of hissing sounds. Amidst the cacophony of her serpent hair, those fireballs soar through the air like shooting stars, rapidly descending upon the specters. This is one of Medusa's area damage ultimate skills, falling fire from the heavens. At the same time, not far from this location, 3 armored practitioners are traversing through the forest. They are not novice practitioners, but rather 3-star practitioners. They are not grinding monsters in the Spectre Forest. Instead, they have come from other regions and are cutting through the Spectre Forest to return to the city. Upon witnessing the flames ahead, these 3 practitioners simultaneously halt. Looking up at the sky, from their position, they can clearly see the fireballs plummeting from above. Of course, what captures their attention is not merely the fireballs, but the figure above them with a serpent tail. One of them stares blankly at the sky and murmurs, "That can't be the divine beast Queen Medusa, can it?" Removing any doubt, another practitioner swallows hard and says, "That is definitely Queen Medusa." As for the third practitioner, he is already fleeing, shouting, "You 2 fools, are you trying to die? Run." This is Queen Medusa's ultimate skill, falling fire from the heavens, and we are within its range. Chapter 48. Don't just sit there, move away from me. Upon receiving their teammates' warning, the two practitioners finally come to their senses and flee in terror. However, by this time, the fireballs have already descended from the sky, indeed resembling meteors crashing down. Boom. The tremendous explosions reverberate throughout the specter forest, causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, watching all of this unfold, instinctively raises his hand to shield his eyes from the brilliant flames, his heart filled with awe. If Queen Medusa were not his summoned beast, and if this were an assault on humanity, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is worth noting that Medusa is currently only at level 11. If she were a fully leveled 10-star, how formidable would she be? Wherever she appears, she would likely be a harbinger of catastrophe. Moreover, since the dawn of the professional era, 10-star divine beasts have not been non-existent. For example, divine beasts like Queen Medusa exist globally, alongside the one that Shen Lang possesses. Naturally, every 10-star divine beast is monitored by countries around the world. After all, the emergence of these 10-star divine beasts would herald a tragedy for any nation. Yet, humanity persists and has not been driven to extinction by fierce beasts. This demonstrates the significant role that human practitioners play, showcasing that humanity possesses such formidable beings. At least for now, humans can still fend off the fierce beasts. These thoughts race through Shen Lang's mind, and amidst his relief, he feels an overwhelming sense of pride. A single 10-star divine beast can bring about devastating disaster for humanity, and he currently commands not one, but two. Although they have yet to mature, it is of little concern. During this period, as falling fire from the heavens rains down, countless specters meet their demise, leaving no survivors. Consequently, the notifications of slaying fill Shen Lang's mind without pause. Similar to the earlier massive slaughter by the Shadow, the progress bar in his information panel surges rapidly. While the growth is swift, Shen Lang is already at level 10, and leveling up again in a short time remains a challenge. However, falling fire from the heavens continues, and many specters remain alive. The range of Medusa's ultimate skill far exceeds 1 kilometer, surpassing the one-click loot collection limit. Based on the Shadow's earlier massacre, it is likely that the number of monsters Medusa has attracted has surpassed 10,000. Who else could possibly wipe out thousands of fierce beasts in one go? She is truly a monster harvesting machine. It must be said that in comparison to the defensive 10-star divine beast, an Ing, which possesses a group attack skill, it is the Queen of Medusa who truly embodies the essence of an offensive divine beast. The visual impact of her ultimate ability, along with its damage output, undoubtedly surpasses that of an Ing. With gleaming eyes, an Ing could not help but exclaim, "Sister Medusa, you're incredible." Shen Lang nodded in agreement and remarked, "The range of this ultimate ability is astonishing. Come, let us gather some equipment first." Following the extensive slaughter wrought by the ghostly shadows, the brilliance of scattered equipment illuminated the surroundings, some even appearing over a kilometer away. Thus, to avoid wasting time later, it was prudent to collect the nearby gear at this moment. Understood, Master. With an Ing providing protection, Shen Lang swiftly moved about, continuously activating the one-click pickup feature. After visiting just 2 locations, Shen Lang paused. Regrettably, with 3 backpacks and 300 slots now filled to capacity, he could carry no more. Without hesitation, he promptly sent all the surplus equipment to Yihongyu. Meanwhile, in the Donghai City Professional Trader Center at the Wanbao Pavilion, Yihongyu was diligently accompanying the appraiser as they assessed the hundreds of items that had just been acquired. Given the sheer volume, they needed to examine each piece individually, which required considerable time. In addition to Yihongyu, there were 2 other individuals in the office. One was Su Qian, the current head of Wanbao Pavilion, an elder who, like Hong Lei, had fought alongside Yi Yuchang in the past. The other was a man of nearly 50 years, Yi Hongyu's uncle and the true master of Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Yuchang. Both Wanbao Pavilion and the Wanshou Pavilion belonged to Yi Yuchang, under the auspices of the Wan Wang Group. Although Yi Yuchang remained the chairman of the Wan Wang Group, he had largely delegated authority to his subordinates and seldom visited the Professional Trader Center. His visit today was primarily to see his beloved niece, as well as to respond to his brother, the city Lord Yi Yunchang, who had been persistently urging him to bring the young lady home for a visit. Little did he know that he would find her engaged in a significant business transaction, diligently evaluating and categorizing the equipment. Having weathered many storms, Yi Yuchang was unfazed by the sight of hundreds of ordinary items. Even hundreds of red-tier equipment would not faze him. Instead, he felt a great sense of satisfaction watching Yi Hongyu busily engaged in her work. As a man without children, he had only this niece to inherit his vast empire, and he was delighted that she took such an interest in business, reveling in her dedication to Wanbao Pavilion. Nonetheless, Being aware of the professional era, Yi Yuchong understood that financial resources alone could not guarantee success. Only true professional strength could secure one's standing in this world. Just as he had faced considerable competition in his early days, he managed to endure and thrive. However, following his brother Yi Yuchong's ascent to City Lord, who would dare provoke the Wang group? Thus, while Yi Yuchong hoped for Yi Hongyu to inherit his legacy, he equally wished for her to cultivate her own strength. Sitting beside her on the sofa, he remarked, "Hongyu, your father has been bombarding me with over a dozen messages daily. Just seeing the communicator gives me a headache. You should take the time to visit home and, well, pay some attention to your professional training. You can't spend all day at Wanbao Pavilion. We have employees to manage." "Of course, uncle," Yi Hongyu replied without lifting her gaze. Yi Yuchong chuckled helplessly and then pulled out his communicator. Speaking to a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to him, "Old too. I'm not kidding. I've said my piece. Look, I can't seem to manage our little niece." After hanging up, he looked at Yi Hongyu, increasingly pleased with what he saw. Although her professional level might not be the highest, they could always hire a few 10-star professionals for protection. Yi Yuchong pondered this, but deep down, he sincerely wished for Yi Hongyu to grow stronger. After all, one's own life is best controlled in one's own hands. Yet Yi Hongyu seemed unwilling to heed this advice. At that moment, she raised her head from the pile of equipment, a puzzled expression crossing her face as she murmured, "Who is looking for me now?" Her professional friend system emitted a notification sound. Upon glancing at it, Yi Hongyu exclaimed in surprise, "It's him again." "Who, Hongyu?" Yi Yuchong inquired with a hint of caution. With his niece's beauty and status, he was wary of her being swept away by some young suitor. "It's the person who sold me all this equipment, Shen Lang. What does he want?" Yi Yuchong's vigilance heightened at the mention of a male name. "Let me check." Yi Hongyu opened the friend chat window, frowning. "There are no messages, but wait, he has sent me an email." At this point, Yi Hongyu glanced at Yi Yuchong and then at the half-cleared equipment, a peculiar thought creeping into her mind. He wouldn't be sending me another pile of equipment, would he? As this notion took root, she found herself increasingly convinced of its possibility. After a brief silence, Yi Hongyu rose and instructed the appraisers. "You all take the evaluated equipment outside first. I'll call you back in later." "Understood, Mississippi." Although the appraisers were puzzled, they complied and exited, closing the door behind them. Yi Hongyu stood up, her demeanor alert, and then noticed that Yi Yuchong and Su Qian were still seated on the sofa. She urged, "Uncle Su Shu, please move away from there and keep your distance." Yi Yuchong and Su Qian exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by Yi Hongyu's intentions. "Come on, old Su. Let us step back." Yi Yuchong showed deference to his niece, standing first and moving behind the sofa. Su Qian, not daring to remain seated, followed suit beside Yi Yuchong. Yi Hongyu scrutinized them briefly, then suggested, "Uncle, please move back a bit more, to that desk over there." "Oh, okay." Yi Yuchong and Su Qian retreated another 2 meters. Approaching the back desk, Yi Hongyu also distanced herself further before returning her focus to her friend system, stating solemnly, "Accept." Seeing Yi Hongyu's seriousness, both Yi Yuchong and Su Qian were filled with curiosity, unsure of her intentions. However, their eyes soon widened in astonishment. Before Yi Hongyu, an avalanche of equipment suddenly materialized, cascading to the ground in a spectacular display. Prepared for this moment, Yi Hongyu swiftly retreated, stopping only when she reached Yi Yuchong and Su Qian. The equipment continued to appear, stacking higher and higher. Yi Hongyu's gaze, along with those of the 2 men, gradually ascended. And soon the pile of equipment towered over 2 meters high. The sofa they had just occupied was now completely submerged beneath an array of items. Chapter 49. I think we should step back a bit more. Yi Yuchong, Su Qian, Yi Hongyu. Logically, Yi Hongyu had already experienced something like this before, so she should not have been so astonished. Yet, precisely because she had already received hundreds of items from Shen Lang, the sheer volume before her now struck her with greater astonishment. After all, the quantity of equipment before her was even greater than the previous batch. Adding it all together, it was nearly 1,000 items. How could there possibly be so much equipment? Currently, we find ourselves in a period of global career transitions, where some individuals, driven by monetary gain, are engaging in the collection of low-level equipment to sell. Seizing this opportune moment allows for a substantial profit, and the low-level equipment at WNBOG is sourced largely from these players. However, these individuals typically gather only a handful of items, perhaps a few dozen, merely to enhance their livelihoods. With the time spent hunting low-level monsters, wouldn't it be more gratifying to focus on leveling up instead? Ying had already traversed between WNSHUG and WNBOG prior to the onset of the global transition. He had never witnessed such a large quantity of equipment being presented at once. Previously, SH and Ling had discarded several hundred items, which could be understood as their team's inventory pre-farmed. Yet, now another several hundred items had appeared, surpassing the initial amount. Could this be a stockpile accumulated since last year? YYZH-ing was equally astonished. Although he had encountered numerous pieces of equipment before, he had never seen so many laid out before him at once. Particularly low-level items, the finest being blue-quality ones. As the chairman of WNW-ing Group, he had seen an abundance of dark gold legendary equipment. Yet witnessing such a vast collection presented by an individual was a first for him, and the sheer volume was indeed eye-catching. Directing his gaze from the mountain of equipment to YH-ingy, he inquired, "Is this from the seller we just encountered?" "Yes, indeed." YH-ingy affirmed with a nod. YYZH-ing pondered for a moment and remarked, "It appears their team is quite sizable, likely having monitored the market during this period." At this point, XGN interjected, "Yes, we have seen similar situations before. Some underperforming players from the past couple of years would venture into low-level areas to farm monsters specifically for low-level equipment. However, the quantity was never this substantial. Yet, YH-ingy suddenly remarked, "Underperforming players? But that young man is a Beastmaster." "Beastmaster?" YYZH-ing's expression shifted to one of realization. That makes sense. A Beastmaster requires significant funds for both acquiring and nurturing beasts. No wonder they are farming so much low-level equipment for sale. Indeed, a Beastmaster could enlist numerous allies to assist in gathering equipment. XGN chuckled, adding, "After all, while being a hidden profession, a Beastmaster may seem lackluster initially. But once developed, they become formidable players. Perhaps this is their investment in the Beastmaster." As they exchanged thoughts, the two of them accurately deduced the circumstances surrounding the equipment seller. As businessmen, their reasoning was sound. After all, who would spend their days aimlessly farming low-level equipment? Unfortunately, while their reasoning was correct, the outcome was entirely different. Listening to their conversation, YH-ing's mind conjured an image of SH and Ling. Although she agreed with YYZH-ing and XGN, she couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. YYZH-ing glanced at the equipment before turning to YH-ingy, saying, "All right, I shall take my old bones elsewhere, X. Please keep a close eye on WNBOG." "Of course, Chairman, it is my duty," XGN responded respectfully. YYZH-ing nodded and added to YH-ingy, "You should also take care of yourself and make time to visit home." Before he could finish, YH-ingy interjected, "Here it comes again. It is not that I am nagging, but that is your father. Surely, he would not wish you ill." YYZH-ing replied earnestly, misunderstanding her intent. YH-ingy shook her head. "No, uncle, I meant the Beastmaster. He has sent me another email." "Another piece of equipment?" YYZH-ing asked, taken aback. "Not sure, but likely so." YH-ingy quickly opened her friend's system's email. Initially, she intended to immediately accept it, but then hesitated. After a moment, she turned to YYZH-ing and suggested, "Uncle, should we withdraw a bit more?" "Surely not." YYZH-ing hesitated. In his view, even if the Beastmaster had a group of supporters assisting in farming equipment, over 1,000 items seemed quite sufficient. Perhaps more would emerge, but surely not many. YH-ingy considered for a moment. "I think we should withdraw some more." As she spoke, YH-ingy personally led YYZH-ing and XGN to the wall. She cautiously moved forward a few steps, then mentally accepted the email. In the next instant, their surroundings dimmed. The familiar sound of equipment clattering echoed in the office as yet another batch of items fell from the void, scattering around them. After a brief moment, they completed the reception of this new batch of equipment, and the quantity exceeded the previous one by a significant margin. Before YYZH-ing could react, YH-ingy looked up at him, saying, "Uncle, perhaps their team truly is quite large." YYZH-ing remarked with a wry smile. YH-ingy fervently shook her head. "No, uncle, he has sent another email." "What? Again?" YYZH-ing's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Without further ado, YH-ingy found a slightly more spacious area and directly accepted another batch of equipment. Once more, the familiar sound reverberated, bringing forth yet another substantial collection. After this batch was released, YYZH-ing cautiously inquired, "Is there more?" XGN looked at YH-ingy with curiosity. YH-ingy shook her head. "It seems there are none left." "Oh wait." The familiar sound echoed again, and another wave of equipment materialized. "There's more. There's more." Again, the familiar sound resounded, and yet another enormous pile appeared. Without a moment's pause, YH-ingy continued to receive emails, filling the office to the brim with equipment. It has been 5 minutes. Surely that must be all?" YYZH-ing, now cornered by the equipment, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. YH-ingy remained fixated on her friend's system, hesitating. It seems that might be the case. The three of them waited in silence. relieved when no further emails arrived. Chapter 50. This matter must be reported to the Lord's mansion. YYZH surveyed the room filled with equipment, and to claim he was not astonished would be a lie. Unless there were hundreds of players defeating low-level monsters across various regions, such a vast collection of low-level equipment could not possibly be amassed. But could an unseasoned Beastmaster truly have so many supporters? This Beastmaster certainly warranted further scrutiny. Initially, YYZH had dismissed the significance of this Beastmaster, yet his curiosity about the individual had begun to grow. After a pause, he couldn't help but inquire. H-Ingy, what is the name of this Beastmaster? SHNS Liang, YH-Ingy replied candidly. Upon hearing the surname SHN, YYZH-Ng's mind conjured the name SHN-Ling. It was no wonder, considering the tumultuous events surrounding Q and L-Ing SH&L-Ing just yesterday. While ordinary folks might be unaware of the night's occurrences, someone of YYZH-Ng's stature certainly knew about the seismic shifts in D-Ing-Hi City, and the ripples were spreading nationwide. Reminiscent of the aftermath of the Dragon Blood War, God CH Nu's conquest of the Novice Dungeon. Thus, information regarding SH&L-Ing had already circulated among the prominent figures of various factions. Naturally, YYZH-Ing had reviewed SH&L-Ing's profile, which was why the name now surfaced in his thoughts. Moreover, it appeared that Q and L-Ing SH&L-Ing was also a Beastmaster. However, Yi Yuchang did not regard these two individuals as one, yet he remembered the name Shen Sanliang. All right, I must take my leave. There is a meeting awaiting me. This time, Yi Yuchang did not linger any longer. As he sidestepped through the pile of equipment, he turned back to remind Yi Hongyu, "Child, remember to visit your father. Also, bring more people to assess and clear this out. Otherwise, we will be busy for ages." "All right, I will remember," Yi Hongyu replied weakly. Immediately after, she summoned the appraisers and was once again engrossed in the process of inventory and evaluation. Meanwhile, in the Guiying Forest, the fiery descent of Medusa was not solely directed at the specters she had drawn ire from. Rather, the area within a radius of several kilometers was enveloped by the fiery rain, spreading outwards from the center. This was precisely why Shen Lang had sent several pieces of equipment to Yi Hongyu. The key was that just as he sent them, his inventory was full again, leaving him with no choice. He needed to purchase some inventory expansion cards upon his return. He had completely forgotten about it last time. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhenhua collecting equipment, Shen Lang had been covetous of the expansion cards, but he had forgotten about it during his last visit to Wanbao Pavilion. Medusa's ultimate ability had nearly been fully unleashed, and the specters below had nearly all been annihilated. In terms of numbers, Shen Lang could not ascertain the exact count, but it certainly exceeded 10,000. As for whether it reached 20,000, that was uncertain. He certainly would not open the system panel to count each kill notification one by one. In any case, Medusa's strike had granted them a direct level up. Both Medusa and the Shadow Beast had advanced from level 11 to level 12. As for Shen Lang himself, being of a lower initial level, he had gained enough experience to leap 2 levels at once. This meant that Shen Lang was now a level 12 practitioner, catching up to his 2 Shadow Beasts. Just as Shen Lang was reviewing the attributes of himself and his 2 beasts, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 notifications. "You are attacking other practitioners. You and your beasts have entered combat mode. You are attacking other practitioners. You and your beasts have entered combat mode. You are attacking other practitioners. You and your beasts have entered combat mode." Shen Lang gazed at these 3 notifications, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Upon entering the Guiying Forest, he had seen nothing but specters, not a single practitioner in sight. Who was he attacking? However, Shen Lang quickly regained his composure. Glancing towards Medusa, who was returning, and then at the still smoking areas of the Guiying Forest, musing, could it be that within the range of Medusa's ultimate ability, there are other practitioners? The Era of Practitioners bore some resemblance to a game, but it was not truly one. Skill damage did not exempt allies or fellow practitioners. For instance, Medusa's fiery rain would attack all beings within its area of effect. If there were indeed practitioners in the Guiying Forest, fortuitously within the range of the fiery rain, they would naturally come under its assault. Since there was no kill notification, they likely had not perished, right? After waiting for a while, Shen Lang finally sighed in relief as the combat mode with his beasts was lifted. The absence of a kill notification indicated that the practitioner accidentally struck by Medusa's fiery rain had not been slain. Having traversed into such a world, Shen Lang was not averse to killing. However, in this situation, if he inadvertently killed another practitioner, particularly one from the Great Xia Kingdom, it would leave him feeling quite uncomfortable. But wait, a practitioner who could survive Medusa's skill was certainly no weakling. Shen Lang's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately spoke to the now returned Medusa and Shadow. "Let South leave this place at once." Uncertain of the strength of the opposing practitioners, if they were weaker, it would be manageable. However, if they were formidable, perhaps a 4-star or higher practitioner, confronting them could prove troublesome. If the opponent were a hot-headed individual, it might lead to a conflict. If they could win, it would be no issue, but if not, one must always have an escape plan. It seemed that in the future, Medusa and Shadow should refrain from casually unleashing their ultimate abilities. To avoid unexpected confrontations, Shen Lang swiftly retreated from the Guiying Forest, supporting Medusa and Shadow with one arm each. While Shen Lang was making his escape, the 3 practitioners within the Guiying Forest were also fleeing for their lives. Damn, that was close. I nearly lost my life. My hair has been singed away, and I've lost a piece of green equipment. Thank the heavens for Queen Medusa. Surviving is a blessing. Indeed, they were fortunate to have escaped the periphery of her ultimate ability in time. Otherwise, it would have been the end. The 3 practitioners were in a dire state. Although they had not perished under the fiery rain, they had come close to losing half their lives. Each bore injuries, with one completely bald, having had his hair burn away. After running a considerable distance, they finally halted, leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. The bald man vigorously consumed a stamina potion, cursing, what in the world was that? How could a 1-star ferocious beast area host a Queen Medusa of 10 stars? Who knows? However, such a high-level divine beast generally has its own lair and would not stray far. One replied. Another practitioner, frowning at his singed eyebrows, remarked, yesterday was the global job change day. It's likely that in the coming days, this year's novices will venture out to level up, if they encounter Queen Medusa. At this point, the expressions of the 3 turned grave. If that were the case, it would truly spell doom for novice practitioners. Not only the newly fledged beginners, but even seasoned veterans like themselves. Should they inadvertently traverse the Guiying Forest and encounter Queen Medusa, it would likely lead to their demise. The bald man immediately stood up, addressing the others. We cannot treat this as a trivial matter. This incident must be reported to the city lord's office. Indeed. Let us hurry back to the city. The 3 quickly reached a consensus, consuming various recovery potions while making their way back through an alternative route to the city. Chapter 51. Exercise caution. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. Shen Lang was moving in the opposite direction, thus quickly returning to the safe zone at the city gate. Practitioners were still scarce, and Shen Lang surveyed his surroundings, finding no injured or battle-worn practitioners. Arriving at this place, he felt no panic. After all, even if the practitioners accidentally attacked by Medusa pursued him, they could not immediately recognize him as the culprit. Moreover, Medusa had concealed her snake hair and tail once more, appearing merely as an attractive practitioner. However, he had no precise destination for his next move. Ultimately, Shen Lang decided to return to the city, refraining from continuing to hunt monsters in other areas, primarily out of concern for potentially harming other practitioners. He needed to find a moment to ascertain whether any other practitioners were present. Shen Lang was not truly afraid, but the authorities were currently leaving him to his own devices, and with Zhu Jinhua having done him a considerable favor, he could not treat the names of other practitioners from the Great Xia Kingdom lightly. That would be somewhat disrespectful to the officials. Additionally, Medusa's and Shadow's 2 ultimate abilities might attract the attention of some high-level practitioners. Shen Lang had no desire to become a target. However, Shadow's progression did pose some issues, especially since it had no legs and was entirely comprised of dark mist. Fortunately, this issue is remarkably easy to resolve, akin to the legendary Medusa. Under the guidance of Shen Lang, the originally short skirt of Ning transformed into a long gown, effectively concealing the black mist beneath her. Thus, the trio, accompanied by 2 beasts, returned to Donghai City. Shortly after their entrance, the 3 mistakenly injured professionals also made their way back to the city gate. Upon arrival, instead of entering directly, they hurried to the nearby defense office to report to the city defense army. In the current era of professionals, the wilderness is predominantly occupied by various dungeons, secret realms, and ferocious beasts. Although the city is protected by barriers that safeguard its citizens, these can only withstand lower-level beasts. In the event of an assault by higher-level beasts or a coordinated attack, the city defense army must confront the enemy. Naturally, skilled professionals would be required to assist. Yet the city defense army remains the backbone, the iron-willed warriors who respond to commands. During his time at the academy, Shen Lang studied historical accounts and learned about small cities that had been overrun by wild beasts, resulting in the tragic fate of their inhabitants. However, those events occurred in the early days of the professional era, when humanity had not yet produced sufficient powerful individuals to fend off such threats. Now, 3 centuries later, the rapid evolution of human professionals has significantly reduced the occurrence of such calamities. Upon reaching the exit management office, the trio encountered the squad leader of the city defense team assigned to this checkpoint, a man named Zhou Cheng. After listening to their report, Zhou scrutinized them and inquired with a furrowed brow, "Are you certain that the beast you encountered in Guaying Forest was indeed the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa?" The two defense soldiers nearby stifled their laughter, clearly skeptical of their claims. After all, they had been stationed here for nearly 2 years and had never heard of any 10-star divine beast near Donghai City, especially not in a 1-star area like Guaying Forest. Even if they had indeed encountered Queen Medusa, how could these 3 mere 3-star professionals have returned alive? Zhou cast a sideways glance at the two soldiers, prompting them to straighten up and restore their military composure. The bald professional nodded emphatically, "I assure you, without a doubt. Indeed, Captain, we all witnessed it. A creature with serpentine hair and a serpent's tail." At that moment, Queen Medusa was engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful professional, and we were caught in the aftermath of her devastating attack. Fortunately, we were only affected by the residual shockwaves. Otherwise, we might have been reduced to ashes. The other two professionals echoed their sentiments. After considering their statements, Zhou nodded slightly, saying, "All right, I understand. You may rest here for a while." With that, he offered no further explanation and promptly exited. The two soldiers stationed at the door maintained their vigilance. The bald professional and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if they had been effectively detained. "Hey, what's going on?" "We were merely reporting," the bald professional called out. Zhou's voice came from outside. "Stay calm and wait a moment. I will report to the city lord's mansion. However, you must remain here for now. Misreporting military information is a serious offense." "We are not misreporting, it's all true," the bald professional shouted again. Yet, Zhou had already walked away. As the leader of the Exit City's defense team, he possessed his own judgment and decisiveness. Personally, he harbored doubts about the existence of a 10-star divine beast in Guaying Forest, but as a soldier, he could not disregard their report. Thus, he immediately led his soldiers out to investigate. Shortly thereafter, Zhou and his team cautiously entered Guaying Forest, discovering vast areas of charred woodland. In certain spots, flames and thick smoke still billowed, covering several kilometers. The intense fluctuations of fire elements indicated that this place had indeed experienced a fierce battle. Zhou's pupils constricted slightly, and he quickly instructed his soldiers via communicator, "Remain hidden and withdraw immediately." Having witnessed the scene in Guaying Forest, Zhou could no longer dismiss the claims of the three professionals. Even if it wasn't Queen Medusa that had appeared, it was undoubtedly a formidable beast. Such a creature was beyond the capabilities of their humble city defense team to handle, necessitating an immediate retreat. However, before they withdrew, he captured images of the forest's devastation. Once they exited Guaying Forest, Zhou wasted no time contacting the higher-ups in the city defense department to report the incident. Initially skeptical, the higher authorities became serious upon viewing the footage Zhou provided. They promptly relayed the information to the city lord's mansion to inform the current lord of Donghai City, Yi Honyu's father, Yi Yunchang. At that moment, Yi Yunchang was preoccupied with thoughts of how to persuade his daughter to return home when he heard a knock at the door, prompting him to sit up straight. "Come in," he called out with vigor. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man in military uniform strode in. "There's been an incident, old Yi," was the first thing the visitor said. Yi Yunchang glanced at the commander of his city defense army, frowning. "What is it, old Chun?" Old Chun, whose full name was Chun Dong, served as the commander of the Donghai City Defense Army. After receiving reports from his subordinates, he hurried to find Yi Yunchang. "You need to see this." Chun Dong handed Yi Yunchang the video he was holding. Yi Yunchang accepted the widescreen communicator and saw a desolate, charred landscape with smoke rising from various locations. "Is this Guaying Forest?" As the lord of Donghai City, he was well acquainted with the areas under his jurisdiction and instantly recognized the location in the video. Chun Dong nodded gravely, "Indeed. But what is the situation?" Yi Yunchang still did not fully grasp Chun Dong's intent, prompting him to continue watching the video. After a moment, a glimmer of realization flashed in Yi Yunchang's eyes, and he looked up at Chun Dong, frowning. Was this caused by a beast? "Precisely, a fire-type divine beast," Chun Dong replied solemnly, according to eyewitness accounts. It was a 10-star Queen Medusa. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang could no longer remain seated and sprang to his feet. "What? Queen Medusa?" Even Yi Yunchang, upon hearing the name Medusa, could not help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 52. Chu Genhua. I will find a few more 10 stars to join us. Yi Yunchang and Chun Dong exchanged a glance, both enveloped in silence. The appearance of a 10-star divine beast outside Donghai City undoubtedly posed a severe trial, or rather, a calamity, for the city. If this 10-star beast were merely passing through, it would not be of great concern. But should it decide to launch an attack on Donghai City, who could withstand it? No one could. Not to mention Donghai City, even globally. There are few cities capable of repelling a 10-star divine beast's assault. In terms of strength, beasts surpass professionals of the same rank. Although professionals benefit from the enhancement of equipment and items, the disparity remains significant. Additionally, the variations in strength among beasts are substantial, even between one-star beasts. There are notable differences. In the wilderness, one-star divine beasts do indeed exist. As a one-star practitioner, you may be capable of vanquishing ordinary level 30 ferocious beasts. Yet can you defeat a one-star divine beast? It is an impossibility. You would be utterly overwhelmed. Presently, within the Guiying Forest, a 10-star divine beast has emerged. Even the most common 10-star practitioners would stand no chance against it, save for top-tier champions such as the Dragon Blood War God, who might prevail only through sheer numbers. Yet victory is not guaranteed. Otherwise, there would not be any 10-star divine beasts remaining in the world. They would have long since been exterminated by humanity's collective efforts. Donghai City, at best, is merely a mid-sized city. It lacks the presence of 10-star practitioners to safeguard it. How could it possibly withstand the siege of a 10-star divine beast? It is reasonable to assert that once this beast arrives in Donghai City, it could effortlessly rend apart the city's barriers and wreak havoc. After a moment of silence, Yi Yunchang spoke up. Are you certain it is the Queen Medusa? Uncertain. Shen Dong replied with a wry smile. Can we afford to gamble on whether it is or is not? We cannot afford to lose. A miscalculated decision could result in the entombment of nearly all the citizens of Donghai City. Yi Yunchang inhaled deeply and said, then we must seek assistance from the War God Palace. Apart from the 10-star practitioners who roam freely outside the control of the authorities, the War God Palace is the gathering place for 10-star powerhouses in the Daxia Kingdom. Moreover, the War God Palace serves as the most formidable bastion against ferocious beasts and foreign adversaries. However, since the War God Palace is directly under the military, any request for their forces to mobilize must receive the nod from the old sovereign within the Forbidden City. Thus, Yi Yunchang promptly retrieved a specially crafted red communicator and dialed the number for the vocational department. Although Yi Yunchang was the lord of the city, he lacked the standing to contact the old sovereign directly. Consequently, he could only reach out to the vocational department, from which the old sovereign would be informed. And then the old sovereign would render a decision. Hello, this is the vocational department office. A gentle female voice soon came through the communicator. Yi Yunchang stated solemnly. I am Yi Yunchang, the lord of Donghai City. Please connect me to Minister Wang. Lord Yi, Minister Wang is currently in a meeting and will not be available for another hour. I will register your request, the communicator replied politely, clearly unwilling to transfer the call to Minister Wang. However, Yi Yunchang raised his voice, declaring, a 10-star divine beast. Here in Donghai City, we have encountered a 10-star divine beast. I do not care what methods you employ. Immediately connect me to Minister Wang. Otherwise you and Minister Wang will all be culpable for the lives of the tens of millions of our compatriots in Donghai City. The secretary on the other end of the communicator was taken aback by his outburst. Responding to her was Yi Yunchang's furious roar, hurry. Minister Wang was indeed in a meeting, but he had already concluded it and was now engaged in discussions within the old sovereign's office. The small secretary in the vocational department had no authority to contact Minister Wang directly. Nevertheless, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, she hastily conveyed the matter to the office director. The office director, possessing Minister Wang's private contact information, promptly dialed him. In the old sovereign's office, aside from Minister Wang, there was also Chu Jinhua. They were listening to updates regarding the ongoing cleansing process and its partial results. Chu Jinhua reclined on the sofa and remarked, Old Wang, you are still too soft-hearted. Once you occupy this position, you must not show mercy. After all, when it comes to those who have betrayed their country and compatriots, the only response is to eliminate them. You do possess quite the bloodthirst. The old sovereign chided with a smile, then turned to Minister Wang, his eyes glinting with a sharp light, and continued, however, little Wang, this fellow's words are not without merit. We must not show leniency towards these traitors. When it is time to strike, we must do so without hesitation. Understood, sovereign. Minister Wang nodded solemnly. Chu Jinhua continued, if anyone has objections, let them come find me. Chu Jinhua, and I shall make them submit. To this, Minister Wang could only respond with a dry chuckle, avoiding further comment. Just then, Minister Wang's communicator rang, prompting him to glance at the old sovereign. The old sovereign nodded and said, answer it. With the old sovereign's permission, Minister Wang connected the call. Get to the point. All right, I understand. Upon concluding his words, Minister Wang did not pause, but immediately searched through his contacts for Donghai City's entry, dialing Yi Yunchang's number. Old Yi, what is the situation? Speak quickly. Minister Wang's voice carried a sense of urgency. The old sovereign and Chu Jinhua exchanged glances, both keenly aware that a crisis was unfolding. Indeed, moments later, Minister Wang hung up the phone, his expression turning grave as he scanned Chu Jinhua and the old sovereign, exclaiming, Sovereign, Jinhua. Something has happened in Donghai City. Donghai City. Isn't that where Shen Lang resides? Chu Jinhua furrowed his brow and inquired, what is happening in Donghai City? Minister Wang promptly replied, the Lord of Donghai City, Yi Yunchang, reports that a 10-star divine beast has appeared outside the city. Elaborate on the circumstances. The old sovereign, upon hearing mention of the 10-star divine beast, rose from his seat, his demeanor serious. Chu Jinhua also stood, for although he was a 10-star powerhouse, the prospect of a 10-star divine beast was not something to be taken lightly. After all, should he confront a 10-star divine beast, he would likely only achieve a stalemate. Thus, Minister Wang recounted Yi Yunchang's report in full detail to the old sovereign and Chu Jinhua, even presenting the video footage. Upon viewing the entire video, the old sovereign turned to Chu Jinhua and said, the Queen Medusa is exceedingly rare globally, yet we do possess one within the borders of the Daxia Kingdom. Jinhua, have you received any information regarding that Queen Medusa leaving her lair? No, we monitor the 10-star divine beasts within our territory 24 hours a day. Any movement on their part is promptly reported, Chu Jinhua affirmed with certainty. I have received no such information. Minister Wang added, it should not be our domestic Queen Medusa. If memory serves, she is of the ice attribute, while the one outside Donghai City is of the fire attribute. Could it be that a foreign Queen Medusa has entered our Daxia Kingdom? The old sovereign furrowed his brow and addressed Chu Jinhua. If that is the case, then you must make a trip to Donghai City. Chu Jinhua nodded, then added, it is uncertain if this is a mature Queen Medusa. I will summon a few individuals from the War God Palace. Otherwise, if it is a mature specimen, I may not be able to safeguard the citizens of Donghai City. Indeed, expedite the process, urged the old sovereign. Chu Jinhua turned to leave, but paused after taking a few steps. Old Wang, did you just mention that the Queen Medusa appearing outside Donghai City is of the fire attribute? Chu Jinhua queried. Minister Wang nodded in affirmation, responding, yes, it is of the fire attribute. With this confirmation, an image surfaced in Chu Jinhua's mind. After contemplating for a moment, he continued. Yi Yunchang mentioned that some individuals survived an encounter with the Queen Medusa's abilities, correct? You must contact Yi Yunchang immediately and have him inquire with those survivors to see if they entered a combat state after being affected by the skills. Huh? What do you mean? Minister Wang asked, bewildered. Chu Jinhua replied exasperatedly. What do you mean what? Hurry up and make the call. Just ask as I've instructed. Without further questioning, Minister Wang swiftly re-established contact with Yi Yunchang, relaying Chu Jinhua's request verbatim. Though Yi Yunchang was puzzled as to why such a request had come from above, fortuitously, he found himself at the city gate, engaging in discussions with 3 practitioners regarding matters in the Guiying Forest. Thus, he kept the communicator connected and directly posed the question to them. A combat state? That only occurs during battles between practitioners, does it not? The bald-headed professional, with a perplexed expression, remarked, that is the skill damage of Queen Medusa. We are not in a combat state. Yi Yunchang pondered for a moment and instructed. Check the prompt records. You 3 check together. The bald-headed individuals, utterly baffled by Yi Yunchang's intentions, obediently opened the prompt information records. Upon reviewing, they found themselves even more bewildered, as each of their records contained the same alarming message. You are being attacked by a professional. You have entered combat status. How could this be? We returned without any conflict with other professionals. Indeed, I swear we did not engage in any confrontation. This is impossible. It is truly strange. How could we have entered combat status? Upon receiving this information, Yi Yunchang instantly grasped the underlying intent of Minister Wang's request and promptly exited the reception room. Minister Wang, there is no need for further explanation. I have already heard their words. Yi Yunchang said with a wry smile. This esteemed individual, is he from our Daxia Kingdom? Could you possibly reveal when our Daxia Kingdom encountered another 10-star powerhouse, whether as a Beastmaster or a druid? You need not concern yourself with that. Just deactivate the crisis alert. With that, Minister Wang hung up the phone. Yi Yunchang glanced at the communicator in his hand, then cast a gaze towards the direction of the ghost shadow forest, murmuring softly, damn, this is truly impressive. Whether it is a Beastmaster controlling Queen Medusa or a druid transforming into Queen Medusa, there is no doubt that such an individual ranks among the super-strong 10-star professionals, likely rivaling the dragon blood battle god Chu Jinhua. How could one not be impressed? Yet, why would such a formidable figure venture to Donghai City and wreak havoc in the Ghost Shadow Forest? The Ghost Shadow Forest is a sacred ground for novice professionals. This esteemed individual's erratic behavior has rendered the Ghost Shadow Forest semi-destroyed, requiring weeks for recovery. Chapter 53. Kill one if they come. Kill 2 if they come in pairs. Yi Yunchang sighed, though a hint of joy flickered across his face. There was relief from the false alarm, along with excitement at the prospect of our country having another super powerhouse. It was truly startling during the day. Yi Yunchang chuckled, returned to the reception room, and lifted the state of combat readiness for the city defense forces. He then proceeded to meet the 3 bald-headed professionals. After all, these individuals were also 3-star professionals. Initially, they had not comprehended the situation, but now they were beginning to connect the dots. Combat status arises only from conflicts between professionals. The 3 were certain that they had not clashed with any professionals on their return journey, yet they simultaneously received the alert of entering combat status, implying that they were attacked by other professionals at the same time. In their memories, there was only one point in time when they were all attacked, within the range of the 10-star Divine Beast Queen Medusa's ultimate skill. Thus, even the dimmest among them realized that the 10-star Divine Beast Queen Medusa was not merely a wild, ferocious beast, but rather controlled by a professional. It was precisely because of this that they received the notification of entering combat status when caught in the residual effects of Queen Medusa's attack. The notion of a professional capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast is terrifying indeed. Yi Yunchang looked at the 3 and remarked, "You 3 are quite fortunate." Indeed, the city lord speaks true. We are indeed fortunate. The 3 wore expressions of relief, for had they not been on the edge, they might have perished. If a professional capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast accidentally killed them, it would have been their misfortune. Otherwise, would the authorities need to hold this powerhouse accountable? Perhaps there would be some punishment, but it would be of little consequence. Yi Yunchang's gaze swept over the trio before he continued, "This matter is of great significance. Therefore, rest assured, City Lord, I will certainly keep this matter confidential." The bald-headed individual was the first to assure, "I too shall remain silent." "So will I." The other 2 echoed their commitment to not disclose the incident concerning Queen Medusa to anyone else. Yi Yunchang nodded, saying, "Your awareness is commendable. Although your report contained errors, your intentions were without fault, aimed at protecting the citizens of Donghai City. Therefore, I, the City Lord, shall grant you the title of 2-star honorary warrior, along with 500 contribution points." "Ah, really? Thank you, City Lord, thank you." The 3 exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. For ordinary professionals like them, this was an immense stroke of fortune. Yi Yunchang smiled. "There is no need for thanks. This is what you have rightfully earned. However, a confidentiality agreement must still be signed. This is protocol." "Very well, we shall sign it. It is imperative." The 3 readily agreed. Subsequently, under Zhou Cheng's guidance, the 3 professionals were taken to another office to sign the confidentiality agreement regarding today's events. Meanwhile, Yi Yunchang hurried towards the Ghost Shadow Forest. A powerhouse capable of commanding the 10-star divine beast Queen Medusa. How could he not seek an audience and curry favor? The outcome was predictable. Yi Yunchang did not even catch a glimpse of her, returning to Donghai City in disappointment. Upon returning to Donghai City, Yi Yunchang happened to pass by the vicinity of the professional trading center and thought of his daughter, Yi Hongyu. Contemplating, he made his way directly towards the professional trading center. Meanwhile, in the office of the old monarch within the Forbidden City, the previously tense atmosphere had long since dissipated. Minister Wang sighed. It truly was a false alarm. The old monarch nodded in agreement, then turned to Chu Jinhua and inquired, "From your expression, it seems you recognize this individual?" "I should recognize him," Chu Jinhua replied with a smile. The old monarch frowned. "What do you mean by should?" "I need a definitive answer. A Beastmaster capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast, or a druid capable of transforming into a 10-star divine beast. Our Daxia kingdom has no such figure. If there were, they would surely be absent from our official database or be a foreign powerhouse." Thus, the old monarch's demeanor was so serious, for such a powerhouse posed an exceedingly high level of danger. Chu Jinhua smirked, saying, "You ought to know him as well." "We?" The old monarch and Minister Wang exchanged bewildered glances. Had they known this professional powerhouse, they would not have appeared so apprehensive earlier. Minister Wang chuckled wryly. "Huazi, stop keeping us in suspense." "All right, I shall not tease you any longer." Chu Jinhua smirked. "This is a Beastmaster. I previously went to Donghai City for whom?" Upon hearing this, the old monarch and Minister Wang grasped the implications, but upon further reflection, their eyes widened in astonishment. Minister Wang was the first to express disbelief, exclaiming, "Shen Lang? He has just transitioned. How could that be possible?" The old monarch's gaze flickered momentarily, asking, "Are you certain?" "Not certain, but do not forget. I have seen him, along with his beast." Chu Jinhua pondered. "While I could not discern the true form of his beast at the time, I have seen it in action, and it possessed fire attributes. I previously mentioned that his beast could slay 4-star professionals. I was puzzled as to how this beast could be so powerful. It turned out to be a 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa." As he spoke, Chu Jinhua added, "It likely does not reach 10-star status. Perhaps it possesses the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. Otherwise, upon encountering me, it should not fear me." The old monarch's forehead was lined with furrows, gravely stating, "So, Everything that transpired earlier was merely your speculation? Observing the old monarch's demeanor, Chu Jinhua cleared his throat and promptly responded, "Do not be anxious. I shall verify this immediately. Hurry." The old monarch slammed the table and exclaimed, "This is sheer nonsense. Are you jesting with the lives of tens of millions of people? Although it has been established that the formidable 10-star divine beast Medusa Queen is backed by a professional, her true identity remains uncertain. If she happens to be a powerful figure from an enemy nation, the threat to Donghai City could be even greater than that posed by the Medusa Queen herself." All right, I was wrong. No need to scold me. I was just trying to contact him." The old monarch, visibly agitated, prompted Chu Jinhua, who felt quite intimidated, to hastily retrieve his communicator in an attempt to reach Shen Lang. However, it dawned on him that he did not possess Shen Lang's contact information. Fortunately, a spark of inspiration led him to access the professional friend system and send a friend request to Shen Lang, inwardly cursing, "You little rascal, accept it quickly." Luckily, mere seconds later, a notification chimed, indicating that Shen Lang had accepted his friend request. Shen Lang messaged, "True Dragon Blood Battle God?" Upon seeing this, Chu Jinhua could not help but exclaim, "Indeed. I ask you, did you have anything to do with the incidents in the Ghost Shadow Forest outside Donghai City?" Shen Lang replied, "Battle God, I do not know what you are referring to." Chu Jinhua threatened, "Do you believe I will come to Donghai City and hang you up for a beating?" Shen Lang responded, "All right, it was me. The professional I inadvertently injured should be fine. I did not receive a kill notification." Chu Jinhua retorted, "Consider yourself lucky. I will reach out to you again shortly." After exchanging a few words with Shen Lang, Chu Jinhua felt a sense of relief. It truly was Shen Lang. With the anxious gazes of the old monarch and Minister Wang upon him, Chu Jinhua grinned and declared, "I have confirmed it. It is indeed that little rascal." Upon hearing this, the old monarch and Minister Wang felt a significant weight lift from their shoulders. However, the old monarch furrowed his brow and inquired, "How could a newly transitioned novice professional form a contract with the Medusa Queen?" "It must be a special talent," Chu Jinhua casually replied. In truth, he was equally astonished. When he first encountered Shen Lang, he sensed that the beast he commanded was extraordinary, likely a divine beast, yet he never imagined it would be a Medusa Queen. However, there remained a question that troubled Chu Jinhua. The Medusa Queen undoubtedly possessed a 10-star divine beast lineage, but she was likely not a mature specimen. After all, mature Medusa Queens possess 10-star combat power, and Shen Lang, as a novice professional, would not qualify to contract with her. This implied that Shen Lang's Medusa Queen was indeed genuine, but merely an immature juvenile. Yet, herein lies the conundrum. How could a juvenile Medusa Queen possibly wield such a formidable ultimate skill as falling fire from the sky? The ultimate skills of Medusa Queens are generally consistent, differing only in elemental attributes, resulting in varied manifestations. The fire attribute Medusa Queen employs falling fire from the sky, while the water attribute counterpart utilizes heavy water from the sky, quite similar. A juvenile Medusa Queen, being of a low level, likely would not even have access to an ultimate skill. How could she then execute falling fire from the sky? This little creature harbors numerous secrets. Chu Jinhua mused quietly but dismissed it without much concern. After all, a person as proud as he was hardly inclined to pry into others' affairs. At this moment, Minister Wang interjected, "Jinhua, this young rascal has formed a contract with a juvenile Medusa Queen right after transitioning, as you mentioned, with such a 10-star divine beast lineage. His future accomplishments could be remarkable, potentially surpassing even yours. Merely a 10-star Medusa Queen. Do you truly believe I am intimidated?" Chu Jinhua scoffed. He did not underestimate the 10-star Medusa Queen, yet he was not fearful. If it came down to a life-and-death struggle, he was confident he would emerge as the victor. Minister Wang smiled and was about to speak when the old monarch took the floor, saying, "I recall that the young rascal is a Beastmaster, correct? That is redundant. If he were not a Beastmaster, how could he contract with the Medusa Queen?" Chu Jinhua retorted. The old monarch turned to Minister Wang and, with a meaningful glance, inquired, "Little Wang, is there a limit to the number of beasts a Beastmaster can contract?" "No limit," Minister Wang replied, playing along. The old monarch nodded and continued. "Then tell me, is it possible for Shen Lang to contract another 10-star divine beast?" "It is not impossible," Minister Wang replied earnestly, seeing the two of them in agreement. Chu Jinhua frowned and exclaimed, "I say, enough already. Do you truly think 10-star divine beasts are as common as cabbages, that one can contract at will? If that young rascal were to contract another 10-star divine beast, I would willingly relinquish my position as the leader of the battle god camp to him. Should that time come, there would be no need for you to concede," Minister Wang chuckled. Chu Jinhua shrugged nonchalantly, "Then I shall accept that. The new generation surpasses the old. Is that not a good thing?" Upon hearing this, the old monarch nodded in approval, stating, "You speak wisely. Our Daxia kingdom must continually progress." He added, "By the way, this young rascal has an exceptionally high starting point at a young age. He must be guided properly to avoid straying down the wrong path. I have thoroughly reviewed his profile. He is a good-natured child," Minister Wang remarked, then turned to suggest, "How about, Jinhua, you allow him to directly join the battle god camp. No rush. Do not be deceived by his outward appearance. His true nature is rather wild." Chu Jinhua contemplated before responding. "He is indeed a promising talent, but I believe it is best for him to experience a bit of hardship before we proceed." The old monarch did not argue, but still cautioned, "His safety cannot be overlooked. We must ensure he grows up securely. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements." Chu Jinhua settled back onto the sofa and continued, "The second information card I provided him is specifically for the Battle God Camp's reserve team. He will undoubtedly use it. Once he activates this second information card, he will bear the mark of the Battle God Camp. Should anyone in the country dare to make a move against him, they must reckon with the wrath of Chu Jinhua. As for those foreign miscreants, upon reaching this point, Chu Jinhua's tone turned icy. One comes, one dies. Two come, two die." Chapter 54. Shun Sanliang is extraordinary. In Donghai City, at the Professional Trader Center, Yi Yunchang returned from outside the city and soon arrived at the Wanshou Pavilion. He was well aware that his daughter spent the morning at Wanbao Pavilion and the afternoon at Wanshou Pavilion. However, upon arriving at Wanshou Pavilion, Yi Yunchang discovered that Yi Hongyu was not there, but rather at Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Yunchang did not dwell on it, and, after leaving Wanshou Pavilion, made his way to Wanbao Pavilion once more. Both Wanbao Pavilion and Wanshou Pavilion were familiar territory for Yi Yunchang, and naturally, people recognized him. After all, he was not just the lord of Donghai City, but also the brother of the chairman of their Wan group. As soon as Su Qian learned of Yi Yunchang's arrival, he personally came to welcome him. "City Lord, you are here to find the young lady, I presume?" Su Qian inquired with a smile. Yi Yunchang nodded, saying, "Yes, that girl is rarely home. I came to check on her. I appreciate the efforts you and Old Hong have made during this time." The city lord exaggerates. "The young lady is doing quite well," Su Qian replied cheerfully. Yi Yunchang sighed. "That is precisely why I am more concerned." Su Qian, being a core member of Wan group, was well aware of Yi Hongyu's situation, understanding that her preoccupations with business had led to a neglect of her professional training. However, being an outsider, Su Qian felt it inappropriate to comment further. Yi Yunchang chose not to elaborate and instead asked, "By the way, I heard from Old Hong that this girl is here. Where is she? Why have I not seen her?" "Indeed, the young lady is here, but she is not in the exhibition hall." Su Qian recalled the equipment that had nearly buried both him and the chairman, and could not help but smile bitterly, saying, "I wonder where the young lady found a Beastmaster. Today she has received over 1,000 pieces of equipment, and she is currently busy sorting and appraising them." "Over 1,000 pieces of equipment?" Yi Yunchang asked in astonishment. Su Qian nodded and replied, "Indeed, but they are merely low-level items of little value." Hearing this, Yi Yunchang immediately lost interest and said, "Oh, where is she? I will go take a look. Please follow me, City Lord." Su Qian said as he stepped back 2 paces, leading Yi Yunchang to the office where Yi Hongyu was assessing the equipment. Although Su Qian had mentioned the abundance of equipment, upon entering the reception office and seeing the mountain of items, Yi Yunchang was momentarily stunned. Few people have ever witnessed such a plethora of equipment. Indeed, there is quite a lot of equipment. Yi Yunchang murmured softly, before stepping further into the office. Unfortunately, Yi Hongyu was too engrossed in her task to notice her father standing right behind her. However, the appraiser, upon standing up to relieve his back, spotted Yi Yunchang and quickly bowed, saying, "Greetings, City Lord." Yi Yunchang responded with a smile and a nod. It was only upon hearing the commotion that Yi Hongyu turned around and exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing here? Why is it only permissible for you to stay out all day without coming home? Am I not allowed to visit you?" Yi Yunchang replied sternly, though his expression betrayed a hint of the grievances of a neglected spouse. "Weren't you supposed to return home tonight?" Yi Hongyu pointed at the room filled with equipment and said, "Look, I'm busy. Busy, busy, busy." Yi Yunchang scoffed. "When someone takes you to a secret realm, you don't seem this dedicated. How boring it is to just fight and kill." Yi Hongyu retorted, her face lighting up as she glanced at the equipment. "This is far more interesting than grinding in a dungeon." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang could only sigh in resignation. "Oh, how did I end up with a daughter like you?" he lamented. Yi Hongyu chuckled. "Well, you can't return me. It's not like business where you can return what you don't like, right, Dad? If I could, I would certainly return you." Yi Yunchang replied with mock severity. Yi Hongyu pouted and asked, "Mom, why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang's expression changed drastically as he turned to look, only to find no one there. "You little rascal." Yi Yunchang chuckled helplessly, then fixed Yi Hongyu with a warning gaze. Don't worry, Dad. If you say you want to return me, I definitely won't tell Mom. Yi Hongyu laughed heartily. That's more like it. Yi Yanchang huffed. Yi Hongyu stretched and said, Dad, you should head back. I will come after I finish this. I'll just wait for you then, Yi Yanchang declared, taking a seat in a chair, clearly skeptical of his daughter's promise. Seeing this, Yi Hongyu shook her head in resignation. Well, if you want to wait, then wait. Then, under the appraiser's guidance, everyone resumed their tasks of sorting, appraising, and valuing the equipment. Seeing the affectionate dynamic between the father and daughter, Su Qian excused himself to attend to other matters. Feeling a bit bored, Yi Yanchang inquired, Hongyu, I heard from old Su that you personally collected this equipment? Yes, I had already collected several hundred pieces before. This is the second batch. Yi Hongyu replied without looking up. Are they all from one person? Yi Yanchang casually asked. Yes, one person, a Beastmaster. Yi Hongyu answered. A Beastmaster? Upon hearing this profession, Yi Yanchang was taken aback, involuntarily recalling the powerful Beastmaster he had encountered outside the city earlier. However, he knew that there was likely no connection between the two. How could someone capable of controlling the 10-star divine beast-level Medusa Queen be involved in gathering so many low-level items? Like Yi Yuchang and Yi Hongyu suspected, Yi Yanchang believed that the individual supplying Yi Hongyu with equipment was likely part of a team. Otherwise, it would be improbable to amass such a large quantity of low-level items. However, it seemed there were no reports of any teams actively farming monsters for equipment outside the city. Collecting several hundred pieces in the first batch and over 1,000 in the second was no small feat. After a moment of silence, Yi Yanchang asked, Hongyu, are you familiar with this Beastmaster? Yi Hongyu raised her head and replied, not really. We met this morning when he came to sell the equipment. Just selling equipment? Yi Yanchang probed further. Yi Hongyu thought for a moment and said, he also bought a few items. I remember he bought 2 one-star skill books for Beastmasters and a one-click loot card. Oh, and we added each other as friends. The equipment was all sent through mail. Ah, I see. No wonder we haven't seen him. Yi Yanchang glanced around and asked, what is his name? Shen Lang. Yi Hongyu replied. Yi Yanchang frowned and murmured to himself, Shun, a Beastmaster. In that instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Yi Yanchang's mind. He stepped out of the office, retrieved his communicator, and dialed the head of the East Sea City's professional management. Please look into a professional named Shen Lang for me. Yi Yanchang said into the communicator. He is a Beastmaster, likely specialized last year, or at the latest, the year before. Of course, he might have switched professions this year. Have you found anything? City Lord, we have found something, came the reply from the other end, laced with uncertainty. This Shen Lang is quite extraordinary. May I ask what you require him for? Extraordinary? Yi Yanchang echoed, intrigued. What is the situation? The other party responded, Shen Lang. Profession Beastmaster, level 12. All other information is confidential. Which department set this confidentiality? Yi Yanchang pressed. The War God Camp Reserve. The voice on the other end replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yanchang's brow furrowed, clearly startled by the mention of the War God Camp. Understood, he said, ending the call, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. A member of the War God Reserve had emerged in East Sea City, and yet he had been unaware. Yi Yanchang's mind whirled through the names of those who had recently changed professions in East Sea City, especially those with formidable skills or talents. As the city lord, he had access to the lists of personnel transitioning from various academies, as these were submitted to the capital through him. Finally, Yi Yanchang narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Shen Lang, what a careless name. It was clear that Yi Yanchang had begun to piece together Shen Lang's true identity. This was not due to any prophetic insight, but rather because he had access to information that most ordinary people did not. Through a series of events, he had deduced that Shen Lang was indeed Shen Lang. First and foremost, no one among the new professional recruits in East Sea City possessed the qualifications to enter the War God Reserve. The War God Camp was the crown jewel of the Xia Kingdom, akin to the elite of elite special forces. Anyone able to join would be a top-tier professional, typically above 10 stars. Just one of them could easily overpower the average professional. Moreover, the War God Reserve, as the name suggests, consisted of prospective members of the War God Camp. Generally, those who made it to the War God Reserve would successfully transition into the War God Camp. This meant that the future achievements of those in the War God Reserve would inevitably lead them to become 10-star professionals. Though it is said that 10-star professionals vary in strength, much like the Dragon Blood warrior Chu Jinhua, who can easily defeat 10 other 10-star professionals. Even an ordinary 10-star professional remains a formidable presence that 99% of practitioners cannot hope to rival. Thus, those who qualify for the War God Reserve are undoubtedly the elite of the Xia Kingdom. This year, in Donghai City, there exists but one such talent. The one who successfully cleared the Hell-level novice dungeon, Shen Lang. Furthermore, Yi Yanchang was aware that the Dragon Blood warrior Chu Jinhua, had visited Donghai City yesterday. It was only natural that someone as gifted as Shen Lang would attract the attention of Chu Jinhua, who was among the select few in the Dixia Kingdom capable of directly granting a practitioner a spot in the War God Reserve. For these reasons, Yi Yunzhang speculated that Shen Sanliang was indeed Shen Lang. As for the issue of names, it is unnecessary to mention that Yi Yunzhang, being the lord of a city, and moreover, the younger brother of the chairman of Wanwan Group, would undoubtedly be familiar with the second information card, a tool that allows practitioners to alter their identities. It seems that Chu Jinhua truly values this young man, Shen Lang. Muttering to himself, Yi Yunzhang smiled. To have just transitioned into a new role and yet successfully cleared a hell-level novice dungeon, how could he not be valued? However, he pondered whether Shen Lang had any connection to the Beastmaster outside the city. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that there was likely a connection, though he remained uncertain of its specifics. At that moment, Yi Yunzhang's communicator rang. Upon seeing it was his elder brother Yi Yuchang, he quickly answered, "Hello, brother. Yunzhang, I need to confirm something with you," Yi Yuchang began. "Brother, go ahead," Yi Yunzhang replied. "Is that Shen Sanliang, the Beastmaster who sold equipment to Hong Yu?" "Brother, such matters are confidential, and I cannot divulge further. You understand." After a moment of thought, Yi Yunzhang added, "However, I am currently at Wanbao Pavilion. I will inform Hong Yu that regardless of how much equipment Shen Sanliang sells, Wanbao Pavilion will accept it all." "Good," Yi Yuchang replied curtly before hanging up. Although Yi Yunzhang did not provide a direct answer, both brothers were astute enough to understand the implications of the conversation. Setting down the communicator, Yi Yunzhang turned and walked back to the room filled with equipment, noticing his daughter busy among the piles. He refrained from saying anything more, knowing that, even without his input, she would likely accept everything as long as Shen Lang wished to sell to her. It would be beneficial for her to engage more. He thought to himself, as the lord of a city, his status was indeed respectable, akin to a regional governor before the era of transitions. Yet, in this current age, strength reigns supreme. If Yi Hongyu could form a close relationship with a future war god, it would yield nothing but benefits for both her and the brothers Yi Yunzhang. Of course, this was merely speculation on Yi Yunzhang's part, and the future would ultimately depend on Yi Hongyu's own choices. He would not overly interfere in his daughter's life. At that moment, Yi Hongyu lifted her head from the equipment pile and opened the chat interface of the practitioner friend system. The notification sound chimed, and the message was from Shen Lang. "Shen Sanliang, does Wanbao Pavilion have backpack expansion cards?" Yi Hongyu promptly replied, "Yes, we do. How many would you like, young sir?" "Shen Sanliang, what is the price?" "Yi Hongyu, it's a bit pricey, but for someone like you, it shouldn't be a problem. One card costs 12 million, but I can make it 10 million for you." Shen Sanliang, "Wow, that's expensive." Yi Hongyu, "To be honest, 10 million is already the discounted price." Shen Sanliang, "All right. What is the value of my equipment?" Yi Hongyu, "I'm almost done tallying it up. Initially, I estimate it to be just over 100 million, perhaps a few million extra." Shen Sanliang, "Then I'll take 9 backpack expansion cards and transfer the remaining balance to my account." Yi Hongyu, "Okay. I will send you the backpack expansion cards first, and once I finish counting and settle the payment, I will transfer the rest of the funds to you." Shen Sanliang, "No problem." Yi Hongyu closed the practitioner friend system and quickly went to find Su Qian to obtain the backpack expansion cards, which she then directly sent to Shen Lang. Meanwhile, in a small inn in Donghai City, Shen Lang received the email containing the 9 backpack expansion cards, which immediately appeared before him. Backpack expansion card. Function: increases the number of backpack slots by 100. Without hesitation, Shen Lang used all 9 cards, instantly increasing his slots to 1,000. With the addition of Queen Medusa and Lord of Shadows, he now had a total of 1,200 slots. This should alleviate his concerns about lacking space for items, though he did feel a pang of regret over the cost, as it amounted to nearly 100 million for such a small quantity. Just then, his practitioner friend system chimed again. What could this Dragon Blood warrior want now? Chapter 56, Designated Task. Proceed to the 8th Forbidden Zone. Feeling a bit guilty over the incident of mistaken harm, especially after the Dragon Blood warrior Chu Jinhua had come to confront him, Shen Lang was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a minor issue would provoke the attention of such a powerful figure. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, this incident had not only drawn the interest of Chu Jinhua, but had even reached the ears of the former monarch of the Dixia Kingdom. However, from this incident, Shen Lang also realized that his possession of Queen Medusa as a beast had likely been known to Chu Jinhua long before, for otherwise, the warrior would not have sought him out to address the matter of harming other practitioners. The only asymmetry in this situation was that Chu Jinhua had initially failed to recognize Queen Medusa, realizing her identity only after the incident. Additionally, Chu Jinhua was unaware that Shen Lang had acquired a second beast, which was also a 10-star divine beast. Fortunately, the incident of mistaken harm had truly been just that, an accident, with no fatalities resulting. Shen Lang had thought the matter was resolved. But he was surprised when Chu Jinhua contacted him again, leaving him curious about the purpose of this new communication. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang opened the chat window. Chu Jinhua, this incident has had significant repercussions. Had I not known it was you, 10-star warriors might have come looking for you. Chu Jinhua, the destructive power of your beast is too great. Therefore, it is advisable to refrain from using such skills in lower-level areas. For your own sake, it is best to avoid those places. If another incident occurs where you truly harm another practitioner, it would not bode well. Reading these two messages, Shen Lang furrowed his brow and replied, "But, War God, I need to grind for experience." Not being allowed to hunt monsters in lower-level areas was one thing, but heading to higher-level zones posed its own risks. Not only might he find himself unable to enter certain high-level areas, but he could also encounter formidable beasts or ill-intentioned practitioners, which could lead him into perilous situations. He firmly believed in the wisdom of the saying, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall." After a short while, Chu Jinhua responded, "Not allowing you to hunt in those lower-level areas does not mean you cannot hunt at all. Rest assured, I will find you a location where you can safely grind for experience without the risk of accidental harm, one that is suitable for both you and your beast's strength." Seeing this, Shen Lang immediately replied, "Is there truly such a place? Thank you, War God." It must be noted that after experiencing the incident of mistaken harm, Shen Lang would inevitably be more cautious during his subsequent grinding sessions, which would likely lead to him refraining from using or reducing the use of area damage skills by Queen Medusa and Lord of Shadows, ultimately affecting his leveling progress. If, as Chizinua remarked, there exists a secure zone for him to engage in monster farming and level up, then he could indeed cultivate an impressive number of creatures with abandon. With a heart filled with anticipation, Shen Lang ordered takeout and awaited a response from Chizinua. It was not long before Chizinua replied, "I've taken care of it." Shen Lang, somewhat bewildered, was about to inquire further when a notification appeared at the top of their chat window. "Your friend Chizinua has sent you a limited-time quest. Please check it." A limited-time quest? What could this possibly entail? Shen Lang recalled having some familiarity with the quest system, which had emerged after he became a glory warrior. This system, sanctioned at a national level, serves as an official template for quests. Official agencies utilize this system to disseminate task information, allowing practitioners who wish to earn contribution points to find suitable quests to undertake. Completing these quests grants them corresponding contribution points, a means of enhancing their strength and status. For the vast majority of ordinary practitioners, this represents a pathway to elevate their capabilities and standings. After all, the official glory warriors can exchange contribution points for equipment and various other items. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Lang opened his quest system. Indeed, a limited-time quest glimmering with golden light appeared adjacent to the task interface, prompting him to click on it eagerly. Limited-time quest. Eliminate monsters in Zone 8 of Donghai City. Quest details. Clear out wild monsters in the 1-star area of Zone 8 in Donghai City. Quest reward. 1,200 contribution points. Quest time. No limit. Quest location. Wild area outside Donghai City. Quest difficulty. 1 star. Quest issuer. Chizinua. Quest exclusively assigned to Shen Lang. Gazing at this so-called limited-time quest, Shen Lang blinked, his mind conjuring images of the restricted zones. Such places are deemed exceedingly perilous. A 1-star restricted zone signifies that it is essentially a death trap for practitioners below level 30. Shen Lang had seen the skull symbols marking these restricted areas on the electronic display outside the city. However, given that this was merely a 1-star restricted zone, he felt little trepidation. After all, the beasts within could only be of level 30 or below, and with 2 10-star divine beasts at his command. Entering this zone would likely be akin to a leisurely stroll. Moreover, this task was assigned by the Dragon Blood War God, specifically tailored for him to farm monsters. Hence it should not pose significant difficulty. Therefore, Shen Lang dismissed any lingering doubts and accepted the quest without hesitation. After all, there was no time constraint. Should any peril arise, he could simply opt not to proceed. Upon accepting the quest, a route map for the 8th restricted zone materialized before him, conveniently aligning with the direction he had previously taken to exit the city. Eager to explore this 8th restricted zone, he decided to first satiate his hunger. Before long, his takeout arrived. As a person of considerable wealth, Shen Lang did not skimp on his meals, indulging in a feast of sumptuous delicacies. With Medusa and Shadow accompanying him, he had even ordered extra. While both Medusa and Shadow, despite their humanoid forms, were only recently evolved 10-star divine beasts and were somewhat unfamiliar with cooked food, they quickly developed a fondness for it under Shen Lang's guidance, joining him in a delightful banquet. Once they had thoroughly enjoyed their meal, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa and Shadow, ventured out of Donghai City and into the wilderness. Thanks to the quest system's route map, he did not need to consult a traditional map. He simply followed the indicated path. The 8th restricted zone, being a 1-star zone, was not located far from Donghai City, situated in a relatively secluded area just outside the city limits. They soon arrived at the entrance of the restricted zone, a cave. Even from a distance, Shen Lang could discern a massive entrance. The cave opening was not particularly large, yet an unusual odor wafted from it, a pungent mix of foulness that was quite off-putting. Inside, the cave was dimly lit, but light could still be seen filtering through, obscured by the cave's entrance. Shen Lang turned to Shadow and instructed, "Shadow, you may enter my shadow." Given Shadow's ability to meld into shadows, she could seamlessly integrate with Shen Lang's shadow, thereby ensuring immediate defense against any impending threat, a valuable safeguard. Indeed, Shadow proved to be an exceptional choice for absolute defense. "Understood, my master." Shadow, having spent considerable time with Medusa, had adopted her catchphrase, which was quite impressive. Once Shadow had merged into Shen Lang's shadow, he proceeded towards the nearby cave entrance with Medusa. At the entrance, a group of practitioners stood guard. For this was a restricted zone. The authorities had assigned personnel to prevent wild monsters from escaping while also deterring unaware individuals from entering and risking their lives. It was evident that the guards possessed considerable strength, all being level 30 or above in 1-star rank. Naturally, they could not be overly powerful, otherwise, they would not be stationed at the entrance. This 8th restricted zone, though only a low-level wilderness area, was guarded by 5 sentinels who sat cross-legged at the cave's mouth, interconnected by a unique aura. A barely perceptible shimmering glow enveloped the cave entrance, indicating a barrier. This special barrier formed by the 5 individuals sealed the cave entrance. Unless they chose to open it, the wild monsters within could not escape, nor could anyone enter without permission. This was a privilege and duty bestowed upon them by Donghai City. As Shen Lang approached the cave entrance, the eyes of the 5 practitioners turned towards him. One of them coldly stated, "This is a restricted zone. Entry is prohibited without permission. Novice, leave at once." Shen Lang, undeterred, smiled and inquired, "My dear brother, I am aware this is a restricted zone, but may I ask why it has been designated as such?" The guard regarded Shen Lang for a moment, perhaps swayed by the brotherly address that softened his demeanor, and replied somewhat curtly, "The restricted zone is home to numerous ferocious beasts. Low-level practitioners who enter will be swiftly besieged, with little chance of survival. Even some 2-star practitioners risk being overwhelmed by the beasts, which is why it has been classified as a restricted zone." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang felt a surge of excitement within him. The Dragon Blood War God truly understood his needs. While the abundance of ferocious beasts might spell disaster for others, for him, it represented a veritable paradise. How can such a restricted zone continue to exist in this low-level wilderness? He asked, curiosity piqued. The guard replied nonchalantly, "You raise a valid point. Each year following the job transition day, the authorities dispatch personnel to clear the area, after which it is opened for 2 months to allow novice practitioners to farm monsters and level up. However, for the remaining 10 months, entry is strictly forbidden." The guard added, "It is indeed time for someone to clean up the restricted zone. You 2 novices have arrived in the wild area quite quickly. Your professions must be commendable. However, you should leave for now. Wait for the stronger individuals to clear the zone, and then you may return." His words bore no contempt, merely a sincere concern for Shen Lang's safety as he recognized him as a novice practitioner. Shen Lang naturally could not leave. He spoke, "Brother, is there a possibility that I am actually the person sent from above to cleanse this forbidden zone?" The guards scrutinized Shen Lang from head to toe, expressing their disbelief. Shen Lang ceased to engage in further trivialities and directly revealed the mission system, presenting it before the 5 guards. The guards gazed at the mission panel, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. It was not surprising for someone to be dispatched to cleanse the forbidden area, but to send a novice of merely level 10 was akin to sending lambs to the slaughter. Yet, at that moment, one of the guards suddenly exclaimed, "This is a mission issued by the Dragon Blood War God." Upon hearing this, the other guards redirected their attention to Shen Lang's mission panel, focusing on the mission issuer. Indeed, it was the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua. Their gazes towards Shen Lang transformed, and they noticed additional details regarding the designated mission target. Mission designated target, Shen Sanliang, War God Camp Reserve. Although the mission target specified by Chu Jinhua was Shen Lang, his secondary information card could easily substitute for such basic information. As for the War God Camp Reserve, this was a tactic employed by Chu Jinhua to keep Shen Lang in the dark. The guard regarded Shen Lang once more and sighed. "So you are from the War God Camp Reserve. No wonder you were assigned to cleanse this forbidden zone. Go ahead, you may enter." As he spoke, he and the other guards nodded, permitting a breach in the barrier at the cave's entrance. Thank you, brothers. Shen Lang expressed his gratitude, stepping forward alongside Medusa, directly crossing into the opening. In the next moment, their figures vanished into the cave, which was evidently merely a faade, concealing a vastly different realm within. After Shen Lang and Medusa entered, the 5 guards promptly sealed the barrier once more, their faces now adorned with expressions of envy. Who could have imagined that this time, a member of the War God Camp Reserve would be assigned to cleanse the Forbidden Zone? The War God Reserve. Surely destined to become a 10-star war god in the future. Perhaps this was intended to hone the skills of this newcomer. I called him a novice earlier. He should not hold a grudge, right? Who does he think he is to warrant such animosity? Indeed, we mere mortals could never capture the attention of such individuals. Meanwhile, after Shen Lang and Medusa entered the cave, their surroundings transformed dramatically. There was no cave at all, but rather a vast expanse of desert. The desert was a riot of colors, teeming with snakes of every variety. There were gigantic pythons as thick as barrels, winged serpents, long-horned colorful snakes, and even clawed varieties, all sizes, densely packed together, creating what could only be described as a sea of serpents. No wonder this place was designated as a forbidden zone. In this small area alone, there were likely tens of thousands of snakes. Just as Shen Lang and his companion set foot within, heads began to rise. A kaleidoscope of eyes turning towards them, as if they were delectable prey, surging forward in a relentless tide. Chapter 58. Leveling up 10 levels in one breath. Who else can compete? The multitude of vividly colored serpents writhed and twisted, creating a scene both terrifying and repulsive. However, while Shen Lang's physiological response was one of disgust, his spirit soared with excitement. Outside, battling monsters always carried certain reservations, even if he was not concerned about inadvertently harming other adventurers. The presence of others limited his freedom to unleash his full potential. After all, with the prowess of Medusa and the Shadow, both 10-star divine beasts, monster hunting would indeed be a mere formality. Yet, such commotion would attract unwanted attention. The authorities had only just managed to suppress the news of his successful clearance of the Hell-level novice dungeon. And Dragon Blood War God Chu Jinhua had even arranged a secondary information card for him. If he were to create too much noise, he would undoubtedly become the target of scrutiny. However, within this 8th forbidden zone, aside from fierce beasts and wild monsters, no other adventurers were present. This meant that Shen Lang could truly let loose. As he surveyed the approaching tide of snakes, suppressing his nausea and the foul odor, he exclaimed, "Medusa, it's your turn." Simultaneously, he cast various supportive skills, such as Magic Tide Force, upon her, alleviating any concerns regarding her magical power and stamina. "All right, my master." Medusa beamed with a smile, her gaze shifting towards the seemingly endless swarm of snakes. In a sense, Medusa was also a serpent. But she was no ordinary snake. She was the queen among them. The unique aura of a 10-star divine beast erupted from her being. Akin to a long-dormant volcano finally releasing its pent-up energy, a torrent of fiery power surging forth towards the snake tide. In an instant, the snake tide was enveloped by the 10-star divine beast aura emanating from Medusa. The strongest among these serpents barely reached level 30. How could they withstand the might of the 10-star divine beast? The weaker ones were immediately suppressed, crawling on the ground, while those slightly stronger fled in a panic. Yet, how could Medusa allow the snake tide to retreat? Not only Shen Lang, but even she had continually restrained herself while hunting in the wild. Now that she had the rare opportunity to unleash her full power, how could she hold back? The amber glow in her eyes flickered with flames, wherever her gaze fell. Those serpents, either pinned down or scrambling in retreat, were instantly transformed into fiery red stones. As soon as her gaze shifted away, these fiery serpentine stones crumbled into dust. Your beast has slain the blue-armored flying snake. You and your beast each gain 20 experience points. Your beast has slain the two-tailed red snake. You and your beast each gain 15 experience points. Your beast has slain the red-horned python. You and your beast each gain 20 experience points. Your beast has slain the heavy crown viper. You and your beast each gain 28 experience points. Your beast has slain. The continuous notifications rang out like an unending clarion call, each second yielding hundreds, if not thousands, of experience points. As Medusa cast her gaze around, thousands of various serpentine beasts fell lifeless to the ground. However, within this snake-infested 8th forbidden zone, the sheer number of serpentine beasts was overwhelming. Even after the demise of over 1,000, one could hardly perceive any reduction, as new serpents rushed in to fill the void left behind. It was not that they were unafraid of Medusa's divine beast aura. Rather, it was this very aura that sent them into a frenzy. Given their natural tendency to cluster, chaos ensued, and they scattered in all directions. Some of the smaller ones were not even slain by Medusa, but were crushed under the weight of the larger pythons, which was indeed a pity. Every creature, regardless of size, represented experience points. Naturally, Queen Medusa did not pause. Empowered by Shen Lang, she faced no concerns regarding her magical energy, thus casting skill after skill. With each release, hundreds, if not thousands, of serpentine beasts were transformed into experience points. Shen Lang, overwhelmed by the situation, found himself in another predicament. After just the first wave, his backpack was filled to 1/3 capacity. It is worth noting that he possessed 1,000 inventory slots. With Medusa having barely cast any skills, his backpack was already full, including those of Medusa and the Shadow. There was no choice but to continue his usual practice, sending all red-level items and below to Yihongyu. After a brief respite, the elemental fire magic within Midsh gradually subsided. A glance around the vicinity revealed that within a radius of several kilometers, not a single living serpent could be seen, nor even a remnant of their carcasses. All that remained was a thick layer of crimson powder, the only testament to the serpentine beasts that had been petrified and incinerated. It is impossible to ascertain the exact count of serpentine monstrosities that fell to the might of the Queen Midsh, but it is certain that the toll exceeded 60,000, possibly even 70,000. Merely clearing this area allowed Shen Lang and his 2 summoned beasts to ascend 11 levels, elevating them all to level 23. It is remarkable that since their entry into this 8th forbidden zone, no more than 15 minutes had elapsed, and in that brief span, they achieved such a significant advancement. Had it not been for the division of experience with the addition of Ying, their levels might have soared even higher. Furthermore, as their levels increased, the experience gained from slaying these beasts diminished, otherwise, they might have achieved yet another level. In addition to leveling up, Shen Lang also made considerable gains in terms of equipment. The serpentine foes within this 8th forbidden zone boast high levels, generally ranging from 20 to 30, resulting in a correspondingly higher drop rate. It goes without saying that blue-quality gear and lower is unremarkable. He now possesses nearly 30 pieces of red perfect-grade equipment in his inventory. Gazing towards the fleeing serpentine tide, Shen Lang mused that if Zhh were present, he would surely be compelled to take a bite out of him. This 8th forbidden zone is, without a doubt, a paradise for monster hunting tailored specifically for him. And this is merely the effect of Midsh's intervention, had Ying also participated. With both beasts simultaneously hunting, they might have all surpassed level 30 by now, doubling their equipment gains. However, once the excitement subsided, Shen Lang did not allow the exhilaration of rapid leveling to cloud his judgment. Instead, he contemplated a pressing issue. How could he extract every ounce of opportunity from this region teeming with serpentine beasts? After all, with their levels rising, the experience from slaying these beasts would not yield the same returns as before. Yet, there remained at least millions of serpentine monstrosities, and he could not afford to squander such an opportunity. Chapter 59. Join forces and revel in the slaughter. With the ferocious beasts of this serpent lair, Shen Lang and his 2 summoned beasts would undoubtedly ascend to level 30, reaching the pinnacle of a 1-star practitioner. It is unquestionable that close to 10 million beasts could elevate them to level 30, as they currently hover below that threshold, where the experience required for leveling is not astronomical. However, once they reach level 30, the experience gained from slaying these beasts would diminish significantly. They might still advance a few more levels, but it remains uncertain how many beasts they would need to vanquish to achieve that. Moreover, the most critical factor is not merely the experience gained from slaying beasts, but rather that as their levels increase, hunting beasts below their level would result in a drastically lower drop rate for equipment, potentially leading to a complete cessation of drops. This represents a significant loss. Based on the recent drop rates, the rewards have been substantial. It is reasonable to expect several 100 million in gains from equipment below blue quality. And Shen Lang still retains some red perfect grade items. If he could maintain his level at 23, the drop rates and experience would remain unaffected. Shen Lang's thoughts raced, and he quickly devised a plan. On his personal information panel, beyond the talents and skill sections, there exists a category for universal skills. Universal skills are those that any practitioner can learn, including those from life professions. Strictly speaking, these skills do not belong solely to practitioners. Even ordinary individuals can master them. For instance, Shen Lang currently possesses 2 universal skills, level 7 swordsmanship and level 10 combat. These skills were cultivated under the guidance of his instructors at SNDL in Xiing Advanced Vocational Academy, where he diligently excelled to become the top student. However, in comparison to his profession, these skills now seem somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, Shen Lang firmly believes that since these skills exist within his attribute panel, they must possess some significance. Universal skills are indeed skills. There are no worthless skills. Only unworthy practitioners. His swordsmanship and combat skills, being at levels 7 and 10 respectively, may very well render him a formidable opponent against practitioners of lower tiers. This illustrates that universal skills hold value. What if these skills were elevated to levels 70 and 100? How powerful would he become? Shen Lang is uncertain of the upper limits of these universal skills, as no practitioner focuses on enhancing them post-class change. Moreover, leveling up universal skills requires not only diligent practice, but also the expenditure of experience points. Thus, few would wish to squander experience on these skills when they could use it to ascend their levels instead. For Shen Lang, his preference leans towards leveling up. Yet, the current situation presents an abundance of experience points, and to leave any unused would be a shameful waste. However, another question arises. If he can utilize experience points to enhance universal skills, what of Midsh and Yang? Shen Lang's gaze shifted towards Midsh and Yang, who had emerged from his shadow. Their attribute panels lack universal skills, but upon reflection, he chuckled. Their absence is simply because they have never learned them. Both Midsh and Yang were once mere ordinary beasts, possessing intelligence slightly superior to that of other beasts, yet still limited to instincts of survival and slaughter. How could they possibly wield universal skills? A common fire python and an ordinary shadow, one could hardly expect them to master swordsmanship and combat. As for whether his assumptions are correct, there is only one way to find out. After pondering this, Shen Lang addressed the two. Midsh, allow me to teach you some swordsmanship. Let us see if you can grasp it. Swordsmanship? Very well, my master. Midsh responded obediently. Shen Lang nodded and retrieved 2 fiery red long swords from his inventory, both being red perfect grade equipment. Such equipment, utilized for practicing universal skills, seems rather excessive. However, he currently possesses no items of lower quality. He tossed one long sword to Queen Midsh and said, "Watch closely." With that, Shen Lang began to demonstrate a set of basic sword techniques taught at Shing Advanced Vocational Academy. While it is termed swordsmanship, it largely consists of routines that, with a modicum of intelligence, anyone could learn through practice. Within a minute, Shen Lang completed the demonstration and looked at Queen Midsh, asking, "How did I do? Master, shall I give it a try?" Midsh inquired, gripping the long sword with a serious expression, evidently concerned about mastering swordsmanship, as it was a request from her master. With that, Midsh's form shimmered slightly, and the long sword in her hand began to dance. Shen Lang could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Although this was merely an introductory routine, for someone entirely unfamiliar with the sword, it would take time to develop proficiency. Yet, Midsh's swordplay mirrored Shen Lang's movements almost perfectly, leaving no room for criticism. After completing the set of techniques, Midsh looked at Shen Lang with a hint of trepidation and asked, "Master, how did I fare?" "Excellent. Truly remarkable," Shen Lang replied with a smile. One cannot help but marvel at the prowess of the 10-star divine beast, whose comprehension abilities are indeed remarkable, effortlessly grasping the intricacies of swordsmanship at a single glance. However, Shen Lang refrained from further instructing Medusa in the art of swordplay. Instead, he eagerly summoned Medusa's attribute panel. His gaze skimmed over the 4-dimensional attributes, and as expected, a new entry appeared under the Skills section, General Skills, Swordsmanship 12. Upon seeing this information, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. It was rather disheartening. After 3 years of arduous training at Sandong Lanxiang, he had only achieved a swordsmanship level of 7, while Medusa, having merely practiced a basic introductory sword technique, had managed to reach level 12. This was truly astounding. Of course, it was also a fortuitous development. The addition of the general skills category for Medusa confirmed his belief that if she and the Shadow learned general skills, their attribute panels would reflect this expansion. With the emergence of general skills, they could similarly enhance their proficiency using experience points. Consequently, when the 3 of them collectively utilized experience points to elevate their general skills, the near 10 million ferocious beasts within the 8th Forbidden Zone, the Serpent Cave, would have their utility maximized, ensuring that the drop rates for equipment and items remained unaffected, while also preventing any wastage of experience points. Thus, Shen Lang resumed teaching Medusa the art of combat, inviting Shadow to join as well. Before long, both Medusa and Shadow acquired the same general skills in swordsmanship and combat as Shen Lang. With the general skills category established, Shen Lang wasted no time in setting their experience points to facilitate the enhancement of their general skills. He gazed towards the distant, swirling tide of serpents and smiled, instructing, "Now, unleash your might and revel in the carnage." Chapter 60, Slaughter, collect, prosper. At Shen Lang's command, Medusa and Shadow exchanged glances before vanishing from sight. Prior to this, Shen Lang had already cast all applicable auxiliary skills upon his two familiar beasts, as a devoted master should contribute to their strength. Simultaneously, he activated the first star beast tamer skill, invisibility, for precautionary measures, given that both Medusa and Shadow would venture forth to combat monsters. It was prudent to ensure his own safety in case a ferocious beast emerged unexpectedly. In an instant, Medusa and Shadow appeared at the edge of the Crimson Sands, positioning themselves on either side. Without hesitation, they activated their respective skills. One erupted in flames, while the other enveloped the area in a shroud of darkness, resulting in a cacophony of kill notifications resonating in Shen Lang's mind. Under the might of the two 10-star divine beasts, no ferocious creature could withstand their onslaught, transforming instead into experience points. Your familiar has slain a foe. Your familiar has slain a foe. As the notifications rang out, vast swathes of empty space re-emerged. One Medusa could sweep across several kilometers, and with Shadow joining, their area of slaughter nearly doubled. The number of serpentine monsters they vanquished similarly soared. Naturally, Shen Lang did not remain idle. He seized the opportunity to draw nearer while activating the one-click loot feature for collecting dropped equipment. Collect, collect, collect. The backpack is full. Without a moment's thought, Shen Lang promptly sent the items to Yi Hongyu. Collect, collect again. Oh dear, the backpack is full once more. Toss it to Yi Hongyu. Collect, collect. Collect again. Alas, it is full yet again. Yi Hongyu, be ready. At this moment, Yi Hongyu had effectively become Shen Lang's storage, as he disregarded any equipment below red perfection, discarding everything that filled his backpack. He had lost count of how many times he had done so, confident that Yi Hongyu would not deceive him when it came time to settle the tally. During this period, neither Shen Lang nor his two familiars experienced any further level increases, and their experience progress bars remained unchanged. However, the general skills they had set were climbing rapidly, akin to a rocket. After all, elevating general skill levels was significantly simpler than advancing 1's professional rank. Each increment in general skill level consumed a minimal amount of experience points, allowing for swift progress even when shared among the three of them. In the blink of an eye, they surged ahead by 3 to 5 levels. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Yi Hongyu, who had painstakingly cataloged a batch of equipment, prepared to transfer the remaining funds to Shen Lang before heading home with Yi Yunchang for some much-needed rest. However, just as they reached the entrance of the exhibition hall, Yi Hongyu halted abruptly. Yi Yunchang, noticing his daughter's pause, inquired, "What is it, Hongyu?" Yi Hongyu looked up at her father and replied, "Dad, it seems Shen Sanliang has sent me another email. Could it be more equipment?" Yi Yunchang instinctively asked. Yi Hongyu shook her head, saying, "I don't know." After a brief glance around, she added, "Shall we return to the reception room?" This was not a question, but rather a directive, as Yi Hongyu had already turned to retrace her steps. Sighing, Yi Yunchang had no choice but to follow his daughter back to the reception office. Little did they know, as soon as Yi Yunchang had taken a few steps, a cacophony of clinking sounds erupted, followed by a torrent of equipment pouring forth from the reception office door, cascading outwards in a chaotic fashion. This, Yi Yunchang was momentarily stunned. Forget the reception office. The deluge of equipment was likely over 1,000 pieces. No, Hongyu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Yunchang rushed towards the reception office. Though he was not as powerful as the 10-star warriors of the War God camp, he was no weakling either. He unleashed a burst of violet light, scattering the oncoming avalanche of equipment, and swiftly entered the reception office. Moments later, Yi Yunchang emerged from the reception office, cradling a disheveled Yi Hongyu in his arms. When Yi Hongyu received the email, she had been mentally prepared due to the previous transactions, but no amount of preparation could have anticipated that the vast reception office would be insufficient to contain such a flood of equipment. As soon as she accepted the items, the entire office was filled to capacity, leaving her with no space to react. Consequently, she was buried beneath the equipment, and the sheer volume rendered her unable to extricate herself until Yi Yunchang intervened just in time to rescue her from the pile. With Yi Yunchang's support, the father and daughter continued to retreat. There was no other option, as equipment continued to erupt from the reception office, resembling an endless fountain, threatening to spill over into the exhibition hall. "Dad, move them inside. Don't let them reach the exhibition hall." Yi Hongyu had regained her composure and urgently urged Yi Yunchang to assist her while she enacted her own spells. With so much equipment, should it spill into the exhibition hall, it would inevitably incite chaos akin to the prior incident with the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, which would spell disaster. "All right, leave it to me." Yi Yunchang interrupted Yi Hongyu's incantation, pulling her behind him. In the next moment, he activated his skill, conjuring a wall of wind that surged forth to block the equipment. Simultaneously, a powerful gust blew against the ceaseless tide of items. The father and daughter stood outside the wind wall, watching as the equipment continued to accumulate within. Initially, they had been taken aback, for the quantity of equipment Shen Lang had sent this time far surpassed the previous 2 transactions. Yet, as they observed, their astonishment morphed into numbness, primarily due to the staggering volume. 3,000 pieces? 5,000 pieces? 10,000 pieces? Yi Hongyu suddenly exclaimed, "Dad, it seems I won't have time to return with you today." Yi Yunchang remained silent, his gaze sternly fixed upon the array of equipment, his heart numb, yet undeniably curious. Although Shen Lang was indeed formidable, having successfully cleared the hellish novice dungeon and personally awarded a reserve position in the war god camp by the legendary Dragonblood war god Zhu Jinhua, it was perplexing how he could possess such an abundance of low-level gear so soon after his class change. Given Zhu Jinhua's stature and character, it was improbable he would bestow such a quantity of low-tier equipment upon anyone, let alone someone of Shen Lang's background, which Yi Yunchang was all too familiar with. Therefore, it raised the question, could it be that all this equipment was acquired by Shen Lang himself? This notion was utterly inconceivable. The sheer volume of gear suggested that he must have vanquished countless ferocious beasts, perhaps tens of thousands, or even millions. Chapter 61. The Extension of High-Level Universal Skills. Yi Yunchang suddenly felt as if his decades of life experience had rendered him somewhat dull-witted. The presence of such low-level equipment could only imply the slaughter of a multitude of low-tier beasts. Logically speaking, a typical adventurer, especially one below level 30, could not possibly have dispatched such a vast number of creatures in a short span. Thus, the question loomed, where had Shen Lang acquired all this gear? Was he, as often depicted in novels, merely a lucky fool who stumbled upon the remnants of a fallen adventurer's equipment? Such a scenario seemed implausible. Who would sensibly choose to hunt low-level beasts in such numbers? Yi Yunchang contemplated deeply, unable to unravel the mystery, and resorted to the simplest method of inquiry, reaching out to contacts to determine whether any adventurers were engaged in large-scale beast hunting outside the city. Excluding the individual with the 10-star beast controlling Medusa, who seemed to have vacated Donghai City, he ultimately received an unexpected revelation. Within the publicly accessible areas beyond the city, from low to high-level wilderness, there were no significant casualties among the beasts. However, Yi Yunchang learned of a mission issued by Zhu Jinhua, a publicly known task, but specifically assigned. Most astonishingly, the designated individual for this task was none other than Shen Lang himself. Although he was publicly known as Shen Sanliang, Yi Yunchang was nearly certain that this was indeed Shen Lang. Moreover, Yi Yunchang was well acquainted with the 8th restricted zone, having previously intervened there to clear serpentine beasts for novice adventurers to gain experience. He was acutely aware of the vast number of serpentine beasts inhabiting that area, which could be described as immense. A single nest of serpents contained numerous eggs, and without any natural predators, there would be millions of serpentine beasts residing there prior to any clearing. With Shen Lang undertaking a task in such a location, it became conceivable that he could have slain enough beasts to acquire such a wealth of equipment. Yet, Shen Lang had only just transitioned into his new class. However, this was a designated mission, and only Shen Lang could enter the 8th restricted zone. Yi Yunchang found it hard to believe that all these items were amassed by Shen Lang, but the reality before him insisted otherwise. Indeed, it was Shen Lang who had procured them. It was not just Yi Yunchang who found this unfathomable. Anyone would struggle to grasp the situation. Even though Shen Lang had conquered the hellish novice dungeon, the fiercest beasts within, even at that difficulty, were merely level 10. Slightly stronger than their wilderness counterparts, but not overwhelmingly so. In contrast, the serpentine beasts in the 8th restricted zone reached levels as high as 30, with most exceeding level 10. The thought of slaughtering tens of thousands of beasts was daunting. How could a novice like Shen Lang accomplish such a feat? After much contemplation, Yi Yunchang's bewilderment coalesced into a complex sigh. Perhaps this was simply the nature of extraordinary individuals. He mused that it may be worthwhile to seek an opportunity to meet Shen Lang, regardless of the motivation. Forming a connection with someone as exceptional as Shen Lang could prove beneficial. After all, they might cross paths again, particularly in the upcoming national battleground. Adventurers of Shen Lang's caliber would undoubtedly find their way there in the future. Yi Yunchang even sensed that Shen Lang's potential achievements might rival or even surpass those of Zhu Jinhua. For such feats of beast slaying were unprecedented in the 3 centuries since the advent of the profession era. As a beast tamer, Shen Lang shared a commonality with the previous individual outside the city. Was it possible that Shen Lang was the illegitimate son of that esteemed beast tamer? 2 such remarkable beast tamers from one lineage could indeed stir upheaval in the global adventurer community. Yi Yunchang pondered what type of beast would serve as Shen Lang's first tamed creature. He dared not speculate further. Should the opportunity arise, he must seize it. In that moment, Yi Yunchang's attention shifted to his daughter, Yi Hongyu, who was diligently cataloging the equipment. Wasn't she the perfect candidate to facilitate such an opportunity? From Yi Yunchang's recollection, Shen Lang was an exceptionally handsome young man, and conveniently, his daughter was a complete beauty enthusiast. If Shen Lang were to become his son-in-law, the future of the Yi family would transcend mere prominence in Donghai City. Although the Yi family, due to the efforts of Yi Yunchang and his brother, had secured a solid standing in Donghai City, the era of adventurers ultimately demanded strength as the currency of respect, and regrettably, the Yi family lacked deep-rooted connections. Of course, his elder brother, Yi Yuchang, had established relationships with several 10-star war gods. Yet, acquaintanceship alone would not suffice. Those war gods might assist the Yi family out of obligation, but they were not bound to serve them diligently. However, should a 10-star war god emerge from the Yi family, all issues would dissipate. Especially considering that Shen Lang's future promised to exceed that of ordinary 10-star war gods and align with the invincible prowess of the Dragon Blood war god, Zhu Zhenhua. Yi Yunchang realized he could no longer remain idle and sought to delve deeper into Shen Lang's background. He promptly approached Yi Hongyu, refraining from urging her to return home, and instead earnestly advised, "Hongyu, I see you are quite busy, so I shall not wait. Return whenever you can. If not, it matters not. I shall take my leave now." Before departing, he added, "Oh, and Hongyu, when you have the chance, do converse more with Shen Sanliang." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyu looked up, perplexed. "What? Ah, it's nothing at all. You carry on with your work," she replied, hastily departing. Yi Yunchang opted not to be overt, for pursuing objectives too aggressively might provoke resistance. He believed in allowing things to unfold naturally, doing his part to gently nudge circumstances along when possible. "Okay." Yi Hongyu responded absent-mindedly, returning to her task of assessing and identifying equipment alongside the others. Yi Yunchang swiftly exited Wanbao Pavilion, making his way directly back to the Lord's Manor, where he immediately summoned all information available on Shen Lang since his birth. Meanwhile, Shen Lang remained unaware in the 8th restricted zone, blissfully ignorant that someone was already contemplating him as a potential son-in-law. At this moment, under the onslaught of Medusa and Shadow, the three had elevated their universal skills to level 30. Swordsmanship, 30. Ability. Your swordsmanship has reached an exceptionally high level, enhancing the damage of related skills by 30. Witnessing this capability, Shen Lang inwardly acknowledged that indeed, the universal skill, upon enhancement, truly possesses an extension effect. In Chapter 62, he pondered, "Have you not encountered those serpentine creatures during your prolonged stay inside?" Initially, the universal skill did not exhibit such effects. However, Shen Lang had not paid particular attention to the specific level at which the extension effect manifested. It was likely that it appeared after reaching level 20. Similarly, Shen Lang's combat universal skill had also ascended to level 31. Medusa and Shadow, too, had elevated their universal skills to level 31, perhaps due to their formidable innate abilities. They required slightly more experience for progression. After all, at the beginning, their universal skill levels surpassed Shen Lang's, but now they were on par, failing to advance further. Beyond the extension effects of these two universal skills, Shen Lang could also perceive other transformations. Various sword techniques felt as if they had been honed in his memory countless times. Any swordsmanship could be wielded with effortless grace. In other words, Shen Lang had now become a master swordsman of the highest caliber. For a practitioner with inadequate defense, should they approach him at level 20 or below, they might very well fall victim to a single strike. At the very least, he could finish them off with a punch. Of course, this was merely supplementary power, as most conflicts among practitioners still relied heavily on equipment and skills. Nevertheless, possessing additional combat prowess was undeniably advantageous. Consider the scenario where both parties had comparable skill and equipment, and magic was depleted, leaving only hand-to-hand combat. Naturally, the practitioner with the superior universal skill would emerge victorious. Shen Lang's high-level universal skill also served as a means of self-preservation. Although he did not feel an urgent need for it, one could never predict when it might be necessary. In the event that Shadow and Medusa were restrained and someone sought to eliminate Shen Lang, he could unleash his latent power, cleaving his adversary in two with a single sword strike, thus turning the tide of battle. Moreover, the extension capability of the universal skill was indeed impressive. Swordsmanship corresponded to sword skills, while combat related to close-range warrior skills, each amplifying the respective abilities. Despite Shen Lang being a Beastmaster, let us not forget that Zhu Zhenhua had gifted him a second career transfer card, now at level 22. Especially in this 8th Forbidden Zone, he could elevate his level to 30 at any moment if he so desired. When that time came, he would need to carefully select his second career, Contemplating this, Shen Lang took out his communicator to check the time. The afternoon had nearly slipped away. The 8th Forbidden Zone was now shrouded in twilight. Clearly, this 8th Forbidden Zone was a genuine wilderness, not merely a secret realm. It experienced the cycle of day and night, albeit isolated from other wild areas by formidable forces employing unique methods, effectively rendering it a man-made micro-secret realm. At that moment, Shadow and Medusa had returned to inquire whether they should venture deeper into the 8th Forbidden Zone. Shen Lang smiled and replied, "No rush, after all. Only we can enter this place. Let us return to rest and continue tomorrow." Naturally, Shadow and Medusa had no objections to their master's decision. Under Shen Lang's guidance, they prepared to exit the 8th Forbidden Zone. However, just then, the friend system emitted a series of beeps. As they walked toward the cave entrance, Shen Lang checked the message. It was from Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu wrote, "There shouldn't be any left, right?" Upon reading this, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that the young lady from the Yi family was quite fatigued. Indeed, he had lost count of how many pieces of equipment he had sent to Yi Hongyu, but it was certainly a substantial amount. After a moment, Shen Lang responded, "None left for today." Yi Hongyu replied, "All right, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight." "Wait, if there's nothing today, what about tomorrow?" Shen Lang glanced back at the vast area filled with serpentine beasts and remarked, "There should still be some left recently." "TSK, you're not planning to stop collecting, are you?" Yi Hongyu exclaimed. "Collect. Gather as much as you can." Shen Lang added, "That's good. By the way, you still have expansion cards for the backpack, right? Please send me 10 more. I should have enough funds." 10 expansion cards would cost around 100 million, which was certainly less than the value of the equipment he had sent today. Yi Hongyu affirmed, "Sure, I will arrange the supply. The funds are sufficient." Shen Lang concurred. "All right, just remember to settle the accounts and transfer the money to me." Yi Hongyu responded, "Yes, I will do it as soon as possible, dear." Meanwhile, outside the 8th Forbidden Zone, the 5 guards had gathered at the cave entrance. Why haven't they emerged after such a long time? Could they have perished inside? It seemed implausible. This young man was a reserve of the war god camp. How could he succumb so easily? Certainly, a task issued personally by the Dragon Blood War god would not be a death sentence. However, he was still merely a 1-star practitioner, and the odds of survival for 1-star practitioners entering the 8th Forbidden Zone were nearly non-existent. Yet he was also a practitioner appointed by the Dragon Blood War god, a member of the war god reserves, not someone to be underestimated. Still, a sense of unease lingered in their minds. If he truly died inside, the Dragon Blood War god would surely hold them accountable. Should we go in and check? The 5 guards exchanged concerns about whether Shen Lang had perished in the Forbidden Zone. At that moment, Shen Lang and Medusa emerged slowly from the ethereal cave entrance. While Shadow had already concealed himself within Shen Lang's shadow, a prearranged tactic to remain hidden while outside. Upon seeing Shen Lang, the guards' pupils dilated in shock, and they scrutinized him closely. There were no signs of injury, and his magical and physical vitality felt as stable as when he had entered the Forbidden Zone, showing no indication of having undergone fierce combat. Could it be that the serpentine beasts in the Forbidden Zone were hibernating? Unable to contain his curiosity, one guard inquired, "You've been inside for quite a while. Did you not encounter any of those serpents?" Hearing this, Shen Lang turned his gaze toward the guard and understood his thoughts, thus responding, "We encountered quite a few, but we dispatched them all. There should be no serpentine beasts within a 10-kilometer radius of the entrance." After speaking, Shen Lang led Medusa eastward towards Donghai City. The 5 guards exchanged glances, their minds still buzzing with disbelief. He claims there are no beasts within 10 kilometers of the entrance, implying they have eliminated all the ferocious creatures? Impossible. Even if he survived, he is still just a 1-star practitioner. Whether it's true or not, we can simply go in and see for ourselves. But the beasts inside. We'll take a look at the entrance. If anything seems amiss, we will retreat immediately. All right, let us go in and take a look. They huddled together and activated their guard identities, vanishing into the cave entrance in the next moment. In Chapter 63, one guard suggested, "Should we report to the city lordess mansion?" These 5 guards were not particularly formidable, barely exceeding the 1-star threshold. Otherwise, they would not be assigned to guard duty. As guards, they could access the Forbidden Zone using protective barriers. However, they were acutely aware of the dangers within the Forbidden Zone, and although they were qualified, none had dared to venture inside. After all, this Forbidden Zone had experienced significant growth over the past 6 months. The entrance could very well be teeming with countless serpentine beasts, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by those creatures. Yet now, their curiosity had eclipsed their fear, prompting them to join forces and explore the depths. A fleeting glimmer passed before the 5 individuals, and they found themselves within the confines of the 8th Forbidden Zone snake cavern. Each of them was on high alert, ready to retreat at the slightest sign of danger. However, Once they beheld the scene before them, they stood frozen in astonishment. The first sight that greeted their eyes was the entrance where Medusa had previously slaughtered the ferocious beasts, now enveloped in a cloud of crimson dust. A breeze, untraceable in origin, stirred the area, creating a series of arc-shaped sand dunes, while the sky above swirled with the same red dust. There was no scent of blood, yet the sight profoundly astonished the 5 guards. Here, there were truly no ferocious beasts, not even in the distance. As they gazed further, they discerned that no serpentine creatures were in sight. All they could see was the arid landscape, devoid of any signs of the beasts. They could spot some distant serpentine creatures, but they were a significant 10 kilometers away. Furthermore, they noticed an anomaly within the 10-kilometer radius of the entrance. The distant beasts dared not approach, as if an overwhelming terror permeated the area, instilling a primal fear within them that repelled them from this place. The guards could not help but swallow hard. How could this be achieved? One of them remarked incredulously, unable to fathom how a novice, only a day into his new role, could accomplish such a feat. Another guard sighed deeply, reiterating, "As I said, he is a reserve member of the War God camp. The specifics of his profession and the extraordinary skills and talents he possesses are beyond the comprehension of ordinary practitioners like us. The chasm between individuals is indeed vast. Perhaps this is simply the nature of life." With a collective sigh, the 5 guards left the snake cavern, filled with envy and admiration, returning to their duties. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa, had passed through the city gates and re-entered Donghai City. Under the setting sun, their figures cast long shadows along the road. A striking couple that inspired envy in onlookers. This time, Shen Lang did not rush back to his small inn, but instead sought a more upscale hotel to enjoy a meal. Now, as a wealthy individual, he felt it only fitting to indulge himself. Finding a secluded corner, he allowed Ying, his shadow companion, to step forth from the darkness. Cloaking themselves in shadows as they entered the hotel together with Shen Lang and Medusa. The restaurant was already bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. Aware that the trio of a man and 2 women would attract considerable attention, Shen Lang chose a less conspicuous table. Ordering and receiving their dishes went smoothly, and the trio began to eat. Medusa and Ying had already dined previously, but Shen Lang, having mostly relied on takeout, found the food from this hotel delectable, albeit his eating manners were somewhat uncouth. However, he paid little mind to it. Suddenly, as Medusa gnawed on a large blue shrimp, a spark ignited in her amber eyes. In the next moment, a table approximately 7 to 8 meters away burst into flames. Simultaneously, a rocket pierced through the chest of a nearby practitioner with a sharp hiss. The sound of flesh sizzling filled the air, mingling with the aroma of roasted meat. The injured practitioner stared blankly at his chest as his vitality rapidly waned. His dining companions, startled by the flaming table, leaped back, momentarily bewildered by the chaos. Meanwhile, Shen Lang's mind was interrupted by a notification. "Your beast is attacking other practitioners. You have entered combat mode." He glanced at Medusa, understanding the situation without needing to verbalize it, and continued to eat. On the other side, the injured practitioner was finally noticed by his companions, who rushed to his aid. Fortunately, Medusa had only delivered a casual strike. Had she unleashed a skill, none at that table would have survived, reduced to mere ashes. Moments later, a priest among them managed to staunch the bleeding and seal the wound, saving the man's life, though he had fallen unconscious. At that moment, a short, jacket-clad youth shifted his gaze from his unconscious companion to Shen Lang. "Friend, while Xiao Yi may have overstepped by probing you, your response was excessively harsh. You nearly killed him." The youth's tone was dark as he added, "If it weren't for the comprehensive nature of the Donghai Guild, you would be facing serious consequences." His threat hinted at their backing, revealing their accustomed arrogance. Shen Lang had heard of the Donghai Guild, a relatively respectable association within Donghai City, classified as a 6-star guild, boasting a few 6-star practitioners among its ranks. Yet, to Shen Lang, they were insignificant. After all, the 10-star guild, Mythical Heaven, had sought him out to become their reserve president. Given time, he could easily surpass the 6-star level. Shen Lang was not one to cower, especially when he was in the right, rendering him indifferent to the threats from the Donghai Guild's practitioners. In response to the jacket-clad youth's remarks, Shen Lang replied without lifting his gaze, "When he probed us, you should have anticipated this outcome. Probing is a provocation. As the provoked party, is it wrong for us to retaliate? Or would you prefer to report us to the City Lord's office? The act of brazenly probing others is indeed a provocation, and the provoked have the right to retaliate, even to the extent of killing their aggressor without guilt. Such is the official decree, a rather unreasonable one. Yet, it arose from the numerous disputes caused by practitioners who enjoyed probing others. This regulation effectively curtailed the use of the probing skill among practitioners. significantly reducing conflicts in everyday scenarios, except for those self-righteous individuals, like the one Medusa had just injured. As the conversation progressed, the jacket-clad youth's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint upon hearing Shen Lang's suggestion to report them to the city lord's office. They had initiated the probe and were now facing the consequences. No matter where they reported it, they were at fault. The youth glared at Shen Lang. Are you provoking the Donghai Guild? Friend? Who considers you a friend? Shen Lang set down his chopsticks and retorted, and do remember, you are the ones who provoked me, not the other way around. As his words settled, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow and spoke in a low voice. Dare to probe me again? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill? At that moment, Medusa also set down her chopsticks, her eyes flickering with flames, clearly ready for action. Just then, a man in armor, appearing to be in his 40s, strode forward, positioning himself between Shen Lang and the youth. He bowed respectfully to Shen Lang and sincerely stated, Young brother, we sincerely apologize for today's incident. I take full responsibility for the lack of discipline among our members, and on behalf of the Donghai Guild, I extend my apologies. All your expenses in this restaurant today will be covered by us. Moreover, we will now take our leave from your sight. With that, the armored man turned to the jacket-clad youth and the others, commanding, Get out of here, now. Uncle Gong, you. The youth attempted to protest, but the armored man swiftly slapped him across the face, reprimanding, I told you to leave. The young man in the vest, despite his previous foolishness, quickly grasped that something was amiss. He hurriedly led the others to exit, not daring to cast another glance at Shen Lang. As for Shen Lang, he gazed meaningfully at the armored man who, bent at the waist, slowly retreated, refraining from any attempt to stop him. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. The armored man had already shown his reluctance, and to persist would have been rather ungracious. Moreover, they bore no real grudge against each other. It was merely an inquiry. Yet, Shen Lang felt a twinge of surprise, for it was this very armored man who had just employed a probing technique on him. He had expected the armored man to seek revenge for the earlier injury inflicted upon his comrade by Medusa, yet instead, he had come to offer an apology, which struck Shen Lang as peculiar, primarily because it deviated from the expected dramatic narrative. The armored man appeared quite formidable and likely held a significant position within the Donghai Guild. According to the usual script of melodrama, one would anticipate a relentless series of confrontations, yet this individual had retreated like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Logically, he should not recognize Shen Lang and could not possibly discern the disguises of Medusa and an Ying, so what instilled such fear in him? Shen Lang pondered, simultaneously recalling the armored man's behavior since his entrance. This man had not been present in the restaurant until after Medusa had caused a disturbance. He had entered and immediately begun his probing. What could he have possibly discerned from Shen Lang? Frowning, Shen Lang involuntarily accessed his personal information panel. Oddly, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Under the influence of Zhu Jinhua, Shen Lang remained unaware of the hidden suffix attached to his second information card. Once the armored man and his companions exited the restaurant, the other patrons seated nearby cast astonished looks in Shen Lang's direction. He had effortlessly incapacitated a member of the Donghai Guild, and yet the Dongqing Guild had come to apologize? The demeanor of that guild's high-ranking official suggested a profound fear of Shen Lang, and it certainly did not appear to be an act. Observing the two beautiful women beside him, the envy was palpable. After the armored man left, he quickly turned and hastened to catch up with the young man in the vest and his companions, who were waiting not far away. Upon seeing him, the young man approached with caution and glanced back at the restaurant, tentatively inquiring, Gong Shu, who exactly is that person? He doesn't seem particularly strong. Why did you? The series of actions taken by the armored man had indeed seemed quite unusual to the young man. As the local tyrant of Donghai City, the Donghai Guild was known for its arrogance, and even Gong Shu, who was known for his temper, often behaved even more brazenly. Furthermore, Gong Shu himself was no weakling. He was a bona fide 5-star professional and one of the vice presidents of the Donghai Guild, a formidable figure in Donghai City. Yet, after encountering Shen Lang, he had acted like a meek rabbit, which left the young man bewildered. Was I just groveling? Gong Shu maintained a serious demeanor and replied coldly, Had I not shown humility, you might very well have perished by now. How could that be? The young man exclaimed in disbelief. Gong Shu's tone remained unyielding as he continued, If you had perished, it could have implicated the entire Donghai Guild. You should consider yourselves fortunate that he chose not to pursue you further. Otherwise, even I, let alone the president, would have had to bind you and deliver you to him. At this revelation, the young man and the other professionals felt a cold sweat break out. They glanced at the comrade they were supporting, their faces reflecting resentment, realizing that this man's probing had nearly brought them to ruin. Regaining his composure, the young man asked, Gong Shu, who exactly is that person? The war god camp. Gong Shu replied, filled with trepidation. The mere utterance of those 3 words caused everyone to collectively gasp. The young man's complexion drained of color as he stammered, "Is he a war god? Had they truly provoked a war god? Was this not tantamount to courting death?" However, Gong Shu shook his head, clarifying, "He is not yet a war god, but he will undoubtedly become one. He is a member of the War God Reserve." In that moment, Gong Shu unveiled Shen Lang's true identity. Having discerned the suffix on Shen Lang's foundational information through his probing, based on current strength, it was evident that Gong Shu surpassed Shen Lang. Yet the mere mention of reserve rendered him cautious, for the name of the War God Camp was synonymous with iron-fisted invincibility throughout the Great Xia Nation. No civilian organization dared to provoke the War God Camp, especially not guilds like theirs. Given that the Dragon Blood War God Zhu Jinhua once sought to eradicate all guild organizations, though this was ultimately suppressed by the former monarch. To have entangled oneself with a member of the War God Reserve was tantamount to inciting the War God Camp, and it provided the Dragon Blood War God with a pretext. Perhaps, should he act against Shen Lang, by the time he returned to the Donghai Guild headquarters, their very headquarters would have been toppled by the War God Camp. Chapter 65. The Master says this is more stimulating. Under normal circumstances, should the Donghai Guild encounter a member of the War God Camp Reserve, their attitude would certainly be respectful, yet it would not be as abject as today. After all, the bigwigs of the War God Camp rarely interacted with such small guilds. A mere 6-star guild had never even encountered a true war god. It could be said that small entities like the Donghai Guild were unlikely to attract the attention of the War God Camp. However, the reality was different. The Donghai Guild was, after all, a considerable force within Donghai City, possessing relatively good intelligence, and thus being well aware of the events that transpired the previous night. The Dragon Blood War God Zhu Jinhua, the most formidable figure in the War God Camp, had descended upon Donghai City. With the arrival of the Dragon Blood War God, hundreds, if not thousands, of professionals had lost their lives the previous night. Although Zhu Jinhua had come to Donghai City for the purpose of the Hell-level novice dungeon, the mere presence of a war god cast a shadow over all professionals, and no one dared to overstep their bounds, lest they insult the strongest figure in the Great Xia Nation. Indeed, while the Dragon Blood War God may have already departed Donghai City, his lingering might remain. Furthermore, the appearance of a member of the War God Camp Reserve here unmistakably indicated that the War God Camp still had a presence in Donghai City. In such circumstances, even if the Donghai Guild had 1,000-fold courage, they would not dare to offend. Gong Shu, the armored man, led the young man in the vest and his companions away in a hasty retreat, not daring to linger even a moment longer. As for Shen Lang, aside from his curiosity regarding the armored man's sudden display of humility, he was not overly concerned. The meal, which had initially been a source of enjoyment, had indeed been somewhat spoiled. Especially given the recent events, many patrons directed various glances at him, whispering and pointing, which greatly displeased Shen Lang. Consequently, they did not linger long over their meal before departing the restaurant and returning to their small inn. By the time they arrived at the inn, night had fully descended. Upon entering, Medusa promptly addressed Shen Lang, saying, "Master, should I take a bath now?" Hearing this, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, memories of the previous night flashing through his mind, and he nodded. "Yes, go ahead." However, Ning, curious, interjected, "Sister Medusa, can I join you?" "Of course," Medusa replied, glancing at Ning. Ning then turned to Shen Lang, eager to ask, "Master, is that all right?" Shen Lang's gaze darted between Ning and Medusa, and various mischievous thoughts surged in his mind. The two were truly enchanting. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Consequently, Ning and Medusa made their way to the bathroom, and soon the sound of splashing water filled the air, mingled with their soft whispers. "Medusa, your hair looks stunning, even more beautiful than usual. Is that so?" The master mentioned last night that it looked even more enticing. Listening to their conversation, Shen Lang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and his gaze reluctantly shifted away from the translucent glass of the bathroom. The sight was simply too alluring, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Namalamitba, I haven't even taken a shower yet." He turned away, trying to distract himself, and suddenly realized he had forgotten to open his treasure chest since the second novice dungeon. This meant that Shen Lang still had 2 1-star supreme chests, 2 1-star diamond chests, and 2 1-star platinum chests in his inventory. Without delay, he retrieved the 6 chests. Instantly, a dazzling array of lights filled the room. Fortunately, the small inn was quite discreet, preventing outside detection. To avoid drawing attention, Shen Lang silently intoned, "Open the platinum chests." Subsequently, the sound of prompts echoed in the air. "Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star platinum chest and obtained the Crimson Blood Bracelet. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star platinum chest and obtained the Agile Arrow." The 2 platinum chests vanished, replaced by 2 spheres of red light. One contained a scarlet bracelet, while the other revealed a bow adorned with red accents. Shen Lang's eyes scanned the equipment information that appeared before him. Crimson blood bracelet, red perfect. Defense 50, Constitution 16, Strength 14. Health recovery 25, wearing requirement. Constitution 180, Agile arrow, red perfect. Attack 250, Agility 16, Strength 14. Damage bonus 25, wearing requirement. Agility 180. Both pieces of equipment were of red perfect quality, which was not surprising, given that the previous platinum chests had yielded similar results. One was a defensive item, and the other an offensive one, making them perfectly suitable for an Ing who had yet to acquire any gear. Although the Agile arrow was not an ideal fit for her, it still met the wearing requirements. He decided to equip it to an Ing for the time being, knowing he could upgrade her gear later. Shen Lang returned the red equipment to his inventory and then retrieved the 2 diamond chests. Equipment from diamond chests was guaranteed to be purple, representing epic quality gear or items. Without hesitation, he opened the 2 diamond chests. Congratulations. You have successfully opened a 1-star diamond chest and obtained the Wind Chaser boots. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star diamond chest and obtained the Desolate Magic Ring. Within the 2 spheres of purple light lay a pair of boots and a black ring, both of epic quality. Wind Chaser boots, purple epic. Defense 60, Constitution 20. Agility 18, movement speed 60. Wearing requirement. Spirit 180, Desolate Magic Ring, purple epic. Constitution 17, Spirit 20. Mana consumption -5. Wearing requirement. Spirit 180. Observing these 2 pieces of equipment, Shen Lang smiled, finding them quite satisfactory and ready to be equipped. He swiftly donned the items. And now with 2 supreme chests remaining, he was at level 22, which should allow him to equip 1-star dark gold legendary gear. With a sense of anticipation, he extracted the chests and decisively opened them. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star supreme chest and obtained the fiery mystic sword. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star supreme chest and obtained the glorious staff. Fiery mystic sword, dark gold epic. Attack 250, Agility 25, Spirit 25, Strength 25, Damage bonus 7. Aside from Constitution, the other 3 attributes increased by 25. Shen Lang gazed at the sword, which resembled molten lava, already assigning it to Medusa. Although the sword would not significantly enhance her abilities, it was better than nothing. As for the staff, it was a mage's staff. Glorious staff, dark gold legendary. Magic attack 250, Spirit 25, Constitution 25, Agility 25, Damage bonus 7. Unlike the fiery mystic sword, the glorious staff increased Constitution instead of strength, enhancing both damage and defense. Compared to the current staff he possessed, the glorious staff was a treasure. Shen Lang toyed with it for a moment before replacing his old staff with this newfound one. Alas, among all these items, few truly suited him, which was quite vexing. Just then, the voice of Queen Medusa echoed behind him. Curious, Master? Shen Lang had mentioned something similar to her the previous night, so she remembered it clearly. Upon hearing her voice, he turned to find Medusa and an Ing, both freshly showered, standing by the bed. Taking a deep breath, he approached them, saying, Indeed. In the following period, Shen Lang, Medusa, and an Ing plunged into the depths of the 8th Forbidden Zone, where their shared skills progressed rapidly. However, as their skill levels increased, so did the experience required for further advancement, which slowed their progress somewhat. Fortunately, the serpent lair within the 8th Forbidden Zone was abundant with fearsome beasts for them to hunt, alleviating concerns about insufficient experience for the time being. Yet, the fearsome beasts in the 8th Forbidden Zone were ultimately finite. Otherwise, there would not be annual cleanups. After a month of relentless hunting, the serpent beasts had dwindled by 99%, and thus, Shen Lang ceased to enhance his general skills. Now, both Shen Lang and his companions, having forcibly elevated their skills through billions of experience points, had reached level 60 in their 2 general skills. If possible, Shen Lang would have continued to improve. But the scarcity of beasts meant he had to focus on leveling up. Beyond general skills, the most significant gain was wealth. They had slaughtered over 1 million beasts daily, yielding a staggering amount of equipment, which Shen Lang had yet to tally. In summary, Yihong Yu had already transferred over 2 billion to him. This was after Shen Lang had made considerable expenditures, such as on inventory expansion cards. Shen Lang's inventory now boasted 3,000 slots, while Medusa and an Ing each had 1,000. These slots were filled with low-tier equipment below red perfect quality, and Shen Lang still held over 100 pieces of red perfect gear in his inventory. Selling such a vast quantity would easily net him hundreds of millions. Regrettably, during the month spent grinding in the 8th Forbidden Zone, He had yet to acquire a single 1-star purple epic item. However, he had several dark gold legendary items. Thus, he did not have a strong desire for additional equipment. As long as Shen Lang is willing, his level will soar rapidly, continuously upgrading in a short span of time. Once his level rises, 1-star equipment will no longer keep pace with him, necessitating the replacement with new gear. Thus, while possessing good equipment at lower star levels is certainly advantageous, its absence is not a significant concern. On this day, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa and her companions, once again ventured into the 8th Forbidden Zone. Compared to a month ago, the atmosphere within the 8th Forbidden Zone had undergone a complete transformation. The once pungent stench had dissipated, leaving only swirling red sand that rendered the visibility of other elements nearly impossible. Shen Lang glanced at the two women and declared, "I intend to adjust our settings. We shall focus on leveling up from here on. Previously, we had deliberately spared some fierce beasts in the central area, which should allow us to swiftly ascend to the peak of 1-star without issue." "Understood, my master," the two women responded obediently. Shen Lang nodded and reset the experience settings to prioritize level advancement. Then they made their way towards the center of the Forbidden Zone. The central area, untouched by Shen Lang from the outset, harbored a plethora of serpentine beasts, including one particularly formidable creature whose bloodline level remained a mystery. Along the way, the remaining serpentine beasts were effortlessly dispatched by Medusa and Ning, converting them into valuable experience points. Before long, they approached the heart of the Forbidden Zone. In stark contrast to the outside, the number of beasts here had significantly increased, and the slaughter resumed. "Your beast has slain a flying serpent, you and your summoned beast. Your level has risen from level 23 to level 24. Your summoned beast, Queen Medusa, has leveled up from 23 to 24. Under the onslaught of the two women, Shen Lang and their levels surged swiftly towards the peak of 1-star, that is to say, level 30. Chapter 67. The Return of Legendary Class, Instant Kill. Level up, level up, level up. After countless serpentine beasts fell at their hands, Shen Lang was the first to reach level 30. Congratulations, Beast Tamer. Your level has risen to 30, achieving the pinnacle of 1-star. Until the star advancement task is completed, your summoned beasts will no longer gain experience from slaying beasts. Note, if your summoned beast is not yet level 30, it will still receive experience. If your summoned beast has reached level 30, it will not gain experience from slaying beasts until you complete the star advancement task. Would you like to initiate the star advancement task immediately? Upon receiving this notification, Shen Lang was not taken aback. After all, such information was common knowledge. Once a professional reaches level 30, they must complete the star advancement task, otherwise, their level and power will cease to increase. This principle applies from 1-star to 10 stars. The era of professionals has been ongoing for 300 years, and in the earlier days, even advancing to 1-star was a significant challenge. However, in the present age, the tasks for advancing from 1-star to 5 stars have become considerably easier. The professional community has matured, and even if one cannot complete the tasks alone, assistance can be sought, or one can simply pay for help. Of course, tasks for advancing beyond 5 stars are far more demanding. In a certain sense, these tasks are akin to the tribulations faced in cultivation novels. While minor tribulations can be endured, the major ones are much more arduous, often requiring personal effort, as assistance may not be feasible. Moreover, even if one can find help, the cost is typically beyond the means of ordinary low-star professionals. Therefore, advancing stars is not a smooth journey. Considerable sacrifices are required to ascend to higher stars. A significant portion of professionals may find themselves impeded at a certain star level, unable to progress further, which can be attributed to their profession, social connections, and personal opportunities. However, for Shen Lang, the task of advancing from 1-star to 2 stars did not seem overly daunting, and thus he did not dwell on it. Fortunately, having reached level 30 did not impede Medusa and Ning, who continued to gain experience. They are both now past level 29 and approaching level 30. While Shen Lang could no longer gain experience, he continued to provide support skills to Medusa and Ning. After some time, Medusa finally reached level 30, and shortly thereafter, Ning also ascended to level 30. Thus, all three, master and servants, had attained the pinnacle of 1-star. At this moment, within the 8th Forbidden Zone, there were still some serpentine beasts remaining, as Shen Lang had no need to eradicate every creature in this area. As the guards had mentioned, previous adventurers had also left some for novice professionals. However, there was one beast that Shen Lang would not let escape, the formidable creature in the central area. While they could not gain experience from it, it did not mean that valuable equipment could not drop. The level of this beast was undoubtedly enticing, not to mention, its equipment would certainly be of red perfect quality or higher. Perhaps it might even yield purple epic grade gear. Let us proceed to eliminate it. Shen Lang boldly advanced deeper into the central area. Medusa and Ning quickly caught up, flanking him on either side, ready to eliminate any beasts that obstructed their path. Soon, the number of serpentine beasts ahead increased. While this may seem like a large number relative to the outside, it was still manageable, perhaps only tens of thousands. Among this throng, a massive triangular head emerged, larger than a grinding wheel, revealing only this head. Its entire body was an inky black, obscured by various serpentine beasts that clung to it. Activating his exploration skill, Shen Lang promptly revealed the information of this colossal serpent. He Jia Shen Wang, legendary class. Level 30. Indeed, it was a legendary creature, akin to the Gui Ing Vice Commander. That beast had dropped not only equipment, but also a skill book. I wonder what treasures you might yield. Shen Lang pondered eagerly, while simultaneously casting a Bloodline Insight at the He Jia Shen Wang. He Jia Shen Wang, legendary class. Level 30. Bloodline limit, 5-star legendary class. Growth limit, level 150. 2-star evolution success rate, 65. 3-star evolution success rate, 40. 4-star evolution success rate, 3. 5-star evolution success rate, 0. 2. The 5-star legendary class was barely acceptable, but the chances of evolving to 4 stars were dismally low. A mere 0. 2 chance for 5-star evolution. Ridiculous. Shen Lang scoffed and turned to Medusa, saying, Medusa, you may proceed, eliminate it, and we shall be on our way. Understood, my master. Medusa replied, immediately advancing towards the He Jia Shen Wang. In an instant, the pressure of a 10-star divine beast surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming the serpentine horde. Sensing the divine pressure, the snakes panicked and fled. Had Medusa possessed murderous intent, the chance of survival for these beasts below level 30 would have been nearly non-existent. Meanwhile, the form of the He Jia Shen Wang was finally revealed. True to its name, this giant serpent boasted scales larger than an outstretched hand, glistening black like ink. And if not for the gaps between its scales, one might mistake it for a massive black-skinned snake. The He Jia Fenshi, previously seemingly ensnared in a state of slumber, remained undisturbed even amidst the carnage wrought by Shen Lang and his companions within the forbidden zone. However, the sudden flight of the serpentine horde finally roused it from its stupor. Those eyes, of vivid green, blinked open, yet in that very instant, an unrelenting inferno engulfed its form, with a pained roar resonating through the flames. The He Jia Fenshi Wang's cries were abruptly silenced. Medusa, showing no mercy, unleashed a powerful skill, instantly vanquishing the formidable beast. It is noteworthy that a level 10 Medusa could rival a level 120 professional, and now, having ascended to level 30. Her prowess was unparalleled. It would be an affront to her capabilities if a mere level 30 legend could withstand her might. As the notification chimed in his ear, Shen Lang did not need to pay heed, for the moment the reward fell, it was automatically retrieved into his inventory. At that moment, 6 items appeared within his pack. Naturally, whenever one slays creatures in the wild, they drop beast crystals, so one such crystal was to be expected. Fire Element Beast Crystal. Level, 1 star. Description: formed from the convergence of fire elemental power, it can be utilized in crafting, array formations, alchemy, and more. Without even inspecting the beast crystal, Shen Lang produced another item, as he had no immediate need for it. The second item was a skill book. Previously, upon defeating the spectral deputy, he had received a skill book that was only learnable by summoners. However, this time, the He Jia Fenshi Wang had dropped a skill for Beastmasters. Moreover, it was a 2-star skill. Indeed, a level 30 legend was worthy of such spoils. Shen Lang's excitement was palpable, especially since he was on the cusp of attaining 2-star status and would soon need to purchase a 2-star skill book. In comparison to a 1-star skill book, the price of a 2-star skill book would undoubtedly multiply several times over. Therefore, acquiring the 2-star Beastmaster skill book in advance was a significant financial boon for him. Even if he currently had no shortage of resources, no one relishes watching their wealth dwindle. Eagerly, Shen Lang examined the details of the skill book. Skill book, Beast Blood Boiling. Skill description: consumes a certain amount of mana to enhance the damage output of beasts by 25, with the duration proportional to the Beastmaster's level. Class requirement: Beastmaster. As most skills for Beastmasters are primarily supportive in nature, Shen Lang was not particularly surprised by this skill's effects. As a Beastmaster, it is indeed expected that one would remain sheltered behind their beasts. This skill, however, was remarkably potent. Once cast, it could amplify the beast's damage by an impressive 25%. Furthermore, it bore no attribute restrictions, meaning that regardless of whether the Beastmaster was of the mage or warrior class, both regular attacks and skill damage would benefit from the Beast Blood Boiling skill. Coupled with the quintuple enhancement from the Blessing talent, this would effectively double the beast's damage output during the skill's duration. Such power seemed almost excessive. A grin spread across Shen Lang's face, clearly reflecting his satisfaction with his talent's fivefold effect. After completing the star-up task, he would finally attain 2-star status and could then learn this skill. The timing of this skill book's arrival was impeccable. Contentedly, Shen Lang returned the skill book to his bag and proceeded to retrieve the remaining 4 pieces of equipment. Indeed, the He Jia Fen Shi Wang had dropped not only the beast crystal and skill book, but also 4 pieces of gear in one go. Among them was an epic purple-grade item. The other 3, however, were of lesser quality: a green excellent, a blue fine, and a red perfect. As for items rated below red perfect, Shen Lang had long since ceased to regard them, promptly stashing the blue and green equipment in his bag for future disposal, leaving only the red and purple items for inspection. MOU shoulder armor, red perfect. Defense 35, strength 12, agility 14, spirit 16. Wearing requirement, spirit 180. Upon glancing at it, Shen Lang frowned, noting that the ghost shadow mask of the same level required only 150, yet this piece demanded 180. Nevertheless, he easily met the requirement and, after a brief appraisal, equipped it onto his right shoulder. The dark shoulder armor complemented his ghost shadow mask beautifully. With a cloak, he would surely look even more striking. Soon, his attention shifted to the final epic purple-grade equipment, its details materializing before him. He Jia, purple epic. Defense 280, Constitution 19. Strength 17, Defense bonus 3. Wearing requirement, Constitution 300. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang handed it over to his defense-oriented companion, Shadow, as it suited her perfectly. Including the prior piece of equipment, he bestowed it upon her. Shadow donned the items instantly and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master. The acquisition of these items is due to your efforts. It is only right." Shen Lang smiled in response and glanced at the now scattered serpents, remarking, "We shall refrain from returning to this place. I must admit, I have sensed a lingering serpent odor even in my sleep these past few nights." At this, Medusa's expression turned slightly forlorn. "Master, are you referring to me?" After all, Medusa too was a serpent, and they shared a bed at night. No. I meant the scent of this place," Shen Lang quickly clarified, waving his hands to shift the topic. "All right, let us make our exit." They proceeded towards the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, during which Shen Lang busied himself with initiating his star-up task. Star-up task activated, generating task for you. Star-up task generated. Your star-up task: acquire 3 1-star beast crystals of differing attributes. Initially expecting a challenge, he was surprised by the simplicity of the task. Undoubtedly, for ordinary professionals, obtaining 3 beast crystals would be a formidable endeavor, especially for solitary wanderers. However, for Shen Lang, it was hardly a concern. 1-star beast crystals were readily available in the wild, and he had already slain 2 beasts. Thus, it merely required 1 more kill to complete the task. By the way, where is my second profession transfer card? As he walked, he attempted to activate the card, but to no avail. It was evident that he would have to wait until after completing his star-up task to use it. Just then, they emerged from the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. The 5 guards had not rotated. They had been stationed at the 8th Forbidden Zone for the entire month. "Hey, you're out. When are you coming back tomorrow?" one guard inquired with a smile. Through the limited interactions over the past month, Shen Lang had become somewhat familiar with them, though not overly so. Their relationship could be described as merely nodding acquaintances. Shen Lang smiled lightly and replied, "I won't be back tomorrow." "Not coming back?" The guards looked puzzled. "Yes, not coming back. Farewell, everyone." With that, he turned, leading Medusa and Shadow away as they gradually faded from the guard's view. One guard, observing Shen Lang's retreating figure, speculated, "If he says he is not coming back, does that imply the Forbidden Zone has been cleared?" "That seems likely," another guard replied. Another individual blinked and smiled, saying, "In that case, we shall soon be departing from this wretched place." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Since their first day entering the Forbidden Zone, they had never doubted Shen Lang's prowess. Indeed, they were acutely aware that had there not been other underlying reasons, the 8th Forbidden Zone would have likely been cleared long ago. A day? 2 days? It would certainly not exceed 3 days. However, they also understood their own identities and their relationship with Shen Lang, refraining from inquiring why it took him so long. One thing was certain: in the not-so-distant future, Shen Lang would undoubtedly become a legend in the realm of professionals, both in Xia and across the globe. Chapter 69. The National High-Level Vocational College Job Transfer Competition. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa arrived at the square outside the city. It was then that Shen Lang recalled a matter. Having completed the task of clearing the 8th Forbidden Zone, he had yet to click on complete. Thus, he promptly accessed the task system and located the ongoing task. Previously, it had always been marked as in progress, but now it had transformed into completed. There was a button labeled "Please Submit" at the bottom. Clearly, He needed to click submit for the task to be officially concluded. With a mere thought, Shen Lang clicked the submission button. Verification in progress. Verification complete. You have completed the limited task of clearing the 8th Forbidden Zone in Donghai City. You will receive a task reward of 1,200 contribution points. At present, Shen Lang had no immediate use for the contribution points. Hence he did not pay them much mind. While he was submitting the task, they had already returned to Donghai City, indulging in a lavish meal at a restaurant before heading back to their humble inn. Just as they arrived back at the inn, Shen Lang's communicator buzzed to life. Upon checking, he discovered that the call was from the principal of Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational College, Song Yuan. He had saved the contact after their previous conversation. Meanwhile, Medusa and Ning had already become accustomed to showering immediately upon entering the room, and Shen Lang had grown used to it as well. Thus, he waved his hand to the two women, who proceeded to the bathroom one after the other while he answered the call. "Hello, Principal," Shen Lang greeted politely. He held a favorable impression of Song Yuan, as the latter had genuinely advocated for him in various matters. On the other end of the line, Song Yuan reciprocated the politeness, saying, "Student Shen Lang." He could not afford to be anything less than courteous. If all went well, Shen Lang would become the most accomplished professional from their Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational College. Surely, he would be the one to grace the top of the college's honor wall. So how could he not be courteous? Detecting a peculiar tone in Song Yuan's voice, Shen Lang inquired, "Is there something you need, Principal?" "Ahem, yes, indeed, Student Shen Lang." Song Yuan cleared his throat before continuing. "Although you are currently a member of the War God Reserve, your student status will remain with us at Sandong Lanxiang until you become a full member of the War God Camp. Thus, you are still our student at Sandong Lanxiang." "Wait, Principal, what do you mean by War God Reserve member?" Shen Lang perceptively sensed something he seemed unaware of. "Ah, you don't know about the War God Reserve?" Song Yuan responded with a hint of surprise. He was well aware of Shen Lang's knowledge of the War God Camp, but the concept of the War God Reserve was foreign to him. Shen Lang replied candidly, "I don't know." There was a moment of silence on Song Yuan's end before he quietly remarked, "Little Chu, didn't he tell you? What a loose tongue I have. He shouldn't he have let me keep it a secret?" Chu Jinhua and Song Yuan were acquaintances. Otherwise, he would not have reached out to Song Yuan for Shen Lang's sake. After parting ways with Shen Lang, they had met again. Thus Song Yuan was aware of what Shen Lang had received from Chu Jinhua. Furrowing his brows, Shen Lang pressed, "Principal, what exactly are you referring to?" "Ah well, it's not a big deal. He didn't give me a gag order, so it shouldn't be an issue to tell you." Song Yuan sighed, saying, "Little Chu, the one known as the Dragon Blood War God, must have given you a second information card?" "Yes, he did," Shen Lang confirmed. Song Yuan continued, "If all goes well, you should have already used it. That card belongs to the War God Camp. For professionals below level 10 who use this card, they will be displayed as members of the War God Reserve, which means they are future members of the War God Camp." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang finally understood. It seemed that he had unwittingly become a reserve member of the War God Camp. It felt as though he had been sold without his consent. Truly, it was unnecessary. Had Chu Jinhua been straightforward, he would have likely agreed. Being a member of the War God Reserve meant he could truly bask under the grand tree that was the War God Camp. Though Shen Lang might have hesitated initially, he would certainly be willing to join. The fact that Chu Jinhua had not consulted him left a slight discomfort in his heart. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Lang, and he asked, "Is this information displayed on my information card?" "Indeed, if you use the detection skill. Your information will indicate that you are a member of the War God Reserve," Song Yuan explained. Shen Lang nodded slightly, which clarified an incident from a month prior. At that time, he had been dining with Medusa and Ning when they had encountered individuals from the Donghai Guild. The professional who appeared from the Donghai Guild had shown him deference, promptly acknowledging his mistake and leaving in haste. It now appeared that this professional had clearly seen the War God Reserve member information behind his pseudonym, Shen Sanliang, and had been intimidated by his status, leading him to act respectfully. As for why he could not see this information, it seemed to be due to some measure taken by Chu Jinhua. After all, the second information card was affiliated with the War God Camp, and it was reasonable for Chu Jinhua, as the current commander of the War God Camp, to possess such means. Perhaps he did not want Shen Lang to become overconfident due to his status and bully the weak. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang queried again, "By the way, Principal, what is the reason for your call?" "Oh, right, there is indeed a matter." Song Yuan snapped back to attention and quickly said, "As you should know, following the annual Global Job Transfer Day, new job transfer students from our advanced vocational colleges are invited to participate in the National High-Level Vocational College Job Transfer Competition, provided they are above level 10. Since your student status remains with our college. So, Principal, are you suggesting that I participate in this job transfer competition?" Shen Lang inquired with a curious tone. Song Yuan's tone was somewhat awkward as he replied, "Well, if you have the time, I would certainly hope you could bring glory to our college. By the way, I can find a way to resolve your identity issue, so you won't need to participate under your current 2 identities. This situation was quite accommodating, as he had already considered everything for him. However, upon reflection, it was indeed a splendid opportunity for the advanced vocational college to make a name for itself. With Shen Lang's professional talent and strength, he would undoubtedly shine in the job transfer competition, thereby bringing prestige to Sandong Lanxiang. Not receiving a response from Shen Lang, Song Yuan continued, "Student Shen Lang, I am aware of your strength and potential. Competitions of this level likely do not hold much appeal for you. Nevertheless, the rewards for the champion are quite substantial." "What kind of rewards?" Shen Lang asked with curiosity. As Song Yuan had mentioned, participating in such a novice competition would be akin to a reduction in status for Shen Lang. There would be no real comparison. Even if all the participants joined forces, they would not be a match for Medusa or in Ying's single skill. However, Shen Lang had always been somewhat avaricious, finding the rewards to be of interest. Song Yuan replied, "This year's champion reward is a piece of exquisite red equipment and 4 bottles of 1-star attribute potions." Chapter 70. Do you think I, Chu Jinhua, am a fool? How could it be merely a piece of red perfect grade equipment? I have a plethora of such worthless items in my bag. Shen Lang silently scoffed and inquired, "What are attribute potions?" "They are potions that can enhance attribute points." Song Yuan explained, gazing at Shen Lang. "The organizers of this grand competition are quite generous. They are offering 4 bottles of attribute potions. The 1-star potions can enhance a single attribute by 10 points. The 4 bottles this time include those for strength, physique, agility, and spirit, meaning if you secure the championship, all your mental attributes can be raised by 10 points, equivalent to a fixed attribute boost of 4 levels. Upon hearing this explanation, Shen Lang nodded and then asked, "When is the competition?" "Tomorrow," Song Yuan promptly replied. Shen Lang pondered momentarily and frowned. "So soon?" Song Yuan sighed. "It's typically around this time each year." "Shen Lang, could you possibly adjust your schedule?" It was evident that he sought an affirmative answer from Shen Lang, as his agreement would undoubtedly ensure victory for Sandong Lanxiang. However, for Shen Lang, while 40 attribute points were considerable, they were not overly significant. Leveling up by 4 levels did not require much time. His primary concern was preparing to complete the star upgrading task. If he agreed to compete on behalf of Sandong Lanxiang, it would likely delay his progress, leading to a sense of impracticality. Yet, with Song Yuan approaching him directly, it felt awkward to decline. Just then, Shen Lang's professional friend system chimed. Initially expecting it to be Yi Hongyu checking in, he was surprised to find it was the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua. What could he want at this time? As his thoughts shifted, Shen Lang deduced the reason. It was likely due to his completion of the 8th Forbidden Zone clearing task, which had drawn Chu Jinhua's attention. Indeed, the message from Chu Jinhua pertained to the 8th Forbidden Zone. "Chu Jinhua, according to my initial expectations, you should have completed the 8th Forbidden Zone in no more than a week. Yet, you, my friend, have inexplicably delayed it for a month. Care to explain what you've been up to?" "Director Song, the Dragon Blood War god is contacting me. I will get back to you shortly." Shen Lang informed Song Yuan before responding to Chu Jinhua. "I was busy hunting fierce beasts this past month." "Chu Jinhua, I know you have been hunting fierce beasts. My question is, where did all that experience go?" Shen Lang, "Of course, I used it to level up." "Chu Jinhua, little one, do you think you are the only clever one in the world? Or do you think I, Chu Jinhua, am a fool?" "Chu Jinhua, there are at least 20 million fierce beasts in the 8th Forbidden Zone of Donghai City. With that much experience, you could have leveled up 30 times over. Yet you have only just reached level 30 today. Is there something amiss here?" "Shen Lang, War God, you are indeed insightful, regardless of Chu Jinhua's intentions. A well-placed compliment could never go amiss." "Chu Jinhua, did you use that experience to enhance your universal skills? You think I wouldn't know about that?" "Chu Jinhua, originally, I planned to inform you to enhance your universal skills as you approach level 30, but it seems you already figured that out. I must say, your comprehension is quite remarkable. Do not underestimate universal skills. You will understand their value once you reach 10 stars. Upon reading this message, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, his choice to enhance universal skills had not been thoroughly contemplated. It was partly an attempt to indirectly boost his strength, but more so, he did not wish to waste the abundance of fierce beasts and experience in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Now, this globally renowned figure, Chu Jinhua, was telling him that universal skills should not be underestimated and had other remarkable uses. Shen Lang did not doubt that Chu Jinhua was misleading him. It was evident that upon advancing to 10 stars, a professional's universal skills would be extraordinary. Thus, it seemed he had unwittingly stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. At this moment, Chu Jinhua added, "By the way, you are now level 30, and it is time for star upgrading. How difficult is the task?" Shen Lang replied, "Thank you for your concern, War God. it should not pose much of a problem. Chu Jinhua. Indeed. The task of upgrading from 1 star to 2 stars is certainly not a challenge for you. Complete it swiftly and aim to reach 3 stars within 3 months. Then I will take you to a certain place. 3 months to reach 3 stars? Shen Lang chuckled. It should not be too difficult. Shen Lang, where are we going? Chu Jinhua. That is not for you to inquire about. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Of course, this is contingent upon you achieving 3 stars within 3 months. Shen Lang, all right. War God, I have a question for you. Chu Jinhua, what is it? Shen Lang, about the reserve members of the War God camp. What is the situation? Chu Jinhua, you know about that? Who told you? Without waiting for Shen Lang to respond, Chu Jinhua continued. What? Do you have objections to becoming a reserve member of the War God camp? Do you look down on me? Shen Lang, well. This line of questioning seemed to have flipped the script on him. How could he respond? Shen Lang, not at all. The War God camp is formidable. He certainly would not look down upon the War God camp, which defended the great Xia kingdom. But a word of respect would have sufficed. Chu Jinhua, as long as you do not, that is sufficient. Well, this matter was indeed my unilateral decision to include you in the reserve without your consent, primarily because you are a person of potential. The country needs talents like you. You won't hold it against me, will you? Shen Lang suddenly realized that this dragon blood war god was somewhat difficult to deal with, monopolizing the conversation. What could he say? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Lang replied, The nation does not forsake me. I shall not forsake the nation. Chu Jinhua, you have some wit, kid. I will remember your words and look forward to your performance. By the way, who informed you? Shen Lang gazed up at the ceiling, his thoughts racing. He struggled to keep up. He did not conceal anything and replied, It was Director Song. Chu Jinhua, that old fellow Song Yuan. What does that blabbermouth want with you? Shen Lang. He called me to say that I should represent Sandong Lan Xiang in the National Advanced Vocational College competition. Chu Jinhua. He wants you to participate in that nonsense competition? How could that old fool even think of that? Don't go. If you do, what is the point of competing? All the new professionals from the national colleges combined wouldn't even be worth a glance from your beast. Furthermore, with such a low-level competition, the champion reward is nothing but trash, devoid of any significance. Shen Lang. One cannot dismiss it so lightly, War God. I am only at level 30. Director Song mentioned that this competition's champion reward includes 4 1-star potions capable of enhancing 40 attribute points. Chu Jinhua. Pathetic. A mere 1-star potion is enough for you to risk your life for that old man Song? Remember my words. As long as you can reach 3 stars within 3 months, I will show you what true treasures are. Chapter 71. Beastly Rivals Clash for Supremacy. With that, Chu Jinhua ended the conversation, leaving no further messages. Shen Lang also closed the chat window, sitting on the sofa, tapping his thigh with his fingers. He truly did not regard the so-called competition with much seriousness. But Chu Jinhua's repeated insistence on reaching 3 stars within 3 months piqued his curiosity about where Chu Jinhua intended to take him. Why bother pondering this now? He would know in due time. Smiled. For him, rising to a 3-star rank in just 3 months was a trivial matter. Thus, he returned the call to Dean Song. And upon connection, he said, Dean, I fear I cannot assist with the competition. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the rewards? Upon hearing that Shen Lang would not participate, Song Yuan became anxious. If that is the case, the academy would still provide some support. Dean, it is not a matter of rewards, but rather of my identity. Shen Lang attributed the issue to Chu Jinhua, stating, As you know, I am now a member of the reserve forces of the Zhan Shining. I was recently contacted by the Long Shui Zhan Shun, who specifically instructed me not to partake in any events unrelated to the Zhan Shining, lest I risk losing my reserve status. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan sighed. Very well, we cannot delay your promising future. I apologize, Dean, Shen Lang replied. Song Yuan smiled wryly and responded, There is no need for apologies. You are destined for greatness, and even if you do not bring glory to our Sandong Lan Xiang now, you will surely become its pride in the future. If you have the chance, do visit the academy again. Yes, I will, Dean. Good, I shall await your return. I hope to still be in this position by then. After disconnecting the communicator, Shen Lang felt no shame in his deception. At that moment, an Ing, wrapped in a towel, floated over. Master, it is your turn. When Shen Lang turned around, he saw Medusa, similarly wrapped in a towel, tidying her serpentine hair by the bedside. All right, I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. With a whoosh, Shen Lang entered the bathroom, and the sound of running water immediately filled the air. Shortly after, he called out, An Ing, come in and help me scrub. The long night of battle swiftly turned into dawn, as Shen Lang emerged from between the 2 figures in bed. He had just regained his senses when he noticed that his professional friend's system was flashing, indicating that he had mail awaiting reception. What is going on? Upon opening it, he found that the email was sent by Chu Jinhua. Without hesitation, Shen Lang chose to receive the mail, and it soon appeared before him. For small bottles, all in dark green, were labeled with the words, Li, Ti, Min, Shun. Upon activating his exploration skill, the information for the bottle labeled with Li also materialized. Strength Potion. Level, 1 star. Effect, consuming it will enhance Strength attribute by 10. A 1-star attribute potion? Shen Lang was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Chu Jinhua to send him an attribute potion. Checking the time of sending, it was from last night. Presumably during his battle in the blankets with Medusa and an Ing. He hadn't noticed it then, and after falling asleep. It was only upon waking that he discovered the mail awaiting collection. Was he truly worried I would participate in the academy competition? Shen Lang shook his head, bemused. Do you not believe I can reach 3 stars within 3 months? Nevertheless, good fortune that comes to him should not be wasted. After getting out of bed, without a second thought, he swallowed all 4 attribute potions. The effects were immediate, as his 4-dimensional attributes increased by 10 points each. Upon seeing Shen Lang awake, the 2 beast companions had no intention of lingering in bed any longer. In truth, they no longer needed sleep, but simply enjoyed the comfort of slumbering alongside Shen Lang. The trio quickly freshened up and then went downstairs for breakfast, before heading directly outside the city. Since Chu Jinhua was so eager for him to reach 3 stars within 3 months, Shen Lang had no intention of slacking off. He aimed to achieve 2 stars today. Before long, they departed from Donghai City, traversed the Guiying Forest, and ventured towards higher-level wilderness areas. Along the way, they encountered numerous ordinary ferocious beasts. But Shen Lang's current objective was the higher-tier beasts. He had no desire to summon Medusa and an Ing against these commonplace creatures, as defeating them would yield no experience points. Equipment and items might still drop, but given the dismal drop rates in this wilderness, he decided to forego that as well. An hour passed, and Shen Lang felt somewhat exasperated. They had yet to encounter any higher-level beasts. Even Medusa and an Ing had scouted the surroundings, confirming the absence of such creatures. How odd, he mused. Whenever he did not need to encounter one, they seemed to appear frequently, yet now that he sought them, not a single one was in sight. Shen Lang scanned the area and then pointed to the right front, saying in frustration, "Let us go over there and try our luck." "All right, my master," the 2 women agreed, continuing forward with him. After advancing for about half an hour, Medusa and an Ing exchanged glances before turning to Shen Lang, saying, "Master, there are numerous professional auras ahead. Furthermore, there are several ferocious beast auras. It seems 2 beasts are engaged in combat." An Ing added from the side, initially uninterested due to the absence of ferocious beasts. Shen Lang's eyes brightened upon hearing An Ying's words, and he replied, "Let us go take a look." He too sensed that 2 powerful beasts were clashing, their battle seeming quite fierce, a fight to the death. Especially, it appeared that these 2 beasts were of the same kind. Under normal circumstances, beasts of the same species would not engage in conflict, let alone to the death. However, there is one exception: the struggle for dominance. The contest for dominance is essentially a fight for the position of leader within their species, akin to the Lion King within a pride or the Wolf King within a pack. This, however, was of little importance. What mattered was that the leader of a beast pack was typically the strongest among them. It is noteworthy that the wilderness is not static. Some creatures are spawned, while many grow naturally within the wild. Once they become the dominant beast or awaken their bloodline, they have the potential to become leaders. Given that 2 beasts of the same species were fighting, it was likely for dominance. Therefore, the victor among these 2 beasts would most likely ascend to that coveted position. Shen Lang had come precisely for this reason. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Chapter 72. The Godgun Guild commits murder on sight. Shen Lang was not far from the site of the beast battle, only a few kilometers away, and thus they soon arrived. However, they did not reach their destination, for they were intercepted about a kilometer away from the site of the conflict. Not only Shen Lang, but also several other professionals were blocked in their path. Surrounding them were professionals guarding the area, all wearing standardized attire. Moreover, they did not conceal their basic information, each displaying their name alongside the guild's name. The Godgun Guild, the second largest guild in Donghai City. Within Donghai City, the Donghai Guild held the title of the largest guild, with the Godgun Guild ranking just below it. Like the Donghai Guild, the Godgun Guild was also a 5-star guild. Among those blocked, someone indignantly exclaimed, "You members of the Godgun Guild are too overbearing. Indeed, what right do you have to block the road?" Another echoed. The one responsible for obstructing the path was a well-equipped professional clad in blue, appearing to be in his 20s, with a scar stretching from the corner of his eye to his mouth, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. His name was Wang Xian, a berserker, though his level was concealed. However, it was evident that someone who could wear blue equipment and dared to block the road must possess a considerable level. "And what if we are overbearing?" Wang Xian declared, gripping a silver broadsword resting on his shoulder, surveying the crowd. Anyone wishing to pass must first contend with my sword. As he spoke, other members of the Godgun Guild also brandished their weapons. The obstructed professionals harbored a certain trepidation, for indeed, the SSS Guild held considerable power within DNGHI City, rendering ordinary practitioners utterly helpless against them. While some adventurers begrudgingly retreated, others lingered, their expressions fluctuating between hope and despair. They were not merely passing through, like Shen Lang. They were acutely aware that one of the reasons for the fierce battle between the two monstrous beasts ahead was the very real possibility of another appearing in their vicinity. In the wilderness, these creatures, though more formidable than the average beast, were not insurmountable foes. Each was a rare resource, essential for leveling up, acquiring equipment, or completing ascension tasks, thus creating a fierce competition among practitioners eager to claim the impending beast. However, the current situation clearly indicated that the SSS Guild had arrived first, surrounding the area and patiently awaiting the conclusion of the duel between the two beasts to seize the spoils. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the wilderness, where national regulations were generally lax. In this era of the extraordinary, overly stringent restrictions could incite further chaos. Thus, aside from the legal frameworks present in major cities, the wilderness bore little in the way of limitations, with many instances of murder and treasure hunting rampant. As some practitioners began to withdraw, a few, fueled by defiance, charged towards Winged and his companions. This small group of 5 had evidently coordinated their actions, with 2 attacking Winged while the other 3 scattered, attempting to break through the defenses of the SSS Guild members to reach the site of the beast's clash. Their swift movements revealed that their intent was not to engage in battle, but to circumvent any obstacles. Winged immediately detected their approach and sneered. How audacious. He commanded, stop them. If they do not retreat, slay them. With that menacing declaration, he advanced to confront the 2 attackers. The duo consisted of a warrior leading the charge and an archer maneuvering from a distance, unleashing golden arrows as they engaged. As Winged fought the warrior, he effortlessly deflected the arrows, showcasing his superior level and skill. However, he had no intention of taunting them, merely growling, get back. With that, Winged's sword radiated a ghostly blue light, and he struck down heavily upon the warrior's shield. The resounding crash sent the warrior sprawling several meters away, incapacitated and lying motionless. In the same breath, leveraging the rebound from the shield, Winged leapt high into the air, effortlessly parrying the archer's arrows as he charged towards him. The archer, being a ranged attacker, lacked adequate defense and paled at Winged's approach, hastily attempting to retreat towards the fallen warrior. Not so fast. You all shall remain. Winged bellowed, slashing at the archer with a gleaming arc of his sword. The archer, unable to evade in time, was cleaved in 2, blood spraying into the air. At that moment, the previously unconscious warrior regained consciousness and, upon witnessing the demise of his comrade, fled in panic. A long sword then flew forth, piercing through the warrior's chest. He glanced down at the protruding blade and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The 2 practitioners who had encircled Winged were swiftly dispatched, while the 3 others had underestimated both Winged and the SSS Guild. Aside from one who managed to escape with serious injuries, the remaining 2 met the same grim fate. Thus, this group of 5 was nearly annihilated, save for the lone survivor. Winged, unperturbed, approached the fallen warrior, collecting the dropped equipment of the archer as he passed, then rifling through the warrior's belongings. He pulled his sword from the warrior's body and cast a cold gaze over the remaining practitioners, inquiring, who else wishes to court death? With a flick of his wrist, the sword sang as the bloodstains vanished. The remaining practitioners, awestruck and fearful, realized their mistake in not retreating sooner, having hoped to witness whether the earlier group could breach the guild's defenses. However, they were unprepared for the ruthless efficiency with which the SSS Guild executed their adversaries, claiming 4 lives in an instant. Winged's display of power left them trembling, for the 5 adversaries had appeared to possess at least 2 or 3 stars of strength. Yet they fell to him as easily as children. It was evident that he was no ordinary warrior, but rather a formidable force, likely a 3-star berserker or higher. Chapter 73. To slay him, one must be prepared to be slain in turn. Faced with Winged's menacing words, many practitioners who had considered lingering to observe began to retreat, unwilling to provoke this band of reapers further. Though rare, their lives were far more valuable than the fleeting thrill of confrontation. Thus, the remaining practitioners opted to depart, particularly as Winged's gaze swept over them. Pleased with their retreat, Yingxian allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Yet soon, his expression darkened upon noticing a man and woman who remained. Their attention fixed on the clash of the beasts, seemingly oblivious to his presence. A glint of malice flashed in Yingxian's eyes as he coldly remarked, "It seems my warning was not clear enough. I shall count to 5. Anyone who dares linger will accompany these fools to their demise." His tone was chilling, and with his sword raised, an aura of menace enveloped him. Witnessing this, the remaining practitioners hastened their departure. This display of intimidation finally drew Sheng's gaze back to Yingxian, who stood imposing with his weapon. Initially, Sheng had no intention of forcing his way past the Sheng guild members, knowing that the battle between the beasts would not resolve quickly. He had remained focused on the struggle, unaware of the carnage occurring around him. Upon finally taking stock of the scene, he was astonished to find the area devoid of practitioners. There had been numerous upon his arrival, yet now, only 4 corpses remained visible on the ground, alongside the chilling glare of Yingxian, making the situation all too clear. Yingxian, seizing the moment, taunted, "Since you seek death, then die." With that, he again raised his sword, unleashing a wave of blade light that descended upon Sheng. Midsh's eyes flickered with intrigue, yet she refrained from intervening, for Sheng was cloaked in shadows, and she knew that a practitioner of Yingxian's caliber could not hope to harm her master in the slightest. In an instant, the sword light descended upon Shen Lang, landing merely 3 feet in front of him. Yet, that was all. A wisp of black mist rose effortlessly, obliterating the sword light. This scene caused Wang Xian's pupils to constrict, for although his strike was not a formidable skill, even a 2-star practitioner would have been easily slain by it. How could it be effortlessly blocked by a mere cloud of black mist? Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before Shen Lang, indicating that he was under attack from another practitioner and had entered combat mode. Shen Lang was not a malevolent fiend. In the absence of sufficient incentive, he would not resort to taking lives. Initially, he had intended to charge forward without hesitation, unaware that this individual would dare to strike at him. A chill crept into his heart, for Wang Xian had indeed sought to kill him. When faced with someone intent on his demise, Shen Lang harbored no intentions of mercy. If one wished to slay him, they must be prepared for the consequence of their actions. Shen Lang glanced at the words God Gun Guild emblazoned above Wang Xian's head. That single glance was tantamount to issuing a death sentence. He turned towards Medusa, who instantly understood, her amber-slit pupils igniting with fiery energy. Sasha was a term Shen Lang had casually uttered in the warmth of his bed the previous night, and Medusa had taken great delight in it, insisting that he use it henceforth. Shen Lang, naturally, obliged her request. With such an endearing moniker, the shadow felt a pang of jealousy. Thus, Shen Lang affectionately nicknamed the shadow Xiaoying. Wang Xian, momentarily stunned by his failed strike, scanned the surroundings, fixing his gaze on Shen Lang and Medusa. "No wonder you dare to linger. It seems your strength is not to be underestimated. However, I shall see what you are truly capable of." Before he could finish his words, Wang Xian, who had intended to employ a probing skill, found his voice abruptly silenced. Simultaneously, the reflection of Medusa's slit pupils appeared in Wang Xian's eyes, rapidly transforming into a fiery red hue. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xian's entire being was transmuted into a fiery stone. As for Shen Lang, he had already begun to approach Wang Xian as the latter's eyes shifted. When Shen Lang passed by, the figure turned to stone, it cracked and shattered into fragments. It was only at this moment that the nearby practitioners and members of the God Gun Guild reacted. Wang Xian was dead. A berserker, potentially a 3-star practitioner, had perished just like that. The crucial question remained: how had Wang Xian died? None of those present understood how he had met his end, as he had turned to stone without even a hint of resistance. Nevertheless, all eyes were drawn to Shen Lang and Medusa, for it was Wang Xian who had just attacked them, and it seemed Shen Lang had uttered something before Wang Xian's demise. Undoubtedly, it was this man and woman who had slain Wang Xian, silently and effortlessly eliminating a suspected 3-star berserker. Who were these two to possess such formidable strength? Yet, Shen Lang paid no heed to these onlookers, casually collecting the equipment dropped by Wang Xian and striding directly toward the beast slaughtering ground. No one dared to utter a word, including the members of the God Gun Guild, with their strongest member, Wang Xian, having been defeated by this man and woman. Confronting them would be tantamount to courting death. The guild had instructed them to intercept intruders, but not to become sacrificial pawns. Once Shen Lang and Medusa had moved on, one of the guild members finally retrieved a communicator, swallowing hard as he reported, "Qiu Go. Someone has breached our defenses, and we could not stop them. A bunch of useless fools. Wasn't Wang Xian here? He was a 3-star berserker," came Qiu Ji's irate voice through the communicator. The guild member glanced at the fragments where Wang Xian had been and, in fear, said, Wang Xian. He has been killed. What? Wang Xian is dead? Qiu Ji's tone was filled with disbelief, quickly followed by an angry inquiry. Was it the Donghai Guild's doing? Only the Donghai Guild, the foremost guild in Donghai City, could have dared to slay a member of the God Gun Guild within its domain. Moreover, he had received word that members of the Donghai Guild were planning to raid. Wang Xian had been summoned as a reinforcement specifically to counter the Donghai Guild. Who could have anticipated Wang Xian's death at this moment? Chapter 74. A Swarm of Ignorant Ants. Qiu Ji was the nephew of a high-ranking member of the God Gun Guild and naturally found himself at odds with the Donghai Guild, harboring enmity towards some of its members, including those who, like him, were second-generation guild members. Since the onset of the Beast Contention event, his adversaries had learned of the situation and declared their intention to seize the beasts. However, Qiu Ji believed that his rivals would not send particularly strong individuals. Thus, he had great confidence in Wang Xian's capabilities. With Wang Xian present, no one should have been able to breach their defenses in this area. Yet, now that Wang Xian was dead, Qiu Ji was filled with both shock and fury. Shock at the strength of the intruders and fury at the impending consequences of Wang Xian's death, which would inevitably lead to reproach from his uncle upon returning to the Donghai Guild. Damn the Donghai Guild. Qiu Ji could not help but curse once more. However, the guild member interjected, Qiu Ge, it seems that those who killed Wang Xian are not from the Donghai Guild. Although members of the Donghai Guild attempted to force their way in earlier, Wang Xian killed 4 of them and 1 managed to escape. The ones who ultimately killed Wang Xian were a man and a woman. Not from the Donghai Guild? Qiu Ji exclaimed in disbelief. The guild member replied, Qiu Ge, what should we do now? What can we do? Get over here now? Qiu Ji barked before hanging up the communicator. The guild member surveyed his companions, stating, Qiu Ge wants us to go over. Should we still proceed? Upon hearing this, the other guild members exchanged glances, hesitating. After all, if a 3-star berserker like Wang Xian could be killed, although Qiu Ji's entourage was sizable, their strongest member was merely a 3-star as well. If that man and woman could slay Wang Xian, then the 3-star practitioners from Qiu Ji's side would likely not stand a chance either. If they went, it would surely be a death wish. One member of the God Gun Guild pondered aloud, if we don't go, and Qiu Ji survives, you all know his nature. We might find ourselves without a place in the God Gun Guild in the future. So what should we do? Someone inquired. The earlier speaker contemplated for a moment before suggesting, let us follow at a distance. If Qiu Ji and his group perish, we will retreat. If that man and woman cannot kill Qiu Ji and his group, then we shall strike. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement from the other members, and they proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the beast slaughtering ground. Meanwhile, many practitioners who had not yet departed had already left, but a few brave souls, drawn by the thrill of the spectacle, had also followed at a distance. At this moment, at the beast slaughtering ground, Qiu Ji had just ended the call, his expression shifting unpredictably. Just then, a wail echoed from nearby, emanating from one of the beasts, and Qiu Ji looked up to see one of the creatures, covered in blood, collapsed on the ground, being devoured by the other beast. These 2 beasts resembled bulls, albeit with a single horn, their fur resembling that of a true beast, and their stature akin to that of a small mountain. While bulls are typically herbivorous, the sight of this bull-like beast consuming its kin was undeniably bizarre. Furthermore, as it tore into its fellow creature's flesh, its aura rapidly intensified. It was the end. It was about to level up. Just moments ago, both beasts were level 29, and now they were on the brink of reaching level 30. Level 30. Yet, one could only wonder what their bloodlines would be like. It hardly mattered. They were likely not overly powerful, for the beasts in this area topped out at the elite level. Even if they were at the king beast level, it was merely level 30. We could handle it. Beside Qiu Ji stood a dozen members of the Divine Spear Guild, each wearing an expression of exhilaration. They had waited for this moment for so long. Although Qiu Ji's face also bore signs of excitement, he refrained from speaking or mentioning the death of Wang Xian. It was infuriating. Why had the evolution not been completed yet? Qiu Ji felt a sense of urgency in his heart. With Wang Xian dead, the male and female duo must be on their way. If he could eliminate this beast before they arrived, he could slip away without encountering them. However, the speed of Shen Lang and his companions was anything but slow, and they had already reached a nearby location. Shen Lang gazed at the horned beast, on the verge of devouring its kin, and remarked, "It seems we have arrived at the perfect moment." This statement instantly caught Qiu Ji's attention, prompting him to look up. Upon seeing Shen Lang and Medusa, Qiu Ji's brow furrowed. A man and a woman. There was no doubt they were the ones who had killed Wang Xian. Meanwhile, the other members of the Divine Spear Guild also took note of Shen Lang and Medusa's arrival. Who are they? How did they get in here? Aren't there people outside blocking the way? What are Wang Xian and the others doing? The members of the Divine Spear Guild exchanged glances filled with hostility and confusion. Chioji's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of this duo. Looking back at the ferocious beast, he noted that while it was nearing the completion of its evolution, it still required a bit more time. At that moment, one of the members asked, "Brother Chio, should we take them out?" As he spoke, the individual made a gesture across his throat, clearly inquiring if Chioji intended to eliminate Shen Lang and Medusa. Chioji understood that this pair had killed Wang Xian and that their strength was certainly above 3 stars. However, they had several 3-star professionals among them as well. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Kill." With that, all members of the Divine Spear Guild, except for Chioji, fully armed, charged towards Shen Lang and Medusa. Chioji, however, did not follow. Instead, he moved closer to the ferocious beast, his intentions unmistakable. His target was the beast itself. As for Shen Lang and the Queen Medusa, he assumed his companions could hold them at bay. Thus, he would seize the opportunity to slay the beast once it completed its evolution and then return to assist his comrades against the duo. Yet, what was conceived as a beautiful plan met with the harsh reality of circumstance. Just a few steps away, Chioji heard a cold, disdainful voice declare, "A group of ignorant ants." Suddenly, the surrounding air ignited with fiery elements, and Chioji could hear the anguished screams of his companions. Turning back, he saw that his allies were engulfed in flames, each one becoming a fiery figure, fleeing and wailing in terror. Staring down at himself in bewilderment, Chioji felt excruciating pain within, as if his flesh were ablaze. In the next instant, his body was riddled with cracks, and countless tiny flames erupted from the wounds, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, Chioji emitted a wail identical to that of his companions. The 30-level Queen Medusa's skill, heart-devouring flames, had transformed Chioji and the other 10 professionals into ashes in the blink of an eye. Chapter 75, Robbed and Slaughtered. A few 3 stars and a host of 2 stars. All obliterated by Medusa in a single move, without hesitation. Equipment clattered to the ground. Shen Lang did not bother to inspect it, knowing these individuals could hardly possess anything of value. The quantity was considerable, nearly 500 pieces of worthless gear, not a single red item among them. Having dealt with Chioji and his entourage, Shen Lang advanced a few meters, raising his gaze towards the bull-shaped ferocious beast still undergoing its evolution. At that moment, the beast had reached a pivotal moment, glowing all over. With a low moo, the beast's form expanded once more. The once straight horn now curved elegantly, adorned with golden patterns. Simultaneously, the beast's aura surged dramatically, though its level was not high and its aura weak. It was incomparable to the iron-armored serpent found in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Shen Lang shook his head, disappointment etched across his features. After all, the stronger the beast, the better the loot. He desired the beast crystal, but who would complain about an abundance of quality items? However, considering the context, it was understandable. This area resembled the Ghost Shadow Forest, stronger than some, yet still less formidable than the 8th Forbidden Zone. Out of habit, Shen Lang activated his exploration skill and Bloodline Insight talent. Great Strength Horn Bull, Elite Level. Level 27. Only level 27. Shen Lang bypassed the attributes and focused on the Bloodline Insight. Bloodline Limit, 5-star Elite Level. Level Cap, 150. The star rating was commendable, yet it was merely an elite level. Given that the Great Strength Horn Bull had already reached elite status, it bore no potential for further advancement in Bloodline. Even if it were to rise to 5 stars, it would still be confined to the elite Bloodline. As for the other information, Shen Lang lost interest. It was utterly lackluster. With a sense of urgency, Shen Lang commanded, "Sha, eliminate it." "Understood, Master." Medusa responded, gracefully advancing. The Great Strength Horn Bull sensed a formidable foe approaching. Upon detecting Medusa, it transformed into a frenzied creature, its hooves pounding wildly as it attempted to flee. However, a flicker of fire descended from above. With a sharp crack, a fireball precisely struck the bull's head. In an instant, the bull's head vanished from its massive form, flames engulfing its body. The wind swept through, scattering the ashes of the Great Strength Horned Bull. As Shen Lang had not yet leveled up, he did not receive experience. However, equipment did drop, with several orbs of various colors appearing on the ground, prompting Shen Lang to neglect the loot notification. After activating the one-click pickup, he collected the orbs into his inventory without a second glance. There was no need to inspect. From this beast, only 4 blue quality items had dropped. Can you believe it? Not a single red item. This was undoubtedly the least rewarding kill he had made. Previous kills had yielded purple epics. Nevertheless, there were no rules dictating that high-tier equipment must drop. It could merely be a matter of luck. Fortunately, what he truly required was present. As this was an outdoor necessity, the Beast Crystal. Wood Element Beast Crystal. Level, 1 star. Description, Formed from the convergence of wood element power, it can be used for crafting, magical formations, alchemy, and more. Unexpectedly, the great strength horn bull turned out to be of the wood element. Of course, this was inconsequential, as the star-up task did not specify the properties of the beast crystal, only that 3 were required. Just as Shen Lang prepared to level up, he sensed the approach of professionals. To avoid complications, he exchanged a glance with Medusa, and they swiftly distanced themselves from the area, seeking a more suitable location to level up. The first to arrive were the members of the Divine Spear Guild. Upon reaching the site of the beast slaughter, they found no living creature in sight. Where are Brother Chio and the others? They should be here. The expressions of the members turned pale as they silently exchanged glances. Quickly retreating, they had seen the ashes scattered on the ground. To comprehend the situation, it is evident that similar ashen outcomes lay before them, and it is apparent that Xiuqi and his companions have likely met their demise. As for the subsequent adventurers, they first appeared bewildered, followed by expressions of dawning realization. Observing the demeanor of those from the Divine Gun Guild, it was not difficult to surmise that a significant calamity had befallen them. They had been attacked, and lives had been lost. With Donghai City being quite small and the Divine Gun Guild holding considerable renown, rumors would undoubtedly circulate swiftly throughout the city. The adventurers speculated about the identity of the formidable individual responsible for such audacity, capable of dispatching members of the Divine Gun Guild with such ease. One brother remarked that if it were him, he too would eliminate these arrogant individuals who flaunted their guild's backing. Moreover, he expressed a desire for this powerful figure to target the Donghai Guild as well. As the discussions among the adventurers faded into the distance, they remained unaware that the Donghai Guild had encountered Shen Lang's wrath even earlier, albeit with less catastrophic losses than those inflicted upon the Divine Gun Guild. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had already distanced himself and was in the process of activating his star upgrading mission. The message appeared: "You possess 3 beast crystals. Would you like to proceed with the star upgrade?" It was a redundant inquiry, as he was eager to enhance his abilities immediately. He concentrated on the upgrade, and in an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him, swirling around before dissipating. "Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to 2 stars. You are now a 2-star Beastmaster." The upgrade would comprehensively enhance his attributes, increasing each by 20 points. It was no wonder that such advancements came with stringent requirements, as the disparity between 1 star and 2 star had significantly widened. As he contemplated this, he also glanced at his information panel. As a 2-star, all his 4 primary attributes had surpassed 100, particularly his spirit, which was nearing 700 due to his equipment enhancements. His constitution approached 250, while his weakest attribute, strength, had barely exceeded 100, which was not a major concern given his role as a Beastmaster. Having briefly reviewed his stats, Shen Lang retrieved the skill book Beast Blood Boiling and learned it. He then adjusted his equipment, which he had previously been unable to utilize but was now able to equip seamlessly. The trio, comprising Shen Lang, Medusa, and Shadow, soon completed their gear adjustments, resulting in minor improvements across the board. Now that he had reached 2 stars, he could utilize the second profession transfer card. Shen Lang squinted as he extracted the card given to him by Chu Jinhua and activated it. Second profession transfer card activated. Please complete the transfer task. Eliminate 1 5-star divine beast. Upon reading this transfer task, a perplexed expression emerged above his head. The requirement to slay a divine beast, and a 5-star one at that, was astonishing. Moreover, it was not merely any 5-star divine beast, but an exceptionally powerful one. It was no wonder that acquiring a second profession was so challenging. With such difficulty, even possessing the transfer card rendered the likelihood of completing the task exceedingly slim. Those below 5 stars should not even entertain the thought. Only those of 7 or 8 stars might stand a chance against a 5-star divine beast. Shen Lang glanced at Medusa and Shadow, realizing that with their assistance, he might have a fighting chance. However, he was still uncertain about the true strength of a 5-star divine beast, as Medusa and Shadow, despite being 10-star divine beasts, were still at a low level, rendering their comparative value questionable. He needed to encounter a 5-star divine beast to truly understand its power. Thus, the pressing question arose: where could he find a 5-star divine beast? Though Shen Lang had ascended to 2 stars, marking his true departure from the novice phase and entry into the professional realm, he remained a novice in many respects due to his limited knowledge outside of basic professional understanding. The arrival of any divine beast would create a significant stir, making it clear that Shen Lang had no idea where to locate a 5-star divine beast. Without one, he could not complete the transfer task, and the prospect of advancement would be lost. Fortunately, the transfer card bore no time constraints, allowing him to complete the task at his leisure. He pondered how unfortunate it would be if he had a time-limited card and failed to find a 5-star divine beast. He felt a sense of anxiety regarding the search for a 5-star divine beast. If he could not locate one, he would have to temporarily set aside the task until he gathered relevant information. With that in mind, he decided to return. Initially feeling disheartened and seeking rest in the city, he suddenly remembered something crucial. While he might not know where to find a 5-star divine beast, there was someone who certainly did. This was the advantage of having connections, and coincidentally, Shen Lang was acquainted with the pinnacle of the Daxia kingdom, Chu Jinhua. As a 10-star invincible war god, he was a professional capable of rivaling 10-star divine beasts and had likely encountered numerous divine beasts. A 5-star divine beast would likely be of little concern to him. Shen Lang promptly accessed the professional friend system and inquired about the whereabouts of 5-star divine beasts. At that moment, Chu Jinhua was enjoying a bowl of noodles at a renowned establishment in the Forbidden City. Recently, he had encountered no significant matters and spent most of his time in the city, occasionally returning to the war god camp and otherwise leisurely wandering the streets, indulging his appetite for noodles. As he relished his meal, the sounds of his enjoyment were not unlike those of the surrounding diners, all engaged in their own noodle slurping. Chu Jinhua relished this ambience, yet unbeknownst to them, they shared a restaurant with the blood dragon war god of the Daxia kingdom. Just as Chu Jinhua finished a bowl of noodles and downed a substantial amount of broth, the professional friend system notification chimed. Who could possibly interrupt my meal? He grumbled, placing his bowl down with a clatter before reluctantly opening the chat system. Seeing Shen Lang's name, he initially contemplated dismissing the message, feeling as though Shen Lang was treating him as a caretaker. However, a fleeting glance at the chat content caught his eye, prompting him to reopen the conversation. War God, I have advanced to 2 stars and activated the second profession transfer card. However, the task is quite challenging, requiring me to slay a 5-star divine beast. Surely, you must know where to find one. Upon reading Shen Lang's message, Chu Jinhua remained transfixed, his expression momentarily blank. The transfer task involved slaying a 5-star divine beast, a task he had never even heard of before. Indeed, someone of Chu Jinhua's caliber had never encountered such an outrageous requirement. The task of transitioning to a secondary profession is undoubtedly arduous, yet it is assessed based on the practitioner's strength level and the nature of their original profession. This implies that while the challenge is significant, there exists a viable opportunity to complete the task. Correspondingly, the difficulty of the task reflects the caliber of the secondary profession. A higher level of difficulty signifies a greater potential within the secondary profession, indicating that it cannot be a trivial pursuit. Slaying a 5-star divine beast is indeed an extraordinary secondary profession. Even for Chu Jinhua, this moment left him momentarily flabbergasted. Unlike Shen Lang, who activated his secondary profession transition card at the 3-star level, Chu Jinhua had only been tasked with defeating a 3-star divine beast during his own transition. Merely a standard divine beast, and not even a requirement. Yet, Shen Lang's task involves vanquishing a 5-star divine beast. This young man is truly remarkable. Chu Jinhua murmured to himself, momentarily at a loss for words to describe Shen Lang. Curiosity soon followed. What kind of secondary profession would Shen Lang possess upon completing this daunting task? Wait a moment, this fellow can already slay 5-star divine beasts? Chu Jinhua raised an eyebrow slightly, recognizing that the strength of a 5-star divine beast far exceeds that of a 5-star practitioner. To put it bluntly, even a level 150 5-star divine beast could easily outmatch 10 or more practitioners of the same rank. He nearly forgot about Shen Lang's formidable beast companion, the Medusa Queen, possessing a 10-star divine beast bloodline. The first time he encountered Shen Lang, he was barely level 5, yet even then, his beast could effortlessly dispatch a near 4-star practitioner. Now, having ascended to level 30 at the 2-star rank, the Medusa Queen's bloodline must have awakened considerably. Perhaps this fellow genuinely has a chance to defeat a 5-star divine beast. Chu Jinhua contemplated, uncertain how to respond to Shen Lang's inquiry. If Shen Lang were to ask about the location of 10-star divine beasts, Chu Jinhua could readily provide detailed coordinates of all known 10-star divine beasts across the globe. However, as for 5-star divine beasts, even a renowned warrior like him seldom concerned himself with such creatures. Chapter 77. The unfortunate, yet fortunate Shen Lang. For someone of Chu Jinhua's stature, confronting 5-star divine beasts was a matter of years past. Anything below 10 stars hardly warrants his attention. Nevertheless, he was willing to accommodate Shen Lang's request, out of sheer curiosity about the nature of Shen Lang's potential secondary profession. Wait a moment. Chu Jinhua texted Shen Lang before contacting Minister Wang of the Profession Department. Global powers closely monitor and supervise 10-star divine beasts. As the incursion of such creatures into cities would spell catastrophic disaster, it is imperative to remain vigilant regarding their movements to ensure timely rescue and preventive measures. This includes monitoring some of the more formidable divine beasts. The Great Xia Kingdom is no exception. But Chu Jinhua was uncertain whether 5-star divine beasts are subject to similar scrutiny. Nonetheless, inquiring would not hurt. If that fails, he could always consult his comrades in the war god camp. Minister Wang, recently appointed by the old sovereign, was not easily reachable by the average individual. Even city lords like Yi Yunchang required a secretary to facilitate the connection. However, Chu Jinhua was privileged and swiftly connected with Minister Wang. Huazi, what brings you to contact me? You could have come directly, Minister Wang greeted. Chu Jinhua, wiping his mouth with a tissue, cut to the chase. Old Wang, I need a favor. Do you happen to know where I can find a 5-star divine beast? A 5-star divine beast? Minister Wang responded, surprised. What do you need such a creature for? Don't concern yourself with that. Just tell me if you know, and if so, provide me with the coordinates. Chu Jinhua replied impatiently. 5-star divine beasts are not within our monitoring scope, Minister Wang stated after a moment's thought. Ordinary 5-star divine beasts, in fact, are outside our monitoring range. So there are some that are not ordinary? Chu Jinhua inquired. Minister Wang replied, actually yes. Recently, in a secret realm, a 5-star divine beast was upgraded to become a 5-star divine beast. Can you just tell me where? Chu Jinhua said, somewhat displeased. Minister Wang chuckled. You know the place, Fallen Abyss. Hearing the name of this secret realm, Chu Jinhua was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Ah, I recall now. You mean the father and son duo? Without waiting for Minister Wang to respond, he hung up, deep in thought. From their conversation, it was evident that the Fallen Abyss was no ordinary secret realm, with an exceptionally high danger level. In fact, it was not merely high, it was extraordinarily perilous. The reason for this is that within the Fallen Abyss resides a 10-star divine beast. In any location, the presence of a 10-star divine beast is guaranteed to attract the utmost attention. It remains uncertain whether this young man is unfortunate or fortunate. Chu Jinhua mused silently, his gaze flickering as if he were contemplating something profound. He regarded Shen Lang as unfortunate because that very 5-star divine beast lurks within the Fallen Abyss. Of course, if it were merely within this secret realm, Chu Jinhua would not have spoken in such a manner. The crux of the matter is that this 5-star divine beast is the offspring of the 10-star divine beast. Years ago, the danger level of the Fallen Abyss was even higher than it is now. 10-star practitioners dared not enter, and even a superpower like Chu Jinhua was deterred. At that time, 2 10-star divine beasts inhabited the Fallen Abyss, both of the same species. They were a pair of 10-star divine beast mates. Though it remains unclear why the female divine beast suddenly perished. However, after her demise, she left behind a cub. The offspring of 2 10-star divine beasts undoubtedly boasts a 10-star divine beast bloodline, and once it matures fully, it will undoubtedly become yet another 10-star divine beast. Coincidentally, this divine beast cub has now reached the 5-star level. Furthermore, as Minister Wang mentioned, it recently ascended to become a 5-star divine beast. Undoubtedly, if this divine beast cub is allowed to mature, the Fallen Abyss will eventually give rise to 2 10-star divine beasts once more, transforming it into a forbidden zone for 10-star practitioners. Consequently, the 2 divine beasts relevant to the Fallen Abyss have long been targeted in the hunting plans of the war god camp. Either the divine beast cub must be slain, or the adult divine beast must be eliminated. In summary, while the Fallen Abyss may host a 10-star divine beast, it is imperative that 2 10-star divine beasts do not coexist. Thus, Chu Jinhua remarked upon Shen Lang's fortune. If Shen Lang were to venture into the Fallen Abyss alone, it goes without saying that his success would be improbable, with the likelihood of his demise exceedingly high. No matter how strong Shen Lang currently is, he would not stand a chance against a 10-star divine beast, even if his own beast shares a 10-star bloodline. There is a vast difference between a 10-star bloodline beast and a true 10-star complete entity. Consequently, Shen Lang would either need to seek out 5-star divine beasts elsewhere or temporarily abandon his pursuit of a secondary profession, awaiting an uncertain future opportunity to complete the transition task upon encountering a 5-star divine beast. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jinhua sighed. Consider yourself fortunate, young one. With that, he retrieved his communicator once more. Upon connection, he stated, find 2 individuals to venture to the Fallen Abyss. Without further ado, Chu Jinhua ended the call and sent a message to Shen Lang through the professional friend system. Shortly thereafter, Chu Jinhua settled the bill and departed from the restaurant. Once he reached a secluded corner, he transformed into a spectral figure and swiftly exited the Forbidden City. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Shen Lang had been waiting in the wild area outside the city for Chu Jinhua's response. As Chu Jinhua had not replied for quite some time, Shen Lang decided to seek out Yi Hongyu to purchase a 2-star skill book for beast tamers. Although he could wait for monster drops, the timing was uncertain. And since he was not short on funds, he opted to buy it directly. The 2-star beast tamer would allow him to learn 4 additional skills. But having already acquired the skill Beast Blood Boiling, he could learn 3 more skills. Furthermore, the 2-star skills for beast tamers were plentiful, and under Yi Hongyu's guidance, Shen Lang decisively purchased 3 skill books that suited him well, one that enhanced magical attack damage, the Holy Battle Tactics, another that bolstered defense, the Holy Shield Technique, and lastly, the Shadow Technique, which Shen Lang could utilize as a beast tamer. The Holy Battle Tactics differed from Beast Blood Boiling, as the former amplified magical damage while the latter increased overall damage. This was particularly fitting, for both Medusa and Shadow were magical beasts. The Holy Shield Technique was equally advantageous, as both of Shen Lang's beasts possessed formidable attack capabilities, even Shadow, who leaned more towards defense. The ability to enhance defense was undoubtedly a wise choice. As for the Shadow Technique, it was an advanced version of the invisibility skill. While invisibility allowed for brief concealment, it was automatically dispelled upon skill usage or movement. The Shadow Technique elegantly resolved this issue, permitting movement and skill usage while remaining hidden. This skill was among the few life-saving techniques available to beast tamers. After mastering these 3 skills, Shen Lang could not help but feel grateful for his acquaintance with Yi Hongyu, as her assistance was invaluable. With an abundance of subpar equipment, he was ready to discard whatever he no longer needed. For equipment purchases, he could simply have Yi Hongyu send them over, which was incredibly convenient. Just then, a notification from the professional friend system chimed, revealing that the Dragonblood Warlord had responded. Shen Lang quickly opened the chat window. Chu Jinhua instructed him to find a teleportation array and head directly to Linhai City, where he should proceed to the Fallen Abyss and wait for him if he had not yet arrived. Shen Lang blinked in confusion at this message. He had inquired about the whereabouts of the 5-star divine beast, yet Chu Jinhua directed him to Linhai City. The name Fallen Abyss certainly suggested a secret realm or dungeon. Could it be that a 5-star divine beast resided there? A smile crept onto Shen Lang's face. He was not mistaken about Chu Jinhua's reliability, as he had provided a prompt response. However, the implication that he should wait in the Fallen Abyss for Chu Jinhua suggested that the latter intended to accompany him. Was he concerned that Shen Lang could not handle the 5-star divine beast alone? Shen Lang chuckled to himself. To be honest, he did not possess absolute confidence. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chu Jinhua would personally come to assist him with his secondary profession. Such a favor was indeed significant. Turning to Medusa and Shadow, Shen Lang commanded, "Shadow, return to your form. Medusa, let us head back to Linhai City." Soon, they arrived within the city. Donghai City boasted numerous teleportation arrays, with 12 in total leading to several nearby cities. Conveniently, one connected directly to Linhai City, thus eliminating the hassle of a transfer. However, the cost was steep, 200,000 for a one-way trip, with no discounts in sight. Consequently, Medusa felt compelled to retreat into the beast space momentarily. In no time, Shen Lang and his companions emerged from the teleportation array in Linhai City. This marked Shen Lang's first departure from Donghai City, yet he had no leisure for sightseeing, as he was unsure whether he would arrive before or after Chu Jinhua. Arriving first would be acceptable, but arriving late would be quite disrespectful, especially when someone was kindly offering assistance. Thus, Shen Lang first located the wild area map within the city and then headed straight for the Fallen Abyss. On his way, Shen Lang quickly discerned something amiss. The map indicated 10 prominent skull icons marking the Fallen Abyss. Previously, the 8th restricted zone in Donghai City had only one skull icon. A single skull represented a 1-star restricted zone, meaning the Fallen Abyss, with its 10 skulls, was classified as a 10-star restricted zone. What manner of restricted zone warranted such a classification? It was clear that the Fallen Abyss housed 10-star divine beasts or posed dangers comparable to them. Shen Lang, not lacking in intelligence, speculated that the 5-star divine beast he sought was very likely located within the 10-star restricted zone of the Fallen Abyss, which explained why Chu Jinhua had made the effort to come in person. However, Shen Lang had no qualifications to enter a 10-star restricted zone, as such areas were invariably guarded by powerful entities. With myriad questions swirling in his mind, Shen Lang finally arrived at the Fallen Abyss around 5 in the afternoon. To his surprise, the area, which should have been heavily guarded, allowed him to pass unhindered to the entrance of the Fallen Abyss. What was going on? Had he miscalculated? As he stared at the entrance, Medusa suddenly positioned herself protectively in front of him, exclaiming, "Master, be careful." Shadow emerged from her concealment, prepared for battle, scrutinizing their surroundings with vigilance, ready to unleash skills at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, Shen Lang sensed a chilling aura swirling around him, as if it sought to invade his very being, freezing both his body and soul. Strangely, even in the heat of summer, snowflakes began to drift through the air, which was decidedly abnormal. Fortunately, a familiar voice broke the tension. "All right, Yao Rao, that's enough. I was merely playing around." The speaker was a female voice, As her words resonated, Shen Lang felt the bone-chilling cold dissipate, and the snowflakes vanished from the sky. Soon after, 3 figures descended from above. The foremost was the dragon blood warlord, Chu Jinhua. To his left stood a burly man, while to his right was a woman clad in striking dark golden armor. Chu Jinhua's prowess was unquestionable, being the foremost new generation powerhouse of the Daxia Kingdom, while the other duo clearly matched his strength, undoubtedly 10-star superiors. Moreover, those standing beside Chu Jinhua were not ordinary 10-star individuals. Before Shen Lang could speak, the female warrior scrutinized him with a smile, commenting, "You truly are the little one who prompted our commander to take action, having already contracted another beast. Impressive." Although shadow had emerged from her concealment, she remained disguised. Thus the female warrior failed to recognize her true form. This was the pride of strong individuals, and given Shen Lang's significance to Chu Jinhua, the female warrior refrained from probing further. Upon hearing her words, Shen Lang turned to look at Chu Jinhua, who introduced, "Yao Rao, 10-star, my deputy. By the way, her sister is also a beast tamer. If you've watched the treasure chest opening livestream, you should have seen her." Shen Lang was taken aback. He had not expected that the imposter from earlier was the sister of a 10-star warrior. However, he wondered how a girl could be so audacious. Though he entertained these thoughts, Shen Lang still politely greeted, "I am Shen Lang. It is an honor to meet you, Sister Yao Rao. Why such sweet words? I like it." Yao Rao replied, casting a flirtatious glance, gestured towards the burly man beside him, and said, "Kuang Lei is also my deputy. Have you met Brother Kuang Lei?" Shen Lang politely greeted him as well. Kuang Lei nodded slightly and grinned. "This little fellow is impressive. No wonder the camp leader holds you in such high regard." Cast a glance at an Ing and asked, "Is this your second tamed beast?" "Indeed," Shen Lang replied without reservation, as the current circumstances left little room for concealment. S gaze shifted to Medusa as he remarked, "I initially thought that with just the 2 of you, dealing with that 5-star divine beast would pose some challenges. However, now that you possess a second tamed beast, your chances have significantly improved. It should be worth a try." "Absolutely," Shen Lang affirmed, yet scoffed, 3 10-star professionals have come to assist you, and you merely wish to try? I am determined to eliminate that 5-star divine beast." Shen Lang quickly amended his statement and cautiously inquired, "War God, this is a 10-star forbidden ground, is it not? Surely there are 10-star divine beasts here?" "Indeed." The speaker was the enchanting Yao Rao, who smiled charmingly. "And your class transition task involves that 5-star divine beast, which happens to be the offspring of a 10-star divine beast residing in this fallen abyss. Thus, you owe us a considerable favor this time. Remember, do not forget those who aided you in your rise." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression twitched. Was it truly so difficult to find a 5-star divine beast that one would have to come to such a place? Furthermore, it was the young of a 10-star divine beast. This revelation clarified why it brought along 2 10-star war gods for protection. 3 10-star war gods, including the invincible. As Yao Rao had said, this favor was significant, considering it involved the assistance of 3 10-star war gods. However, upon reflection, not everyone could command such respect to have 3 10-star war gods assist in their class transition task. At that moment, spoke up, "Enough chatter. Let us discuss the battle plan. Kuang Lei, you and I will confront that 10-star fallen angel first. Yao Rao, take this opportunity to drive away its offspring and direct it towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang, wait at the outskirts of the secret realm for Yao Rao. As soon as that 5-star fallen angel arrives, strike immediately." "Understood." Both Yao Rao and Kuang Lei responded, standing tall. Seeing gaze fall upon him, Shen Lang echoed, "Understood." Action. Wasted no time and led Shen Lang and the others into the depths of the fallen abyss secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, a dim vista greeted them, shrouded in a thick haze that obscured their vision. However, initially, no ferocious beasts emerged. It was only after advancing approximately 5 kilometers that Shen Lang faintly sensed the presence of some beasts, fortunately of a lower level. Yet he could still feel a formidable oppressive force that was far beyond his capabilities. Stopping in his tracks, turned to Shen Lang and instructed, "Stay here and do not wander." "Understood," Shen Lang reflexively replied, ignored him and continued to address Yao Rao and Kuang Lei. "Proceed as planned." Both Yao Rao and Kuang Lei nodded, and in an instant, the 3 transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. "Here I am, a mere 1-star, delving into a 10-star secret realm," Shen Lang mused with a wry smile, obediently refraining from wandering about. Medusa and an Ing, being powerful in their own right, were acutely aware of the dangers surrounding them. This realm was rife with formidable creatures, many of which surpassed their strength. After all, this was a 10-star secret realm, home not only to 10-star divine beasts, but also to other formidable beasts of varying ranks that were indeed stronger than Medusa and an Ing. Noticing the tension in the two women, Shen Lang reassured them. Sasha, Xiaoying, you needn't be so anxious. This is merely the periphery of the secret realm. And no potent beasts will approach. Even if they do, we can handle them. Yes, Master, they replied in unison, though their vigilance remained high. Suddenly, Medusa spoke up. A large group of ferocious beasts is approaching. They are coming from the direction we previously took. Shen Lang too sensed the approaching danger. Frowning as he gazed towards the source of the surging dark power, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. Wasn't I told to wait patiently? Now I have trouble on my hands. Given the prowess of and his companions, Shen Lang doubted they would rouse the beasts along their path. Yet, the beasts were now headed in their direction, clearly a result of machinations. Realizing this, Shen Lang remarked, Sasha, Xiaoying, prepare to grind for experience. This is a 10-star secret realm, and the beasts here possess formidable levels. Even in the periphery, they likely start at 2 or 3 stars. Slaying beasts beyond 1's rank yields substantial experience. However, Shen Lang was astute. He promptly set his experience gains to enhance general skills rather than for leveling up. The reason was simple. He was about to unlock a second profession. Once he did, each level up would grant him double the attribute point rewards. Leveling up now would squander that potential gain, a folly he would not commit. Moreover, with and the others offering their assistance, his chances of successfully transitioning to a second profession were not merely hopeful, but nearly assured. Thus, channeling experience into general skill enhancement was the most prudent course of action. After configuring his experience settings, the ferocious beasts drew nearer, and he could already see a multitude of pale green eyes, fallen demons rushing towards them like a dark tide. Without hesitation, Shen Lang unleashed all the assistive skills he could activate upon Medusa and Ning, not out of fear for their safety, but to foster their sense of involvement. Medusa, as the primary attacker, charged forth first, unleashing a flurry of regular attacks and skills, incinerating swathes of fallen demons into ash. However, a few managed to approach Shen Lang from other directions. Fortunately, within Ying's protective layer, black mist swirled, and dark arrows shot forth, ensuring that not a single fallen demon could come within 3 paces of Shen Lang. Thus, Shen Lang found himself with little to do, occasionally employing Bloodline Insight to casually probe the bloodlines of the fallen demons. While such luck was rare, one could never be certain. Chapter 80, 3 10-star Divine Beasts, Hellhounds. As the slaughter commenced, experience points swiftly accumulated. Although the experience required for their general skills had become immense, the progress bar continued to inch forward. Meanwhile, the waves of demons grew increasingly formidable. The initial onslaught consisted of 2 and 3-star foes, followed by 3 and 4-star adversaries. Yet none posed a significant threat. Medusa gleefully dispatched the weaker foes, while Ning, lurking in the shadows, occasionally unleashed a few cold arrows, resulting in heaps of demon corpses. As for any equipment, it was unnecessary to mention. Anything below red tier was destined for Yi Hongyu. Recently, Yi Hongyu had taken to residing in the Wanbao Pavilion, and even when she stepped out, her inventory had expanded to over 10,000 slots. She had become wise, ensuring that any mail from Shen Lang would trigger a one-click collection. After all, having been caught unprepared multiple times, it was difficult not to accumulate some experience. Bored, Shen Lang continued to utilize Bloodline Insight, sweeping his gaze across the battlefield until suddenly, his eyes brightened. Ning, do not kill it yet. Restrain it. Perhaps Medusa was aware that the shadow was rather bored, so she intentionally left some demons for it. Consequently, a few demons managed to slip past Medusa's blockade, among which was a small demon stealthily following behind a few larger ones. Shen Lang's gaze fell upon this diminutive demon. It was small indeed, much smaller than the other demons, with short horns atop its head, and its level was only 34. However, the fact that Shen Lang chose to halt for this little demon indicated that its bloodline was extraordinary. The shadow, receiving Shen Lang's command, naturally complied unconditionally. The small demon, which was supposed to be pierced through the head by the black mist arrows, became enveloped in a shroud of black mist, trapping it in the center and drawing it before Shen Lang. Within the black mist prison, the little demon's purple eyes flickered with light, and arcs of electricity danced across its horns. Alas, as a mere 2-star demon, it was utterly incapable of breaking free from the shadow's black mist confinement. After slaying so many demons, Shen Lang finally laid eyes on a demon with a promising bloodline. He spoke with a smile, yet there lingered a hint of regret in his brow. The bloodline of this little demon was not that of a 10-star divine beast. Purple-eyed electric demon. Level, 34. Bloodline limit. King beast level 10-star thunder demon. Growth limit, level 300. Success rate for evolution below 6 stars. 100, 7 stars. 90, 8 stars. 85, 9 stars. 76. 10 stars, 51. A 10-star king beast. It must be said that such a bloodline ranks among the elite within the realm of beast tamers. Despite Shen Lang having successfully contracted 2 10-star divine beast bloodlines, the number of 10-star divine beasts globally is exceedingly rare. Primarily, it is a matter of luck. The protagonist's halo, one might say. Furthermore, not all 10-star divine beast bloodlines can safely reach maturity, akin to human prodigies who, despite possessing limitless potential, often meet untimely ends for various reasons. Take Medusa, for instance. Had she not encountered Shen Lang, how could she have shed her fire python form and evolved into the Medusa Queen? Possessing a 10-star divine beast bloodline and becoming a 10-star divine beast are 2 distinct matters. Now, this purple-eyed electric demon is indeed quite remarkable. Besides being a 10-star king beast, its evolution success rates are exceptionally formidable. The success rate for evolving below 6 stars is a guaranteed 100, meaning that as long as this little demon survives, it will undoubtedly become a 6-star king beast. Moreover, the success rates for evolving to 7, 8, and 9 stars are all above 70%. Even the success rate for evolving to 10 stars stands at 51%. If a beast tamer were to invest considerable resources in its nurturing, it would only be a matter of time before the purple-eyed electric demon evolved into a 10-star king beast. However, it remains merely a 10-star king beast, not a 10-star divine beast. For Shen Lang, having such a high potential, high evolution rate beast presents a slight dilemma. It is a peculiar feeling of being unable to enjoy it fully yet reluctant to part with it. Were it a somewhat lesser creature, like a legendary beast, the shadow would have obliterated it without a second thought. Ah, that enchanting sister is a beast tamer. Upon recalling this, Shen Lang couldn't help but smirk. A 10-star king beast should fetch quite a sum, wouldn't it? While he might not covet a 10-star king beast himself, to other beast tamers, it would be an immensely sought-after and remarkable creature. Shen Lang had previously contemplated amassing wealth through powerful beasts, but this endeavor relies heavily on luck, and one cannot always find such high-quality bloodlines. As for elite legendary creatures, he was too disinterested to pursue them. After all, beasts cannot simply be stored in a backpack like equipment. Should he wish to sell a beast, he would need to transport it back to the city, incurring various hassles. However, since the enchanting sister was already in this abyss of corruption, contacting her face-to-face would require little effort. Thus, Shen Lang instructed the shadow to set the purple-eyed electric demon aside for the moment and continued to harvest experience. He wondered what the 3 war gods were up to and if they had encountered the 10-star divine beast yet. Since he had not heard any commotion, they probably hadn't begun their encounter. Shen Lang quietly mused while observing Medusa mercilessly slaughtering demons, continuing to activate his Bloodline Insight talent. The types of demons in this abyss of corruption were quite varied, with some flying and others scurrying about on the ground, even some undead mixed among them. It was evident that this secret realm was not solely populated by demonic beasts. For instance, a pack of decayed canine beasts, emanating a strong stench, suddenly appeared from an unknown location. Utilizing his scanning skill, Shen Lang identified them as undead beasts, specifically undead hounds. Their levels ranged from 30 to 100, predominantly in the 30s, with a few above 3 stars. The odor was unbearable, akin to that of rotting mice. Shen Lang frowned and promptly instructed Medusa, Sasha, over there, focus on eliminating those. Upon hearing Shen Lang's command, Medusa swiftly struck a group of undead hounds with her palm, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from above. Boom. Beneath the onslaught of fireballs, the undead hounds were incinerated to ashes. At that moment, Shen Lang, filled with sudden excitement, shouted, "Quick, Shadow, save that undead hound. Hurry. The fireball is about to hit it." As he spoke, he dashed toward the spot where a fireball was about to fall. Below the fireball lay an undead hound with only half a head, trembling and seemingly unable to flee. Its head appeared to have been sheared off, with the skull missing its left eye and ear. Fortunately, the shadow acted swiftly, conjuring a mist shield to shield the hound from the fireball. Boom. The fireball exploded, and the mist shield dissipated, saving the undead hound with its half head intact. Shen Lang approached, excitedly observing the hound still wagging its tail. Undead hound. Level 30. Bloodline limit. 10-star divine beast, 3-headed hellhound. Growth limit. Level 300. As for the foul stench, it was rather delightful. Chapter 81. Am I not essentially locking my health bar? Another 10-star divine beast. Shen Lang truly did not expect to discover a 10-star king beast only to find another 10-star divine beast shortly after. This abyss of corruption is indeed a 10-star secret realm. Remarkably, this realm, associated with demons, also harbors bloodlines of undead divine beasts. What extraordinary fortune! Without hesitation, Shen Lang stepped into the Black Mist prison to examine the undead hound. He also instructed the shadow to eliminate the remaining undead hounds that had been obstructed by the mist shield. Upon closer inspection, This undead hound was indeed different from the others. Aside from being a cripple with half a head, it bore no signs of decay. On the contrary, its fur was sleek and shiny. However, upon further examination, Shen Lang noticed several wounds on the hound's abdomen, and its breath was faint. He could not tell if it had been injured just now or previously, but it was clear it was on the brink of death. Excellent, excellent. Meeting me before its demise. What a stroke of luck. Realizing the undead hound's condition was deteriorating, Shen Lang wasted no time in casting the contract spell. The starshine array flickered rapidly, enveloping the undead hound, and the contract was swiftly established. The once ferocious undead hound, struggling within the confines of the black mist prison, began to exhibit a calmer demeanor after the completion of the contract ritual. It became exceedingly docile, wagging half of its tail in the direction of Shen Lang. Shen Lang remarked, "Indeed, it is a dog, an undead hound, but a dog nonetheless." With a grin, he instructed the shadow to release the black mist prison, and the little creature immediately darted out, scurrying to Shen Lang's feet and energetically pawing at him, its half-wagging tail a sight to behold, albeit somewhat comical. Glancing upward, he saw Medusa still engaged in combat with the demons. The shadow had emerged from his own shadow, centered around Shen Lang, obliterating any stray demons that approached. Seizing the moment, Shen Lang first bestowed a series of support skills upon Medusa and the shadow, then turned his attention to the undead hound gnawing at his pant leg. Chuckling, "You're about to rise to greatness." Without hesitation, he activated the Bloodline Ancestral Return talent for the undead hound. God-level talent Bloodline Ancestral Return activated. Do you wish to activate the divine beast bloodline of the undead hound, transforming it into a Cerberus? Shen Lang promptly consented, and in the next instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped the undead hound. Within this luminescence, the hound's form expanded, eventually reaching the size of a mature bison before halting. During this transformation, all injuries, including its lost half-head and tail, were miraculously restored. Moments later, a magnificent black dog, adorned with glossy fur, stood before Shen Lang. Shen Lang scrutinized the large black dog, a plethora of question marks floating above his head. Where is the promised three-headed Cerberus? Why does it have but one head? Sensing Shen Lang's confusion, the large black dog shook its head, and in an instant, 3 identical heads sprouted from its neck, while its undead aura surged to more than triple its previous intensity. Shen Lang blinked, asking, "You can assume 2 forms?" "Indeed, master," the black dog replied, as the newly formed heads retracted. However, Shen Lang astutely noticed that the dog's voice resembled that of a young boy. For some inexplicable reason, this revelation brought him a sense of relief. Both Medusa and the shadow possessed humanoid forms, while this 3-headed Cerberus was undeniably a beast. If this large black dog turned out to be female, it might become jealous of Medusa and the shadow, seeking to invade his bed. The mere thought sent a chill down Shen Lang's spine. Nonetheless, the ability of the 3-headed Cerberus to switch forms was advantageous. It could remain outside without needing to return to the beast space. The black dog's form, to be frank, would not be easily recognized as a divine beast by the average onlooker. As he pondered this, Shen Lang began examining the attributes of the 3-headed Cerberus and its various statistics. To avoid excessive detail, he refrained from writing out the data. However, regarding talents, the 3-headed Cerberus boasted 2 exceptional talents, comparable to those of Medusa and the shadow. Level talent, Undead Might, Undead Attack 400. Enemies struck have a chance to trigger a corrosion effect. Level talent, Bloodthirsty, Life Recovery 500 upon slaying an enemy. The first talent was relatively standard, providing a damage boost akin to those possessed by the shadow and Medusa. The second talent, however, was somewhat extraordinary. As long as the 3-headed Cerberus secured a kill, its health would regenerate at 5 times the normal rate. In other words, as long as it dispatched foes swiftly enough, even if it sustained injuries, the recovery rate would far outpace any loss of vitality. This was truly formidable, allowing it to function as a tank and a killer simultaneously. If I could achieve a recovery rate of 25 times, along with the 3-headed Cerberus assisting in monster farming, as long as I wasn't eliminated instantly, it would be as if my health was locked in place. With this thought, Shen Lang lost interest in examining the skills of the 3-headed Cerberus and immediately activated the divine level talent extraction. Congratulations. You have extracted the level talent Bloodthirsty from your beast. Upon hearing the prompt, Shen Lang's heart soared with joy. It was as if his wishes were being granted, and he had indeed acquired the Bloodthirsty talent from the 3-headed Cerberus, a perfect outcome. Subsequently, he activated the beast's equipment and adorned it with suitable gear from his inventory. Unfortunately, the fit was not ideal, but it would suffice. Better to have something than nothing. In terms of overall statistics, the 3-headed Cerberus was on par with Medusa and the shadow, with a total attribute point count exceeding 8,000. Medusa possessed the highest attack, the shadow had the strongest defense, while the three-headed Cerberus was simply robust. Looking at the three-headed Cerberus, Shen Lang declared, "With your sleek black fur, I shall call you Xiao He, and you will serve as my mount." After all, it was a dog, so a name would naturally be casual, fitting for any canine. "Yes, master," Xiao He obediently replied, promptly lying down before Shen Lang. Shen Lang stepped up, comfortably settling onto Xiao He's back, feeling its soft texture beneath him. Just then, an unparalleled aura surged forth from within the depths of the fallen abyss, causing Medusa, the shadow, and the three-headed Cerberus to cast wary glances in that direction. Shen Lang squinted, realizing that the Dragon Blood War god and his companions were finally making their move. Chapter 82. No life, no death. At the core of the fallen abyss, above a dim, bottomless chasm, floated a figure with flowing violet-black hair, pointed ears, and 6 pairs of wings extending from its back. This being was the 12-winged fallen angel, a 10-star divine beast of the fallen abyss. Behind this 12-winged fallen angel stood another creature, nearly identical in appearance, albeit significantly smaller, with only 3 pairs of wings. Clearly, this 6-winged fallen angel was the offspring of the 12-winged one, though referred to as a youngling. It was still a 10-star divine beast in its own right, boasting strength exceeding level 150. It surpassed ordinary 5-star divine beasts, as it also possessed an aura. Opposite the 2 fallen angels stood the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, along with his 2 aides, Yao Rao and Kuang Lei. The arrival of these 3 10-star professionals had awakened the 2 divine beasts from their slumber. The 12-winged fallen angel regarded Chu Jinhua and his companions with wariness. Its voice gravelly as it inquired, "Humans, what do you seek?" 10-star divine beasts, in terms of intelligence, were certainly not inferior to humans. In response to the 12-winged fallen angel's question, Chu Jinhua grinned. "That is a redundant inquiry. Having arrived here, our intention is undoubtedly to slay you." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged from Chu Jinhua, and a dragon-shaped phantom ascended from him. The 12-winged fallen angel's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. "You are Chu Jinhua." Even 10-star divine beasts had heard of the Dragon Blood War god's reputation and were deeply apprehensive. Chu Jinhua was not surprised that the 12-winged fallen angel recognized him. Coldly, he declared, "To be honest, I've long wished to engage you in battle. Let us fight." Since Chu Jinhua had grown stronger, he had been eager to defeat Anthony. Unfortunately, Anthony had consistently evaded confrontation, making Chu Jinhua's declaration genuine, for Anthony was a summoner, reliant on his ability to summon a 10-star divine beast, the very fallen angel before him. Therefore, it is indeed true that CHH seeks to practice his skills against the fallen angel residing in the abyss of despair. The 12-winged fallen angel remains vigilant, but does not engage, stating, "Dragon Blood Warlord, since my arrival in Dishi, I have remained in this abyss of despair and have never slaughtered your people. Even if there were instances they sought to harm me first, I merely acted in self-defense. If you wish for me to leave Dishi, I shall depart with my son." As it stands, the 12-winged fallen angel is not a native of Dishi, and even his deceased wife shares this origin. Indeed, he has not recklessly harmed the citizens of Dishi. From his words, it is evident that the pressure exerted by CHZH Nu and his companions is substantial, even suggesting a voluntary departure from Dishi. Upon hearing this, CHZH Nu chuckled. "Do you truly believe you have the opportunity to leave?" Anxifa. Among the ancient 10-star divine beasts across the globe, each possesses a name. And this fallen angel is named Anxifa. Observing CHZH Nu's reluctance to let him go, Anxifa solemnly replied, "CHZH Nu, you are indeed strong, but do not forget. Among the 10 stars, we divine beasts are the mightiest. You may not be my match. Even if you were to barely defeat me, you would not emerge unscathed. Thus, I did not come alone." CHZH Nu remarked with a playful tone. Anxifa's assertion holds some truth. In a fair contest of equal levels, CHZH Nu is confident he could triumph over Anxifa, yet achieving a solo kill would not be a simple task, likely requiring a significant price. This is precisely why he summoned allies. Nearby, Kuing Li, unable to contain himself, eagerly exclaimed, "Why all this talk? Let us just get on with it." Almost instantaneously, Kuing Li charged toward Anxifa, equipping himself mid-run with gear, a dark golden warhammer in his left hand and a dark golden square shield in his right. 10-star divine beast, I shall crush you." Kuing Li moved with lightning speed, raising his warhammer, imbued with potent earth magic, and swung it down fiercely toward Anxifa. Although Anxifa was unwilling to engage, he did not let down his guard and swiftly reacted, manifesting a series of diamond-shaped purple magical shields and launching chains from his hands to ensnare Kuing Li. "I've said it before, we are not here for a duel." Just then, CHZH Nu's voice echoed from afar. as if he had already descended upon the fallen angel. The dragon's roar reverberated through the abyss, causing the mist below to retreat tumultuously and the chains to disintegrate. Dragon claws, resembling 5 broad swords, descended upon Anxifa. CHZH knew. Do you truly wish for mutual destruction? Anxifa furiously flapped his 12 wings, unleashing a torrent of thick purple venom while shouting angrily. Your magical shield only defends against magical attacks. I am not a mage. At this moment, Ku-Ing Li's hammer struck down upon Anxifa's magical shield, initially imbued with magical energy, but now replaced by a sharp physical assault, specifically that of the metal element. Clearly, Ku-Ing Li is a warrior of both metal and earth, a 10-star combatant adept in both offense and defense. The hammer nearly disregarded Anxifa's magical shield and was about to strike him directly. Cursed, cunning human. Anxifa roared in fury, even as a 10-star divine beast. He dared not take the blow head-on and attempted to teleport away with his son. If you wish to flee, have you consulted me? CHZH Nu's great sword cleaved through the void, blocking Anxifa's escape. Thus, Anxifa had no choice but to withstand either CHZH Nu's great sword or Ku-Ing Li's warhammer. He resolutely chose to confront Ku-Ing Li's hammer, unwilling to absorb CHZH Nu's assault. However, in doing so, Anxifa forcibly carved a path through Ku-Ing Li's hammer strike, sending his son away. The reason was simple. While he could endure the hammer's force, he could no longer protect his son. Even his 5-star youngling was likely to be struck down by the hammer's might, so he prioritized sending the young one away. Upon witnessing this, CHZH Nu chuckled. YORO, it is your turn. Upon hearing this, Anxifa suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. CHZH Nu's party consisted not of 2, but of 3. Anxifa, now frenzied, roared. CHZH Nu, if you dare harm my son, should I escape from this place, I shall slaughter at least 10 cities of Dishi, no, 100 cities, until death do us part. CHZH Nu dismissively replied. Oh, then you certainly cannot be allowed to live. Chapter 83, My Heavens. These 3 are SH and Lang's beast tamers. Anxifa attempted to rescue his son, who had been sent out of range of the hammer, but it was futile. Ku-Ing Li's warhammer had already descended before him, forcing him to retract his wings and shield himself to absorb the blow from a 10-star war god. The hammer struck Anxifa's wings, producing a sound akin to clashing metal, followed by a series of thunderous explosions. A chaotic force erupted from their point of contact, spreading like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Anxifa was violently propelled backward, while Ku-Ing Li surged forward, having discarded his shield, wielding the war hammer with reckless abandon as he relentlessly struck Anxifa. Delightful. Exhilarating. Ku-Ing Li shouted amidst his assaults. Captain, you surely cannot withstand so many strikes from me. In response, CHZH Nu scoffed, exasperated. Oh, simple-minded brute, look beneath your feet. What of it? Ku-Ing Li questioned, puzzled. Yet, in the following moment, he appeared momentarily dazed, his hammer frozen mid-air. Although it was merely a brief lapse, Anxifa seized the opportunity to escape his attack range, transforming into a purple afterimage, speeding toward his son's direction. As for the 5-star divine beast cub, it had been intercepted and driven away by YORO when it was sent off, and had long since vanished into the abyss. This is why Anxifa pursued. However, CHZH Nu positioned himself perfectly to block Anxifa's path. Get out of my way, Anxifa bellowed, unleashing torrents of purple viscous liquid towards CHZH Nu. Indifferently, CHZH Nu slashed with his sword, turning the viscous liquid to nothingness. Anxifa was compelled to halt, his eyes filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth. You came for my son. No, 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 we came for both of you. CHZH Nu shook his head and coldly declared, if you wish to die, your son shall die as well. Ku-Ing Li, cease your games. Let us attack together. If previously they aimed only to separate Anxifa and his son, now they were prepared for serious combat. All right, let us go. Ku-Ing Li had already freed himself from Anxifa's grasp, armed with shield and hammer, encircling Anxifa from behind. Dishi, humans. Anxifa's eyes widened in fury as he cried out. You shall all perish. You shall all perish. You will pay for my son's death. He knew all too well that his son was still weak. Should he fall into human hands, even if he did not die, he would be raised as a beast of burden, forever stripped of freedom. This, to the divine beasts, is a profound humiliation, severer than death itself. Therefore, Anxifa had already accepted that his son was lost, and he had completely succumbed to madness. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, both Chizinhua and Kuang-Lei could not help but exhibit a moment of solemnity on their faces. Despite their mastery over the Anxifa, they did not underestimate this formidable creature, for it was a veritable 10-star divine beast. When a 10-star divine beast goes berserk, Even Chizinhua may find it challenging to rein it in. In the blink of an eye, the two Tin-Star warriors, Chizinhua and Quanglei, engaged in combat with Anxifa. The frenzied Anxifa surprisingly held its ground against both warriors, demonstrating its formidable prowess. There was indeed a reason why Chizinhua had not yet subdued it. At that very moment, on another front, Shen Lang and his companions found themselves devoid of any malevolent beasts. The cataclysmic battle at the heart of the secret realm reverberated even from a great distance, causing the residual shockwaves to spread forth. The ordinary malicious creatures could not withstand such overwhelming force. Either they were reduced to ashes by Medusa's flames, or they fled in terror to unknown realms. Seated upon the back of Xiaohe, Shen Lang gazed into the depths of the secret realm, where a tempestuous aura surged, his eyes glimmering with intensity. This was the essence of true warriors clashing. Shen Lang felt that he might not even have the opportunity to approach the fray, lest he be obliterated by the residual power. Medusa, the Shadow, and Xiaohe shared similar sentiments, each nurturing a resolute desire to grow stronger. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the void, causing Shen Lang and his three beasts to involuntarily shiver. The five-star divine beast has arrived, accompanied by a familiar voice. A sculpture of ice descended from the heavens, crashing down not far from Shen Lang and his companions. Upon impact, the ice shattered, revealing a juvenile fallen angel, recently awakened from its icy slumber, still dazed and confused. Eliminate it swiftly to complete the transition task. I shall assist. The voice of Yao Lao echoed. Yet her physical presence was conspicuously absent, as she had evidently returned to confront Anxifa. Shen Lang, quick to react, leapt from Xiaohe's back upon hearing Yao Lao's voice and witnessing the fallen angel, promptly casting supportive skills upon his companions. Strike! With this command, Medusa, the Shadow, and Xiaohe all reverted to their true forms and lunged toward the bewildered juvenile fallen angel, unleashing their ultimate skills. A torrent of fire, darkness, and necromantic energy engulfed Anxifa's offspring. Meanwhile, a glimmer of cold light halted in the distance. It was Yao Lao, who had just released the juvenile fallen angel, preparing to return to assist Chizinhua in vanquishing Anxifa. She was taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from the trio of 10-star divine beasts and turned to look. Upon this observation, Yao Lao nearly plummeted from the sky. 10-star divine beasts, Queen Medusa, Lord Shadow, Cerberus of the underworld. How could three 10-star divine beasts suddenly materialize in the abyss? However, being a 10-star warrior herself, Yao Lao quickly discerned the anomaly. Though these creatures appeared in their complete forms, their aura and power fluctuations did not quite match that of true 10-star divine beasts. Yao Lao's gaze sharpened, and as her vision clarified, she saw the three 10-star divine beasts coordinating to subdue the very juvenile fallen angel she had just cast down. Furthermore, she noticed Shen Lang nearby, casting supportive skills for the trio. Stunned, Yao Lao took a moment to gather her thoughts. My heavens, is this a jest? These three 10-star divine beasts are Shen Lang's beasts. Chapter 84, Second Profession, Divine Talent, Divine Skills. The astonishment within Yao Lao surged like a relentless tide, ultimately transforming into a profound understanding. No wonder he could clear the hell-level novice dungeon. No wonder the captain valued him so highly, bringing them into the abyss to assist him with his transition task. To possess even one 10-star divine beast is remarkable, let alone three. In the realm of global professions, Shen Lang would undoubtedly forge a resounding reputation, becoming one of the superpowers of the great Xian nation. Of course, with Yao Lao's keen perception, she also noted the peculiarities of the trio. Despite their complete forms, the strength they exhibited fell short of that characteristic of true 10-star divine beasts. Presently, their power seemed comparable to that of juvenile 10-star divine beasts, perhaps even slightly weaker. Nevertheless, this was hardly a concern. The fact that they possessed complete forms in their juvenile stage clearly indicated their 10-star divine beast lineage. Given time, they would inevitably mature into authentic 10-star divine beasts. A Beastmaster with three 10-star divine beasts would be an unrivaled force. Do not forget, they had come together to confront the 12-winged fallen angel, Anxifa. After her initial shock, Yao Lao's heart brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the day these three 10-star divine beasts would fully develop. In essence, she looked forward to Shen Lang's growth. Once he matured, the great Xian nation's standing in the global profession landscape would ascend even higher. As a soldier and a warrior of the great Xian nation, what could be more exhilarating than the prosperity of the nation? Drawing a deep breath, Yao Lao did not linger to investigate the three 10-star divine beasts further, instead continuing her flight forward. She had not forgotten her mission. After delivering the fallen angel's offspring to Shen Lang, she would promptly return to assist the captain in defeating Anxifa. Though they outwardly appeared to be aiding Shen Lang in completing his transition task, Eliminating Anxifa remained their paramount objective. Slaying a 10-star divine beast would undoubtedly bolster the overall safety of the Great Xia nation, an endeavor that could not tolerate the slightest negligence. In the blink of an eye, Yao Lao vanished into the horizon, heading deeper into the abyss. As for Shen Lang, his face radiated with joy as a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. The juvenile fallen angel, though a 5-star divine beast, had been caught unawares after being frozen by Yao Lao. The 3 10-star divine beasts launched their assault before it could mount any defense. Undeniably, 5-star divine beasts are formidable. At least in a one-on-one scenario, Medusa and her companions might struggle against it. However, in this situation, besieged by 3 10-star divine beasts, it could only stand there, bewildered, until ultimately being vanquished. Under the onslaught of Medusa and her 3 beasts, the 5-star divine beast was reduced to mere remnants. Congratulations! Your beasts have slain the 5-star divine beast, the fallen angel. You and your beasts each gain 3,000,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have acquired a Dark Beast Crystal X1. Congratulations! You have obtained. Following the acquisition of the Beast Crystal came an impressive haul of equipment, 7 pieces in total, all of which were Red Perfection. 3 pieces of Red Perfection, 2 pieces of Purple Epic, and 2 pieces of Dark Gold Legendary Gear. Undoubtedly, this was Shen Lang's most significant equipment windfall to date. Not to mention, those 2 pieces of Dark Gold Legendary Gear were already sufficient. Additionally, the experience gained was a staggering 3 million. Coupled with the experience earned by the 3 divine beasts, the total experience amassed reached an astounding 12 million. Absolutely astonishing. This experience, this loot drop, is nothing short of extraordinary. Shen Lang was filled with exhilaration, yet he was acutely aware that this drop rate was anything but ordinary. Perhaps the primary reason lay in the vast disparity between them, for this was a 5-star divine beast, while he, alongside his 3 contracted creatures, had only just reached the 2nd star. The difference in levels was staggering, exceeding 100 levels, a significant leap into higher realms of monster slaying. Since Shen Lang had activated the one-click looting feature earlier, the equipment that dropped had already been safely stowed in his inventory. However, 2 pieces of dark golden equipment surely warranted inspection. With a mere thought, a pair of dark golden gloves appeared in his hands, remarkably thin and shimmering subtly. Without careful observation, one might not even recognize them as gloves. Fall of Feather Gloves. Star level, 5 stars. Effect, Spirit 60, Agility 60, Mana Recovery Speed 12. Damage bonus 9. Equip requirement, Spirit 2000. Powerful was an understatement, yet unfortunately, Shen Lang was still unable to don them. However, now that he had reached the 2nd star and completed his 2nd-class job change quest, how far could the ascent to 5 stars be? Shen Lang stored the gloves and promptly retrieved a 2nd piece of dark golden equipment. This was a suit of armor. Its dark golden patterns contrasting against a deep black base, exuding a striking aura. Corrupted armor. Star level, 5 stars. Effect, Vitality 12, Defense 600, Strength 60, Spirit 60. Equip requirement, Constitution 2000. Clearly, this was a piece of equipment that enhanced health and resilience. Aside from the increases in strength and spirit, it primarily boosted vitality and defense, making it perfectly suited for the newly contracted Hellhound. The Hellhound was indeed a character focused on vitality and tanking. Of course, this 5-star equipment was not yet suitable for Xiaohe, even though its spirit attribute met the equip requirement. As stated, their elevation to 5 stars would not take long. Shen Lang casually tossed the corrupted armor back into his inventory, briefly glanced at the other pieces of equipment without further inspection. With a sigh of relief, the job change quest had been completed, leading to yet another exhilarating moment. Shen Lang steadied his mind and summoned the 2nd-class job change card, instantly prompting the relevant notification. Congratulations, Beast Tamer. You have completed the job change quest by slaying a 5-star divine beast. Would you like to immediately proceed with the awakening of the 2nd class? Shen Lang felt a bit exasperated. These notifications were utterly superfluous. Awakening, he muttered while silently reciting. Awakening of the 2nd class in progress. Please wait. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the unique 2nd class, Beast Tamer. Congratulations, you have successfully learned a new skill, Divine Skill, Super Divine Fusion. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the Divine Talent, Beast God. Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never anticipated that this 2nd class would grant him both a divine skill and a divine talent. However, what exactly was a Beast Tamer? Was there a distinction from a Beastmaster? Chapter 85, Super Divine Fusion. Invincible. Invincible. In Shen Lang's understanding, the term seemed to convey a similar meaning. Yet upon closer contemplation, a subtle distinction emerged, particularly between the characters U and Y. The character U typically represents control and management, being rather direct and somewhat limited. In contrast, Y is broader, implying dominion. Thus, was the distinction drawn here. A Beastmaster indicates a profession focused on controlling beasts, whereas a beast tamer signifies one who rules over them. Shen Lang conducted a self-analysis, forcibly providing an explanation for his second class, beast tamer. Regardless, since this profession existed and was unique, it implied that he alone possessed this class within the entire vocational realm. Such uniqueness could hardly be weak. Shen Lang summoned his new talent and skill, immediately delving into their details. Super Divine Fusion, exclusive divine skill for beast tamers. By utilizing this skill, one can choose a single contracted beast to fuse with, entering the Super Divine Fusion combat mode, where all attributes are aggregated with a 10 enhancement. And the fusion process incurs no cost, lasting for 10 minutes. Note 1. Each star increase in Beast Tamer enhances attributes by 5. Note 2. Each star increase in Beast Tamer extends fusion duration by 10 minutes. Shen Lang scrutinized the description of this skill, and upon grasping its effects, he could not help but be astonished. The concept of fusing with a contracted beast into a combined combat mode was straightforward. However, the aggregation of attributes with a 10 enhancement was simply extraordinary. This meant that post-fusion, his attributes would combine with those of the beast, resulting in an overall increase of 10. 10 attribute points would translate to an additional point, 100 points to 10, 1,000 points to 100, and 10,000 points to 1,000. Moreover, this enhancement would further compound with each star increase in Shen Lang's level, adding 5, currently at 2 stars. The overall enhancement of his attributes upon fusing with a beast would be 15. The combined attributes of Medusa and her companions hovered around 500. Thus, if he fused with any contracted beast, they would gain an additional 200 attribute points, not accounting for Shen Lang's own attribute points exceeding 1,000. This scenario only considered them all at 2 stars, but should they reach 10 stars in the future, the amplification would be staggering. A fully formed 10-star divine beast would possess total attributes exceeding 50,000, and when paired with a 10-star Shen Lang, the cumulative attributes could potentially approach 100,000, with an additional 60 enhancement, resulting in a total attribute value of 160,000 to 170,000. Regrettably, this skill belonged to the Beast Tamer class, and the benefits of the Beastmaster class could not be applied. Otherwise, upon reaching 10 stars, his attribute points would double. Shen Lang mused quietly, feeling a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, even so, Super Divine Fusion was sufficiently formidable. Just imagine, upon fusing with a 10-star divine beast, Shen Lang would essentially surpass the attributes of a typical 10-star divine beast by nearly double, making it a trivial feat to contend with a 10-star divine beast. Truly a divine skill. Shen Lang reflected with admiration, then proceeded to investigate his new divine talent. Beast God, exclusive divine talent for beast tamers. By utilizing this talent, one can perform Super Divine Fusion with multiple ferocious beasts, retaining the effects of Super Divine Fusion. Upon witnessing the effects of this talent, Shen Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. The Super Divine Fusion skill was already overwhelming, yet this Beast God talent was a veritable combat machine. Fusing with a single contracted beast nearly doubled the enhancement for both Shen Lang and the beast. While the Beast God talent allowed him to fuse with multiple ferocious beasts without any numerical restriction, this meant that even if Shen Lang possessed 100 contracted beasts, he could fuse with all of them. At that moment, all the attributes of the beasts would converge upon Shen Lang, resulting in an unfathomable increase in overall attributes. A 10-star divine beast with over 50,000 attribute points would yield 500,000 total for 10 beasts. Not to mention, with 500,000, Shen Lang at 10 stars would receive an increase of 300,000 attribute points. Such an increase equated to nearly 5 additional 10-star divine beasts. Of course, all of this remained speculative. However, even in the present scenario with Shen Lang and his 3 contracted beasts, they were exceedingly formidable. The total attributes of the 3-headed beast tamer approach 30,000. Thus, after Shen Lang merges with them, his overall attributes will surpass 30,000, resulting in a 15% increase, which translates to an additional 4,500 attribute points. With such a remarkable innate skill, how could I not be invincible? Shen Lang could not suppress his laughter. Undoubtedly, the beast tamer as his secondary profession illuminated his future prospects even more brightly. The innate skill of the beast tamer merely grants him the ability to command formidable beasts to fight on his behalf. However, the unique talent of the beast tamer enables him to maximize the potential of these powerful creatures. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Shen Lang would have loved to merge with Medusa's shadow to test the effects, even though they had previously merged in a different manner. This current fusion promised a different thrill. As for Xiaohe, it would be best to refrain from merging unless absolutely necessary. Sensing Shen Lang's disdainful gaze, Xiaohe blinked its innocent eyes, appearing utterly confused. What have I done to earn such a look from my master? I'm such a cute dog. At that moment, deep within the abyss of despair, the already tumultuous energy surged once more, akin to a raging tempest. Shen Lang's gaze shifted again, and he raised an eyebrow, pondering whether it was coming to an end. With his faint perception, he could discern that 3 of the auras remained stable and powerful, while the 4th, though still ferocious, was diminishing. Clearly, the weaker aura emanated from the 10-star divine beast, the fallen angel. To his astonishment, this place harbored a 10-star fallen angel. Wait, hadn't the fallen angel I just defeated been a progeny of this very 10-star creature? This meant I had just vanquished a 10-star divine beast bloodline. The thought of this brought a pained expression to Shen Lang's face. After all, 10-star divine beast bloodlines were exceedingly rare. Having been in his new class for over a month, he had only managed to tame 3 10-star divine beasts. However, the prospect of a 10-star divine beast bloodline in exchange for my extraordinary secondary profession seemed a fair trade. Shen Lang was not one to dwell on regrets. Upon recalling his secondary profession, the feeling of loss evaporated entirely. In the depths of the abyss of despair, the fierce battle continued. Yet, the tide of combat evidently favored the human professionals, as Zhu Jinhua and his companions were 3 10-star war gods. At this moment, Anshi Fa had lost 2 of his wings, purple feathers swirling chaotically in the air, his face and body stained with blood. In stark contrast, Zhu Jinhua remained unscathed, which was understandable given that he was the main attacker and had not engaged Anshi Fa directly, with Kuang Lei acting as the tank. Anshi Fa's attacks had failed to reach him. However, Kuang Lei bore numerous wounds, with large patches of his back corroded, and his right arm hung limply, clearly broken. Even the returning Yao Lao bore several scars, her hair disheveled. Anshi Fa, bloodied and furious, launched himself like a purple streak towards Zhu Jinhua. Unfazed, Zhu Jinhua remained calm. But at that moment, Kuang Lei shouted, "Captain, I can't take it anymore. One more hit, and I'll be done for. You handle it for a bit. I need to catch my breath." Yao Lao also called out, "Captain, my hair is a mess. Just give me a moment." After a prolonged battle, both Kuang Lei and Yao Lao were exhausted, their vitality and magical energy significantly depleted. Faced with the desperate Anshi Fa, they struggled to keep up, finding ways to avoid directly confronting him while secretly consuming potions. Zhu Jinhua, witnessing this, darkened his expression and scolded, "You too. Just wait until this is over. I will deal with you." As he spoke, Zhu Jinhua was enveloped in a flurry of purple feathers, having initially been unprepared to defend himself, resulting in Anshi Fa's skill striking him directly. The purple feathers, originating from Anshi Fa's wings, pierced like countless daggers, exuding an intensely lethal aura reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. While Kuang Lei consumed potions, he cautiously inquired, "Yao Lao, do you think the captain will be all right?" "Who asked the captain?" "Our invincible war god of Daxia. How could anything happen to him?" Yao Lao reassured him, praising Zhu Jinhua. Kuang Lei quickly chimed in, "Exactly, our captain is invincible." Meanwhile, amidst the storm of purple feathers, Zhu Jinhua scowled, his dark gold armor now riddled with cracks, his legendary equipment showing signs of wear. This beast is truly desperate. Sensing the lethality of the feathers, Zhu Jinhua realized Anshi Fa was at his last gasp, burning through his very life force. Ultimately, Zhu Jinhua's legendary equipment shattered under the relentless assault of the purple feathers. However, at that moment, Zhu Jinhua's form vanished, replaced by a magnificent golden dragon. The purple feathers, while powerful, merely left marks on the golden scales, unable to breach its defenses. Instead, the immense form of the dragon unfurled, sending all the purple feathers scattering. The golden dragon spiraled gracefully through the air, Zhu Jinhua's voice resonating from its maw. "Anshi Fa, it's time for you to depart." With a commanding tone, the golden dragon soared, gathering bolts of golden lightning above it. Kuang Lei grinned. The captain has unleashed the blade of thunder punishment. Anshi Fa has reached this point. He is doomed. The fact that the captain is using the blade of thunder punishment is already quite an honor for him. Yao Lao scoffed, indeed. As they conversed, a blade tip emerged from the vortex of thunder above the golden dragon, swiftly extending into a colossal golden blade over 10 meters long, imbued with boundless thunderous power. Descending upon Anshi Fa attempted to evade, but before the blade of thunder punishment could arrive, the overwhelming force of thunder filled the void, bombarding him relentlessly. No matter where he fled, he was engulfed by the torrent of lightning. Ultimately, the blade of thunder punishment struck. Though Anshi Fa made a feeble attempt to defend himself, It proved futile, and he was cleaved to oblivion. As Anshi Fa's form dissipated, flashes of lightning continued to illuminate the abyss. Dark golden light emerged in the void. Remnants of the equipment that had exploded upon Anshi Fa's demise, indicating that there was more than one piece of dark gold equipment. However, in the next moment, these items vanished. The golden dragon and the thunderous vortex disintegrating. Zhu Jinhua, bare-chested, descended rapidly from the heights, teleporting to stand before Kuang Lei and Yao Lao. Seeing Zhu Jinhua's fierce demeanor, Kuang Lei immediately cowered, raising his hands. "Captain, I was wrong. I truly was." As Yao Lao opened her mouth to speak, Zhu Jinhua interrupted. "Silence. When I allowed you to go first, it was to train you. Do you not understand my good intentions? Opportunities to spar with 10-star divine beasts are not something you can come by easily. You have truly disappointed me." Hearing Zhu Jinhua's righteous words, Yao Lao sighed. "All right, Captain. I and Kuang Lei will compensate you for your legendary equipment." "Do you think I, Zhu Jinhua, am a person who quibbles over trifles?" he retorted, his expression earnest. Kuang Lei and Yao Lao exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement, reflecting, "Our captain is indeed that kind of person." As expected, Zhu Jinhua quickly relented, saying, "Since you insist, I shall reluctantly accept it. A mere piece of 10-star dark gold armor is nothing to you." Kuang Lei and Yao Rao gazed up at the heavens, pondering their steadfastness. Bewildered by the obstacles that seemed to arise, Zhu Jinhua paid them no heed, soon donning a suit of golden armor, and turned to Yao Rao with a question. "By the way, Yao Rao, how goes Shen Lang's quest? Has he completed his job change?" Reverting to the matter at hand, Yao Rao recalled the 3 10-star divine beasts unleashing their powers, hesitating as she replied, "He should have completed it, I think." "What do you mean by should?" Zhu Jinhua inquired. Yao Rao cleared her throat, explaining, "I sent Anshi Fa's son over, and promptly returned, didn't I?" Zhu Jinhua furrowed his brow, and stated, "Let us go and see. We cannot afford any mishaps." In his view, it should not be a challenge for Shen Lang and his companions to slay 5-star divine beasts. Yet he felt an undercurrent of concern. If something were to go awry, the losses for the Xia kingdom would be immense, far beyond the compensation of slaying a 10-star divine beast. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Jinyu had already acknowledged Shen Lang as the future strongest warrior of Xia. Chapter 87. Though not exceptionally powerful, he is still usable. One could assert that Zhu Jinhua genuinely regarded Shen Lang as a successor. After all, despite his strength, he was still but a man, in need of someone to stand alongside him, or even someone stronger to safeguard the Xia kingdom. Furthermore, nurturing Shen Lang would alleviate some burdens from him, allowing him to focus on other matters, such as vanquishing the obsession that haunted him, eliminating Satan. Though he was already pursuing this goal, he remained cautious, unable to act recklessly. The weight of the Xia kingdom's responsibilities restrained him. Should he pursue Satan without reservations, any unforeseen incident could lead to dire consequences for the kingdom. The name of the dragon blood war god was forged through endless slaughter. In the current world, who did not fear him? In a sense, Zhu Jinhua resembled the deterrence of nuclear weaponry from times past. The ramifications of his downfall were unfathomable. However, if Shen Lang were to fully mature, he would undoubtedly become a new form of deterrence, allowing Zhu Jinhua to act with greater freedom. Thus, he had come to view Shen Lang's life as his own, resolutely preventing any unforeseen events. He was determined to mold Shen Lang into the stabilizing force of the Xia kingdom. Having replaced their damaged gear, Zhu Jinhua and his companions took flight towards the outskirts of the abyss. After all, their current disheveled appearance was not fit to be presented before the younger generation. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Shen Lang. Since Xiao He had not seen the trio before, upon their arrival, sensing their formidable presence, he exhibited extreme vigilance, growling lowly in warning. Shen Lang patted his head, saying, "Xiao He, don't be tense. We're allies." Xiao He calmed down but continued to scrutinize Zhu Jinhua and his companions with caution. Such was the behavior of guardian beasts. They remained on high alert against anything threatening their master. Kuang Lei landed, astonished, and exclaimed, "Hey kid, where did you find this fierce dog?" Shen Lang grinned, replying, "Oh, I just picked him up." Initially intending to undertake a job change, he ended up acquiring a 10-star divine beast, the Hellhound, leaving him at a loss for words. Zhu Jinhua glanced at Medusa and Shadow, then back at Xiao He, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he finally could not resist asking, "Are they all 10 stars?" Shen Lang, having detected the perplexity in Zhu Jinhua's inquiry, felt no need for concealment and nodded slightly. With Shen Lang's affirmation, Zhu Jinhua suddenly realized that perhaps he did not need to cultivate Shen Lang after all. Having only recently undergone his job change, acquiring 3 10-star divine beasts seemed a straightforward endeavor for him. It was certain that he would soon become the strongest in Xia, and even dominate the global professional realm. Moreover, in this forsaken abyss, Where had these divine beast bloodlines emerged? Yet, Shen Lang had stumbled upon them. Contemplating this, Chu Jinhua felt a jolt, casting a penetrating look at Shen Lang. If it were one or two divine beasts, one could argue it was mere luck, but 3 10-star divine beasts? If this were true, Chu Jinhua mused, he must be bereft of sense. Talent. This fellow's hidden talent must be linked to bloodlines, likely allowing him to sense the bloodlines of ferocious beasts. Chu Jinhua quickly pieced together the mystery, growing increasingly astounded. If this were the case, Shen Lang's future would far exceed his expectations. Imagine Shen Lang leading a legion of dozens or even hundreds of 10-star divine beasts. Surely, that would be enough to conquer the world. Just the thought sent a shiver of excitement coursing through him. Chu Jinhua remained silent, yet within the professional friend system, he initiated a private chat with Shen Lang. Upon receiving the notification, Shen Lang opened the chat window, perplexed to see a message from Chu Jinhua. Why was he sending a message face-to-face? As he opened it, he found a single sentence. No matter when or where, remember, you are a citizen of Desya. He glanced up at Chu Jinhua, who wore a serious expression, seemingly awaiting his response. After a moment of silence, Shen Lang replied, as always, the nation does not betray me, nor shall I betray the nation. Upon reading this response, Chu Jinhua's stern gaze softened slightly, and he discreetly nodded in agreement. Yao Rao had witnessed the true forms of the 3 divine beasts, though still astonished. She felt somewhat more reassured. Only Quang Lei, with his brawn and simplistic mind, dismissed it entirely, believing Shen Lang had merely contracted a beast of decent bloodline, never considering the divine beast angle. At that moment, Shen Lang suddenly turned to Yao Rao, stating, Sister Yao Rao, I recall the Dragon Blood War god mentioning that your sister is also a Beastmaster, correct? What do you want? Yao Rao asked, eyeing Shen Lang warily. She was aware that her sister had acted as a stand-in for Shen Lang in Donghai City and wondered if he sought revenge. Though her sister possessed considerable strength, she might still be outmatched by Shen Lang. Shen Lang, taken aback by Yao Rao's apprehensive demeanor, chuckled as he replied, nothing of the sort. I merely thought your sister would be interested in a beast I have with a rather good bloodline. Hearing this, Yao Rao felt a wave of relief wash over her and inquired, oh, what bloodline? Chu Jinhua cast a glance at Shen Lang. Almost certain he was correct. This fellow indeed possessed talent regarding ferocious beast bloodlines. Shen Lang gestured to Shadow, who understood immediately and conjured a black mist prison. Inside the prison was the previously captured purple-eyed electric demon. Shen Lang instructed Shadow to present the purple-eyed electric demon before Yao Rao, saying, this is the one, the purple-eyed electric demon. The purple-eyed electric demon? Yao Rao scrutinized the creature, deploying her detection technique to glean its information thoroughly. After a moment, she asked Shen Lang, you claim this little demon possesses a fine bloodline? Indeed, though not exceedingly strong, it is still usable, Shen Lang affirmed. Quang Lei, standing nearby, interjected. Why do you always speak in circles? What bloodline? Just say it. Shen Lang shrugged and replied, it's merely a 10-star king beast. Quang Lei, Yao Rao, Chu Jinhua. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixated on Shen Lang. With a 10-star royal beast lineage, could it be merely of limited use? Chapter 88. Anyone with discerning vision knows you are Shen Lang. The royal beast is a ferocious creature, second only to divine beasts. In Shen Lang's eyes, it could only be regarded as barely usable. It is worth noting that in the entire profession of beast tamers, their numbers are undeniably few, as it is a concealed vocation. Yet, the global count of beast tamers is certainly not insignificant. However, those capable of contracting divine beasts are exceedingly rare. While ordinary divine beasts may exist, 10-star divine beasts are undeniably absent. Among those known, only one individual can manipulate 10-star divine beasts. No, now there are 2. Aside from Shen Lang, there exists but one other in the global profession capable of commanding 10-star divine beasts. That individual is none other than Chu Jinhua's arch-nemesis, the notorious Satan from the United States. H-I-E-L-D. Satan is a summoner, able to call forth the 10-star divine beast, the fallen angel. Beyond that, no other professionals can control 10-star divine beasts. Perhaps there are a few hidden figures, but certainly no more than 5, let alone 10-star divine beasts. The number of ordinary divine beasts is also quite limited. While a 10-star royal beast may not match a divine beast in lineage, it is fundamentally not much inferior. A 10-star royal beast may not necessarily be weaker than a 5-star divine beast. 5-star divine beasts are already classified as high-star divine beasts. Such a creature, in Shen Lang's view, is treated with utter disdain. However, when Chu Jinhua and Yao Rao laid eyes upon the 3 10-star divine beasts, Medusa, their reactions were quite different. Quang Lei, unaware of the situation, exclaimed, 10-star royal beast. Shen Lang, has your mind gone awry? Such a high-level beast, and you wish to give it to the little demon girl. Yao Yao? Yao Yao is, of course, the younger sister of Yarrow, the deer kind. In response to Kuang Lei's inquiry, Shen Lang paused momentarily before replying. This creature is too ugly. I do not favor unattractive beasts. Kuang Lei was taken aback for a moment and retorted, I truly wish to knock some sense into you. You wastrel. Shen Lang disregarded him and turned to Yarrow. Kuang Lei had used the word gift, which was not ideal, so he immediately said, Sister Yarrow. Since you have come to assist me with my job change quest, if you wish to acquire this 10-star royal beast, the purple-eyed electric demon, I shall offer you a 50% discount. Implicitly, he meant this was by no means a gift. Payment was required. Yarrow, however, seemed unconcerned with this aspect and inquired, Are you certain this purple-eyed electric demon can evolve into a 10-star royal beast? Absolutely. Shen Lang affirmed with a nod. The success rate for evolution below 6 stars is 100%, and even for 10-star evolution, it is 51%. Hearing this, Chu Jinhua raised an eyebrow once more. The ability to articulate the success rate of bloodline evolution so precisely revealed a remarkable talent. Yarrow glanced at the purple-eyed electric demon in astonishment. Such a high success rate? Indeed, given Sister Yarrow's status, helping your sister evolve to a 10-star royal beast should pose no problem, correct? Shen Lang continued. You may also take it back for testing. I trust that Sister Yarrow will not deceive me. Upon hearing this, Yarrow chuckled and chided. You need not remind me repeatedly. I am not so petty as to take advantage of you. Very well, I shall take the purple-eyed electric demon back, and if the test results align with your claims, I will offer you a satisfactory price. Excellent, it is settled then. Shen Lang waved his hand, and Shadows promptly delivered the purple-eyed electric demon to Yarrow. She swiftly broke the black mist cage, and a chain-like apparatus flew from her hand, binding the purple-eyed electric demon, which she then grasped firmly. Noticing Shen Lang's successful deal, Chu Jinhua coughed, redirecting everyone's attention. Ahem. Shen Lang, what is your awakened second profession? Yarrow and Kuang Lei also looked at Shen Lang with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his response. Shen Lang did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, Beast Tamer. The three exchanged puzzled glances, and Kuang Lei blinked in confusion. What is this? Can the same profession be awakened more than once? It is not exactly a repeated awakening. The characters are different, Shen Lang clarified for them. This time, the term for Beast Tamer uses Euphor to control, rather than to defend. Beast Tamer? The trio exchanged glances, as they were already among the elite in the professional realm. Yet this vocation was entirely unfamiliar to them. Chu Jinhua pondered briefly before asking, do the skills of this profession provide you with attribute enhancement or skill enhancement? Generally, a second profession's skills grant some form of enhancement, be it attribute or skill-based. Shen Lang replied, attribute enhancement. By how much? Chu Jinhua pressed further. Shen Lang contemplated before responding, approximately 10%. What? Kuang Lei exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of monster are you? A second profession enhancement typically scales with the professional star level. If you are merely 2 stars yet possess a 10% attribute enhancement, what will happen as your star level increases? That would be extraordinary. Chu Jinhua wore a peculiar expression. His intuition suggested that Shen Lang's attribute enhancement was likely beyond their understanding. However, he refrained from further inquiries, abruptly shifting the topic. What are your plans next? Shen Lang replied, I intend to continue hunting monsters to raise my level and star rating. Do you not wish for me to reach 3 stars swiftly? Yes, that is fine. Chu Jinhua nodded, but then added, if you have the time, consider visiting Mo City. We have a special training base for reserve members of the War God Camp there, where you might encounter unexpected gains. Shen Lang naturally agreed, saying, all right, I will go. After a pause, Shen Lang inquired, by the way, War God, may I request 2 more spots in the War God Camp Reserve? Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua frowned. Are you suggesting these 2 spots for your beasts? They are beasts, not humans, thus it is not feasible. Actually, War God, my 2 beasts can wear equipment. Shen Lang said with some embarrassment. Chu Jinhua exclaimed, what? Kuang Lei and Yarrow were equally astonished. The notion of beasts donning equipment shattered their preconceptions. Especially for Chu Jinhua and Yarrow, their shock was profound. 10-star divine beasts were already terrifying enough, yet they could also wear equipment? How outrageous. After a considerable pause, Chu Jinhua finally said, if they can indeed wear equipment, then perhaps it is possible. With that, he tossed 10 cards and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Kuang Lei and Yarrow sighed in bewilderment and departed as well. However, Shen Lang was left hearing Chu Jinhua's voice echoing in his ears. I have reset the name of your second information card. Change it. Do you truly think others are fools? Shen Sanliang. Anyone with eyes knows you are Shen Lang. Shen Lang felt a wave of embarrassment. Even the supporting characters now possessed such high intelligence. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 89. Both divine beasts, yet different fates. As Shen Lang pondered his new name, he decisively exited the fallen abyss with his beasts. This place was a 10-star secret realm. Should 10 or more 10-star ferocious beasts appear, without Chu Jinhua and the others, Shen Lang and his companions would be ill-equipped to handle it. Upon exiting the fallen abyss, Shen Lang confirmed a new name for his second information card. Bears are coming. This was his favorite childhood animated series, though these days, all cartoons seem to revolve around job changes. Protecting the forest is the bear's responsibility. How splendid. The naming process was but a minor episode. The crucial matter was where Shen Lang should proceed next. Logically, having completed his second profession, there was no need to linger in Linhai City. He should return to Donghai City. However, he had promised Chu Jinhua to visit the War God Camp Reserve Base located in Mo City. Engaging in such back-and-forth banter can indeed be a waste of time, particularly given the exorbitant costs associated with the teleportation array. Thus, I have decided against returning to DNGHICH-ing for the time being. Instead, I shall remain in LNHICH-ing for a period of leveling up before directly teleporting to MCH-ing. However, first, I shall indulge in a meal, as it is quite late after my arrival from DNGHICH-ing and our prolonged endeavors in the fallen abyss have left the sky nearly dark. Consequently, I mounted my steed, Shi-OHI, accompanied by MIDSH and Y New York-ing, traversing the vast wilderness back to the city. Outside the city, Y New York-ing returned to my shadow, while MIDSH joined me atop Shi-OHI as we entered the bustling city. Shi-OHI, as fellow divine beasts, our fates diverge. In this era of professions, riding upon a large black dog is hardly remarkable, merely drawing attention. After all, the realm of professions boasts numerous knightly figures who prefer to ride their mounts rather than utilize conventional transportation. There are even those who ride ants. Of course, adherence to traffic regulations is paramount. Failure to comply could result in fines from the city guards. As an exemplary student of S&Ding and Shiing, I am well versed in these rules. Although my presence attracted many gazes, it was not solely due to my steed, but rather my own handsome visage and the captivating beauty of MIDSH. Upon visiting other cities, I opted against seeking a modest inn, instead choosing a 5-star hotel in LNHI. Regarding my identity, after my name change, my electronic identification was updated by the War God Camp, allowing me dual identities to utilize as I please. This feature is indeed remarkably convenient. Under the envious gaze of the front desk attendant, MIDSH and I stepped into the elevator hand in hand. The hotel, however, has a policy forbidding the entry of divine beasts and pets, necessitating that Shi-OHI be placed within the divine beast space. It was a slight inconvenience for my loyal companion. Once we reached our hotel room, Y New York-ing emerged from the shadows. Shortly thereafter, our meal was delivered. Given that both MIDSH and Y New York-ing possess hearty appetites, I had ordered an extravagant feast, spending a considerable sum. The cost was high due to the inclusion of various exotic ingredients sourced from formidable beasts. While I tend to be frugal, I am willing to splurge on myself and my divine beasts. As the three of us relished the meal, I suddenly recalled that Shi-OHI was still in the divine beast space. Within the confines of the hotel room, divine beasts are permitted to emerge. So I summoned Shi-OHI, setting aside a portion of our feast for him. Shi-OHI lay in a corner of the living room, watching as I shared bites with MIDSH and Y New York-ing, feeling a pang of sorrow, barking in a fit of frustration. He vented his grievances against the basin before him, as I had no dog bowl available. I hastily procured a basin from the washroom for him to use. Once we had enjoyed our sumptuous meal, night had fallen, with the moon illuminating the sky, accompanied by a few twinkling stars. After satisfying my hunger, I reclined on the couch to peruse some practitioner news, only to find it filled with trivial gossip that failed to pique my interest. I promptly returned Y New York-ing, who was still gnawing on the basin, to the divine beast space. Let us take a bath, I announced, raising an eyebrow at MIDSH and Y New York-ing. They exchanged knowing glances, and in unison, they sprang up from the couch and dashed towards the bathroom. Master, hurry, I want the bottom this time. No, Master. I wish to be on the bottom. I chuckled as I made my way to the bathroom, assuring them, there's no need to fight. There's plenty for everyone. As dawn broke, or rather, the second dawn, I once again ventured outside the city with MIDSH atop Shi-OHI, selecting a 2-star wilderness area to commence our activities. Nowadays, monster hunting serves merely the purpose of leveling up, so there is no need to venture into higher star zones. Congratulations, your divine beast has slain a foe. Congratulations, your divine beast has slain a foe. I reclined leisurely upon Shi-OHI's back, while Y New York-ing and MIDSH engaged in combat. With Shi-OHI's formidable strength for protection, I felt secure, for it was merely a 2-star area. Before long, I reached level 31. receiving 10 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points as rewards for both of my professions. Meanwhile, MIDSH and Y New Yorking continued their relentless pursuit of experience. In a short time, MIDSH, Y New Yorking, and SHI all successfully leveled up to 31. Suddenly, a notification from my professional friend system chimed. Upon inspection, I found a friend request from Y or O of the War God Camp. The results of the assessment are in, I mused, readily accepting her request. Soon after, Y or O messaged me. Shen Lang, the results are out. The bloodline potential of this purple-eyed electric demon is virtually indistinguishable from what you described. With time, it may evolve into a 10-star king beast. Haha, splendid news. Congratulations to your sister in advance. I replied, we will take the purple-eyed electric demon. Rest assured, I will offer you 20 more than the market price. A 10-star king beast's bloodline typically commands around 3 billion. I shall grant you 6 billion. How does that sound? Wow, is a 10-star king beast bloodline truly worth that much? I was momentarily taken aback. Such a divine beast could equate to nearly all my gear sales combined. After a brief pause, I responded, no need for such a large sum. I previously mentioned I would provide a discount. Just 6 billion. I will transfer it to you immediately. As her message arrived, I received a notification of a deposit of 6 billion into my personal account. Such a substantial transaction is not typically simple. Yet Y or O's high-ranking position in the War God Camp facilitated it. Moreover, at her level, money is merely a sequence of numbers, its utility diminished. I received it. Thank you, Y or O. There's no need for thanks. This is what you deserve. By the way, should you encounter any more formidable beasts in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will take as many as you have, and it need not be exclusively 10-star king beasts. Even 10-star legendary beasts are quite admirable. Certainly, Y or O, I will. Very well, I shall take my leave now to find YO. After her message, Y or O's icon turned gray, indicating she had logged off, presumably to discuss the purple-eyed electric demon with her sister. Chapter 90. The Elven Secret Realm. The Mother Tree of Elves. I closed the professional chat system, a smile of contentment gracing my face. With the recent deposit of 6 billion, combined with my previous savings, my account balance had surpassed the 50 billion mark. I must admit, the concept of money has truly become just a sequence of digits for me. Despite no longer being in need of funds, observing the numbers increasing still brings me immense joy. As long as the figures continue to grow, they will elicit happiness. The monster hunting session extended until 4 in the afternoon, ultimately elevating my level to 34. It was not that MIDSH and Y New Yorking lacked prowess in their hunting. Rather, the experience required for subsequent levels was exceedingly high. Even after slaying countless creatures, it seemed only a single level was gained. Fortunately, I remain unperturbed. I can afford to spend this time. Let us call it a day and return tomorrow. I reflected on how material wealth can easily corrupt one's priorities. In the past, I would have never returned to the city before nightfall, yet now I crave a sumptuous feast in the company of MIDSH and Y New Yorking. As night descended, Shen Lang and his companions returned to the fountain square outside the Grand Hotel. Shen Lang had already ordered their meals via communicator, which might have been delivered to their room by now. However, as they passed through the fountain square, he overheard a conversation between two professionals that piqued his interest. They were two 3-star professionals adorned in red equipment, indicating their distinguished status. After all, red equipment of perfect grade is quite rare, even among 3-star professionals, especially when it aligns with their star rating. At that moment, these two individuals were discussing a diminutive being. Goodness, a fairy. Where did you find that, my friend? Isn't it beautiful? Alas, it's a little fairy, the kind that cannot grow. Otherwise, ha ha ha. Could you refrain from laughing in such a lewd manner? Quickly, tell me, where did you acquire it? Want one? Quite simple. Recently, there's a lady outside the fairy realm selling them. The fairy realm? Isn't that a 7-star realm? Hiss, could this fairy have been obtained from there? That remains uncertain. It should be, considering that such infantile fairies can only be birthed from the fairy mother tree. Incredible. To dare to pick fairies from the mother tree. By the way, how much does it cost? Not much at all, just 300 million. What? So cheap? Let us go. I want to buy one to show off. By the way, do they have adult fairies? You call me lewd, yet you're no different. Sometimes they have them, sometimes they don't. Let me take a look. The evening party awaits me. If I'm not back, I'll sever ties with you. Listening to the conversation of these two professionals, Shen Lang turned his gaze towards the remaining individual. Perched on this professional's shoulder was a small humanoid creature, roughly the size of a raccoon, draped in a thin dress, its eyes sparkling, with pointed ears and a pair of transparent wings at its back. A fairy beast, Shen Lang murmured, recalling what they had just mentioned about the fairy realm and the fairy mother tree. Master, what's wrong? Medusa inquired. Shen Lang shook his head and replied, nothing, let us head back to the room. Upon returning to the hotel suite, Medusa and Shadow, ever eager for a bath, hurried to the washroom before dinner. Shen Lang remained preoccupied with thoughts of the fairy and thus activated his communicator to search for information regarding the fairy realm outside Linhai City. The information was scarce, yet he stumbled upon an old video from a professional streamer that provided some insights. The fairy realm, originally a 3-star realm, had not always been known by its current name. It was merely an ordinary small realm inhabited by common ferocious beasts, none exceeding 3 stars in strength. However, at some point, a fairy mother tree grew within, beginning to produce various fairies. Gradually, the realm came to be referred to as the fairy realm. Over time, the fairy mother tree continued to flourish, and it had now reached a 7-star level. As for the potential and lineage of the fairy mother tree, the streamer had not disclosed that information, likely due to a lack of insider knowledge. However, one point was made abundantly clear. All fairies within this realm were birthed from the fairy balls produced by the fairy mother tree. The lineage and growth potential of these fairies were determined while still within the fairy balls, with the specific star rating depending on how much care the fairy mother tree invested in their development. The small fairy Shen Lang had observed at the fountain square was merely an ordinary white fairy, just recently birthed from a fairy ball. Besides white fairies, there existed others such as black fairies, blue fairies, and water fairies. When Shen Lang had used his Bloodline Insight on the white fairy, he discovered that its potential was quite decent, boasting a 3-star lineage. And this was just the most commonplace of fairies. What about the others, the stronger ones? Indeed, Shen Lang began to contemplate acquiring a fairy. These ferocious beasts were rather appealing, primarily because of their beauty and seemingly formidable abilities. He must see for himself tomorrow. With his protagonist luck, he might just stumble upon a 10-star divine beast-level fairy, which would be perfect. Just then, Medusa called from the bathroom. "Master, aren't you coming?" Coming right away." Shen Lang gathered his composure, set aside his communicator, and made his way toward the bathroom. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Shen Lang and his companions departed the hotel and headed straight for the fairy realm outside the city. Shen Lang was a man of action. He would not dawdle, but would act upon his thoughts without hesitation. The fairy realm was located at a considerable distance from the city, atop a towering mountain shrouded in thick fog. For Xiaohe, this posed no challenge. With Shen Lang and Medusa on his back, he swiftly ascended the mountain. Along the way, they encountered several professionals, as this realm was known for its fairies. However, the fairies did not appear particularly ferocious, which is why most people seldom ventured here to hunt monsters. Rather, many came to capture fairies. Before long, Xiaohe brought Shen Lang to the edge of the realm, where a cliff loomed before them, and the fairy realm lay just beneath it. Beyond the cliff was a flat area where a few professionals were moving about. Shen Lang's gaze swept across the area and was soon captivated by a figure clad in red. Could this be the lady selling fairies that the two men spoke of yesterday? Shen Lang observed her from a distance, his expression somewhat peculiar. This woman was not clad in armor, but wore ordinary cloth garments. Chapter 91. The Red-Clad Woman, a space-type professional? Her simple red attire and ponytail indicated she was around 27 or 28, and she was quite attractive, at least an 8 out of 10, quite decent. However, her demeanor was somewhat cold, exuding an aura that suggested she was not to be approached lightly. In front of the red-clad woman stood a cage made of special materials, containing small fairies. There were 3 cages in total. Within one cage was a white fairy, sitting with its knees drawn up, exuding an air of fear and trepidation. The second cage held a blue fairy that was aggressively thrashing about, seemingly attempting to escape. The last cage contained a black fairy, which, though still, bore a dark, resentful gaze as if it loathed everything it beheld. Intrigued, Shen Lang approached the red-clad woman. The distance had initially been too great for the small fairies to fall within the range of his Bloodline Insight. As he drew nearer, he noticed that the red-clad woman bore injuries that appeared rather severe. It was understandable, as these small fairies had been forcibly plucked from the fairy mother tree. The fairy mother tree was a 7-star entity. Although it could not move due to its roots, its attacks were undoubtedly fierce. The fact that the red-clad woman could extract fairy balls from the fairy mother tree suggested her own strength was formidable. Or perhaps she possessed a unique skill or talent that allowed her to evade the tree's wrath. Naturally, Shen Lang refrained from using any probing skills on the red-clad woman, for that would be an affront to her. Before he could draw closer, Medusa whispered in his ear, "Master, I sense the power of space emanating from this human professional." Power of space? Could it be that this red-clad woman is a space-type professional? If she were indeed a space-type professional, it would certainly explain how she managed to extract fairy balls from the fairy mother tree. Space-type abilities often excel in speed and evasion. Shen Lang quickened his pace toward her and inquired, "How much are you selling these fairies for? Do you know their lineage potential?" The woman clad in red lifted her gaze towards Shen Lang and, with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, remarked, "I am unaware of the bloodline potential, as I lack the funds for testing. Otherwise, why would I be here selling them? Regarding the prices," she stated, "the white spirit is 300 million, while the blue spirit and black spirit are 500 million each." The pricing was indeed comparable to what that gentleman mentioned yesterday, showing little discrepancy from the market rate. Shen Lang nodded and subsequently began to assess the bloodline attributes of the three little spirits. White spirit, bloodline limit, 3-star spirit guardian. Growth limit, level 90. For spirits of this star rating, the success rate of evolution was no longer a concern. Shen Lang's attention then shifted to the blue spirit in the second cage, which was persistently crashing against its confines. Blue spirit, bloodline limit, 2-star spirit guardian. Growth limit, level 60. Shen Lang was rendered speechless. This blue creature exhibited such vigor that he initially presumed its bloodline to be remarkable, only to discover it was inferior to the white spirit. He proceeded to examine the last cage housing the black spirit. Black spirit, bloodline limit, 5-star elite spirit captain. The 5-star elite was indeed stronger than the other two, yet in Shen Lang's eyes, it was still merely a trifle. It appeared that finding a bargain with the woman in red was not feasible. Shen Lang nodded at her in acknowledgement and turned towards the cliff, with Xiao He leaping down. The woman in red's gaze lingered on the spot where Shen Lang had vanished. The woman seated beside him, along with his mount, exuded an unusual aura, hinting at something extraordinary. After scrutinizing them for a moment, the woman in red averted her gaze, choosing to regard Shen Lang as merely an ordinary customer. At that juncture, Shen Lang had already entered the spirit secret realm. The entire realm resembled a lush, verdant mountain, appearing more tranquil and serene compared to other secret realms or wild areas. Upon entering, he immediately spotted diminutive figures darting among the trees. Even before they could land, small wooden arrows were shot towards them, indicating that the spirits were launching an assault. None of the creatures had become his fierce beasts, and Shen Lang harbored no qualms about eliminating them, frowning as he commanded, "Kill them all." At his directive, Medusa turned her gaze towards the little spirits. These minuscule beings, being merely 1-star, could not withstand the queen's scrutiny. Every spirit that met Medusa's gaze was reduced to ashes. The experience points yielded by 1-star spirits were negligible. Thus, Shen Lang and his companions continued deeper into the realm, slaying as they progressed. In the 2-star spirit region, carnage ensued. It must be noted that there was an abundance of spirits in this location. Not long after, Shen Lang ascended to level 35. Though the spirits were plentiful, one could not help but wonder why the woman in red did not capture them, instead opting to harvest spirit balls from the mother spirit tree. The reason was quite simple. Only the spirits nurtured within the spirit balls possessed potential for growth. Once a spirit was fully matured by the mother spirit tree, it would no longer have growth potential, meaning whatever level they emerged at would be their permanent state, with bloodline potential remaining unchanged. Shen Lang had refrained from employing Bloodline Insight within the secret realm for this very reason. It was utterly unnecessary. Moreover, his choice to enter this realm was motivated by a desire to grind for experience. As for the notion of acquiring a divine beast's bloodline, he harbored that ambition as well. He intended to see if he could yield any rewards upon reaching the mother spirit tree. While they may not yet be a match for the 7-star mother spirit tree, traversing through the realm might change that. Thus, Shen Lang wholeheartedly embraced the monster grinding mode. By the end of the day, Shen Lang's level had risen from 35 to 36. Medusa Shadow and Xiao He also reached level 35. Over the subsequent days, Shen Lang continued to grind for experience within the spirit secret realm, though the required experience points escalated significantly, often permitting only a 2 to 3 level increase per day. During this period, the woman in red occasionally appeared and disappeared, selling little spirits when present. Each time she had offerings, Shen Lang would take a look, but regrettably, there was consistently a lack of quality merchandise. A week swiftly passed. When Shen Lang returned to the spirit secret realm, the woman in red, who had previously vanished, was indeed present once more. Moreover, her collection of cages had notably increased, totaling 7. It was evident that her absence had been spent within the realm, pilfering spirit balls. Shen Lang approached her and remarked, "It seems you have made quite the haul this time. Well, care to take a look?" The woman in red maintained her usual indifferent demeanor. Shen Lang nodded in response, saying, "Very well, let's see."